The system gave me 5 million, but required me to spend it all within 24 hours, or I would die. Just yesterday, I was a normal student, but when I woke up, I had crossed over to become a patient with only 90 days left to live. Just as I was in despair, I suddenly awakened the money spending system to extend my life. The system would release tasks intermittently, and if I could complete them, my life would be prolonged. The system issued the first task: spend the 5 million in any entertaining way within 24 hours. Completing the task would reward me with an additional 7 days of life, but failure meant immediate death. A countdown timer appeared before me, showing 23 hours and 59 minutes left. I quickly recalled all the entertainment options I could think of in my mind. System: is hosting a banquet at a hotel considered entertainment? Ding. That falls under daily expenses, not entertainment consumption. Hosting a banquet isn't entertainment? System: is gambling in Las Vegas considered entertainment? Ding. You need to apply for a visa before going abroad. Don't ask such childish questions again. Ridiculed. System: is gambling on stones at the antique market considered entertainment? Gambling on stones is still gambling. It should count as entertainment. And I'm not leaving the country. Ding. With your physical condition, are you sure you can get out of bed? I was stunned, looking down at my leg still in a cast from the previous car accident. My leg was broken in the accident. According to this theory, if I can't even get out of bed, how can I spend money? And it must be entertainment consumption, not daily expenses. I was truly stumped for a moment. Entertainment consumption without leaving the house? Do I have to resort to home services? Wait a minute, am I that kind of person? I looked at my phone, furrowing my brows. I opened the mobile consumption app Consumption Treasure and browsed through it, realizing there weren't many entertainment options that didn't require leaving the house. But the next second, his gaze inadvertently fell on a mobile app on his phone. Battlefish Live. Seeing this app, a surge of joy rushed through me. Live streaming consumption, that should count as entertainment consumption, right? System: is watching live streams and spending money considered entertainment consumption? I asked nervously. Ding. Yes, it is. Hearing the electronic synthesized voice in my mind, my heart finally settled. I opened the live stream and immediately entered the live room of a top female streamer. It was 6 in the evening, and many female streamers were already working. The one I chose was named Mean. Beautiful, with a pleasant voice, and most importantly, she was popular. She was also dressed quite cool. With a serious attitude, I watched for 2 seconds, then opened my consumption treasure. The system had already transferred the money into my consumption treasure, and I could freely use the money there. Account balance: 500,0026. 385,000,000 was from the system, and 126. 38 was mine. Thinking about the system giving me so much money, but being forced to spend it, my heart ached. But considering I only had 93 days left to live, was money still important? I'm almost dying, why care about money? With a sharp pain in my heart, I gritted my teeth and directly transferred the money to my Battlefish account. Before I could come to my senses, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The task is completed. Settling, please wait. With the system's prompt, after a while, I received the system's reward. Ding! Task reward: extend life by 7 days, treatment potion has been issued. Ding! Task reward: random attribute point +1 has been distributed, blessing value is stamina attribute. Ding! Task reward: charm attribute value increased by 1 point. I quickly checked. Sure enough, it was different. Looking at my lifespan increased to 100 days, and that bottle of healing potion. Somehow, I also gained a bit more confidence in my heart. Next, as long as I work hard to complete the system tasks, then living to 100 years old is not impossible. It just means I might have to work a bit harder. I couldn't even get out of bed, yet I was given an entertainment consumption task. If it weren't for Jianyu, I would really be in trouble. But just thinking that I had just contributed 5 million to Jianyu, I felt a bit unhappy. If I want to survive, the platform is benefiting more than me. No, I have to spend it all, can't let Jianyu benefit. With that in mind, I opened the live broadcast room again. I've already recharged. If I don't enjoy the pleasure of spending money, how can that be? And at this moment in the live broadcast room, Min was wearing a sweet smile, preparing to PK with another anchor. This is a game played by anchors within Jianyu. The 2 anchors interact for 10 minutes, competing to see who receives more gifts during that time. The anchor with more gifts can make the losing anchor perform a show. Overall, this kind of gameplay is very popular. Mainly because if the anchor loses, there will be a punishment performance. Brothers, I'm going to PK with Jiogu in a while. You guys won't really let me lose, right? Min had a shy and worried expression, and her body instinctively leaned forward a bit. At that moment, Min, who was already dressed very coolly, had a deeper cleavage. Especially with Min wearing a crystal pendant, her leaning movement instantly made the pendant fall deeply into a sea of waves, particularly attracting attention. Even I couldn't help but take a few more glances. As for the group of old, gentlemen in the live broadcast room, they were also immediately stirred up. Just then, the two sides of the PK finally connected. In an instant, my already not-so-large phone screen was immediately occupied by another stylishly dressed young man. But I furrowed my brows. I came to see beautiful women. Why is the PK opponent a man? Most importantly, my phone screen is only so big. Suddenly split in half. Even when looking at Min's screen, it wasn't clear. At this moment, Min saw that the microphone was already connected, and quickly started chatting with Jyogu on the other side. As platform anchors, the two of them knew each other, and it wasn't their first time piking. Jyogu, if I lose later, don't make it too difficult for me. Min's soft voice immediately captivated the audience in front of the screen. Yeah, just do a dynamic light wave dance, don't go too far. In the live broadcast room, the gentlemen were excited, while Jyogu on the other side was full of confidence. He had piked with Min many times, and he really hadn't lost much. And in his live broadcast room, there were a few big brothers watching him tonight. This made Jyogu very confident. Don't worry, little sister, I'll go easy on you. However, as someone watching the live broadcast on my phone, I was even more unhappy. I spent 5 million today, and now when I want to watch a female anchor, an invisible show-off comes along. How can I stand this? Just as Min and Jyogu chatted, the PK officially began. The time limit was 10 minutes. When I saw the PK start, I immediately opened the consumption content of Janyu. I found that consumption was mainly divided into gifts and nobility. Gifts were 1 renminbi equivalent to 1 Janyu coin, and he now had 5 million Janyu coins. The biggest gift in Janyu was a treasure map worth 10,000 Janyu coins. Of course, there were cheaper options, such as 1 renminbi likes, love letters, milk tea, 29 renminbi show-off, 88 renminbi special massage, and so on. But for these, I didn't pay attention. I'm interested in nobility. Nobility starts from the 50 yuan knight and can go up to the emperor. The emperor of Janyu, 150,000 renminbi per month. But for me at this moment, it's not a problem at all. I want to become the emperor of Janyu. Can the anchor dance for me for a while? I thought about it and sent a barrage in the chat. I really wanted to see Min dance. But I was worried that if I helped Min win the PK later, wouldn't she have no punishment? If she didn't dance, it would be a waste. As for that Jyogu, I don't want to watch. So I asked a question. But what was unexpected was that as soon as I sent out this barrage, it was discovered by someone. These days, there are really a lot of people who talk big. Brother, the Qing dynasty has already perished. In addition to the barrage instigation, many people directly mentioned my previous barrage. For a moment, the screen was filled with the sentence I had just sent out. At dawn, I want to become the emperor of Janyu. Can the anchor dance for me for a while? With the help of the barrage, Min also saw the barrage I had just sent out at this moment. However, as a top anchor, Min just smiled lightly at this situation. Those in her line of work have seen this kind of situation a lot and generally don't take it seriously. There are just too many people who talk big these days. Min also has high emotional intelligence and immediately said, if this boss really becomes the emperor, not to mention dancing, adding WeChat is also possible. With a net income of over 50,000 after deducting platform commissions, taxes, and miscellaneous expenses, from the 150,000 emperor. And if the other party is really such a boss, what's wrong with adding WeChat? But before Min could change the subject, the barrage exploded again. That dawn, can a level 9 account also become an emperor? He becomes the emperor? If he becomes the emperor, I will livestream drinking sulfuric acid. A level 9 account, without a fan badge. Can such a person dare to say he will become the emperor? For a moment, the barrage was full of mocking and sarcastic words towards me. Faced with this, I chose to directly open Zhanyu's noble recharge channel. Zhanyu platform prompt, yes/no to open the emperor? Finally, I looked at the screen and the account name that sent the barrage livestream drinking sulfuric acid. I tapped my finger. Yes. Wang Kai, a university student in his 20s. As a university student, Wang Kai's life is very tight. Besides playing games and watching live streams, he is also a skilled online troll. So today, when he saw that Guy Xiaoxiao posted Open Emperor, he immediately commented Open Emperor live drinking sulfuric acid. This was almost an instinctive reaction for Wang Kai, because he simply didn't believe that the other party could really afford to open the emperor. That's 150,000 renminbi. Why give it to the streamer when there are better things to do with the money? Besides, Xiao Xiao's account level is only level 9, doesn't seem like someone who can afford to open the Emperor. This made Wang Kai very confident in his judgment. Most of the barrage comments were similar at the moment, but few were as radical as Wang Kai's. Brother, it's okay if you don't have money, just don't talk big. Ah, people nowadays, they don't even blush when talking big. I want to open the Emperor too. Seeing the rhythm in the live stream room fluctuating, Min was also somewhat dissatisfied. Barrage comments in the live stream room are a good thing, as it generates heat and attracts more viewers to discover her live stream room. But once the rhythm is disrupted, it's not good. It may even lead to unnecessary quarrels. So Min quietly opened her backstage and prepared to ban a few users with offensive comments directly. But just as Min switched to the backstage, the barrage comments became chaotic. A huge rainbow cloud appeared in the sky above the live stream room. At the same time, on the entire Zhanyu platform, all the live stream rooms of the broadcasters who were currently live lit up with the same rainbow. Under the rainbow, a huge red banner appeared, with a line of large characters written on it. Thanks to Xiao Xiao for opening the Zhanyu Emperor in Min's live stream room. The red banner hung above each live stream room for a moment. Millions of viewers on the Zhanyu platform saw this banner at that moment. Damn! Who is this boss? Emperor! Your Majesty, I am your beloved concubine. At that moment, Wang Kai, who was watching the live stream, suddenly sprayed out the water he was drinking. K, Wang Kai, are you crazy? His roommate, who was sprayed by Wang Kai, exclaimed angrily. Sorry. While apologizing to his roommate, Wang Kai was deeply shocked by the banner. Did he really open the Emperor? Is this person so extravagant? On the other side, Min, who was looking for the backstage, was also stunned. But just 2 seconds later, Min's eyes widened. Min covered her cleavage with her fair hands, and exclaimed excitedly. Thanks to Xiao Xiao brother, Xiao Xiao husband for the Emperor. Love you. As Min exclaimed her thanks, her brain was also a bit stunned. The barrage in the live stream room increased even more. The chaotic barrage from a moment ago instantly turned into words of amazement. The speed of the change in sentiment was simply unbelievable. See, this is a real big shot. A level 9 small account came in disguise. Worship the Emperor Xiao Xiao. He is our role model. Boss, do you need a driver? As the instigator of all this, Wei Chen didn't have much of a reaction. It only cost him 150,000 renminbi to open an Emperor. And he even received 100,000 renminbi worth of gifts back, plus the remaining Zhanyu coins. He can give gifts worth 450,000 renminbi today. How did it come to this? Due to Wei Chen becoming an Emperor, the number of online viewers and the popularity in the main live broadcast room instantly began to soar rapidly. Because Wei Chen's act of becoming an Emperor was announced site-wide, the sensation was extremely strong. You should know that there are only a limited number of Emperors on Zhanyu. Normally, if you're unlucky, you might not see a new Emperor for 1 or 2 months. So for a moment, many viewers from other live broadcast rooms came to Min's room to see who the big shot was. Among these people, some came out of admiration, while others came with the idea of taking advantage. Because after Wei Chen became an Emperor, a treasure chest for Emperors would be opened in Min's live broadcast room. As long as the viewers in the room could claim the chest, there was a certain probability of receiving Zhanyu coins, gifts, fish balls, and other items. In just a short while, Min's live broadcast room, which already had a fan base of 2 million, skyrocketed to 8 million in popularity. At that moment, Min's live broadcast room was the most popular on the site. Inadvertently, it brought a wave of popularity to Min. Watching the huge popularity in the live broadcast room, Min was delighted but also increasingly curious about the identity of this new Emperor. Someone who usually used a level 9 account suddenly became an Emperor. Such a thing was simply too rare. On the other side of the screen, Wei Chen looked at the sudden influx of viewers and the instant change in the barrage with a calm demeanor. The friend who just said I became an Emperor and should drink sulfuric acid, are you still here? Instantly, the barrage heat rose to another level. Damn, who wants to drink sulfuric acid? Where is the friend who wants to drink sulfuric acid? Which live broadcast is it in? Wow, I'm just like wow. Soul questioning. In the dorm room, Wang Kai stared blankly at the scene. He never expected that his casual remark would actually be seen by others. What's even more unbelievable is that the person on the other side actually became an Emperor. That's 15,000. But the story doesn't end there. After Wei Chen's comment, some bold viewers immediately started scrolling through the barrage records. However, just over 10 seconds later, someone found Wang Kai's previous mocking comment. At delusion, he became an Emperor? If he becomes an Emperor, I will live broadcast drinking sulfuric acid. Delusion. What a fitting name, truly delusional. Is this a primary school student? Young man, you're speaking too harshly. Will this end in tragedy? Emperor Shao, think twice. I humbly request your majesty to pardon this rebellious delusion. The atmosphere suddenly changed, with the barrage that was just worshipping turning into a large-scale performance scene in an instant. Each barrage comment turned into a drama queen. Even Wei Chen couldn't help but smile at the scene. As a platform's top anchor, Min immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. Hey, what's the identity of our brother Emperor Shao? How could you really watch someone drink sulfuric acid? You guys are too mean with just one sentence. Min elevated Wei Chen's status and diffused the momentum of the barrage trying to stir up trouble. Being a top anchor requires high emotional intelligence, after all. As for that delusion? Just a trash talker, Min never really cared. Meanwhile, in the dorm room, Wang Kai was completely crestfallen at that moment. Just over 10 seconds later, seeing the screen full of mockery, Wang Kai silently exited the live broadcast room. Wei Chen, who was unaware of all this, saw that Delusion had stopped speaking in the barrage, so he didn't push further. With Delusion gone, the matter of drinking sulfuric acid quickly passed. And it wasn't until then that the barrage realized they had neglected someone. Zhouge, who was on the mic, hadn't spoken for a long time. Zhouge is feeling very depressed right now. Just when everything was going smoothly, he was about to PK, but suddenly the opponent brought out a level 9 alternate account and made a godly move as the emperor. Zhouge couldn't handle it. Seeing Min's smiling face, Zhouge could only silently cry in the live broadcast room for a while. It wasn't until everyone reacted that he found a topic and continued chatting with Min. Hey, being a female streamer is great. The big brother comes and gets the emperor. Over here, forget about the emperor, not even a duke has been opened in half a year. Can't compare, can't compare. Wei Chen saw the show-off speaking again and immediately started typing. Hurry up, PK. Wei Chen really couldn't stand looking at that face for even a minute. Can't you speak properly? Every time you open your mouth, it's either pretentious or sarcastic, right? It's not Wei Chen's fault, because in his past life, he didn't watch this kind of female streamer PK live broadcasts much. He only occasionally watched, and it was mostly game streamers. So Wei Chen didn't know that this kind of chatting was normal. Otherwise, without conflict, where's the excitement? Without excitement, would the big brother be willing to spend money? And with Wei Chen's words, the barrage started heating up again. After Wei Chen became the emperor, he had many privileges in the whole warfish. For example, his barrage was naturally one size larger than others. It also had special fonts and a large red border, with a big emperor prefix. So as soon as he spoke, the barrage immediately noticed. Xiao Huang can't resist spending money, everyone move aside. Starting to show off. Brothers, crush the opponent. At this moment, Min was also paying close attention to the barrage. Because Xiao Xiao had just become the emperor, she really wanted to interact with Wei Chen and deepen their relationship. But who knew, Wei Chen didn't have any barrage for half a day. This left her singing a solo performance for a long time. Finally, when she saw Wei Chen's message, Min immediately said enthusiastically, Xiao Huang Appa, after the PK, I'll dance for you. Xiao Huang Appa, what kind of dance do you want to see? Min knew that only by capturing the boss's heart could she make him willing to spend money. So at this moment, she didn't mention anything about winning or losing the PK. It seemed that at this moment, Wei Chen was her entire live broadcast room. Seeing this, Wei Chen also felt comfortable. Who doesn't like hearing nice things? Pretending to be a saint every day, isn't it tiring? Anything is fine, mainly I want to see you dance. As soon as Wei Chen's barrage appeared, the barrages below instantly followed suit. Min also smiled and said, okay, after it's over, I'll dance for you, big brother. With that, Min turned her gaze to Zhouge. Zhouge didn't expect that with just one sentence from Wei Chen, he would be ignored for another 2 minutes. I'm so happy today, this is the first time someone has become the emperor in my live broadcast room this year. Min said happily, while Zhouge had a bitter expression. Brothers, come on, the opponent has an emperor, but we can't admit defeat. Lord 8, Shun, tonight's victory depends on you. Zhouge was frantically urging his big brother to support him, because the appearance of this Xiao Xiao on Min's side made him very uneasy. Although he was slightly ahead of the opponent on the PK list, the opponent's emperor had not yet shown his strength. Once this Xiao Xiao starts showering gifts with the rankings, how can he withstand it in his current state? And by now, it had been 4 minutes since the PK started, and the gifts on both sides had already reached over 200,000 in value. Zhouge had 270,000, while Min had 210,000. The ratio of gifts in the live broadcast room was 1:10. In other words, the value of the gifts was over 20,000 RMB. I have to say, the speed at which money comes in is truly unimaginable for ordinary workers. Just 4 minutes have passed since the wheat was harvested. Watching Joga's crazy vote-pulling behavior across from him, Wei Chen also opened the gift panel. He had already become an emperor, and the girl was about to dance for him, so naturally he couldn't just sit and watch. Besides, the money today has to be spent, otherwise he won't even be able to sleep well. After some thought, Wei Chen didn't start by sending the most expensive gift. Instead, he chose a plane that cost 100 yuan each. Then he selected the value, 666. In an instant, Wei Chen's gifts took over Min's live broadcast room. Xiao Huang is mighty. Xiao Huang is awesome. Damn, 666 planes. All troops attack. Min looked at the crazy barrage and the gifts Wei Chen sent, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems that this Xiao Huang is determined to support himself tonight. Thank you, Xiao Huang hubby, for the plane, love you moi. I've never seen so many planes before. Xiao Huang hubby is so handsome, Xiao Huang hubby is so generous. Joga looked at the value of Min's gifts, which skyrocketed from 210,000 to 870,000 in an instant, and his face turned black. Brothers, I can't do this anymore. Is our live broadcast room going to be sunk by the planes from the other side? Do you allow this? Charge again, brothers, charge again. I have to say, Joga's live broadcast room still has a lot of diehard fans, especially the two dukes, Bei and Xuanzong, immediately started supporting him when they saw Joga being overwhelmed in an instant. In just over 10 seconds, Joga's gift value reached 960,000, once again surpassing Min. A hint of loss flashed in Min's eyes. She didn't expect Joga's combat power to be so strong tonight. Her value was over 800,000, and she was surpassed so quickly? With a sense of unwillingness, Min looked at her live broadcast room, the Shining Emperor title. But this time, Min didn't speak. She wanted to see if this big shot would continue to support her actively. On the other side, Joga's face changed from displeasure to excitement. Brothers, you guys are amazing. I bow to you here. Wei Chen looked at Joga's excited expression and frowned. He really didn't expect someone to come and compete with him in gifts. And competing so fiercely. He silently mourned for the other party in his heart. Wei Chen looked at Min's live broadcast room again and opened the gift panel. Looking at the rocket that cost 500 yuan each, Wei Chen once again opened the option for continuous gifting. Enter, 99. The next second, Min's live broadcast room exploded again. Min looked seriously at her live broadcast room, but deep down, she was secretly hoping for something. Suddenly, in an instant, Min noticed that her live broadcast room seemed to shake. When Min realized it, she found out that it wasn't the live broadcast room shaking. It was a huge gift box that suddenly popped up. 99 rockets. Brothers, we're in the lead again. Xiao Wang hubby. Min, who graduated from vocational school and had a limited vocabulary, tried to think of what to say. But when it came to her mouth, only one sentence remained. Xiao Huang hubby is awesome. Joga on the other side watched this scene and felt numb all over. Although winning or losing in a PK isn't that important, which streamer doesn't lose in a PK? But the problem is, the big shots in his live broadcast room are really giving it their all today. In the past, in a PK match, if one side had around 300,000 to 400,000 gifts, they would basically secure a win. But today, even with nearly 1 million gifts, he still can't beat the opponent. Unable to accept this defeat, he seems to have seen through his thoughts, and the two big shots in his live broadcast room are once again sending gifts. Watching the opponent's dominance, he is also a bit flustered, because the opponent is catching up quickly. After Wei Chen's rockets bombarded again, the gift count for him has reached close to 1.4 million. On the other hand, Joga instantly surpassed 1 million. And the numbers are constantly jumping by thousands. Without any surprises, in a short while, he will be surpassed again. Wei Chen also saw this scene. Just as he was overtaken by Joga, he didn't react. Now seeing the opponent still catching up, Wei Chen immediately opened the gift leaderboard. If you want a battle, then let's battle. With a super rocket costing 2,000 each, Wei Chen directly sent 66 of them. The gift count for him doubled directly, reaching 2.8 million. Joga, watching this scene, was left speechless, with a super rocket costing over 130,000 renminbi. Even with the Emperor's return gift of 100,000, plus the previous planes, rockets, and super rockets, Joga roughly calculated that it would be around 250,000. In just a short live broadcast session, the opponent, Xiao Wang, has sent gifts worth 250,000 renminbi. The Emperor of Battle Fish, terrifying as ever. At this moment, Mian also stood up, happily patting her chest. In just a short while, her net income would be tens of thousands. In a few minutes, she would earn the annual salary of an ordinary worker. Wei Chen lay on the hospital bed. Watching Joga's live broadcast room come to a halt, and the big shot showing no intention of continuing the battle with him. He slowly lowered the 20 battlefish treasure maps in his hand. Each treasure map costs 10,000 renminbi. At this moment, he had just enough for 20 of them in his account. If the opponent truly wanted to continue, he wouldn't mind. But now, it was clear that the opponent didn't want to continue the battle. Nian's viewers also noticed this and cheered Wei Chen's name. Xiao Wang is mighty and domineering. It has to be Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, do you really not need a driver? Seeing the last barrage, Wei Chen also felt relieved and immediately sent a message. Hospitalized. The barrage became lively. Some advised Wei Chen to take care of his health. Some asked if the hospital was his own. Some went even further, asking if he came to the hospital to flirt with the nurses. Wei Chen could only smile bitterly at this. I'm really hospitalized. Nian saw Wei Chen's message and quickly asked with concern. Xiao Wang Appa, you should take care of your health. At this moment, Wei Chen also noticed. When he was sending gifts as the emperor, Nian called him her husband. After sending the gifts, she referred to him as brother or Appa. Women. Fortunately, I'm just here to spend money. Wei Chen shrugged, not getting angry. He knew that female streamers were like this. Making money, no shame in that. Joga didn't feel like talking at this moment, just watching Nian liven up the atmosphere, occasionally inserting a word or two, mostly interacting with her own viewers. Overall, the atmosphere was still good. After a while, the PK match ended. Nian reached 3 million, while Joga stopped at 1.3 million. Many of Joga's viewers saw the situation and didn't send many gifts, and the same went for me inside. Dance, dance. As soon as the PK ended, the barrage in Min's live broadcast room was filled with similar comments. Min smiled and asked, what does brother Xiao Wang want to see? Anything is fine, just not too difficult. Wei Chen thought for a moment and typed in the barrage, let's have a barrage vote. Brother Xiao Wang is considerate of the people. Truly worthy of brother Xiao Wang, great vision. Brothers, let's support brother Xiao Wang. Min, seeing the situation, could only go along with Wei Chen's suggestion and started a barrage vote. The result came out quickly. It was neither the previously highly popular dynamic light waves, nor the much anticipated big swing hammer, but Tarzan, a dance that tormented the female anchor and made her feel embarrassed. Well, not that kind of embarrassment. Just a dance with some funny moves. Most female anchors are unwilling to dance this, although it's fun, most girls can't bear to lose face. But tonight was different. Seeing this result, Min could only smile helplessly and did not refuse. In the past, she would definitely not want to dance this. But tonight, there was an emperor in her live broadcast room, and a very generous emperor who was willing to support her. So after teasing for a few words, Min immediately adjusted the music, set up the camera, and prepared to start. With an exciting music, Min began. Wei Chen watched the live broadcast and felt a sense of unease. How should I put it? It's like feeling hot all over, with great emotional fluctuations, and a feeling of wanting to take a cold shower. It has to be said, Min's figure and dance were really top-notch. Even with a bit of a funny dance, combined with her seductive eyes and charming figure, it was enough to captivate men's attention. Wei Chen was no exception. Besides, he was very normal in both body and taste. He wasn't a monk, and didn't have to abide by strict rules. The dance quickly ended, and the barrage in the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented peak. In just over 20 minutes from the start of the PK, to Wei Chen becoming the emperor and the dance ending, Min's popularity remained at the top of the platform, all thanks to Wei Chen's generous gifts. It wasn't a holiday, but no other live broadcast room could make over 200,000 in just over 10 minutes. Seeing Min sweating on her forehead, Wei Chen typed, "You've worked hard." Min immediately saw his message and replied, "Not hard, brother Xiao Wang wanted to see it, so I definitely had to dance for you." Wei Chen smirked, checked the time, and realized it was getting late. It was past 6:20, and the hospital's dinner would be served soon. If Miss Hutu saw him watching a female anchor dance here, wouldn't it ruin his gentlemanly image? Moreover, he had received a bottle of healing potion after completing the task, and he hadn't carefully examined it yet. Maybe it could benefit his condition. Now that he had spent all his money, Wei Chen was ready to study it carefully. With that in mind, Wei Chen typed, "I have something to do today, so I'll stop here. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Min was slightly disappointed. She had just started the live broadcast tonight, and Wei Chen was already leaving. Who wouldn't want a wealthy person to watch them a little longer? But the next moment, Wei Chen made a move that she couldn't have imagined. "Before I go, let me send you some more gifts." With Wei Chen's barrage, the entire live broadcast room once again erupted with banners. Thanks to Emperor Xiao Wang for gifting 20 Warfish treasure maps in Min's live broadcast room. Once again, Min's live broadcast room was plunged into a frenzy. Watching the lively live broadcast room and the 20 hidden treasure maps overflowing above the live broadcast room, Min was completely stunned. She had been in this line of work for 3 years, and this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Giving gifts and then running away. In the past, even those bosses who gave gifts would not actively ask for her contact information after giving gifts, but they would at least try to build a relationship with her. Min actually understood the thoughts of those bosses very well. Why did they come to spend money? For spiritual satisfaction, or other reasons. But now, Wei Chen's actions broke her inherent beliefs. People really just came to watch the live broadcast, gave gifts, and then left directly, without even saying a word. Wei Chen had an emperor's identity, so the moment he left the live broadcast room, Min could see it. A level 9 small account acting as an emperor, spending 450,000 renminbi on gifts in one night, not asking for contact information or chatting. At that moment, Min was truly amazed. She became curious about the identity of this Dawn Emperor. In the hospital, Wei Chen did not know what Min was thinking. He didn't care, because at that moment, his attention was completely focused on the system in his mind. Healing potion greatly heals the host's injuries and illnesses. Looking at this brief introduction, Wei Chen suddenly thought of a question. Can this potion cure cancer? Ding. No, the host shouldn't dream. Damn. Mocked again. Can it heal my leg? Ding. For internal injuries, take orally. For external injuries, apply externally. The specific effects depend on the situation. Hearing this, Wei Chen knew he couldn't ask anything else, but he still planned to use the bottle of healing potion immediately, because the broken leg incident had a huge impact on him. In case the system released a follow-up task, he couldn't just lie in bed and rely on luck, right? He was able to complete the task smoothly this time because of the hidden treasure maps, but if the next task was even more bizarre and couldn't be solved with a phone, he would become a joke. Thinking of this, Wei Chen decisively took out the bottle of healing potion. A white light flashed, and something appeared in front of Wei Chen. It was a clean glass bottle, but this time, the glass bottle was sealed, with a pale, transparent liquid flowing inside. Opening the bottle cap, Wei Chen immediately smelled a wonderful medicinal fragrance that was hard to describe. The fragrance was elegant and gentle. Just by smelling it, Wei Chen felt much more refreshed. Good stuff from the system, Wei Chen muttered to himself, quickly tearing off his plaster cast and pouring out the potion from the bottle. As soon as the potion was applied to his injured leg, Wei Chen felt a hot airflow crazily moving along his calf. In less than 2 minutes, after applying the potion to his leg, Wei Chen had regained most of the sensation and the pain was gone. Previously, even if Wei Chen did nothing, he could still feel the throbbing pain in his calf. This was even with the effects of the anesthetic still present. But now, the pain in Wei Chen's leg had completely disappeared. Awesome! Wei Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, and then took a few steps off the bed. Although he still felt some discomfort, Wei Chen's injured leg could now walk normally. Just as Wei Chen was happily experiencing the joy of having a new leg, the door of the ward was pushed open. Wei Chen quickly looked towards the sound, and then he was stunned. A woman with long hair, wearing a duckbill cap, big sunglasses, and a face mask that almost covers her entire face. She was holding takeout and staring blankly at herself. Although the other party did a good job of keeping it confidential, almost no facial features could be seen, but Wei Chen recognized who this woman was at a glance. Wei Chen knew this woman. To be precise, it was the woman who hit him with her car. Jang Hanying stood at the door for a reason. After hitting someone yesterday, although for identity reasons. Plus, she was busy with work and couldn't come to the hospital to visit the victim. But her agent, Xiao Wei, was there the whole time. And from the information Xiao Wei brought to Jang Hanying today, Wei Chen should be lying in bed at this time. After all, whether it's a broken leg or severe concussion, the patient should not be able to move normally. And because of this car accident, Wei Chen was also diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. Shouldn't a normal person be in a state of confusion and pain at this time? But when she just saw Wei Chen, he was clearly smiling happily. Thinking of this, Jang Hanying became more and more uneasy. Jang Hanying also knew how serious the impact was yesterday. Even when she saw Wei Chen being hit by her own car, the Lamborghini Huracan STO, and flying away, she once had a thought that she had killed someone. This was mainly due to the way Wei Chen was thrown into the air, rotating freely 720 degrees before smoothly landing. It was too terrifying. But now, a person who had been through so much in life, was laughing happily. He even removed the cast by himself and walked on his own. Jang Hanying was suddenly struck by a thought in her mind. Could it be that he couldn't accept such a blow mentally, leading to a state of mental disorder, and eventually, a sudden mental illness? The more she thought about it, the more panicked Jang Hanying became. Especially now, when Wei Chen was staring at her intently, this feeling became even stronger. Are you okay? Jang Hanying suppressed her uneasiness and asked tentatively. She was ready to run away immediately if Wei Chen made any extreme moves. She was too guilty. Are you okay? Jang Hanying's voice came into Wei Chen's ears, but he did not immediately respond. After coming to this world, Wei Chen received all the memories of his predecessor. And the previous Wei Chen happened to see the perpetrator who hit him in the last second before falling into a coma. Jang Hanying was also in the same outfit at that time. So now, Wei Chen recognized her with just one glance. He couldn't say he had no good feelings towards this lady who hit him. He could only say he was deeply disgusted. This damn near killed him. So naturally, Wei Chen's gaze towards her was somewhat unfriendly. If it weren't for that hit, he might not have tragically crossed over to this world. Most importantly, he wouldn't have gotten cancer. And in the late stage, why are you here? Wei Chen said expressionlessly, looking very calm. But the calmer Wei Chen appeared, the more flustered Jang Hanying became. As the current top female star in China, at only 22 years old, Jang Hanying can be said to have become popular throughout Asia. In Asia, whether it's the highly developed Korean entertainment industry or the Japanese action films, almost everyone knows Jang Hanying, especially among young people. But in fact, Jang Hanying is actually a very introverted girl who also has a love for adventure. Last month, she finally got her driver's license and bought her first luxury car. However, her agent never lets her drive by herself. So, yesterday, when her agent Xiao Wei went out on business, Jang Hanying secretly took the car out on the road. She swore she just wanted to experience the feeling of driving. And then, there was no one then. The situation has developed to the scene before us. Jang Hanying feels guilty and blames herself, but she doesn't know what to do. Today, coming to the hospital to visit Wei Chen, it was only after many requests that Xiao Wei agreed to let her come. With Jang Hanying's identity, once the paparazzi find out that she came to the hospital, the headline news the next day, Jang Hanying causes a car accident, almost causing a fatality, will dominate all the internet. This would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to her career as an artist. But even so, Jang Hanying still came. Because she feels responsible and obligated to come see Wei Chen, this innocent victim. In a way, Jang Hanying's nature is not bad. She even has some kindness. But these qualities cannot hide the fact that she hit someone while driving. Looking at Wei Chen, who should be lying in bed, suddenly standing there, and asking calmly, "Why are you here?" Jang Hanying was speechless in an instant. I'm sorry. Jang Hanying sincerely apologized. At the same time, she also noticed that Wei Chen seemed to recognize her. Because Wei Chen's behavior was not at all unfamiliar. All right. Wei Chen furrowed his brow, looking at the takeout in the other person's hand, and casually said, "Are you here to deliver food?" "Yes." Jang Hanying foolishly replied, then saw Wei Chen sit back on the bed. "Although I don't know who you are, being able to book a private room at Binjiang Hospital for me alone, and still dressing so discreetly. Your identity must be quite extraordinary, right?" Listening to Wei Chen's words, Jang Hanying's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? Is he trying to find out my identity to ask for more compensation? Seeing Jang Hanying's lack of response, Wei Chen's patience began to wane. As for questions about your identity, I'm actually not interested in those. But I need to be discharged immediately. Find someone to settle the hospital bill for me. Wei Chen hoped to be discharged sooner so that when the system tasks reappear, he could handle them better. But he didn't have much money on him. He had already given all the system's money to Zhanyu. And since the other party was the one who caused the accident, Wei Chen naturally wouldn't let them off so easily. What the other party should bear, there was no escape. But Wei Chen also didn't plan to take advantage of this opportunity. Now that he had awakened the system, there was no need to do such things. After all, his superpower was the power of money. Worried about not having a place to spend money in the future? And his liver cancer couldn't be solved with money. Although the medical level in this world is advanced enough, when it comes to cancer, there is no substantial solution. In simple terms, it can only prolong the time before death. Whether one can survive? It all depends on fate. So Wei Chen didn't expect to cure his cancer through medical means. Anyway, he had the system to save his life, even though the process might be troublesome. But it was more reliable. Faced with Wei Chen's words, Jang Hanying was stunned for a long time. You. After hesitating for a long time, Jang Hanying couldn't come up with a complete sentence. Mainly because the things she encountered today were too difficult for her to understand. Broken legs, cancer, and concussion. Why is he in such a hurry to leave the hospital? Any other questions?
Wei Chen raised an eyebrow.
Jang Hanying bit her lip lightly and gathered her courage.
Do you have any other requests? No, Wei Chen replied without hesitation.
Jang Hanying took a deep breath and spoke slowly.
Alright, I'll arrange it now.
After speaking, Jang Hanying walked out of the ward. Although she didn't know why Wei Chen was in such a hurry to leave the hospital, since the victim requested it, Jang Hanying felt she had no reason to refuse. However, Jang Hanying silently decided that she must make some compensation for the other party in the future. Based on the other party's status as a victim, plus her attitude of not intending to extort him, Jang Hanying instinctively felt that she couldn't treat the other party unfairly. In the ward at this moment, Wei Chen, who was unaware that someone was about to give him money, stood on the balcony, gazing at the scenery outside. For a moment, Wei Chen also began to look forward to the life ahead.
I wonder when the next task from this system will be released. Wei Chen looked at the colorful world outside and couldn't help but think of his system. Little did he know that even with such a casual thought, the system clearly captured it. Ding! The system has detected the host's desire to release a task and is arranging it. What the heck? Can tasks be requested by oneself?
Before Wei Chen could come to his senses, the system had already assigned him a new task.
Task name, spend lavishly. Task description, the host needs to spend the 2 million RMB funds given by the system in one go in any way. Task time limit, 7 days. Task reward, extend lifespan by 7 days. Failure penalty, worsening of the illness. Ding! As this task is the first appearance of the Spend Lavishly series, upon completion an additional random hidden talent point will be obtained. Reading this introduction, Wei Chen's heart stirred. Spending lavishly. It's different from the previous tasks of amusing to death. Moreover, it seems that this task allows the money to be spent anywhere. The only requirement is to pay in full, not in installments. Besides this, Wei Chen also noticed that there were no more healing potions in the task rewards, only lifespan points. In addition, the Spend Lavishly series of tasks is appearing for the first time, so there will be a random hidden talent point. This is a good thing. As for the punishment, there doesn't seem to be any change. Looking at this task, Wei Chen, who was initially a bit nervous, suddenly felt much relieved. Although 2 million cannot be spent in installments, there are no restrictions on where it can be spent. There are too many places to spend it. However, this time, Wei Chen also thought a lot more. The previous amusing to death series of tasks were only related to entertainment. At that time, Wei Chen didn't have healing potions, and the problem of his broken leg was not resolved. So he could only lie in bed, benefiting the Warfish live broadcast for nothing. But now it's different. Spend Lavishly has no restrictions. And Wei Chen's leg is better now, he will be discharged soon. So this money naturally cannot be spent in vain, it must be put to good use. Actions like rewarding streamers can quickly and neatly spend the 2 million. But for Wei Chen's life, this does not improve anything. You should know that Wei Chen only has 126 yuan and 38 cents left in his pocket. No, I have to find some profitable projects to invest this money. Or, buy a small apartment, buying a car is also valuable. While Wei Chen was silently calculating in his mind, thinking about how to quickly spend this money after being discharged, making it valuable at the same time, the system suddenly sounded. And it was the kind of urgent alarm bell sound. Zhang Haning walked out of the ward. After walking all the way to the end of the empty corridor, he finally sought his agent Xiao Wei. This floor turned out to be all VIP wards. How is he? Xiao Wei asked nervously. Zhang Haning hesitated for a while before saying, it seems like there's no problem. What do you mean no problem? Xiao Wei widened her eyes and asked anxiously. Leaving aside everything else, it's cancer, sister. Although he's currently fine, if the illness suddenly worsens and he dies, the incident where you hit him can be a big deal. Xiao Wei was right. If Wei Chen followed the normal trajectory, he would have died from cancer 3 months later. By that time, the issue of a cancer patient dying in a car accident would be greatly magnified. The only reason being the perpetrator was Zhang Haning. People would mix the two incidents together and think that if it weren't for this car accident, Wei Chen's condition could have been salvaged. The media spotlight would focus on Zhang Haning, and numerous conspiracy theories would emerge. So how could Xiao Wei not be anxious? This incident might even directly ruin Zhang Hanying's bright future. But faced with the impatient Xiao Wei, Zhang Haning just thought for a moment and said, get him discharged. Are you crazy, Showing? Even if cancer has nothing to do with us, his leg is still broken. I asked the doctor about the concussion, and without 1 or 2 months of recovery time, it's not possible. Facing the questioning, Zhang Haning remained calm. This is what Wei Chen requested. Although I don't know why he's doing this, he must have his reasons. Alright, it's settled, you go handle his discharge procedures later. Also,
prepare a compensation of 1,500,000.
Xiao Wei was stunned again. 1,500,000? Is the other party asking for that much?
From an objective perspective, although Wei Chen suffered a broken shin bone and a concussion, excluding medical expenses, the normal compensation would not exceed 500,000. Because apart from the cancer cells he carried himself, and the symptoms of a broken leg and concussion from the accident, all other tests showed
Wei Chen had no other issues.
the shin bone can heal, and the level of concussion Wei Chen had is also recoverable. In simple terms, as long as he rests for a while, Wei Chen can fully recover. In this situation, Jiang Hanying asked for 1,500,000.
Triple the amount.
Xiao Wei thought, this must be Wei Chen's request.
Is it the kid's request? Seeing Xiao Wei's unfriendly expression, Jiang Hanying sighed.
He never mentioned compensation, this was my idea. Alright, go handle the procedures quickly, and don't forget to deal with the compensation later.
What, the person doesn't want compensation?
Xiao Wei, whose mind was filled with this sentence, was also stunned for a moment.
In this day and age, there are still people like this. Ding. The system has detected an imminent emergency situation. Ding. Simulation repair in progress. Ding. The system has issued an emergency task.
Wei Chen was suddenly alarmed by these sounds, his heart trembling in fear.
What special situation is happening now? Emergency task name, Sneer.
Task description 1. The system rejects any form of assistance, charity, or charity from the outside world.
Task description 2. The host must, within 7 days, reject any compensation actions made by Jiang Hanying in any way. Task deadline, 7 days. Task reward, none.
Failure penalty, serious aggravation of the condition.
What the heck? Is Jiang Hanying going to compensate me?
The thing is, he didn't even mention this just now. Looking at this task with only punishment and no reward, Wei Chen understood. This is not a task at all, but rather a requirement from the system for himself. It seems that in response to his thoughts, the system once again came up with a sentence.
This system rejects the outside world, for any reason. All assistance provided is about money. Well, the system also has a temper. But seeing the system getting angry, Wei Chen also knew that he couldn't avoid this matter.
Well, anyway, I shouldn't be short of money in the future.
Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Why is the world so difficult? Clearly, he is the victim, but he can't accept compensation as a matter of course. But Wei Chen thought again, and felt that this might not be a bad thing after all. After all, he still has 2 million in hand that needs to be spent quickly. It's just that, it might end up benefiting Jiang Hanying. Thinking of this, Wei Chen's thoughts were once again in turmoil. Half an hour later, Binjiang Hospital, first floor, and office. 3 department heads from Binjiang Hospital gathered together. In front of them were Jiang Hanying and Xiao Wei. However, at this moment, the faces of the 3 department heads didn't look good. 3 department heads, I must say, this is all requested by the patient himself. And, I saw with my own eyes that the patient can already walk normally.
Jiang Hanying explained.
However, under the sharp gaze of the 3 department heads, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty.
Jiang Hanying originally wanted Xiao Wei to quickly handle Wei Chen's discharge procedures, but she was called here by the other party. Although she also knew why these 3 department heads wanted to see her. After all, Wei Chen is currently a critically ill patient, and she is so eager to get him discharged. It does seem a bit strange. Even though Jiang Hanying had just seen Wei Chen's current situation with her own eyes, she still finds it a bit unbelievable. After all, everything she had just seen was too bizarre. Miss Jang.
The head of the orthopedic department stood up first, with a serious expression.
Have you heard of the saying, it takes 100 days to heal a bone injury? Jiang Hanying nodded. Do you know how serious it is for a patient's shin bone to fracture head-on? Jiang Hanying nodded.
Do you know that, under normal circumstances with this patient's condition,
the fastest,
it will still take at least half a year before he can possibly walk normally?
Jiang Hanying nodded again. Then why can you still say such things?
The head of the orthopedic department looked at Jiang Hanying with a serious and complex expression. The head of the neurology department also stood up and continued.
Miss Jang, do you know that the human brain is the most fragile tissue in the whole body?
Do you also know that, considering the patient's brain damage situation,
the fastest, it will take at least a month to recover to the level of a normal person?
Jiang Hanying kept nodding, while Xiao Wei on the side frowned continuously.
At this point, the head of the oncology department finally couldn't help but speak.
But this time, Xiao Wei was very clever and interrupted him first.
All department heads, what you all said is correct. But our
Miss Jiang also said that these are all requested by the patient. and the patient indeed can already walk normally.
If you don't believe it, you can go and check it out for yourself.
The three directors exchanged glances and each saw a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Ah, the rich nowadays, for their own benefit, really don't treat the victims as human beings. Almost simultaneously, the three directors had the same thought. In their view, what Jang, Hanying and Xiao Wei said was simply absurd. Jang, Hanying and the others just wanted to get people out of the hospital. Then they would privately settle with the patients, or offer more compensation. The purpose was to avoid the possibility of this matter spreading. They had seen this kind of thing before. Sigh. The three directors sighed in unison. That patient, encountering such perpetrators, was really unlucky. In the ward, Wei Chen lay on his bed, looking somewhat serious. He was thinking about how to dispel Jang Hanying's terrible idea.
It wasn't about giving him money. It was literally about his own life.
But just as he was pondering this, Jang Hanying unexpectedly returned. And he brought quite a few people with him. Looking at the several white coats in front of him, as well as the mysterious Jang Hanying and Xiao Wei, Wei Chen couldn't help but be stunned.
But he quickly reacted. You won't let me handle the proof?
Jang Hanying, hidden in the crowd, could only nod and turned his gaze to the three directors. The orthopedic director also looked at Wei Chen's broken leg at this time, his face changing drastically.
Why did you remove the cast? This is very unfavorable for your recovery. Faced with the orthopedic director's questioning, Wei Chen frowned. Oh, my leg is fine. What nonsense is this?
The orthopedic director widened his eyes and said angrily.
Do you know how serious your leg injury is? The front of your entire lower leg bone is broken into 2 pieces. How could it be healed overnight? After hearing the director's words, Wei Chen finally realized.
His injury was so severe.
So he subconsciously looked at Jang Hanying.
Seeing this, Jang Hanying immediately hid behind Xiao Wei, pretending he didn't exist.
I really am fine, Wei Chen said to the director. Shall I take a few steps for you? Are you kidding?
The orthopedic director, seeing Wei Chen preparing to get up, quickly stepped forward to hold him, afraid he would walk on the ground.
This was no joke.
And beside the orthopedic director, the director of neurology also had a serious expression. It seems that there is brain damage, leading to mental disorder. Yes, looking at these symptoms, it's due to pressure on the brain nerves.
He may not be aware of the problem with his lower leg. This problem is quite serious.
Hearing this, the people around all thought it made sense. Even Xiao Wei began to have some doubts.
He really is fine,
Jang Hanying helplessly explained to his manager.
Xiao Wei took a deep breath and remained silent. Meanwhile, Wei Chen, who was forcibly held down and labeled with mental disorder, became increasingly unhappy. He couldn't just lie in bed all the time. He was still waiting to go out and spend money on tasks. Otherwise, if he couldn't complete the tasks, he would be in trouble.
But these doctors actually didn't want to let him go. I've only been in this world for a day, why is it so dangerous everywhere?
With this thought in mind, Wei Chen immediately said, I haven't eaten your rice, why do you have the right to stop me?
If a patient requests to be discharged, the hospital has no reason to stop them.
With that, Wei Chen pointed to Jang Hanying beside him. Is it because she refuses to settle the hospital bill?
Jang Hanying immediately jumped out, explaining anxiously, I said it, but the 3 directors wouldn't allow it.
Wei Chen turned his head and stared at the 3 directors. Wow, you 3 are teaming up against me, not letting me off easily. What right do you all have to keep me from leaving the hospital?
Hearing this, the director of the neurology department's frown deepened.
These symptoms are clearly a stress reaction after a brain injury. How can we let the patient leave the hospital? Wei Chen felt a surge of anger building up inside him, almost unable to catch his breath.
So you're all here saying I'm crazy? Seeing the situation deteriorating, there was a clear sign of self-imprisonment.
Wei Chen suddenly calmed down.
No, this can't go on like this.
Doctor, listen to me.
Wei Chen gestured with his hands and said slowly.
You say I'm sick, but I really feel okay now.
I said I wanted to take a few steps, but you wouldn't let me. I said my brain is fine and I can leave the hospital, but you say I'm overreacting.
What do I have to say for you to believe me?
The 3 directors saw Wei Chen calm down and exchanged glances. In the eyes of the director of neurology, the situation with Wei Chen could only be one of 2 things. One is nerve damage, mental disorder. In layman's terms, symptoms of mental illness. The other is that he was deceived by Jang Hanying and urgently wanted to settle this matter privately. Although to some extent, patients can be discharged from the hospital according to their own wishes. But as a doctor, he still wanted to try to save him. After all, this young man in front of him was only in his 20s. For a little money, he was willing to risk his life, which he couldn't turn a blind eye to. And if Wei Chen was acting this way because he wasn't thinking clearly,
then they would be even more reluctant to let him leave the hospital. The other two directors, at this point, were probably thinking the same way. After all, the idea of waking up from a nap and being cured is simply impossible. After a while, the director of neurology was the first to speak. Okay, even if what you said is true, and you're cured. Wait, let me correct you. It's not what I said, I really am cured. Okay, even if what you said is true, and you're cured. But considering the seriousness of what happened to you this time, wouldn't it be safer to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation? Why are you in such a hurry to leave the hospital? Listening to the other party's question, Wei Chen fell silent for a moment. He had a systematic matter to deal with, and he couldn't explain it to them. But without an explanation, his situation was indeed worrying for the hospital. After all, in their eyes, he was seriously ill. If he left the hospital and suddenly died, wouldn't that tarnish their reputation? However, Wei Chen didn't stay silent for too long before coming up with a response. If you want an explanation, it's simple. I'll make up. No, tell you a story. Actually, my grandfather passed away just yesterday. He was my only relative in this world. The reason I rushed out yesterday and ended up in this accident was to see him one last time. But now, I'm lying here, not even getting to see him one last time. He only had me as his grandson. Do you think I can just lie here? Wei Chen said with a look of sorrow. And Wei Chen's words caused everyone present to pause in their expressions. For a moment, many complex gazes focused on Wei Chen. Ah, the director of neurology let out a deep sigh. In the crowd, Jang Hanying's eyes were red with tears. She didn't expect her momentary impulse would not only cause Wei Chen in front of her to suffer such a huge change but also prevent him from seeing his grandfather for the last time. Self-blame, guilt, pain. Various emotions surged through Jang Hanying's mind. This made her even more determined to compensate him more. On the other side, Wei Chen saw that his words had an effect and continued, but the main problem is, I really don't feel any pain in my leg. Why don't you all help me confirm it again? This time, Wei Chen didn't dare to say he would get out of bed and take a few steps, so as not to make others think he was sick. But it shouldn't be a problem for a few people to take a look and confirm, right? After applying the medication provided by the system, although Wei Chen's leg was still a bit stiff, walking should not be a big problem. He really couldn't believe that these doctors would still be able to misdiagnose his leg. This time, the chief of orthopedics reacted much calmer, mainly because Wei Chen was so determined to be discharged. And a simple confirmation wouldn't take much effort. Alright, roll up your pants leg. The chief of orthopedics sighed. Wei Chen heard this and quickly rolled up his pants leg. Look carefully. The chief of orthopedics frowned and observed for a while. A strange expression gradually appeared on his face. As the chief of the orthopedic department at Binjiang Hospital, he had been in orthopedics for more than 20 years, and his experience was extremely rich. He had seen tens of thousands of patients, if not tens of thousands. Although there were no instruments, although it was just a simple observation, he still found some issues. Wei Chen's leg seemed to have no problem. But how could this be possible? He had clearly seen Wei Chen's x-ray yesterday, and the fracture was so obvious. And when Wei Chen was put in a cast, he had seen how swollen his leg was. But now, from the outside, Wei Chen's leg seemed to have no difference from a normal person's. He couldn't understand, let alone accept it. However, the chief of orthopedics also knew that problems with bones couldn't be completely distinguished by the naked eye. In that case, take another x-ray. The chief of orthopedics' words made the other two chiefs slightly stunned. Wasn't the fracture clear enough? Why did they need to confirm it again and take another x-ray? Seeing the looks from his colleagues, the chief of orthopedics coughed awkwardly. Sometimes, x-rays can also have some slight deviations. Since this patient is so sure he's fine, let's confirm it again. To make him less obsessed, the chief of neurology also thought it made sense after hearing this. Sometimes, patients with mental issues, if constantly warned, would have the opposite effect. Since we have to take another x-ray, let's also do a brain scan. I'll reconfirm the situation. At this point, the chief of oncology couldn't sit still. With 3 chiefs, he had the least screen time, so he quickly added, let's do a full-body scan, since we have to confirm it again anyway. Wei Chen heard this and smiled happily on his face. Finally, he had tricked them. Ha ha ha. The ecstatic Wei Chen didn't notice that Zhang Hanying and Xiao Wei had quietly left the ward. You saw it too. Outside the ward, Zhang Hanying's face was solemn and self-blaming. His situation is like this, the fault lies with me, I must compensate him no matter what. But 5 million, isn't that too much? Xiao Wei, although very sympathetic to Wei Chen, still thought it was too much. Not much, just take it like this, I'll transfer the money to you in a while. Jang Hanying's expression was solemn as she said, "Regardless, you must hand this money over to Wei Chen." Xiao Wei could only sigh at the sight.
Well, although this kid is a bit unlucky, with this 1,500,000 compensation, it could also improve their lives a bit. It could be considered as a small compensation for the two of them.
Over an hour later, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the flow of people at Binjiang Hospital had already decreased significantly.
Only a few scattered patients were still receiving intravenous drips and treatment, making the entire hospital much quieter.
On the 7th floor of the hospital, in a VIP treatment room,
3 department heads, along with Jang Hanying and the others, were completely stunned in their original positions.
The head of the orthopedic department was holding an X-ray of a leg, unable to react for a long time.
The head of the neurology department also held an image, but his was of the brain. Only the head of the oncology department appeared relatively calm. However, seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of his two colleagues, even the head of the oncology department began to feel nervous. Why does it feel like only my CT scan is normal, and both of yours are abnormal?
In fact, the head of the oncology department's thoughts were not wrong,
because the two of them did indeed feel that the images in their hands were not quite normal. Or rather, the images in their hands were just too normal. The two department heads looked at each other with the images in hand, and both were shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes.
If yesterday's and today's images are both fine, this is simply a medical miracle.
Their words left the head of the oncology department and Xiao Wei stunned.
Could it be that they miraculously recovered overnight after waking up?
The head of the oncology department quickly rechecked the CT scan in his hand, but everything appeared normal.
But the large area of low density in the liver, that's a symptom of liver cancer.
And from the blood test report, it clearly showed data and results of liver cancer.
Doctor, the issue of liver cancer is indeed unavoidable.
But the broken leg and concussion are real.
Wei Chen, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke up. I feel fine, maybe the equipment was faulty yesterday?
The two department heads exchanged glances and then looked at the head of the oncology department. But your liver cancer is already in the advanced stage.
If you don't stay in the hospital for treatment, you may only have a few months left to live.
In response to the department head's words, Wei Chen quickly waved his hand. Life and death are predetermined, wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. In the grand scheme of things, everything is predestined.
Doctor, you don't need to worry about me. Hearing Wei Chen's sudden philosophical words, everyone present was once again stunned.
In this world, unlike in Wei Chen's previous life, although these two sentences were casually spoken, they were heard for the first time by the people in this world. For a moment, everyone felt that the young man in front of them seemed completely different from before.
That casual attitude, that carefree demeanor,
his perspective on life, his insight into the impermanence of the world, and the faint indifference on Wei Chen's face at that moment. All of these made everyone deeply contemplate.
In fact, Wei Chen's current state of mind was quite dissatisfied.
They had finished looking at the images, why were they still staring blankly?
Can't they hurry up and quickly issue me a discharge certificate?
After waiting for a few seconds, Wei Chen furrowed his brow when he saw everyone staring at him in a daze.
Did I say something wrong?
The department heads exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and reached a consensus. Since the patient's condition was not a major issue, and he had made up his mind to leave the hospital to visit his late grandfather, they naturally would not obstruct him.
All right, you two, follow me.
The head of the orthopedics department took the lead and spoke to Jang Hanying and the other person. Wei Chen was escorted back to the previous ward by the nurse. Upon returning to the ward, Wei Chen felt empty in his stomach. After all the commotion, it was already past 8 o'clock.
He hadn't eaten yet.
Thinking about this, Wei Chen looked at the plastic bag on the bedside table. Inside was the dinner Jang Hanying had bought for him.
You bumped into me like that and still want to give me money. Isn't it fair for me to have a meal with you?
Thinking like this, Wei Chen got up, took the bag, and quickly opened it.
The bag in the food container had insulation function.
Although it had lost its heat by now, it was still warm enough and didn't need reheating.
I can eat the meal. But, you want to give me money?
Wei Chen's face showed a mocking smile.
You must be dreaming.
The next morning, early morning. Last night, Jang Hanying had arranged all the discharge procedures for Wei Chen.
The hospital fees were also settled.
So as soon as it was light, Wei Chen changed his clothes and prepared to leave. Back on the street, Wei Chen felt refreshed and casually took out his phone. He planned to call Jang Hanying's assistant, Xiao Wei, to settle things between them.
Mainly because the emergency task had made Wei Chen uneasy.
But perhaps Wei Chen had woken up too early, as no one answered the 2 consecutive calls he made. Seeing this, Wei Chen stopped thinking about it and hailed a cab to go home. As an out-of-towner, Wei Chen lived in the city as a recent college graduate. The apartment he currently lived in was rented, and the rent alone was 2,000 yuan per month. However, the internship salary he received from the company he had worked so hard to find was only 4,500.
4,500 seemed like a decent amount.
But in a big city like this, especially in 2021, 4,500 a month was simply not enough.
Even a restaurant waiter's monthly salary was aiming for over 6,000, so what could he do with his 4,500? After some contemplation at home, Wei Chen made a decision.
After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, Wei Chen grabbed his phone and headed to the company. He was done with this job.
Ruinyu Food Processing Company, Ltd. Wei Chen glanced at the company's name, sneered, and walked in.
It had to be said that his university education was really useless. His major was in history, specializing in archaeology. However, after graduating, he could only find a job in food processing with his own abilities.
What a fool, studying a history major, how could I possibly find a good job? Wei Chen mourned for his past self for 2 seconds.
The scale of this company was not small.
If Wei Chen could survive the internship period and become a regular employee, it would be a good choice. The former Wei Chen had thought so too.
But now, Wei Chen had no intention of continuing to work here. It wasn't that the job was bad. It was him who had changed. Perhaps, men are fickle creatures. Sitting in the elevator, the events of last night replayed vividly in Wei Chen's mind. After a simple calculation, Wei Chen was shocked to find out that he had given away 450,000 yuan last night. This was exactly equivalent to 100 months' salary during his internship period.
Thinking about this, Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh. Money is truly the root of all evil.
After getting off the elevator, a large office area appeared in front of Wei Chen. His job was a clerk, specializing in handling data and reports, which was relatively comfortable. But when Wei Chen appeared, the faces of several seniors didn't look good, because in their eyes, Wei Chen at this moment was late.
It was already past 9 in the morning.
Their work hours started at 8.
Wei Chen, why are you only coming now?
The one speaking was Zhao Kong, a man in his 30s responsible for introducing Wei Chen.
He was also Wei Chen's master in the company.
In Wei Chen's memory, Zhao Kong had a kind face, was a good person, and mainly took care of him. But seeing Wei Chen late at this moment, Zhao Kong also stood up, dissatisfied.
Sorry, Kong Ge, I had something come up yesterday, Wei Chen politely said.
But on the side, the always sarcastic woman Wang Min spoke up.
Newcomers always have a lot going on.
No matter in which world, in what kind of environment, there are always people who like to stir up trouble. In the past, Wei Chen might have tolerated such a situation.
But now, Wei Chen was no longer the same person as before.
Naturally, there was no reason to indulge the other party.
Wei Chen glanced at Wang Min and retorted, "What are you? Why is my business your concern? Are you bored to death? Oh, sorry, you're a woman, you don't have balls."
Faced with Wei Chen's sudden counterattack, not only Wang Min but also everyone else in the office was stunned.
You!
Wang Min's face turned red with anger, and Zhao Kong on the side, seeing this, quickly reprimanded, "Wei Chen, watch your words." Seeing his master speak up, Wei Chen also restrained himself a bit and explained, "Master, I'm here to resign."
"What? Why would you want to resign when everything is going well?" Zhao Kong was suddenly surprised. He quite liked this disciple.
He was reliable, worked carefully, and didn't talk much. In the eyes of the old employees, these were rare qualities. But today's Wei Chen seemed different from before. Previously, even if Wang Min teased Wei Chen a bit, he wouldn't resist. Most of the time, he would just ignore her or pretend not to hear. But today, Wei Chen seemed like a changed person.
It wasn't until now, hearing Wei Chen's intention to resign, that Zhao Kong reacted.
"Wei Chen, this is not a joke." Zhao Kang's face darkened, thinking that Wei Chen couldn't handle the teasing from the old employees in the office. He quickly advised, "Listen to me, all newcomers go through this." After hearing this, Wei Chen smiled and said, "Master, I'm not resigning because I can't take it. I just feel that this job is just that, not worth wasting time on. And the words you said, all newcomers go through this.
In my opinion, it's unnecessary." In Wei Chen's view, these unwritten rules of the workplace were just about showing seniority and bullying newcomers. As a time traveler, and about to resign soon, could he still be bullied by a few small fries in this workplace?
Just as Zhao Kong was about to say a few more words of persuasion, Wang Min also regained her composure.
Upon hearing that Wei Chen wanted to resign, this woman immediately sneered, "Don't want to be a newcomer? Fine, go start your own company. Once you're the boss, who can control you?"
A recent college graduate, not much talent, but quite a temper.
Take a look at what you are.
Several old employees on the side, seeing Wang Min being bullied, also stood up one after another. It wasn't that they wanted to speak up for Wang Min, but the status of the old employees couldn't be challenged by newcomers. This kind of situation might seem somewhat ridiculous, but in some workplaces, it's indeed like this. Wei Chen looked at the few people standing up, accusing him alongside Wang Min, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In Wei Chen's view, starting a company was just a matter of time. It would be best to start a company that only spends money without making any profits, making it easier for him to quickly spend the money in the future. Master, if I start a company, would you be willing to join me? Wei Chen suddenly spoke, once again shocking everyone in the office. But soon, the shocked few reacted and began to mock him. Is this kid still half asleep? How can he be daydreaming in broad daylight? Wang Min also sneered. You, start a company? Wei Chen ignored these people and looked seriously at his master, Zhao Kong. When the time comes, I'll save you a spot. At the very least, it should be a chief administrative officer, you can consider it. Watching Wei Chen speak seriously, Zhao Kong was also taken aback. After a while, this composed man hesitated and asked, Wei Chen, what's going on with you? Wei Chen frowned. Nothing's wrong, I'm just here to resign. After a pause, Wei Chen added, Master, think about it carefully, I'll probably contact you soon. The people in the office were now laughing as if watching a joke, but Wei Chen paid them no more attention. A giant doesn't need to explain his thoughts to ants. Occasionally, when encountering such people, if they are annoying, a few scoldings are enough. But if you argue too much, it's unnecessary. After speaking a few more words with Zhao Kong, Wei Chen glanced back at Wang Min with a cold smile. Then, without looking back, he headed towards the end of the office area. There was the director's office, where his resignation letter had to pass through before approval. Well, mainly because he still had a month's salary pending, and if he didn't follow the process, he wouldn't get the money. The system didn't allow him to receive the compensation that Zhang Hanying was about to pay, and the money from the tasks assigned to him couldn't be spent randomly. So, he had to save some, just in case. Upon meeting the director, Wei Chen quickly explained his intentions. The director, being very generous, after a simple attempt to retain him, signed his resignation agreement. However, this meant that Wei Chen would only receive 70% of his last month's salary, around 3,000 yuan. Wei Chen could accept this outcome. The rent was due in a month, and 3,000 yuan would be enough for him to live on for a while. After completing the resignation process, Wei Chen only chatted briefly with Zhao Kong before leaving quickly. He had a lot to do today. Next, Wei Chen planned to visit the 4S dealership. 2 million, wanting to buy a house in the Magic City, was a very difficult task. The housing prices in the Magic City were too high. So Wei Chen didn't plan to spend the money from this splurge task on buying a house. But if he didn't buy a house and used it to buy a car, 2 million would be more than enough. Although it might not be a top-of-the-line car, for most people, 2 million could still be considered a luxury car. Even in the land of high property prices like the Magic City, not everyone could afford a 2 million car. So Wei Chen's plan was to buy a car. He had a driver's license, so as long as he had the car, at least the transportation problem would be solved. With a hint of anticipation and excitement, Wei Chen took the bus to the most famous 4S car dealership in the Magic City. Well, taking a taxi was too expensive, so taking the bus was more cost-effective. Shortly after Wei Chen boarded the bus, his phone finally rang. Follower? Seeing the caller ID, Wei Chen immediately smiled. Finally, they contacted me. Previously, Zhang Hanying had always appeared in a masked manner, so Wei Chen only knew this person but wasn't sure who they really were. But due to the amusing-to-death task prompt, at this moment, Wei Chen finally knew who he had collided with. The goddess of China, Zhang Hanying. But so what? Wei Chen, a dying man, had no interest in goddesses or idolizing. He preferred to find a way to survive. Wei Chen answered the phone, and a voice immediately came from the other end. Hello? Hello, I'm Wei Chen. Are you the one who? No, is it Xiao Wei? Yes, it's me. Where are you now? Can we meet? Wei Chen looked around at the elderly people nearby and thought for a moment. It might not be convenient. On the phone, Xiao Wei was clearly taken aback, then said, when would be convenient for you? Let's meet and talk. Well, maybe this afternoon. Wei Chen knew why Xiao Wei wanted to meet, so he didn't think much and said, you want to talk about compensation, right? As soon as Wei Chen spoke, the two elderly people sitting on his left and right, carrying 2 large bags of fruits and vegetables, looked at him. Compensation? Wasn't that a common scene in TV dramas? It turns out it really exists in reality. The two elderly people immediately became interested, their ears perked up. How did you know? On the phone, Xiao Wei was even more surprised this time. At this moment, she even felt that Zhang Hanying and Wei Chen had colluded. Otherwise, how did he know she wanted to talk about this? Let me tell you.
Wei Chen leaned back in his chair, looking magnanimous. Actually, what's done is done. I personally think your attitude towards admitting mistakes is good. Especially last night, I saw your actions. Since I'm fine and you have a repentant attitude, I don't want to delve into it further. Let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. With that, Wei Chen was about to hang up the phone. Wait.
After staying up all night and just getting 2 hours of sleep, Xiao Wei felt that her brain was not functioning properly for a moment.
You were almost killed by my boss. How can you now not even want compensation?
If it were someone else, they would have demanded a large sum long ago. Xiao Wei felt her thoughts were a bit confused.
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wei hurriedly said, "Don't you want to hear how much compensation we plan to give you?"
Xiao Wei thought that she had already said enough, and Wei Chen should have some thoughts by now, right? But she was wrong.
2 seconds later, Wei Chen said something she would never forget. "I don't want to hear."
Perhaps due to lack of sleep or excessive stress, Xiao Wei felt her vision darken.
"Why don't you want to hear? Why do I have to listen?"
Xiao Wei gritted her teeth, staring at Wei Chen's name on the phone screen, her eyes wide open. She swore that if her boss hadn't given a strict order, she would have hung up the phone by now.
"Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up."
After waiting for 2 seconds and seeing no response from Xiao Wei, Wei Chen said without hesitation. Xiao Wei, who was already not well rested, now felt her breathing becoming difficult. She wanted to give money, but the other party refused to accept it.
What's wrong with the world these days? Our Jang
Xiaoying has already said that you must be compensated.
The amount is 1,500,000. Do you really not want it at all?
On the bus, Wei Chen frowned. He felt that this Xiao Wei must have some serious problem.
He had already said he didn't want it, so why did she still insist on giving him money? Are all the rich people in this world so terrifying? Compensation of 1,500,000? Wei Chen thought he had misheard and asked again.
Around him, the 2 aunties carrying groceries looked even more strange.
Shooting a TV drama here, and a compensation of 1,500,000.
On the other side, Xiao Wei heard Wei Chen's response and immediately said, "That's right, 1,500,000.
I'm asking you, do you want it or not?"
After seriously thinking for 0.5 seconds, Wei Chen replied seriously, "I don't want it." This time, Xiao Wei on the other end of the phone fell completely silent. The 2 aunties beside her also fell completely silent. At this moment, Xiao Wei sitting on the sofa at home silently hung up the phone. She felt that she could no longer communicate with this person. On the bus, the 2 aunties on the left and right looked silently at Wei Chen.
The aunties thought that this young man must be crazy about money.
But when Wei Chen saw the call being hung up, he smiled happily.
"Want to give me money, but no way."
Listening to Wei Chen muttering to himself, the strange look in the eyes of the 2 aunties softened instantly.
What a good-looking child. It's a pity that he's a bit crazy. Magic City, the largest automobile city. 4S stores are densely packed everywhere, almost endless at a glance. Wei Chen looked at everything in front of him and took a deep breath.
Last time he spent money in the live broadcast room, he didn't show his face. But this time, he would personally spend 2 million on the system task.
Not even a penny less.
But in reality, for Wei Chen, he had never seen so much money in his 2 lifetimes.
Not nervous, that must be a lie.
With a hint of inexplicable nervousness, Wei Chen walked towards the BMW 4S store.
But before Wei Chen could enter, he was noticed by the reception salesperson. Wang Lei, who was holding a lunchbox, noticed Wei Chen at a glance.
But similarly, Wang Lei almost lost interest in receiving him with just one glance.
"Lu Kai, you go?"
Wang Lei said to his colleague Lu Kai, who had already finished his meal.
In Wang Lei's view, Wei Chen didn't look like a rich person from his appearance, so he didn't want to serve him.
It's not surprising that Wang Lei looked down on people, as Wei Chen at the moment was dressed like a street vendor and indeed didn't look like a wealthy person.
Salespeople like them meet so many people in a day.
Especially those who can't afford it but still like to look, not only won't buy, but also like to waste time and pretend. Clearly, they can't afford it, but they insist on saying they want to see if there's something better, or that they don't like it.
You don't like it?
You're just poor. Lu Kai's attitude was much better than Wang Lei's, and he immediately got up to serve.
After all, when a customer comes, you can't just leave them hanging, right?
Sir, are you here to look at cars?
I'm Lu Kai, you can call me Xiao Lu. May I ask for your surname, sir?
Salesman Lu Kai said with a smile, not looking down on Wei Chen at all because of his attire and nervous attitude. As a professional salesperson, Lu Kai was different from Wang Lei, he saw more. At the same time, Lu Kai also knew that not all wealthy people look very wealthy. There are also many wealthy people who are very low-key. Lu Kai himself had encountered a man in his 60s who bought 2 luxury cars worth over $1 million each in one go, one for himself and one for his grandson. Although the chances of this were very small, Lu Kai never missed any possibility. Faced with the enthusiastic Lu Kai, Wei Chen calmed down a bit and said, "Yes, to look at cars.
My surname is Wei."
In the previous life, the people Wei Chen had seen driving BMW cars were mostly around 4 to 500,000, not many over 1,000,000. This was mainly because he was in a fourth-tier city where there weren't as many wealthy people, so he didn't know much about the BMW series. But the salesperson Lu Kai immediately smiled when he saw him.
"Okay, Mr. Wei. May I ask, Mr. Wei, what is your budget?" Wei Chen hesitated for 2 seconds and said slowly, "Let's take a look first."
At this moment, Wei Chen had not decided whether to buy a BMW.
"It mainly depends on the price. It must be exactly 2 million, not less, not more."
Actually, it's quite difficult because most 4S stores like to use numbers like 888.
For example, 488,888, or 1,288,888. They just won't give you a round number.
But Wei Chen insisted on buying a car with a round number price.
Even if there is a difference, it can't be too much. So Wei Chen wanted to see the cars and their prices first.
Lu Kai didn't say much either. He led Wei Chen towards the left side of the exhibition area.
"No problem, Mr. Wei, please come this way."
As Lu Kai led the way, he pointed to the cars inside and said, "The prices in this area are relatively moderate, ranging from 350,000 to 600,000.
You can take a look first."
After speaking, Lu Kai subconsciously looked at Wei Chen, waiting for his response. This was Lu Kai's usual tactic. He wouldn't immediately show the most expensive cars to customers,
because that would scare away many customers with insufficient funds.
And if the customer was really wealthy, they would definitely ask to see more expensive areas.
"So cheap?" Wei Chen subconsciously frowned.
This price was a bit far from his expectations. But to Lu Kai, these words sounded different.
Especially Wei Chen's fatally dissatisfied expression was instantly captured by Lu Kai.
"Actually, there are also better performance and comfort." Lu Kai's mouth curled up, feeling a hint of excitement, and immediately led Wei Chen towards the right area. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Wang Lei saw this scene and even stopped his hand holding the chopsticks.
"Damn, what's going on? Could he really be a second-generation rich kid? But he doesn't look like one."
On the other side, Lu Kai in a different location immediately introduced, "The cars here are the latest models, with better performance and design in all aspects. Of course, the prices will also be higher.
The price range is roughly between 800,000 and 1.5 million.
Sir, you can take a look."
Lu Kai spoke sincerely and patiently.
But Wei Chen still frowned.
"Isn't there anything more expensive?"
"It's best to have a car for 2 million, exactly 2 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's breath paused.
Yes, yes, yes."
Lu Kai suddenly came back to his senses, nodding vigorously and smiling like garlic.
"Mr. Wei, please follow me this way."
With that, the two had already crossed over half of the 4S store and arrived at the innermost area. There were not many cars in this area, only about 5 or 6 in total. The cars here are all priced above 1.8 million.
"Sir, you can take a look."
Especially this latest BMW X7 series, xDrive M50i Midnight Collection Edition sells the best.
After the discount, it's only 1,788,000 yuan.
And this BMW 7 Series 750li xDrive V8M model is also selling well.
After the discount, it's only 1,988,000 yuan.
And this one. Lu Kai was ecstatic, introducing the models and prices non-stop. But when Wei Chen heard the price of 1,988,000, he immediately stopped the other party.
Wait. How much is that 7 Series V8 you mentioned? 1,988,000.
Lu Kai explained, his heart rate speeding up once again. Especially when he saw Wei Chen's eyes light up, his professional instinct told him, this deal might just go through. Even though the speed was a bit fast, and the customer's attitude towards buying a car was a bit strange.
Normally, people would ask more questions, maybe even take a test drive. But Wei Chen only asked about the price.
However, Lu Kai still felt that Wei Chen might just buy it outright. And as Lu Kai thought, Wei Chen was tempted. Wei Chen also knew that these car dealerships wouldn't have exact prices. So, 1,988,000 was close enough to his 2 million. But Wei Chen still needed to round the price to a whole number.
In the next moment, Wei Chen thought for a bit and said, what's your name?
I'm Lu Kai, you can call me Xiaolu.
Xiaolu.
Wei Chen looked at Lu Kai, who was several years older than him, and slowly said, I have a bit of a quirk. When spending money, I like to spend it in whole numbers. I don't like this price of 1,988,000.
Can you make it an even 2 million?
Lu Kai was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he reacted, Mr. Wei, the prices at our store are already discounted prices.
We can't negotiate further. Wei Chen was instantly displeased. Who said anything about negotiating? What I mean is, can you sell it to me for 2 million so I can have a whole number?
Wei Chen paused and decided to be clearer. I have OCD. It bothers me if it's not a whole number.
Let's make it a happy decision. 2 million exactly. Not even a penny less.
While Lu Kai was stunned by Wei Chen's words, on the other side, Wang Lei couldn't sit still as the two headed towards the back of the store. By now, Wang Lei had quietly made his way to a car not far behind them. So, he heard every word of Wei Chen's conversation.
Who said anything about negotiating? What I mean is, can you sell it to me for 2 million so I can have a whole number? I have OCD, it bothers me if it's not a whole number.
Let's make it a happy decision. 2 million exactly.
Not even a penny less. In that moment, Wang Lei's understanding of life had a slight glitch.
He thought either his ears were playing tricks on him or there was something wrong with them.
Other customers usually try to get discounts when buying a car.
How could this customer have such a unique approach? Back in the main scene with Wei Chen and Lu Kai took a few seconds to carefully think things through. After confirming multiple times, he finally realized that the customer was here to buy a car, not to cause trouble, because Wei Chen exuded an aura of wealth. It was a kind of casual disdain for money, a genuine aversion to it, as if this money had wronged him in some way.
Mr.
Wei, I need to discuss your request with the manager.
Discuss?
Seeing Wei Chen's displeasure, Lu Kai quickly explained, it's not that your request is too high.
It's just, your request is unprecedented. I need to get approval to avoid any misunderstandings with the manager.
Lu Kai's words were very subtle, but the underlying message was that your request is too bizarre, and he needs to confirm with the boss,
to prevent any issues later on, as that would be troublesome. Wei Chen thought that his straightforward approach might be a bit too radical.
So, he gave the other party a chance to report back.
What? You're saying that customer not only doesn't want a discount but also wants to pay an extra 12,000?
Yes,
manager.
Lu Kai said helplessly. He said he has OCD, he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't spend the whole amount.
There are people like this? Does this money have a grudge against him?
Manager Li looked surprised and thought for a moment before saying, could he be causing trouble? It shouldn't be, he looks normal, although his attire.
Lu Kai suddenly realized. Although Wei Chen exuded confidence, the problem was, he actually looked quite ordinary.
Well, except for being quite good-looking. At this moment, with Wei Chen's charm reaching 3 points, in the eyes of outsiders, he was already considered a handsome young man. Although he was still a bit behind the top handsome guys in the area, he was not far from catching up.
What's wrong? Is there really a problem?
Manager Li saw Lu Kai hesitating and increasingly felt that Wei Chen was causing trouble.
It's not really, just a strange feeling.
Lu Kai carefully chose his words.
Manager, why don't you go and take a look?
All right. After saying that, Manager Li put down the data report in his hand and led Lu Kai back to the lobby.
This is Mr. Wei. Lu Kai put on a friendly smile and introduced. This is our manager, Manager Li. You can discuss your situation with him. Wei Chen looked at Manager Li and said, I'll buy it for 2 million. But you can't give me a discount, it can't be too expensive either.
It has to be exactly 2 million.
Consumption treasure, I can pay in full immediately.
Manager Li, who had just been called over, was also stunned upon hearing this.
Just like Lu Kai and Wang Lei not far away. Manager Li suppressed his discomfort and forced a smile to ask, are you planning to pay now? Manager Li asked this question for one reason. He wanted to see if Wei Chen was serious.
If the other party was acting or had a mental illness, then when the payment code was brought, the problem would be revealed.
However, to his disappointment, Wei Chen immediately said, of course. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. It was almost noon, and Wei Chen hadn't had lunch yet. Upon hearing this, Manager Li no longer doubted Wei Chen. Because Wei Chen was indeed very normal, and he wouldn't cause trouble like this, right?
After 2 seconds of silence, Manager Li said slowly, Xiao Lu, bring the payment code and contract. At the same time, Manager Li did not neglect Wei Chen.
Mr. Wei, hello. Your request has not been seen before, but as a regular 4S store, we certainly can't let you spend money in vain, right?
How about this, you pay the extra money, and I will arrange for someone to help you with the pre-maintenance and upkeep. In addition, I will also give you a free 1-year checkup, maintenance, and car wash card. Besides these, we will also take care of the issues with your new car's film. This way, your money won't be spent in vain.
Is this acceptable to you? Listening to the rapid-fire discounts, Wei Chen remained calm. Just 2 million is fine.
Upon hearing this, Manager Li felt a slight relief.
Although Wei Chen's behavior was extremely unusual, and everything that happened today contradicted his understanding.
But at this moment, looking at Wei Chen, Manager Li had to admit one thing. That is, the world of the rich is indeed too domineering.
But he really couldn't just take Wei Chen's extra money for nothing.
As Manager Li said, they were a regular 4S store, and there were rules to follow. So he would exchange the extra money for equivalent benefits.
Equivalent to Wei Chen spending money to buy services, this will not damage their store's reputation.
Of course, the main reason why Manager Li compromised so quickly is that the 2 million car
is not really that easy to sell.
It's not that it can't be sold, but the people who can afford to pay for a 2 million car in full have too many choices.
Why must they buy a BMW? If people can afford to pay for a 2 million BMW in full, why not consider a Lamborghini, Bentley, or Maybach next door?
So Manager Li didn't waste much time and directly asked Lu Kai to get the contract. Otherwise, Wei Chen might have been snatched away by another store as soon as he left. What Manager Li didn't know was that Wei Chen only had 2 million. And precisely because Wei Chen only had 2 million, he walked into the BMW 4S store without hesitation. Otherwise, if he had 10 million on him, he wouldn't have gone to look around at Maybach or Lamborghini stores.
After a while, Lu Kai came back with a contract.
The purchasing power in this world is very strong. Even payments of several million can be made directly by scanning a QR code.
Without much thought, Wei Chen scanned the money using the payment code.
Meanwhile, Manager Li and Lu Kai were both lost in thought. Today's events had a bit of an impact on them, so they were still digesting it. However, not far away, Wan Lei, who had been observing, suddenly felt a stomachache. Having just finished lunch, Wan Lei felt that he might have indigestion.
Mr. Wei, here is your invoice, please keep it safe. You can come to pick up the car in 3 to 5 days.
Manager Li said respectfully, while Lu Kai handed the invoice to Wei Chen. At this moment, Lu Kai's gaze towards Wei Chen had completely changed. It was a genuine respect from the heart. Having been in this line of work for 7 years, he had never seen such a domineering customer.
What's a couple of thousand for neat spending?
At this moment, Wei Chen was actually secretly feeling lucky. He had just happened to encounter a similar priced car. Otherwise, if it had been tens of thousands more, he wouldn't have done it like this, or else others would think he had some serious illness. I have added you on Feixin. Once everything is processed, I will inform you immediately. Or if you have any issues, you can contact me anytime. Wei Chen nodded. The new car had to be brought in from another city, so he wouldn't be able to get the car now. Manager Li escorted Wei Chen all the way to the gate before returning to the store. Lu Kai was still seeing him off. By the way, Mr. Wei, how did you come here today? Lu Kai suddenly thought of this question and asked casually. Me? I took the bus, Wei Chen said without hesitation. Lu Kai's expression froze again, and it was a while before he deeply admired. Mr.
Wei, that's really elegant.
Wei Chen smiled and waved his hand.
Forced by circumstances. Lu Kai sighed. Mr. Wei, you are really humorous. Spending 2 million to buy a car and not even willing to accept a discount. With your attitude, forced by circumstances. Who would believe that if you said it out loud?
After seeing Wei Chen off at the bus station, Lu Kai prepared to return to the 4S store. However, before leaving, Lu Kai still kindly asked, Mr.
Wei, do you need help with handling the license plate and registration certificate later? If you need help, I can accompany you then. This was Lu Kai's personal assistants. Salespeople like them didn't necessarily have to do these things. Wei Chen nodded at this and said, That's great, I don't understand these things.
Lu Kai immediately smiled. These are all simple, mainly need to go to a few places for registration. It will take some time, but won't cost much. In Lu Kai's view, people like Wei Chen definitely wouldn't care about the small amount of money for the road fee, so he just mentioned it casually. But when Wei Chen heard this, he was shocked. He had never bought a car before, so he didn't understand these things. He always thought that once he bought a car and got the license plate, he could hit the road. But now, he still had to spend money? How much would all those things you mentioned cost? Wei Chen couldn't help but ask. Lu Kai casually replied, including purchase tax, vehicle tax, and insurance, it's probably over 200,000. As soon as Wei Chen heard this, he was dumbfounded. What? It would cost over 200,000? Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Mr. Wei. Lu Kai didn't notice the change in Wei Chen's expression and continued to smile warmly. I have work to do, so I'll head back first. I'll contact you when the car is ready. Watching Lu Kai gradually walk away, Wei Chen felt a wave of frustration in his heart. If he had known earlier, why would he even buy a car? How could he afford all those insurances and taxes? Originally, Wei Chen thought that even if he bought insurance, it would only cost a few thousand. In his previous life, he saw people paying only a few thousand for insurance. Wei Chen thought to himself, he still had a few thousand yuan in his credit card limit, which should be enough. But the other party mentioned over 200,000 in one go. This was beyond what Wei Chen could accept. Thinking of this, Wei Chen quickly looked towards the system. After completing the task, the reward had been issued the moment he paid. However, Wei Chen had been too busy to check. Now, taking advantage of the bus delay, Wei Chen immediately opened the system. Ding! Task completed, splurge. Ding! Task reward, extended lifespan by 7 days has been issued. Ding! Task reward, randomly hidden attribute value of 1 point has been issued, enhancing the value for the charm attribute. After confirming the task rewards, Wei Chen felt even more frustrated. The hidden attribute he most wanted was undoubtedly luck, followed by intelligence, which was also acceptable. But why did he randomly get charm again? Last time it was locked, but now it's random and still charm? What the hell? Looking at the attribute panel, Wei Chen noticed that his system evaluation had changed. Host, Wei Chen. Current remaining lifespan, 106 days. Strength, 4 points. Slightly stronger than an ordinary high school student. Agility, 5 points. Standard attribute for a normal adult male. Intelligence, 6 points. With a little effort, getting into a prestigious university is not a dream. Stamina, 3 points. Average level of a junior high school student. Don't you feel ashamed? Charm, 4 points. In an era of beauty, 90% of the opposite sex characters will involuntarily have a good impression of you, with the effect halved for the same sex. Luck, 5 points. Are you the legendary chosen one? Insight, 2 points. Nothing special. Wei Chen's charm value was previously 3 points, but now it was 4 points. The evaluation had changed from you are one perfect filter away from becoming an internet celebrity to in an era of beauty, 90% of the opposite sex characters will involuntarily have a good impression of you, with the effect halved for the same sex. It had to be said that such a change was indeed a qualitative one. But for Wei Chen, what was the use of being so good-looking? It was nothing but trouble, utterly useless. System, can I sell that car for money? This was a question Wei Chen had been pondering for a long time. Now, Wei Chen finally couldn't help but ask. Mainly because he couldn't drive that car. And the over 200,000 road fee. Ding! Yes, you can. Wei Chen felt relieved, but the system immediately added. Under the name of the host, any tangible/intangible assets purchased with system funds can be disposed of by oneself after 3 months. What the heck? 3 months? That's like waiting for something that may never happen. What if it's auctioned off early? Ding! That would cause uncontrollable consequences. Goodness, uncontrollable consequences too. Why not just say it's going to kill me? Of course, Wei Chen only said that in his heart. To survive cancer, you still need the system daddy. Huazhou Courtyard. Top villa area in Magic City, inside an extremely luxurious villa. Zhang Hanying, wearing a face mask, walked down from the second-floor bathroom. Xiao Wei. What? Xiao Wei, who was busy dealing with various issues such as commercial endorsements on the first floor, replied impatiently. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well? Zhang Hanying, with a smile, pounced on Xiao Wei, successfully messing up all the documents and contracts in her hands. What are you doing? You're so annoying. Xiao Wei said fiercely while tidying up. I'll fire you sooner or later. Ha, I'll be waiting for you. Zhang Hanying patted the face mask on her face and suddenly remembered something, saying casually, Did you tell Wei Chen? Did you send the money to him? Xiao Wei, who was busy tidying up, paused. What's wrong? Zhang Hanying asked in confusion. He said he doesn't want the money. What? I said, he refuses to take the money. Xiao Wei shouted angrily. Is he out of his mind? I said I wanted to compensate him, and he looked disgusted. Anyway, I'm not dealing with this anymore. If you have the ability, you go talk to him. Looking at the furious Xiao Wei, Zhang Hanying was also stunned. He doesn't want a compensation of 1.5 million? Does he think the amount is too small? Begging for everyone's 5-star reviews, the author thanks you all here. Zhang Hanying thought and couldn't come up with a conclusion. She really couldn't understand why Wei Chen refused her money. Whether it's fighting against cancer or normal human thinking, there should be no reason to refuse it. Especially since Zhang Hanying could feel that Wei Chen didn't like her. After all, she hit him, and if he doesn't like her, Zhang Hanying can understand that. But there's absolutely no need to refuse the compensation because of this. Does he think we're giving too little? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Hanying couldn't help but ask. Don't you understand? He's rejecting our money, not because it's too little. These are two different concepts. Xiao Wei became angrier as she thought about it, her words bursting out like a string of firecrackers. If he really thought it was too little, I wouldn't be this angry. You have no idea, when I talked to him on the phone, that kid was so arrogant. It's as if he would die if he took our money. That disdainful attitude is simply despicable. And, he doesn't even want to know how much money we want to give him. After listening to Xiao Wei's words, Jang Hanying sitting on the sofa fell silent instantly, because she suddenly remembered the scene from last night. Life and death are destined, wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. In the dark, everything is predetermined. When Wei Chen said these words, the casual and disdainful tone, Jang Hanying remembered it so clearly. These two sentences seem ordinary, but they seem to contain a profound meaning as simple as the Great Way, making people always want to savor them. And each time you savor them, you will have a different feeling and understanding. I didn't expect him to be quite talented. I've never heard anyone say these two sentences before. However, for someone like him, fighting against the disease alone must be very hard, right? My grandfather passed away too. All because of me. I caused him to not even see his grandfather one last time. Jang Hanying felt more and more guilty in her heart. At the same time, she suddenly understood why Wei Chen didn't want their compensation money. How could such a free-spirited and talented person be burdened by money after knowing that his life is coming to an end? However, even though Jang Hanying knew all this, she still couldn't turn a blind eye. As the one responsible for the accident, Jang Hanying, due to her identity, had to suppress this matter. However, with a kind heart, she couldn't accept her inaction. No, this money must be given to him. Otherwise, just the severity of cancer. Thinking of the hospital examination report, Jang Hanying's eyes gradually became firm. She had to save this innocent, filial, free-spirited, non-materialistic, and talented person. I'll call him. Give me the phone. Jang Hanying suddenly spoke, startling the busy Xiao Wei. But Xiao Wei's face quickly showed a hint of mockery. As if saying, girl, you will soon realize how infuriating it is to call that guy. In a well-doing noodle shop, Wei Chen ordered a bowl of braised noodles and was eating it hot. The cost of living in the city was really high. In Wei Chen's hometown in his past life, a bowl of braised noodles cost only 10 yuan. But in the city, a bowl of braised noodles was sold for 30 yuan. This made Wei Chen eat with even more gusto, as if he wouldn't even let the soup go to waste. But today was destined to be an extraordinary day. Just as he finished his noodles and was about to finish the soup, Wei Chen's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Wei Chen fell silent. After a few seconds, he answered the call. Hello. Wei Chen's expression was very calm, saying lightly, what's up? I still have some things at your place. Can I come over now to get them? Hearing this, Wei Chen's mouth subconsciously lifted. Sure, when will you be here? In half an hour, I'll call you when I arrive. Okay. After that, Wei Chen hung up the phone directly. But looking at the name on the screen, Wei Chen sneered. The one who called him was Chen Shui, Wei Chen's ex-girlfriend. However, this ex-girlfriend had broken up with Wei Chen a few days ago. At that time, the present Wei Chen had not crossed over yet. So, in fact, this matter had nothing to do with the present Wei Chen. But he still couldn't stand it. The two were college classmates, childhood sweethearts, and deeply in love. But just 2 months after graduating from college, Chen Shui broke up with him. The reason was simple. She said they were not suitable. But how could they not be suitable? It was just that Chen Shui was lucky enough to get a job at a big company. Then, she caught the eye of a manager. Wei Chen, who had been broken up with before, didn't actually blame Chen Shui, because her family background was indeed not good. Chen Shui lost her father at a young age and had a half-sister from another mother, both of whom were raised by her mother alone. Chen Shui's childhood and youth were very difficult. After being with Wei Chen, she didn't have a good day. Moreover, Chen Shui's sister had never approved of Chen Shui being with Wei Chen. The reason for disapproval was naturally Wei Chen's average family background. Wei Chen's hometown was a fourth-tier city in Anhui province, without a house or a car. If Chen Shui followed him in the future, if she couldn't settle down in the city, she would have to return to the fourth-tier city. How could Chen Shui's sister agree to that? So Chen Shui only broke up with Wei Chen so quickly because she caught the manager's eye at work. But even though Chen Shui had countless reasons, Wei Chen had only one thing to say: if you want to leave, then leave. We'll each go our own way. You have your path in the sun, and I have my bridge to cross alone. Who can't live without who? But since you've left, don't look back. If you do, Wei Chen won't even spare a glance. The original owner was deeply pained upon learning of the breakup, which led to his soulless state and the subsequent car accident. But now, Wei Chen has arrived in this world. The love, hate, and entanglements between the original owner and Chen Shui have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't want to get involved. However, if they do meet, he won't be as miserable and sorrowful as before. Wei Chen only seeks a carefree and joyful life. After finishing his noodles, Wei Chen calmly paid the bill and prepared to go home. If the other party comes to pick up their things, he won't stop them. But this will undoubtedly be the last time the other party returns to his home, even if it's temporary or rented. While Wei Chen was pondering how to completely sever ties with Chen Shui, his phone rang again. This time, seeing the caller ID, Wei Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Why won't this woman give up? You won't rest until you've killed me, right? Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Wei Chen? Hearing the woman's voice on the phone, Wei Chen was taken aback.
He thought it was Xiao Wei because the caller ID showed Xiao Wei's number.
But who knew it was Zhang Hanying calling? Wow, you couldn't kill me with your car, now you want to crush me with money?
Thinking this, Wei Chen's voice turned several degrees colder.
What's the matter? Wei Chen's indifference meant something else to Zhang Hanying. She thought Wei Chen was still angry about her hitting him with her car. I heard from Xiao Wei. Zhang Hanying took a deep breath and explained. She said you didn't want to accept compensation, but I think you should consider it.
After all, the cancer drugs are very expensive in China. You also know that, given your situation, if you don't take the medication, it's very likely.
Likely what? Wei Chen suddenly interrupted. Likely. You won't live long.
Zhang Hanying's voice was very low, filled with deep remorse.
But to Wei Chen, it only fueled his anger. You don't give me money, and I guarantee I'll live just fine. No need.
Wei Chen called a car and added, you don't need to worry about my affairs.
I won't meddle in your affairs either. As for the money, don't bring it up again. 1,500,000 won't cure my illness.
Wei Chen said casually, leaving the taxi driver stunned.
Wow, casually mentioning 1,500,000? What kind of illness is that? Zhang Hanying's expression also froze upon hearing this.
Yes, it's said that the latest cancer drugs developed in the United States, combined with surgery, can effectively slow down cancer spread. But that surgery reportedly starts at 3 million. And it only has a certain effect, not a guaranteed cure. His own 1,500,000 is indeed not enough. Thinking this, Zhang Hanying immediately made up her mind.
Here's the thing, Mr. Wei.
I think a phone call might not be enough to explain.
Can we meet in person?
Hearing this, Wei Chen felt a wave of confusion.
Wasn't what he said clear enough? I have some things to attend to now, I need to go home. It might not be convenient.
Wei Chen thought his hint was clear enough. But the next moment, Zhang Hanying replied, it's okay, send me your address, I'll be there soon. Zhang Hanying felt that he must educate Wei Chen on the latest American medical technology. He couldn't let the other party give up hope of living so easily. Wei Chen listened to the other party's words, feeling somewhat strange. However, this time he did not refuse. Wei Chen felt that a phone call might not dispel this crazy woman's terrifying thoughts. It must be dealt with face to face to truly address the root of the problem. Alright, I'll send it to you later. Wei Chen didn't waste any words, he hung up the phone directly and sent the address to the other party. The driver on the side was already bursting with curiosity. When he saw Wei Chen finish the call, he couldn't help but ask, young man, are you sick?
Yes, I am sick. What illness can't be cured even with 1.5 million? Cancer, advanced stage.
The driver's face changed drastically after hearing this. If cancer could be transmitted through the air, he would have asked Wei Chen to get off the car immediately. In this world, cancer is a fatal disease with no cure. Looking at the real plague next to him and the indifferent look in the other party's eyes, the driver felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. No, after completing this trip, he must go wash the car. A thorough wash. However, just as the driver had such thoughts in his mind, he also was stunned when he saw Wei Chen's profile. Wow, this young man is really handsome. It's a pity that such a handsome young man has actually got cancer. The driver couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. Wei Chen, whose charm had already reached 4 points, was unaware that his charm was gradually starting to take effect.
When Wei Chen returned home, it was just past 1 in the afternoon.
He immediately received 2 messages.
Chen Shui, arriving in 10 minutes. Zhang Hanying, arriving in 20 minutes.
Seeing these 2 messages, Wei Chen felt happy. These 2 people are quite in sync. After looking at his relatively clean and tidy home, Wei Chen quickly tidied up the table and leaned back on the sofa. Lighting a cigarette for himself, Wei Chen quietly waited for the 2 women who were about to arrive.
Before long, Chen Shui arrived first. Why are you smoking again? Chen Shui smelled the smoke as soon as she entered, couldn't help but frown. Isn't this none of your business?
Wei Chen said indifferently, continued smoking his cigarette without even looking at her.
Seeing Wei Chen's attitude, Chen Shui was also taken aback.
Just a few days ago, when she and Wei Chen broke up, Wei Chen seemed unwilling to agree. But today, Wei Chen suddenly became so indifferent. This made Chen Shui feel very uncomfortable.
You never used to talk to me like this before. Chen Shui felt a bit uncomfortable.
Although her time with Wei Chen was tough and poor, Wei Chen was genuinely good to her. He never said a harsh word to her.
But now that they've broken up, Wei Chen seems like a different person. How should I talk then?
Wei Chen raised his head this time, looked at Chen Shui. After a pause, Wei Chen suddenly smiled.
If I'm too enthusiastic towards someone else's girlfriend, wouldn't that be inappropriate? What do you mean?
Chen Shui felt a bit guilty, but then angrily said. Although the manager was still pursuing her, she hadn't agreed yet. Even though Chen Shui knew she would definitely accept the manager's pursuit. But since it hadn't happened yet, she couldn't accept Wei Chen talking about her like that.
Oh, the smile on Wei Chen's face didn't diminish as he leaned back on the sofa. So you won't date your manager? And you can still reject him?
Oh, right, you just broke up, and you've already found someone new so quickly. It doesn't look good, does it? Faced with Wei Chen's cutting words, Chen Shui was both shocked and angry.
For some reason, Wei Chen today was different from before.
This made Chen Shui feel anxious, uneasy, and at a loss. The man who had always been under her control and love suddenly seemed to be like a kite with a broken string, flying further and further away. And she was powerless. Chen Shui didn't like this feeling, especially the feeling that made her feel deeply betrayed. She didn't betray. It's just that their circumstances didn't allow them to be together. They were both defeated by reality.
Please show some respect for me. Chen Shui's expression gradually turned cold.
I'll take my things and leave. You don't need to say these things.
Break up is break up. Don't act like a scorned woman. It's not good for anyone to do that. Wei Chen took a deep breath, the smoke rings turning into white mist rising higher and higher. I was just telling the truth. You've taken your things, just leave. With that, Wei Chen never looked up again, not even glancing at Chen Shui.
Watching Wei Chen's casual and unfamiliar attitude, Chen Shui was momentarily lost in thought. She had once loved this man in front of her. Loved him deeply. But she couldn't be with him in the end. Just as Chen Shui was about to say something, she suddenly froze. Perhaps because of the lighting in the room, she suddenly realized that Wei Chen today
seemed even more handsome than before.
Seeing this, Chen Shui carefully examined Wei Chen's appearance, and this look only confirmed her thoughts.
How did I not notice before? He's actually so handsome. Wei Chen, actually. Knock, knock, knock.
Before Chen Shui could finish her murmured words, the door of Wei Chen's house suddenly rang. Chen Shui hesitated slightly and saw Wei Chen slowly getting up.
Sorry, I have other guests today. Guests? Chen Shui instantly became wary. You don't have many friends in the city. Where did these guests come from? Wei Chen didn't turn his head, just calmly said, I think I'm not obligated to explain anything to you, am I, Miss Chen Shui? Chen Shui took a deep breath but didn't say anything. Looking at the even more handsome Wei Chen than before, Chen Shui felt like her heart was turned upside down, a mix of emotions. Hello, Mr. Wei. Jang Hanying was still dressed as usual, wearing large sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a mask. Come in.
Wei Chen led the other person in, and Jang Hanying immediately saw Chen Shui standing there.
You have a guest? Who is she?
Both women spoke at the same time, then fell silent, looking at each other.
One with confusion, the other with anger. Wei Chen, who is she? Have you been seeing someone else outside?
Chen Shui was very agitated. She thought she had let Wei Chen down, but unexpectedly, it was Wei Chen who had let her down. This instantly elevated her to a moral high ground, and she immediately began to attack Wei Chen.
Oh, so you already have someone new. You're making me sound worthless, aren't you? Thieves cry stop thief, right? Watching the hysterical Chen Shui, the light in Wei Chen's eyes grew colder.
He could accept Chen Shui coming back to get her things, or even accept her breaking up with him after finding someone wealthy. But he couldn't accept this mudslinging behavior. Jang Hanying looked puzzled, about to explain, but was stopped by Wei Chen. Wei Chen walked up to Chen Shui, lit a cigarette slowly, and then, as if recalling something, began to speak slowly.
Sophomore year, someone told you that I was having ambiguous relationship with a junior. That night, you found me and deleted all the female friends in my phone, leaving only my family. You said, I love you, so you shouldn't have other opposite-sex friends. I didn't say anything about it.
Wei Chen's words made Chen Shui tremble. She stared blankly at Wei Chen, but heard Wei Chen continue, in my junior year, I stayed in the Magic City for the summer, preparing to work and earn some money because you said your research group was short of funds. That day, it should be in August, I finished work, went back to the restaurant dormitory to take a shower.
When I came out, you happened to come to find me.
As soon as you entered, you didn't ask me if the work was hard, or how I was doing. Instead, seeing me just finished showering, you went crazy and turned the dorm upside down as if looking for other women's hair and clothes, but found nothing. I didn't argue with you, the past is the past. At this point, Wei Chen's cigarette was already half burned.
These are the real events that happened between Wei Chen and Chen Shui.
After saying all this, Wei Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. I didn't argue with you because you were my girlfriend at that time. I didn't argue with you because I know where my bottom line is. But now, when you have nothing to do with me, why do you slander my relationship with others? Why? Wei Chen's tone gradually turned cold, and towards the end, he spoke word by word. Chen Shui was speechless by Wei Chen's expression and words, but she still glared with anger, unwilling to admit.
You naturally have your explanation.
I'm leaving after taking my things. I hope we never cross paths in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Wei Chen chuckled at these words.
Thank you very much.
Chen Shui blushed, feeling a surge of blood and anger. She stopped talking and packed up her remaining belongings. On the side, Jang Hanying also roughly understood the situation, feeling embarrassed. Fortunately, her secrecy work was good, and Wei Chen couldn't see her expression at all. In a tense atmosphere, Chen Shui quickly packed up her things. As she left, she didn't look at Wei Chen again but left a sentence. Wan Lu is getting married next week. If you have any sense, don't come.
Wei Chen ignored Chen Shui and just watched her close the door.
Wang Lu, a mutual friend of him and Chen Shui, belonged to the kind of brothers. Originally, Wei Chen would definitely have taken Chen Shui to Wan Lu's wedding.
But now, they had broken up. So if they met at the banquet, it would definitely be awkward.
This was why Chen Shui left that reminder.
However, in Wei Chen's view, he did nothing wrong, so why shouldn't he attend his brother's wedding? If it became awkward, it would be the awkwardness of making a mistake. What did it have to do with him?
On the other hand, Jang Hanying was relieved when Chen Shui finally left. She was really afraid of a conflict. If her identity was recognized by the other party, the trouble would be even greater.
I made you witness a joke. Wei Chen sat back on the sofa and said casually. It's okay, it was sudden for me to come find you.
Jang Hanying patted her chest and laughed. Sit, the place is small, just make yourself at home.
Thank you. Wei Chen poured a glass of water and casually asked, what are you really thinking? Wei Chen really couldn't figure out this woman's mind. She was so determined to give him money. What did it mean?
The system has not shown the completion of the task so far, indicating that this woman's thieving heart is still alive. If it were a normal person, they would have accepted it with a smile, but Wei Chen couldn't. That would be deadly. Today, this crazy woman must be conquered. With this thought in mind, Wei Chen also looked towards the other person. Just as Jang Hanying was about to respond to Wei Chen, she also looked at him. For a moment, their eyes met. Wei Chen didn't feel much because Jang Hanying had covered his face tightly. But Jang Hanying felt a lot. Why did he feel like he looked handsome again? When Jang Hanying looked at Wei Chen, she became a bit absent-minded. Although she had been in the entertainment industry for many years, it was rare to see a naturally good-looking guy like him. Just based on his appearance, he could make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. His achievements would not be low. But why didn't she notice it when she saw him yesterday? Lost in her wild thoughts, Jang Hanying didn't notice that Wei Chen's expression was gradually changing. Looking at the silent Jang Hanying, Wei Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. How could this crazy woman start pretending to be mute again? Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang? Wei Chen called out several times in a row, finally bringing Jang Hanying's thoughts back to reality. Oh, Jang Hanying's brain buzzed, suddenly reacting. What was wrong with her? Secretly scolding herself, Jang Hanying quickly composed herself. I wanted to talk to you about your cancer situation. Isn't it about discussing compensation? Wei Chen asked, puzzled. That too, but mainly about your illness, Jang Hanying explained. Actually, you don't need to be so pessimistic. Although cancer remains a challenge, medical institutions around the world have been actively researching. I heard that in the United States, they have developed a drug that, when combined with surgery, can effectively stop the spread of cancer. Even Jang Hanying herself didn't realize that, unconsciously, she was becoming more and more interested in the unfamiliar man in front of her. This made Jang Hanying genuinely want to cure Wei Chen's illness. But when Wei Chen heard this, he looked puzzled. Isn't there no cure for cancer in this world? Thinking this, Wei Chen pretended to be in deep thought. Seeing this, Jang Hanying didn't say much, waiting for Wei Chen's response. In reality, Wei Chen had already opened his system customer service. System, is there really a way to stop cancer in this world? Ding! The drug mentioned by Jang Hanying is just a suppressive drug and cannot cure cancer. Apart from effectively reducing the pain of the patient and preventing the accelerated deterioration of cancer cells, it cannot effectively treat or eradicate the disease. Hearing this, Wei Chen let out a sigh of relief. If there were really drugs and surgeries to treat cancer, he would have been quite anxious. If he really wasn't sick, who knows if the system would still be there? Who knows what would happen then?
Miss Jang. After learning that Jang Hanying's plan was completely useless, Wei Chen immediately looked serious.
Perhaps in your eyes, being able to live is the most important thing for a person.
But everyone has their own way of living.
I think, even if I only have 3 months left to live, I should live in my own way. Instead of going against the natural order, trying to prolong life.
What's the difference between living like that and being dead?
Wei Chen said these words without blushing or panting, even though he himself didn't believe them, and said them very seriously. But this made Jang Hanying, who was listening equally seriously, once again enter a state of absent-mindedness. In this world, there are truly such magnanimous people. This thought immediately occupied Jang Hanying's mind deeply, unable to shake off.
But there is a solution. Jang Hanying wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Wei Chen.
I know, Miss Jang, the reason you think and act this way is out of self-blame.
But actually, I no longer hold a grudge against you,
although you broke my leg and almost killed me on the spot.
But people must look forward. Since I survived, then the outcome is the best.
Moreover, it was destined for this calamity to happen, so there was no escaping it. Wei Chen spoke with great righteousness, but his heart was filled with curses. If he could, he really wanted to take advantage of Jang Hanying. After all, it was himself who got hit, and almost got killed. How could he not be angry? But the problem was, the system didn't allow him to accept external gifts and compensation.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Listening to Wei Chen's words, Jang Hanying instantly felt enlightened. She understood. Wei Chen in front of her was different from the ordinary people.
He viewed life so lightly, his understanding of life was so profound. The phrase destined by fate summed up the various aspects of human life. At this moment, Wei Chen was not aware that Jang Hanying had gained enlightenment. But seeing Jang Hanying's eyes gradually shining, he felt he had to say something more, to prevent this crazy woman from coming up with any more crazy ideas. After a moment of frantic thinking, Wei Chen suddenly came up with an idea.
Miss Jang, since you have this money, why not do something good with it? There is actually no good solution for cancer in the world.
Instead of wasting this money on me, why not help those who truly need it?
For example, those children in the deep mountains, they need this money more than I do.
They are the flowers of the motherland, the future of the country. They need attention and help more than I do. A strong youth makes a strong nation.
As a Chinese citizen, I hope you can understand this truth. Wei Chen spoke sincerely, because he truly meant what he said.
Anyway, since Jang Hanying wanted to spend money, it was better to help those children, which could be considered doing something meaningful. It could also accumulate some merit for himself. It was better than harming himself. Finally, Wei Chen's words touched Jang Hanying. Looking at the man in front of her who was nearing the end of his life, Jang Hanying's heart was filled with turbulent waves. At the same time, her admiration for Wei Chen rose to a new height. Faced with life and death, Wei Chen sitting in front of her was completely fearless. Not only that, this man never thought of himself, his broad-mindedness had long forgiven her for the mistake of almost killing him. And in the face of only 3 months left to live, Wei Chen's thoughts were still on those neglected, lovely poor children. All of this deeply impressed Jang Hanying from the bottom of her heart.
I understand, Mr. Wei.
Jang Hanying slowly stood up, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle.
I have learned. Just then, Wei Chen's system prompt finally sounded. But Wei Chen was too busy to check it now. Because he had to confirm the current situation in front of him, everything had to be settled. Otherwise, just thinking about this crazy woman, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Facing Jang Hanying's bow, Wei Chen quickly stepped forward to help her up, once again speaking with great righteousness. If you really want to help me, then donate that compensation to the children in the mountains. This time, Jang Hanying did not try to persuade further. In her opinion, if she continued to persuade, it would no longer be goodwill. It would be an insult. Faced with such a noble person, how could she use worldly thoughts to speculate about the other party? I will go back later and talk to my agent about this. When I have news on my end, I hope Mr. Wei will allow me to treat you to a meal, to express my inner guilt. Finally, thank you for the lesson you gave me today. Jang Hanying vaguely felt that she had grown. At this moment, she felt that her life would undergo some subtle changes because of the man in front of her. Of course, Wei Chen could not know about Jang Hanying's psychological activities. However, Wei Chen was also very happy at the moment, because he finally dealt with a terrorist. Although this time he only dealt with a crazy woman, completed an urgent task, and took a simple step forward. But this success was a significant step towards his goal of living to 100 years old. Take care. Wei Chen sent Jang Hanying out the door with a hint of relaxation. Mr. Wei. Jang Hanying, standing outside the door, hesitated greatly and finally made up her mind. Can I add you on Feixin?
Upon hearing this, Wei Chen immediately became alert.
What does this lunatic want to do again? Mr. Wei, don't overthink it. Jang Hanying explained immediately when she saw Wei Chen's silence. I just thought that donating to impoverished children is closely related to you.
At that time, there may be some things, having a contact method would also facilitate communication between us.
Jang Hanying was speaking sincerely.
But in her heart, there was still a faint expectation.
Even she didn't know what she was expecting. Wei Chen hesitated for a moment after hearing this.
He and Jang Hanying didn't have a way to contact each other, and the one who contacted him before was always Xiaowei's phone number. So from what Jang Hanying said, it seemed fine.
But Wei Chen was still uneasy. So after thinking about it, Wei Chen still refused the request. Actually, my time is short.
I can't take care of those children for long, so whether I'm there or not doesn't matter. What matters is you, after I'm gone, whether you can carry on with this matter.
But I believe in you. You can definitely handle this, because you are a kind girl.
Wei Chen said with a righteous face, mixed with a hint of expectation, patiently.
Jang Hanying was stunned.
She didn't expect Wei Chen to trust her so much. Although she still felt a bit lost, Jang Hanying nodded heavily.
Don't worry, Mr. Wei. I will definitely carry out your will.
Wei Chen smiled with relief.
Go on, be safe on your way back. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Wei. Watching Jang Hanying slowly turn around, Wei Chen quickly closed the door. This woman was finally settled. But it was damn not easy.
And in the corridor outside the door, Jang Hanying heard the sound of the door closing behind her, and she immediately turned around slowly. Thinking of Wei Chen's words just now, Jang Hanying inexplicably felt her eyes welling up with tears.
She had seen many hypocrites who talked about patriotism and righteousness.
She had seen the ugliest chaos in the entertainment industry, watching those people use various banners of justice to do the most despicable things. But today, Jang Hanying truly understood what it meant that there are always higher mountains and better people beyond. Huaxia still has people of high integrity like Mr. Wei. Looking at the old gate, Jang Hanying stood for a long time. Then, she silently bowed.
Mr.
Wei, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Little did she know that Wei Chen, who was still outside his own gate, returned to his room with a joyful heart. Although his home only had one bedroom, lying on the bed, Wei Chen immediately summoned the system.
Ding! Emergency task completed, sneer. Ding, this task currently has no rewards.
The simple and plain system prompts calmed Wei Chen's heart. The system confirmed that he had completed the task, so Jang Hanying should not come to cause trouble for him again.
In Wei Chen's view, he should not have much interaction with Jang Hanying in the future.
After all, he was just an ordinary person, while the other party was a goddess popular throughout Asia.
With this thought in mind, Wei Chen's mind became clear.
However, Wei Chen still quietly became more cautious. In the future, he should avoid wealthy people.
Who knows what these people are thinking? Rarely at ease, Wei Chen didn't want to think too much at the moment.
Although he could immediately ask the system for a task, he didn't do so right away. He wasn't a workhorse, and from yesterday until now, his nerves had been highly tense. Now that he could finally relax a bit, he didn't want to rush into doing tasks.
This afternoon, Wei Chen mainly read the news, surfed the internet, and then digested and integrated the memories of the original host.
Although Wei Chen had acquired those memories when he crossed over, they had come suddenly, and he was still having some trouble adapting. After an afternoon of integration, digestion, learning, and understanding, Wei Chen felt like he was now a native of this world. It must be said that this world had many differences from the world Wei Chen had known. This world didn't have global stars like Michael Jackson, basketball legends like Jordan and Kobe, or football superstars like Ronaldo and Messi. This world lacked emperors like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, intellectuals like Lu Xun from the May 4th movement, Newton's laws, and numerous Nobel Prizes. Everything in this world was self-contained and completely different from the world Wei Chen was familiar with. However, strangely, although this world lacked many major events and figures from Wei Chen's memories, other people or events always appeared to fill those gaps.
Everything seemed so reasonable that Wei Chen couldn't find any flaws.
At the same time, although the developmental histories of Huaxia in the two worlds were not exactly the same, they also had similarities. Both Huaxias had experienced dark moments and had risen rapidly in the past 100 years. Well, although the details are different, the general direction is the same.
Wei Chen slowly put down his iPad and rubbed his forehead. It was already evening. Wei Chen directly opened his payment app, ready to order takeout.
But when he saw his account balance, it was less than 100 yuan after paying the rent.
Wei Chen froze instantly.
He remembered last night in the live broadcast room of a female anchor, where he spent 500,000 yuan in anger. He also remembered this morning at the BMW dealership, where he angrily bought a 2 million luxury car.
And just this afternoon, he remembered rejecting 1.5 million yuan in economic assistance. But now I only have less than $100 left. Thinking of this, Wei Chen fell into silence instantly. System, give me a task. Ding. Host, why do you seem unhappy? I'm not unhappy, I'm just a little sad. Ding. May I ask, what can this system do to help you? I want a task where I can spend money freely. I hope that after spending the money on this task, I can still have some savings left. I have less than $100 in my pocket, Wei Chen said with a look of sorrow and indignation. And the next second, the system responded to him. Ding. The system has understood the host's needs. Ding. Optional task for freedom has been released. Do you accept this task? Yes/no? Looking at this sudden message, Wei Chen was stunned. So, this is how it can be played. Listening to the system's prompts, Wei Chen's heart began to race. However, Wei Chen still had his suspicions. System, why is there no task information for this task? Ding. This task is a randomly appearing optional task. You need to accept it first before you can view the task information. Hearing this, Wei Chen had no choice. Yes. With a hint of excitement, confusion, and nervousness, Wei Chen clicked to accept. The next second, the task information came flooding in. Optional task name, for freedom. Task description 1. The host needs to spend the 1 billion funds provided by the system in any way. Task description 2. The host must not spend this money on saving themselves. Task description 3. The host must not spend this money on any opposite-sex individuals other than themselves. Task deadline, 3 days. Task reward 1. Extend life by 7 days, unlock them all system. Task reward 2. Obtain free assets of 1 million. Failure penalty, serious worsening of the condition. Ding. Since this task is a randomly optional task, after the host accepts it, they will need to pay 100 days of life value. Ding. As this is the first appearance of this randomly optional task, the payment of life value has been automatically reduced. Ding. After accepting this task, the host will need to pay 10 days of life value. Ding. Life deducted. Looking at this long string of system task introductions, Wei Chen was dumbfounded. Why do I have to lose life value for accepting a task? Ding. This task is based on the host's wishes, so there is a fee for it. After being stunned for a while, Wei Chen finally understood. So, he could customize tasks for himself. But the cost is exchanging life. And this is not the scariest part. The scariest part is Wei Chen only has about 100 days left to live. If Wei Chen were a normal person, it would be fine. Even if he spent 100 days of life, it wouldn't be a big problem. But now, even if he got a discount, even if it was just 10 days less of life, it would mean that he instantly lost 1/10 of his life. Current remaining life, 96 days. Looking at his hard-earned 100 days of life being instantly reduced, Wei Chen was stunned. Wei Chen lay on the bed, stunned for a full 10 minutes. After a fierce and painful mental struggle, Wei Chen finally silently endured it all. After all, the life had already been spent. And from Wei Chen's understanding of the system, they probably don't support online life refunds. Well, completing the task can earn back life. And, this is at a discount. I won't be able to afford it in the future. Looking at the task rewards of extend life by 7 days and obtain 1 million free assets, Wei Chen finally recovered a bit. System, what is that system mall? Ding. As long as the host completes the task, you will know. Wei Chen sighed, knowing that he could only finish this task first. However, looking at the 100 million displayed on the system task, Wei Chen's heart warmed up again. This time, the system task had no requirements. He could spend it however he wanted. Finally, some good news. But when Wei Chen saw the star rating of the If for Freedom task, he once again felt a hint of doubt. Because this was a full 10 stars. This task was not too difficult, easy to spend, and unlimited in attempts. The only 2 requirements, no spending on women and no curing diseases, were not difficult either. Although the amount was large, compared to the previous entertainment to death and spend a fortune tasks, it shouldn't be as difficult as reaching 10 stars. But now, the star rating was full. Could it be that star rating not only represents difficulty but also signifies other situations? Wei Chen pondered and could only come up with a speculation. Perhaps, besides difficulty, star rating also represents uniqueness. Because in this task reward, there was an unlock for a system mall. This thing, just from the name, seemed extraordinary. After confirming these, Wei Chen had no intention of further research.
He opened the consumption treasure and ordered a takeaway hotpot for 500.
Better to do the task early. After ordering the takeaway, Wei Chen didn't have any other plans for today. He planned to wait until tomorrow to spend money, but for now, there was nothing to do. Wei Chen, lying at home, absent-mindedly opened the Warfish live broadcast. He had just unlocked the Emperor last night. He had to go back and take a look. At this moment, Min's live broadcast room had just started. Min, who had just started the broadcast, was dressed differently today. The black low-cut dress perfectly showcased her figure, attracting the attention of almost all male viewers in the live broadcast room. "Brothers, I'm here."
Min greeted the viewers with a sweet smile. Just then, a user with a red border entered the live broadcast room.
"Welcome Emperor Dawn to Min's live broadcast room."
A line of text automatically appeared above the live broadcast room.
Min's eyes lit up when she saw this line of text.
Last night, before Wei Chen left, he had given her a huge tip.
"Welcome, Dawn hubby." This time, Min didn't call Wei Chen brother anymore.
Because of Wei Chen's actions last night, he had successfully piqued this woman's interest. Min finally confirmed that this level 9 account, who unlocked the Emperor, was probably not an ordinary person. Without WeChat or chatting, he angrily spent 500,000 just to watch her dance all night.
Normal people wouldn't do such a thing.
So after last night's broadcast, Min carefully considered and decided to change her strategy. In any case, she couldn't let this Emperor slip away from her live broadcast room. In front of the phone screen, Wei Chen, seeing Min calling him her husband, couldn't help but smile. This girl, her mouth has gotten sweeter today. She didn't call him brother, she directly called him husband.
"Are we going to voice chat today?" Wei Chen typed a line and sent it out. The viewers also noticed Wei Chen's arrival and started to stir. Oh, Emperor Dawn is going to start spending money. Damn, is this the big shot who spent 500,000 angrily last night? Emperor Dawn, how much are you planning to spend tonight?
Min, looking at the numerous barrage of comments and Wei Chen's question, sweetly spoke up.
"Is Emperor Zhao's husband wanting to see me PK with someone?" Wei Chen thought for a moment and typed, "I don't want to watch, I just want to see you dance."
Seeing Wei Chen's response, Min was not angry and immediately said, "Okay, as long as brother Xiao Huang accompanies me tonight, I won't use voice chat." Based on the rewards Wei Chen gave her last night, as well as the treasure map bombing before leaving, Min felt that she had fulfilled Wei Chen's request today no matter what.
Wei Chen also smiled and said, "Let's get started then."
After typing, Wei Chen thought for a moment and directly called out the system. "System, I want to recharge for the Warfish live broadcast.
Will the system consider the funds as spent after recharging? Will it have any impact on who I reward with Warfish coins in the future?" Ding! The system will settle based on your first expenditure.
Once you recharge for the Warfish live broadcast, it is considered as spent, because the direct beneficiary is determined to be the live platform.
All subsequent expenditures will not be included in the calculation. This response was almost identical to when Wei Chen first completed the entertainment to death task.
It was at the moment he recharged. The task was deemed completed.
Now, receiving an accurate response again, Wei Chen felt much more at ease.
Following that, he directly recharged 1 million Warfish coins. It's not that he didn't want to recharge more, but he can only recharge 1 million at a time.
This time, Wei Chen recharged without any burden. He didn't feel angry at all for having to spend money.
The situation had completely changed within a day.
The current Wei Chen was different from the one yesterday. He had grown again. Let's get started then.
Seeing this barrage, Min was momentarily stunned.
Was he so eager to watch her dance this early?
Thinking this, Min began to look for music.
"Emperor Xiao, wait a moment, I'll get ready."
But before Min could find the music and adjust the camera, the barrage had already started to get chaotic. Emperor Xiao is not in a hurry to watch the dance, but in a hurry to send rockets.
Is the main course coming up so early today? Having an emperor at home is like having a treasure.
Watching the barrage of comments and chaos, Min could only smile helplessly. But this woman, even with a helpless smile, was still so captivating. Of course, the filter played a big role, but it couldn't be denied that Min's own conditions were indeed strong. In no time, Min had found the song and adjusted the camera.
"Emperor Xiao, I'm ready."
Seeing Wei Chen's lack of response for a while, Min quickly spoke up. She was afraid that Wei Chen might slip away secretly. In fact, Wei Chen had just gone to recharge.
Let's begin then." Min smiled and nodded.
Just as she said a pop-up box appeared.
"Xiao Bei wants to voice chat with me." Min instinctively spoke up.
But as soon as the words came out, she regretted it a bit.
Because she had promised Wei Chen not to PK with anyone today.
Emperor Xiao, wait a moment, I'll send her a message to explain. Min was afraid that Wei Chen might not understand the situation, so she quickly explained. I had agreed with Xiao Bei last night to PK together today, it wouldn't be nice to directly refuse. Just wait a moment. Wei Chen, upon hearing this, quickly glanced at Xiao Bei's livestream. To his surprise, the person on the other side was also a beautiful girl. With this realization, Wei Chen changed his mind. Let's PK, since we've already promised her. Min was about to send a message when she saw Wei Chen's barrage and quickly said, Okay, I'll join the voice chat then. Thank you for understanding, Xiao Wang husband. Since Min became a live streamer, she has always had a good relationship with Xiao Bei. Seeing that Wei Chen did not force her this time, she felt a slight relief in her heart. While talking, Min turned on her microphone. Hello. The screen split in two, with Min on the left just finishing her greeting, and the beauty on the right immediately responding to her. If Min's beauty is mature, intellectual, and sexy, then Xiaobei's beauty is elegant, pure, and sweet. Each has its own merits and beauty. For a moment, Wei Chen felt relaxed. From yesterday until now, almost everyone Wei Chen met seemed to give him a hard time. Yesterday, the several directors at the hospital and Zhang Hanying made him very unhappy. Today, Chen Shui and the people at the company were not any better. At this moment, Wei Chen was feeling frustrated with no outlet for his emotions. On the other side, Min also started chatting with Xiao Bei. I heard that you guys had the Emperor Xiaowan last night, and he's here today too. Xiao Bei's gentle voice immediately captured the hearts of countless viewers in the live stream room. That's right. Min said somewhat proudly, then added in a flattering tone, Xiao Wang husband is really good to me, he even gave me 20 treasure maps before leaving last night. Xiao Bei obviously knew about this, and she also expressed her envy. That's great, it's been a while since someone gave me treasure maps. Min's old viewers in the live stream room were not happy to hear this. Oh no, this bad woman wants to trick Xiao Wang into giving her gifts. Bad woman. She's trying to steal someone else's husband in the live stream. Min just smiled slightly at the barrage of comments, not getting angry. After all, her relationship with Xiao Bei was still good. In this industry, having such a friend was not easy. Min didn't think Xiao Bei would really come to her to steal the boss. But in fact, at that moment, Wei Chen did have a slight thought of visiting Xiao Bei's live stream room. There was no way around it, she was attractive and sweet-talking. In this regard, Wei Chen considered himself quite pure. And most importantly, Wei Chen really didn't think he could win over these female streamers with just a little money. These women were all savvy. If they were easy to pursue, wouldn't they have followed a boss long ago? Why bother with live streaming? So Wei Chen was clear in his mind, watching the live stream was just for entertainment, without any other messy thoughts. At this moment, the atmosphere in Min's live stream room had already heated up. Xiao Bei, seeing the huge response her words had garnered, quickly changed the topic. What are we playing today? Let's dance, my Xiao Wang husband is waiting to see me dance. You have your Xiao Wang husband supporting you, you can't possibly lose. Xiao Bei rolled her eyes, but even this action was so charming and captivating. As Xiao Bei spoke, the PK began. In just a moment, Xiao Bei's side had over 80,000 viewers, while Min's had over 60,000. Both of their live stream rooms had big shots, not just Emperor Wei Chen. Those dukes and earls were not just for show. Seeing that Min could still hold her ground, Wei Chen didn't rush to send gifts. The night was long, there was plenty of time. In a short while, 5 minutes had already passed. The PK between Min and Xiao Bei had reached over 400,000. It had to be said that the PK between the two top female streamers was quite intense. Generally, a PK value of over 300,000 was already high, but the two of them had easily surpassed 400,000 in just half the time. It can be said to be extremely intense. At this moment, a big brother in Xiao Bei's live broadcast room couldn't help it. Because, in Xiao Bei's live broadcast room, people have been discussing the deeds of Wei Chen. And this unhappy big brother, Nangu, happened to be an emperor. As emperors, why is it that no one mentions me here, while the emperor across from me always has attention? Seeing this, Nangu immediately sent out 10 super rockets worth 20,000 renminbi. After sending the gifts, Nangu didn't stop there and sent a barrage message. Where is the emperor across from us? Why no movement yet? The barrage in Xiao Bei's live broadcast room, upon seeing their own emperor come out, instantly shifted their focus. Nangu is here, Nangu is awesome. Yeah, it's been a while, why is the emperor across not moving yet? Could it be that he sent too much yesterday and has no gifts today? Various sarcastic barrages appeared in the live broadcast room for a while. Xiao Bei also felt happy seeing this. This is how PK is, there will always be conflicts. And with his big brother supporting him, how could he not be happy? Meanwhile, in Min's live broadcast room, Wei Chen was still unaware of all this. But soon he found out.
because the barrage instantly discovered the situation in the enemy camp and began to sound the alarm. Damn, how dare Nan go across look down on our Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, fire. Isn't this trying to kill the opposite side? Arrogant? Trying to provoke Xiao Huang to show his power? Ha! Oh my, this Nan Gu is also an emperor. Seeing the reminders in the barrage, Wei Chen was momentarily stunned. What kind of person is this Nan Gu? To be honest, Wei Chen really didn't understand the situation of these female anchors, so he thought that no one would be so bored as to compete with him. But Wei Chen was wrong. Some wealthy people think like that. In order to see the female anchor happy and say a few intimate words, they are willing to spend money. Nan Gu is such a person. As a mine owner with money at home, Nan Gu felt he could afford to compete in a PK. And everyone in the live broadcast room was talking about Wei Chen all night, which really annoyed him. You know, when he, Nan Gu, first came to the battle fish, his peak record consumed over 1 million in one night. 50,000? Just like no one else. On the other hand, after Wei Chen switched to Xiaobei's live broadcast room, he immediately understood the situation. So the big shot across is angry. Well, it's just a misunderstanding, Wei Chen silently thought, but he was not worried at all about losing in the competition of gifts. He had nearly 100 million today to spend on the competition. Even if the opposite side could really beat him, then they could fight another day. After all, he doesn't feel bad about spending his money. And after Wei Chen arrived in Xiaobei's live broadcast room, Xiaobei and many viewers immediately saw it. Because Wei Chen's title and name were too obvious. Wow, Xiao Huanggij came to my side. Xiaobei happily exclaimed, immediately attracting a wave of howls from the barrage. But on the other side, Min was dumbfounded. She never expected that Wei Chen would abandon her like this. Men, indeed, are all big pigs. Min felt regretful and sad in her heart, but she still put on a forced smile on the surface. However, the water friends in Min's live broadcast room couldn't help it. Damn, how did Xiao Huang go to the other side? It's over, it's all over. Alas, in the end, it was still a mistake. Min, who could barely support herself, couldn't hold back upon seeing these barrages. However, the next second, something completely unexpected happened. Thanks to Emperor Nango for gifting 10 battlefish treasure maps in the Xiaobei live broadcast room. Seeing this, Min couldn't even be sad, immediately looking at the PK leaderboard. On their side, they had just passed 500,000, while the opponent had already reached 1,500,000. With a quick glance at the situation, Min immediately pretended to be disappointed. Emperor Xiao has gone to the other side, brothers. They are really pitiful. At this moment, Wei Chen in the Xiaobei live broadcast room saw a different scene. In the barrage, 9 out of 10 comments were mocking him. Emperor Xiao? Still have to rely on Nango. The emperor on the other side has surrendered to our side, but too bad we won't see Xiaobei sing later. Sigh, boring. Xiaobei smiled and said, if we win, I'll sing for you all. Seeing Wei Chen coming to their side in the Xiaobei live broadcast room, after sending gifts, Nango also mocked in the barrage. Hello, brother, welcome, welcome. Watching Nango's barrage, Wei Chen sneered and returned to Min's side. However, the audience in the Xiaobei live broadcast room felt that Wei Chen's actions were surrendering without a fight. Back on Min's side, Wei Chen immediately saw Min sadly holding the tickets. Ah, Emperor Xiao wants to go to Xiaobei's place, what can I do? I can't stop Emperor Xiao from going, what if he gets angry? But we can't lose the game, we still have to fight, brothers. Come on, come on. Watching Min's sad expression, Wei Chen smiled slightly. He naturally wouldn't fall for such tricks. But as the emperor of Min's live broadcast room and yesterday's top ranked, he couldn't just stand by. Opening the Douyu gifts, Wei Chen thought for a moment and selected a rocket worth 500 each. Enter the number, send. Min was inciting the audience in the live broadcast room. With a glance, she saw Wei Chen once again stepping on the big red border and returning to her side. Emperor Xiao, I thought you changed your mind. Seeing Wei Chen return, Min was overjoyed, and her previous worries instantly eased. But before Min could say more, she saw the most rewards she had ever seen in her life. Thanks to Emperor Wei Chen for gifting 14 rockets in the Min live broadcast room. One rocket costs 500, 14 rockets, that's 657,000. The entire battlefish platform was boiling at that moment. Oh my god. I'm impressed, this is the real emperor. I'd never seen so many rockets in my life. Min was also shocked at this moment. In her time in the live broadcast industry, she had seen someone send 14 planes before, but she had never seen 1,314 rockets before. In other people's live broadcast rooms, they would be happy to receive one rocket in a day. Many small and medium-sized anchors might not even receive a rocket in a week or a month. But today, she received 14 rockets at once.
In that moment, the surprise in Min's heart was genuine. She had never expected that Wei Chen tonight would be even more terrifying than yesterday. And in Min's live broadcast room, at this moment on the PK leaderboard, the numbers had skyrocketed to a terrifying figure.
7 million versus 1.5 million.
It was no longer on the same level. Apart from the annual Battle Fish Feast at the end of the year, the PK annual anchor rankings, Min had never reached such a PK height on regular days. Looking at the huge banners in the live broadcast room and the dazzling display of gifts, it was truly a sight to behold. Min suddenly raised her hands and made a huge heart shape. I will love you forever, Xiao Huang husband.
Mwah 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 mwah.
Wei Chen watched Min passionately kissing towards the camera, feeling a bit emotional. It would be better if it were in person. But as a gentleman, he couldn't agree to a girl kissing him in person.
Ha 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 ha.
While Min was expressing her gratitude crazily and making various gestures, Xiao Bei on the opposite side was a bit envious. She also had a lot of fans in her live broadcast room, but compared to this Xiao Huang, well, it seemed like a different level. However, Xiao Bei dared not and could not say such things. Xiao Bei pouted with a look of grievance.
Nangu, the other side is too strong. She can't beat him. Xiao Bei's complaints immediately ignited Nan Ji's fighting spirit.
However, Nangu was actually a bit nervous at this moment. After all, giving a reward of 6 to 700,000 in one go was indeed extraordinary. Even for himself, he had to think carefully. After all, his monthly rewards were only around 300,000. But that was already quite a lot, considering he was just watching the live stream, not for anything else. But now, seeing the girl he liked being overshadowed by Wei Chen's rockets, Nangu couldn't lift his head.
Nangu subconsciously checked his battlefish balance. Nangu had a balance of 400,000.
But facing Wei Chen's 13-14 rocket attack group, this was clearly not enough.
Wait, I'll top up.
After sending this barrage, Nangu went straight to the battlefish backstage to top up.
His barrage was immediately captured by Xiao Bei and countless viewers. Wait, Nangu is going to top up. Brothers, let's all top up to Duke, Marquis, and so on. We must defeat the Emperor on the other side tonight. Xiao Bei also knew at this moment that Wei Chen was no ordinary person.
So she instinctively felt that it would be difficult to turn the tide tonight with just Nangu alone. Brothers, don't look down on likes and love letters, let's all contribute. Whether we can defeat the other side Xiao Huang depends on tonight. As Xiao Bei was rallying everyone, the heat in Min's live stream room reached an unprecedented level, once again surging to the front page of all Battlefish streams. Seeing the huge popularity of her live stream room, Min was overjoyed. At that moment, Min silently decided that regardless of the outcome tonight, she must get Wei Chen's contact information. Only by having a way to contact him could she completely dominate this true emperor and not let him go to someone else. Wei Chen had just gone to Xiao Bei's live stream room, which also prompted Min to make this decision and sounded the alarm. But for now, the live stream room was crucial.
Xiao Huang husband, you are amazing. A person like you must have no shortage of girlfriends in real life, right?
Min started her usual routine. But Wei Chen was never a man to play by the rules.
Oh, just got dumped.
It was just a few days ago. Wei Chen's words stirred up a storm of comments.
Is that girl blind?
It's okay, husband, you still have me. The person upstairs, are you a she-male? Unbelievable. Xiao Huang was actually dumped. That girl is either crazy or has a problem in her head. While the barrage was different, Min was equally shocked but very happy inside.
An emperor without a partner is a good emperor.
Otherwise, if he had a wife, how could he be so generous in giving her gifts? However, Wei Chen's situation made her usual rhetoric ineffective. If Wei Chen had a partner or was single, she would easily steer the conversation towards relationships. But Wei Chen had just been dumped. It didn't seem appropriate to bring it up at this time. So Min could only choose to console. Xiao Huang, don't be sad, you still have me. Your girlfriend has no taste. Without her, you will definitely find someone better. Watching Min's words on the screen, Wei Chen casually typed, let's not talk about ex-girlfriends.
What are you planning to do tonight? Still going to watch Tarzan?
As soon as Wei Chen spoke, Min's face turned red instantly.
She really didn't like dancing that dance. But seeing Wei Chen's name turn purple with embarrassment, Min softened.
Xiao Huang, if you want to watch, I'll dance for you. Min was about to say something else when PK Xiao Bei suddenly screamed, Nangu has recharged, it's about to start. Upon hearing this, Min became alert. Although she was currently leading by a large margin, there were also many strong opponents on the other side. She couldn't afford to relax now. Xiao Huang, after PK is over, you can watch whatever you want.
At this moment, Wei Chen also saw the surprised expression on Xiao Bei's face.
And the PK leaderboard between the two also showed some changes.
From the previous 7 0 million to 1.
5 million, it had now become 7.
2 million to 2. 6 million.
It had to be said that Xiao Bei's firepower was still strong. This wasn't a major holiday, but to compete like this, only 2 words could describe it.
Exaggerated. In a normal PK, it wouldn't be this intense.
At this point, there was only a little time left for the PK on both sides, just over 2 minutes. After Wei Chen silently recharged another 5 million battlefish coins, Nangu on the other side finally began to attack. In Xiao Bei's live broadcast room, there was an unusual sense of unity that rarely occurred. One by one, counts and dukes jumped out, and the barrage of planes and rockets almost never stopped. Under Nan Ji's leadership, many warlords began the Attack the Emperor battle against Wei Chen.
Duke Xiaomu, Xiao Bei, wait a moment, I'll go recharge. Duke Xiao Bei's Appa, count me in. Duke Bloodstain, I'm ready, waiting for Nan Huang's command. Duke, count 77 not 77, rockets are ready. Count Northie Bay, cannon loading. Count. The barrage of many other viscounts, barons, rangers, and other nobles was countless at this moment. Under Xiao Bei's call and Nan Ji's coordination, the entire live broadcast room suddenly appeared in a luxurious scene that had never been seen before, beyond the Feast of Battlefish. And that night, it also became a milestone in the history of the Battlefish platform. Battlefish platform history, the Battle of the Heroes against Xiao Huang. In Zhou Ji's live broadcast room, Zhou Ge was busy chatting with his brothers in the live broadcast room while occasionally interacting with the audience. Suddenly, the barrage became chaotic. Zhou Ge, Mian and Xiao Bei are fighting. Zhou Ge, Xiao Huang is going to battle Nan Huang. Zhou Ge, the one who defeated you, Xiao Huang, is here again today. As Zhou Ge watched, he saw the last message that he found extremely annoying. What do you mean defeated me? Can that person really beat me? However, through the reminders and the barrage, Zhou Ge also learned about the situation. But the barrage didn't stop. And soon, the live broadcast room unified its slogan. Check the room. Check the room. Check the room. The barrage was surprisingly unified, and the entire live broadcast room was flooded with this phrase. Zhou Ge was at a loss. The anchor is there to serve the audience, and in situations like this where the audience wants to see something, anchors generally consider it. It's rare to refuse, unless there are special circumstances like violations or crossing boundaries. However, as fellow dance zone anchors, Zhou Ge is familiar with Min and Xiao Bei, so he naturally didn't hesitate. Seeing everyone wanting to watch, Zhou Ge had no choice but to agree. But, I really don't want to check it out. Zhou Ge cursed inwardly. The incident where Wei Chen sank him yesterday was still fresh in his mind. What's even more terrifying is that shortly after his PK with Min, he heard about Wei Chen rewarding 20,000 before leaving. This is just way out of line. At the same time, Zhou Ge also felt somewhat relieved that he surrendered yesterday, otherwise, he would have lost even more miserably. Although winning or losing doesn't affect his earnings, what man would want to be sunk by another man? And in such a crushing manner. However, thinking about the 13-14 rockets that just swept the entire site, Zhou Ge himself was a bit curious. That's tens of thousands. This Xiao Huang is really damn rich. With a large group of water friends, Zhou Ge quietly opened Min's live broadcast room to see how things were going. And at that moment, at the same time, in the entire dance zone, the live rooms of most anchors started using a popular term. Room check. Many well-known veteran anchors were also alarmed by this. Thinking back to the 13-14 rocket notification that just went out, as well as what happened yesterday, these big anchors were also extremely curious about the identity of this Xiao Huang. Of course, there are some anchors who are still unaware at this moment of Wei Chen's shocking actions last night and the title of Xiao Huang. But soon, they would know. Unbeknownst to Wei Chen. In Min's live room, in the final 2 minutes of the PK with Xiao Bei, the entire Min live room was already filled with over 70% of the dance zone's top anchors. And at this moment, Nangu was finally ready to start swiping. Brothers, check out my treasure map, let's go together. After Nangu sent the barrage, he waited for 2 seconds. Seeing messages with noble icons all over the screen, Nanji's mouth slightly curved up. He could challenge Wei Chen alone, but he was already past the age of heroism. Although winning that way would be cool, Nangu didn't think he could win on his own. So in the end, Nangu incited many nobles in the live room to start a joint attack. Even if they won by besieging, as the biggest card on Xiao Bei's side, as long as they won this battle, most of the honor would still belong to him. With Nanji's battlefish treasure map sent out, gifts followed one after another, breaking through the sky. Xiao Bei's heart trembled along with it. As everyone knows, during the year-end battlefish feast, the anchors receive many gifts for the annual ranking, but those gifts are to be refunded. So often, after a battlefish feast, they don't earn much. But today is different, today is just a normal and regular PK. All the income will eventually go directly into her pocket. Watching her PK value skyrocket from over 2 million to over 5 million in an instant, Xiao Bei's face even blushed with excitement. This also made many bosses in her live room even more excited. You send 3,000, I send 5,000. You send 30,000, I send 50,000. The bosses were happily swiping, and Xiao Bei was even happier watching. In no time, Xiao Bei's side had already reached over 9 million. And what's even scarier is that the momentum shows no signs of weakening. At this moment, Jyoga, who had come to watch, was stunned by the scene. To be honest, apart from the Feast of the Battle Fish, he had never seen anything like this before. It's not a birthday, nor is it a live streaming anniversary. Is it necessary to go all out like this? Not only Jyoga, but many other streamers who had quietly come to check the situation were also dumbfounded. Even their viewers in the chat rooms had forgotten to cause trouble in Min and Xiaobei's streams. They had seen PK battles before, but never one like this. Among them, the top male dancer streamer, Kazi, couldn't help but exclaim, "Female streamers are fierce. This emperor is really fierce too." In Kazi's chat room, the barrage of comments surged for a moment. How did this big brother suddenly appear in Min's stream? Xiao Huang. I've never heard of him before. Xiao Bei is also really fierce. Nange is leading a group of nobles to attack. The top female streamer, Jujui, sighed as she watched the stream at this moment. Why don't I have such a big brother here? Well, Huang and Xinghuang, they used to take turns watching several female streamers every day, but they haven't been around much lately. I'm angry. Jujui's chat room suddenly became lively. Well, Huang and Xinghuang are really enjoying the best of both worlds. Darling, don't be angry, you still have us. What's most interesting is that Xinghuang, who had been silently lurking all this time, suddenly jumped out. Who said that? Am I not here? Damn, Xinghuang turned invisible. Ha! Xinghuang hit the spot. Oh no, Xinghuang didn't want to leave, but now he does. Jujui didn't expect Xinghuang to be watching her stream invisibly, and immediately smiled. I knew Xinghuang couldn't bear to leave me. Love you moi. Brothers, come on, all the big brothers from the other streams are here. We can't rely on just Xiao Huang. Min was still rallying the other big shots in the chat room, but this time, no one stepped forward. In fact, in Min's chat room, many nobles were slightly dissatisfied because of Wei Chen's sudden emergence. After all, Wei Chen's appearance was too sudden and too shocking. Whether yesterday or today, Wei Chen's tipping actions were so shocking. And humans naturally have a resistance to suddenly appearing and extremely powerful things. This was also the case in Min's chat room. So apart from Wei Chen's tipping, the gifts from others were actually very few. Not even 1/10 of what Xiao Bei received. Min understood why this was the case, but her momentum had already risen tonight. How could she admit defeat? Even if she fought beautifully tonight, the position of the top sister in the battle fish, which had been vacant for over a year, Min, might as well fight for it. Thinking back to how Timo became the top sister in the battlefish back then, wasn't it through a tough battle? Now that Timo has left the platform, Min couldn't help but feel envious. She didn't even believe it herself. But after repeated encouragement, looking at the few gifts, Min couldn't help but once again look at that red name, Xiao Huang. Silently chanting this name in her heart, Min suddenly had the urge to ask Wei Chen to tip a little more. But inexplicably, she didn't speak. Even in Min's heart, a strange feeling arose. That is, Wei Chen hadn't even used his full strength yet. This feeling was strange, but she didn't know why. Min just had this feeling. While the major streamers outside were feeling bitter and going crazy. While Xiao Bei was grateful for various reasons, Min's heart was filled with endless fantasies. Wei Chen also noticed the reaction from the opposite live broadcast room, or rather, from Nange. In just a moment of distraction, the gifts in the opposite live broadcast room had already exceeded tens of millions. In terms of RMB, it was over 1 million. But what's the use of it? Wei Chen sighed deeply. I just wanted to support the streamer I was watching. Why are there so many people trying to outspend each other? What benefit does it bring to you all? Wei Chen didn't understand, but he didn't want to either. Including the warfish coins Wei Chen had just recharged, along with what was left over from before. At this moment, his account balance had already reached over 5,300,000. What does this mean? Do you know a Ferrari? A Ferrari costs about that much. But now, Wei Chen planned to use a Ferrari to reward a female streamer. Wei Chen couldn't understand why he couldn't win. Unless someone else was like him, willing to spend money to the death. But as the protagonist of Destiny, Wei Chen knew that there would never be another person like him in this world. Otherwise, the story couldn't be written. This time, Wei Chen didn't plan to test the other party anymore. He immediately opened the Warfish consumption gift list, chose the super rocket priced at 2,000, entered the number 666, clicked, sent. Well, it's about equivalent to over 1,300,000 RMB. The moment the gift was sent, Wei Chen silently entered a barrage. It was a barrage that represented his original intention. The night is long, time is still long. It's hard to say what kind of moment it was when Wei Chen sent out the gift. It can only be said that the barrage, gift banners, all followed the moment he sent the gift. It almost reached an unprecedented level. But at this moment, all Wei Chen saw was Min's stunned expression turning into surprise. He was curious about what kind of reaction Min would have after seeing the gift. And the other party's reaction was exactly as Wei Chen expected. If Min had remained calm, Wei Chen might have been more interested. But obviously, Min's reaction was quite ordinary. After 2 seconds of being stunned, the excited Min couldn't sit still. She even jumped up from her chair and circled around several times. Wei Chen could understand this very well. After all, for anyone, earning over 1 million in a night with just a few words of chat would be hard to contain. But compared to Min, the barrage in the live broadcast room became even more frenzied. They praised Wei Chen like crazy, mainly praising him for being rich. Only in Xiaobei's live broadcast room, there was an uproar. Because after Wei Chen's gifts were sent out, the competition on both sides changed once again. 20 million versus 12 million. In RMB, it was 2 million versus 2 million. Faced with this situation, Nange was not just shocked. More than that, he found it hard to understand, or rather, he felt fear in his heart. As a big shot with mines at home, Nange's assets numbered in the billions, but that didn't mean he could freely use that amount, which was also in the billions. Most of the time, the liquid assets he had were just a few million. Nange mostly dealt with real estate. Even though he was so wealthy, he couldn't possibly reward a female streamer who had nothing to do with him with 2 million in just one night. 2 million, couldn't he find a model, a college student, a small actor? Wouldn't that be better? And it's the kind that's easy to find. People who want to come, probably have to line up in a queue. But now, the other side had already rewarded 2 million for a female streamer. Nange instinctively felt that Wei Chen must have taken a liking to Min. But Nangu didn't wait to confirm if this was the case. The nobles in Xiaobei's live broadcast room had already found him. Nangu, what do you say? Nangu, are you still going to fight? Similar barrage comments once again swept in. Nangu, looking at the situation, found it difficult to make a decision. It was he who proposed to compete with Wei Chen. If he gave up now, the glorious reputation of Nan Huang would be tarnished. It would be fine if no one mentioned it in the future, but once someone brought it up, how could he lift his head high again? More importantly, as emperors, if he backed down today, he might lose face wherever Wei Chen was present in the future. After some consideration, Nangu looked at his account balance, which had over 50,000 left after recharging, and gritted his teeth. Since he had already recharged, why should he admit defeat? Brothers, don't back down. I'll take the lead. With Nanji's command, 50 treasure maps were instantly sent out. The battle on both sides thus entered the third phase. Dawn, my husband. Min looked at the computer in front of her with a peach blossom smile, as if she was not facing a computer at this moment, but a living Wei Chen. To meet you in my live broadcast career is truly lucky. I will never forget tonight. Wei Chen, listening to Min's heartfelt confession, remained unmoved. He even lit a cigarette for himself. A man, especially a beautiful woman's words, should not be easily believed. Wei Chen understood this principle many years ago. At this moment, Nanji's third wave of attacks arrived. In an instant, the PK values on both sides soared to over 20 million. Of course, Min was the only one holding the flag for Wei Chen. On the other side, a large number of nobles achieved results under Nanji's leadership. However, this kind of battle was enough to make many top anchors who were currently watching enviously. Kazi, I regret coming. Jojo, I'm so pitiful, sobbing. Jiao Gu. At this time, there were less than 30 seconds left for Park. Min felt that tonight, regardless of winning or losing, was worth it. As long as Wei Chen was there, everything was worth it. Even if she lost, she, Min, did not lose, and her Dawn Emperor did not lose either. If the big shots in her live broadcast room could perform normally tonight, with Dawn Emperor leading the way, who could compete against them? But Wei Chen didn't know what Min was thinking at the moment, so he directly opened the gift system. Then, in response to Nangu, he sent 168 battlefish treasure maps. Sent. Thanks to Emperor Dawn for sending out 168 battlefish treasure maps in Min's live broadcast room. Thanks to Emperor Dawn in Min's live broadcast room. Thanks to Emperor Dawn. Banners, site-wide notifications, and ranking domination once again. The situation instantly reached 40 million to 22 million. Wei Chen alone tonight rewarded over 3.5 million RMB. He single-handedly supported the entire facade of Min's live broadcast room. Even the nobles in Min's live broadcast room who were dissatisfied with him before fell silent at this moment. Unyielding, impossible. Faced with such strength, not only the entire Min's live broadcast room, but also many top anchors who were watching, were in awe. Kazi, well, in the future, when Dawn Emperor is around, I won't need to connect with Min. Jiao, when will I have a Dawn Emperor too? Jiao Gu. But even though almost everyone was impressed by Wei Chen, even Xiao Bei was considering surrendering. However, one person remained silent. Nangu could no longer sit still at this moment. Because the barrage in Xiao Bei's live broadcast room has attracted countless onlookers and fans from Min's side. Xiao Wang is really awesome. Is this all Nanhuang has got? Is that it? How come Nanhuang brought so many people but hasn't done anything to the opponent? They are all emperors, the gap is huge. Seeing the last sentence about the huge gap, Nan Ji couldn't bear it anymore. But looking at Wei Chen on the other side, the daily rewards reached over 3.5 million. Nan Ji took a deep breath, weighed his options repeatedly, and eventually backed down. Bro, you're awesome. With this sentence, the final curtain fell on this battle. Nan Ji couldn't fight anymore, and the other bosses in Xiao Bei's live broadcast room were also about to be drained. And this sentence quickly spread to Min's live broadcast room through the all-powerful fans. Bro, you're awesome. Bro, you're awesome. Bro, you're awesome. At this moment, the PK in Min's live broadcast room happened to end, and the barrage on the screen was filled with bro, you're awesome. Wei Chen just smiled at all this. Then, he slowly typed out a barrage. Looking forward to the next PK. Nan Ji's feelings at this moment were complicated, especially when he saw Wei Chen's barrage. Nan Ji didn't know if this Xiao Wang was showing off or just being polite. But what Nan Ji knew was that this Xiao Wang was definitely a top-tier tycoon, and a generous top-tier tycoon at that. Even Nan Ji felt that the other party wasn't just rich anymore, but had some issues. Nan Ji had been in the Battlefish for more than 3 years, and apart from seeing a few times at the Battlefish banquet, he hadn't seen such a display again. That was truly unprecedented. However, Nan Ji's defeat had quickly been forgotten by the people. Even Xiao Bei, at this moment, had completely stopped mentioning the defeat. Instead, she shifted the topic to tonight's epic battle. Although we lost, it's not embarrassing at all. Except for the Battlefish banquet, our combat power tonight can definitely defeat any other streamer. Xiao Bei comforted the big shots in the live broadcast room and started playing music. To thank everyone for their support, I'll sing a song for you all. What do you want to hear? Xiao Bei forcefully changed the topic, no longer mentioning the recent PK event. Although a bit forced, she quickly covered up the matter. The music started playing, and in the lively live broadcast room, Xiao Bei once again ignited a new topic of discussion. Min's live broadcast room. As the owner of the live broadcast room, Min's words almost never stopped. Today's PK is simply the peak of my life. I don't think I'll ever have a PK like this again in my life. Min's words were sincere, and this time, she meant it. Except for the Battlefish banquet, she truly believed that she wouldn't have such a valuable PK again. Even though her Xiao Wang husband was wealthy, he couldn't always give gifts like this. Some emperors, after a few years, had only given rewards of 3 to 4 million, or even less. But Wei Chen gave so much in just one night. No matter how rich a person is, they can't give like this every day. Min's thoughts were indeed correct in normal circumstances. But Wei Chen never played by the normal rules. In Wei Chen's plan, live streaming gifts were actually a great way to spend money. Whenever there was an entertain-to-death task, he could spend a bit to relieve the pressure of spending money, and then go to Macau, Las Vegas, or the famous Panjiayuan in Kyoto. In this way, spending money on oneself is more discreet, and it won't attract too much attention. Watching Min speak sincerely in the live broadcast room, Wei Chen just watched quietly. After a while, he typed, "Maybe I'll come watch the live broadcast when I have time. But I'm usually very busy, so I won't come every day." Min immediately saw Wei Chen's barrage and smiled, saying, "It's okay. It's nice if Emperor Xiao occasionally comes to see me." Min was very happy. She didn't think that someone like Wei Chen, a big boss, would come every day. But as long as he comes occasionally, it's a great joy for her. From the contact in the past 2 days, even if Wei Chen can only come once a month, she can double her earnings for the year. So Min cleverly didn't say much, but immediately said, "Emperor Xiao must prioritize his own affairs. If you're bored and miss me, just come and see. I'm basically here every day. If Emperor Xiao wants to see me dance, just let me know in advance." Before this, although Min was very enthusiastic towards the top-tier tycoons for a living,
she had never said such things, because Min knew she had to have boundaries to make those big brothers more willing to spend money. But for Wei Chen, she dared not. Min was now very afraid that Wei Chen would go to other female streamers. So, in order to keep Wei Chen, she said these words. Wei Chen didn't have much feeling about these, mainly because he didn't watch much usually, so he was not aware. But even if he knew, Wei Chen would probably think it was normal. After all, there are not many people like him who have a grudge against money among the older tycoons. So isn't it normal to be a little nicer to oneself? After chatting casually with Min for a while, Min was ready to dance. On the other side, in the vast Warfish live broadcast, many top streamers quietly left Min in Shobei's live broadcast room after watching this epic battle. This PK was too shocking for them. It was like a group of salesmen entering a sales company, all starting at the same level, with daily sales of tens of thousands per person. But suddenly, one day, a colleague made millions in a day. This is simply unbelievable. After returning to his own live broadcast room, Kazugo looked at the still turbulent barrage and couldn't help but sigh. In Min's live broadcast room, she really encountered a top big brother this time. In the future, it will probably be difficult to win against her in a PK. The barrage cheered, saying that Kazugo had many nobles on his side, and he might not necessarily lose. Some even started to urge Kazugo to challenge Min now. To be honest, Kazugo was very tempted at that moment. Kazugo really wanted to have a showdown with Min, and now he was in the limelight. But he also understood that he couldn't exploit the followers too much. This kind of thing needs to be done slowly, not by fishing in troubled waters. Kazugo had just piked with Jojo yesterday, and the big brothers were still recovering. It wouldn't be appropriate to provoke Min again now. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to PK. Look, just now Emperor Shao alone sank the nobles of a whole division on the other side. What about Min's side? Several other big brothers haven't made a move tonight. Let's take a break for a couple of days, and then I'll go PK with Min. Kazuge's live broadcast room, as one of the most sensible rooms in the entire Warfish, had a really high-quality audience. The barrage was very understanding and immediately expressed their support. Let Boss Ba rest for a couple of days, then go meet Emperor Shao. By then, we will definitely crush the morale of the other side. The top player in the dance area must show his cards when the time comes. In the live broadcast room, at this moment, Jojo was still speaking kindly to Qing Huang. Oh, Shang Huang, my dear husband, if it weren't for you being invisible and going to give gifts to other female anchors. Can't I say that Qing Huang at this moment also felt a little annoyed? Well, maybe that's just how women are. Jojo smiled and made a cute expression, sweetly saying, Qing Huang, if I were to compete with Min, would you let her win? Faced with Jojo's question, Qing Huang hesitated for a long time before replying. If the opponent is as fierce as tonight, then it might be difficult to win. Jojo's eyes immediately lit up. It's not just you, Qing Huang, there are also Wu Huang and the others. Seeing this, Qing Huang said, we still have the strength to fight, but we need to rest a few days in advance. Jojo looked a bit disappointed. If not these days, then we can't compete. The barrage in Jojo's live broadcast room couldn't hold back anymore. Oh, we can't harvest leeks these days. Damn, it's too hard to harvest leeks now. Wu Huang, someone is trying to steal my wife again. After a hot dance, Min's body showed a hint of blush. Especially in her black evening dress, the low-cut neckline was particularly eye-catching. Wei Chen had to light another cigarette to suppress the surging power within him. Brother Shao Huang, are you satisfied with the performance? Min asked happily. She could swear that she had never danced so hard and seriously before. Wei Chen also noticed Min's seriousness. Yes, very satisfied. I even lit a cigarette for myself while watching. Unexpectedly, Wei Chen's casual barrage was immediately misinterpreted by the viewers. Cigarette afterwards. Countless question marks filled the screen, and Wei Chen could only shake his head helplessly. The ability of the barrage viewers to stir up trouble was top-notch. Min was wiping her sweat with a towel, and she also smiled knowingly. Brother Shao Huang, what are you usually busy with? Min changed the topic, but asked a question that she was very curious about. Shao Huang, who was so wealthy, should either be running a company or doing business. Min guessed. However, Wei Chen's answer made Min and all the viewers present unable to hold back. I'm usually busy spending money. Min. Countless viewers. Brother Shao Huang, what do you spend money on? Is it for investment? Min suppressed her discomfort and asked. But Wei Chen's answer was still simple and plain. For now, it's for supporting you. Later, I might start a company. And then, I might go to Las Vegas or Macau. But that's something for later. Min took a sharp breath. Except for the first sentence, the next two sentences seemed a bit extravagant to Min.
Judging from Wei Chen's recent generous gifts, registering a company was probably not a joke. As for going to Las Vegas and Macau later, what else could you do in those places besides gambling? Is this what rich people do? After starting a company, do they just go gambling? The barrage viewers were also shocked by Wei Chen's words. Xiao Huang, are you exposing your whereabouts like this? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by business rivals? Xiao Huang is going to gamble. I guess he'll win or lose tens of millions in one night. After starting a company, don't you need to take care of it, Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang, I want to apply for a job at your company. Faced with numerous barrage comments and Min's blank stare, Wei Chen smiled faintly. So, as I said, I'm really busy. At this moment, Min truly believed that Wei Chen was busy. Busy running a company, busy gambling. Indeed, Xiao Wan's job is all about spending money. Wei Chen glanced at the progress of his takeout, realizing it would arrive in about 5 minutes. Seeing this, Wei Chen, who had just spent money, felt refreshed. Let's call it a day today, I haven't eaten yet. Min immediately said, Xiao Wan, you go ahead and eat, you're busy. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a scene popped into Min's mind. A luxurious seaside villa. Her husband Xiao Wan was holding a glass of red wine, slowly typing out a line of text. Then, he put away his phone and glanced boredly at the numerous beautiful women around him. Finally, under the gaze of many guests, Xiao Wan strolled into the crowd of wealthy businessmen, engaging in lively conversations with numerous top tycoons. The scene was so beautiful that Min couldn't help but fantasize for a moment, a look of longing appearing in her eyes. However, that look quickly disappeared from Min's eyes. She knew that as someone with only a vocational school education, it would be difficult for her to enter such a world. She had to rely on herself in the end. Min took a deep breath and slowly uttered the words she had been waiting all night to say. Xiao Wan, I'll message you later, remember to check it. After saying that, Min saw the last barrage message Wei Chen sent before leaving. Okay. Along with this message came another 20 hidden treasure maps. Here they come again. Is this Xiao Wan's style? Giving away 20 treasure maps before leaving. Xiao Wan, you haven't told us the name of the company you're planning to start yet. Wei Chen didn't look at these interesting barrage comments anymore, but went to his private messages page. Interestingly, his personal inbox was already filled with hundreds of messages. Many were from bored fans causing trouble. Many were asking if he needed a driver or staff for his company. Some were showcasing their talents, hoping to earn Wei Chen's appreciation. In short, there was everything. Among the private messages, Wei Chen quickly found the message Min had sent him. This is my WeChat, Xiao Wan, remember to add me pin core. Wei Chen smiled and casually added the person as a friend. Almost 2 seconds later, Min agreed on her end. Xiao Wan, I'll livestream first, I'll find you later after I'm done. After Wei Chen replied with an OK gesture, he closed the WeChat app on his phone. Just then, the doorbell rang. With a hint of excitement, Wei Chen quickly retrieved his dinner for tonight. This was a 500 yuan meal, something he wouldn't have been able to afford before. After enjoying his meal in the living room, Wei Chen felt that life was infinitely beautiful. Although his time was limited, he also experienced a life he had never had before. After finishing his dinner, Wei Chen took a quick shower. Lying on the bed, Wei Chen scrolled through Weibo. He wanted to learn more about this world, especially the various situations in China, to be prepared for future spending decisions. However, when he opened Weibo, Wei Chen saw a familiar face. Famous artist Jang Hanying officially established the Hanshao Charity Foundation Association this evening. This news almost dominated the top 5 trending spots on Weibo. From why Jang Hanying established the Foundation Association to the content of the association, almost everything was covered. Investing 5 million. Wei Chen looked at the amount and couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered not letting Jang Hanying spend so much. And, who is this Han Xiao? Wei Chen flipped through the news and immediately saw a statement made by Jang Hanying. Han Xiao, taken from the meaning of dawn breaking in the cold winter. I hope that this charity foundation can truly achieve this, so that every child in the mountains can bring the light of dawn in the cold winter. I also solemnly call on everyone to pay more attention to the children in the mountains, because they are the flowers of the motherland, the future of the motherland. A strong youth makes a strong nation. As a descendant of the Chinese nation, I hope that all Chinese people can truly understand this truth. Looking at the crazy praises from the self-media below Jiang Hanying's words, Wei Chen was completely stunned for a moment. Didn't he tell Jiang Hanying these words? Damn it, it's a ripoff. I want to report it, I want to complain. Wei Chen complained in his heart, but when he looked at the icon for reporting complaints, he ultimately held back. Forget it, let her do it. After all, it's also doing something for the country, right? Ah, you're everywhere. Wei Chen sighed and looked at the news in silence for a while. In order not to feel upset, Wei Chen quickly turned off Jang Hanying's news and looked for other news. But to his disappointment, the news on Weibo was either about a popular celebrity having a mishap or a celebrity's relationship being exposed. There were also various scandals and gossip news. If it were an ordinary bystander, they might be happy, because there's plenty to see. But for Wei Chen, it was unsatisfactory. With such a huge Weibo platform and billions of registered users, there wasn't a single news item worth spending money on. It's just disappointing. Wei Chen closed his phone and closed his eyes early. He was tired today and wanted to sleep early. He still had to continue spending money tomorrow. Xiaoying. Xiaowei's voice was so clear even through a floor that Zhang Hanying couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? The news, that news. What news? The Charity Foundation Association you established, Han Xiao. It's all over the internet now. Everyone is discussing this, the attention to this matter is beyond measure. And your phrase, a strong youth makes a strong nation, has been praised and shared by countless big verses. It's simply gone viral. Zhang Hanying was also a bit slow to react. Such a big response? Yes. At first, I thought you were going crazy, but I didn't expect this move to be so effective. What crazy? And also, I am sincere about this matter. Can you stop making it sound like I have some ulterior motive? Okay, you're right about everything you said. But, how did you come up with the idea of setting up this foundation association? Could it be because of what he said? Xiao Wei looked puzzled and incredulous. Anyway, she felt that Wei Chen was not a normal person. So when Zhang Hanying came back and told her what he said, Xiao Wei also had a skeptical attitude. But as a worker, she couldn't refuse the boss's request and could only follow through. Unexpectedly, in just one afternoon, the situation escalated to this extent. It can be said that this completely exceeded Xiao Wei's original expectations. I just feel that Mr. Wei's words make sense. As a Chinese person, I should do something for the motherland and the children. Mr. Wei is truly a person of very high moral character. I hope you don't always look at him with colored glasses. That is disrespectful to him. Towards the end, Zhang Hanying's face had become very serious. Xiao Wei also felt a bit embarrassed. I do understand the situation. Moreover, you haven't known Mr. Wei for a long time. Why does it seem like you are so familiar with him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanying blushed inexplicably and quickly said, kindred spirits, do you understand? Alright, kindred spirits. Xiao Wei smiled and said, this charity event was very successful, and it has greatly enhanced your influence. I heard that several American corporate brands are interested in discussing endorsement deals with you again, mainly hoping to elevate your endorsement status here. With that, Xiao Wei took out a stack of documents. Take a look, pick and choose. If there are no issues, I will agree to all of them. Zhang Hanying helplessly looked at these brands. After confirming that there were no major issues, she returned the documents to Xiao Wei. You handle it, I don't really understand these things. Xiao Wei proudly said, of course, without me, you would have been sold off long ago. Zhang Hanying pretended to be fierce, so arrogant, be careful, I might fire you one day when I'm not happy. Xiao Wei pretended to be scared, but suddenly moved forward and pinned Zhang Hanying on the sofa, tickling her. Come on, try to fire me. You're dead. Zhang Hanying resisted for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist the other party, being tickled by Xiao Wei until she was laughing uncontrollably. Try to fire me, let's see if you dare. Laughter instantly filled the vast villa. CCTV radio. As the national television station of Huaxia, several news editors were gathered together at this moment, each looking at the documents in front of them. The contents of the documents were simple. It was the news about Zhang Hanying. However, the expressions of the editors were varied. Some showed criticism and sarcasm, some showed contemplation and silence, while others were excited and eager. What do you all think? The head of the news department couldn't help but ask the several capable editors. I think this is just a publicity stunt, completely meaningless. 5 million may seem like a lot, but for these artists, gaining such a good reputation is undoubtedly a huge profit. I completely disagree with this approach. A sarcastic editor spoke up, but as soon as he finished speaking, another editor immediately responded. Although Huaxia artists have done similar things before, the response was not as strong as this time. Why is that? Look at this sentence. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. I believe this sentence is the key point, the reason why this incident was able to go viral. These two sentences completely capture people's patriotism and self-improvement mentality. It can be said that it fully showcases the patriotic sentiments and self-improvement spirit of our 5,000-year-old Huaxia civilization. This statement immediately gained the approval of the minister. Finally, he looked at the most excited editor.
I believe this sentence can be used as a national slogan. In recent years, civilized Huaxia has been committed to cultivating systems in education, and this sentence can play a leading role.
If promoted properly, combined with Jang Hanying's influence on young people, this incident could potentially bring about a huge positive impact on society. The minister was very satisfied, stood up immediately, and announced the decision. This is exactly what I had in mind. Afterwards, I will report to the TV station if the application is approved. I plan to do a special column, titled Strong Youth, Strong Nation. The three chief editors exchanged glances, and even the one who was initially extremely dissatisfied had no objections at this moment. This is something worth promoting for the entire country, so naturally no one can sing a different tune. Early the next morning, Wei Chen woke up and only then discovered when he opened his phone. His Feixin was almost taken over. Xiao Wang, I'm off the air. Xiao Wang, are you sleeping? Xiao Wang, why are you sleeping so early? Xiao Wang, countless messages, dozens of them. Goodness, good thing I had it on silent.
Looking at this barrage of Feixin messages, Wei Chen secretly marveled at his wit. Just woke up, I don't usually stay up late. After replying to Min, Wei Chen got up, took a shower, changed clothes, and was ready to go out. Wei Chen planned to buy himself 2 sets of clothes today,
and maybe buy a house.
After all, the money now can be spent freely.
Wei Chen planned to spend the money more meaningfully. Real estate is naturally a good investment, and he can't live in a rental house forever. It doesn't match his current status. Starting a company can wait, but the house needs to be sorted out first. With his plan in mind, Wei Chen left the house. Wei Chen was more generous now and didn't take public transportation. He directly called a Didi car. In a city like the Magic City, taking a taxi is expensive, and the old Wei Chen couldn't bear it. But now it's different. Wei Chen has become more generous. He took a taxi all the way to the Magic City Global Shopping Center. Wei Chen looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and subconsciously looked at himself. His current outfit really doesn't cut it. He must buy a suit, and maybe some casual wear too. Taking the elevator, Wei Chen went straight to the men's section on the 3rd floor. Looking at the many famous brands, Wei Chen suddenly thought of a sentence. A man needs to dress well. However, when Wei Chen arrived on the 3rd floor, he wasn't very well received by the salespeople standing outside the stores responsible for welcoming customers. There was no way, at this moment, everything about Wei Chen, except for his face, was too ordinary. He didn't look like someone there to buy clothes. However, even so, Wei Chen's extremely handsome appearance still attracted the attention of several young salesgirls.
The sales aunties might be more materialistic, but these young girls were sincere.
Which young girl wouldn't like a handsome and charming young man? Anyway, it's idle time. Chatting with people is quite comfortable.
Blue Yu looked at the bewildered Wei Chen and the eager looks of the salespeople in the nearby clothing stores. She decisively stepped forward to greet him.
This young man, are you here to buy clothes?
Blue Yu's voice was pleasant, coupled with her age of around 20, the prime of youth, making her look as warm as the morning sun.
Wei Chen felt comfortable seeing her.
He was also a very pure person.
Which man wouldn't like a beautiful girl taking the initiative? Oh no, initiating a conversation.
I'm planning to buy 2 sets of clothes, Wei Chen said frankly,
but I'm not very knowledgeable.
Are you a salesperson?
Blue Yu smiled slightly and didn't pay much attention to Wei Chen's idea of buying clothes, but explained, I'm a salesperson for Louis Vuitton.
What kind of clothes are you looking to buy?
I can recommend some for you.
In Lan Yu's view, Wei Chen was unlikely to buy clothes at her house. The clothes in their house cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions. For guests like Wei Chen who dress plainly, they generally do not have much appeal. But as soon as Wei Chen spoke, she was stunned.
I want to buy something more expensive. Wei Chen thought for a moment and gestured with his fingers. It's best to be the kind that can be worn at grand occasions. In terms of price, it's best to be in the 5 to 6 figures range. Lan Yu watched Wei Chen gesture with his fingers, hearing the terms 5 figures and 6 figures. She suddenly felt like she was being pranked. But with good professional ethics, coupled with Wei Chen's striking appearance, she did not get angry. Sir, are you serious? Lan Yu asked subconsciously. Of course, I am very serious. Wei Chen made a serious expression.
Lan Yu, seeing this, could only temporarily believe Wei Chen's words.
Then you can come to our house to take a look. As a world-renowned men's clothing brand, I think you should be able to find the type you like here.
Lan Yu, with a sense of unreality in her mind, led Wei Chen into her shop. As soon as they entered, the senior manager sitting at the front desk frowned. With just one glance, the senior manager in his 40s could tell that Wei Chen was wearing cheap goods. Such customers, even if they entered the store, would not spend a penny.
Manager, I'm showing a customer around.
Lan Yu also noticed the manager's displeased look and immediately explained. The senior manager nodded casually and then ignored the two of them. She had no interest in wasting time on such matters. Sir, come with me over here. Lan Yu led Wei Chen, who looked curious, to the upscale area of the store. After all, Wei Chen had said he wanted to buy clothes in the 5 to 6 figures range. Lan Yu naturally had to consider the customer's preferences. Sir, the clothes here are the latest international fashion trends this year. Lan Yu pointed to rows of expensive suits and casual wear, explaining to Wei Chen. These pieces are the latest designs introduced by French fashion designers this year. Apart from our store, they are hard to find elsewhere. You can take a look. Typically, at this point, Lan Yu would suggest that the other party try on the clothes. Of course, the clothes for trying on were display items. But even so, Lan Yu did not suggest that Wei Chen try them on. Instead, she just let Wei Chen look. Can't I try them on? Wei Chen asked curiously, thinking that trying on clothes was a must when buying them. How else would he know if they looked good and fit well? But Lan Yu was a bit hesitant. She felt that Wei Chen was just here to window shop, so she was willing to show Wei Chen around but did not want him to try on clothes. Just the cold gaze of the senior manager made Lan Yu apprehensive. If Wei Chen left without buying anything later, she would have to face a barrage of criticism. But looking at Wei Chen's face, well, Lan Yu was still tempted. This handsome young man. Oh well, let's just do it. Lan Yu, who had only been on the job for 5 months, finally made a decision. Let them scold her. Isn't it just a scolding? Who hasn't been scolded by their boss before? Please wait a moment. Lan Yu smiled at Wei Chen and gestured briefly, then took out 2 display outfits. These 2 will suit your body type the best, you can try them on. Lan Yu smiled, making Wei Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Wei Chen took the clothes and quickly ran to the fitting room. Xiaolan. Just as Wei Chen entered the fitting room, the senior manager walked over with a serious expression. The smile on Lan Yu's face disappeared instantly. Alas, it's not easy to endure just to see handsome men more often. Lan Yu frowned and turned around. Facing her was Manager Gao's face full of anger. Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Manager Gao was very dissatisfied. Bringing an out-of-place guest to the store for a visit was one thing, but actually letting him try on clothes. Not to mention whether he would buy them. What if there were issues during the fitting, then what would they do? Judging from the way the guest dressed when entering the fitting room, could he afford to compensate if something went wrong? Manager, he said he came to buy clothes. Lan Yu explained softly with her head down. I can't just turn him away, can I? Nonsense. Manager Gao's face darkened, with a hint of anger. You've been here for some time, can't you even judge the customers? Can he afford the clothes? Manager Gao lowered his voice, but Lan Yu felt a chill down her spine. However, recalling Wei Chen's words when he entered, Lan Yu mustered up her courage. He said he wants to buy clothes in the 5 to 6 figure range, that's why I brought him here. Really, manager, the customer said so, I can't just chase him away, right? Manager Gao's expression froze for 2 seconds, then he became even angrier. Why are young people nowadays so boastful? Manager, you used foul language. Is that foul language? It's the truth. Okay, manager. That customer should be almost done changing. After he leaves, you must give me an explanation. Lan Yu watched Manager Gao return to the front desk, finally feeling relieved. Why is it so difficult to please people nowadays? Lost in her thoughts, Lan Yu turned her head and saw Wei Chen coming out of the fitting room. For a moment, Lan Yu held her breath. Wei Chen, now dressed in formal attire, exuded a completely different aura. If the previous Wei Chen was simply handsome, the current Wei Chen, in his new outfit, not only looked handsome but also exuded a sense of maturity and elegance. In simple terms, the current Wei Chen no longer looked like an ordinary person. Even Lan Yu's expression seemed a bit infatuated. Does this outfit look good? Wei Chen waved at Lan Yu, bringing her back to reality, while also checking himself in the mirror. However, Wei Chen's definition of looking good was quite vague. He felt like he looked better than before, but couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Lan Yu snapped back to reality and quickly responded. Yes, it looks good, sir. You look great in this outfit. Lan Yu silently added in her mind, this could probably make it to the Victoria's Secret red carpet. Hearing the praise, Wei Chen's mood improved. Are there any other clothes? Wei Chen looked at the many clothes and couldn't help but ask. Can I try on something else? Lan Yu hesitated slightly. Manager Gao was already unhappy, and if she didn't stop Wei Chen now, she might face consequences. However, she couldn't resist agreeing to Wei Chen's request. At that moment, Lan Yu couldn't quite describe her feelings. It was as if she found it hard to refuse Wei Chen's requests, a very delicate situation. Perhaps it was the springtime of a young girl's heart, or maybe Wei Chen's strong charm was at play. Acting almost unconsciously, Lan Yu brought 2 more new outfits for Wei Chen and handed them to him. Manager Gao, who was not far away, saw this scene and his eyes began to blaze with anger. How could this girl be so clueless? With a heart full of anger, Manager Gao strode over. Finally, just before Wei Chen entered the fitting room, he was stopped. "Excuse me, sir," Manager Gao called out to Wei Chen. But when Wei Chen turned around, Manager Gao, like Blue Yu before, was stunned.
How long has it been since I've seen such a handsome and sunny young man?
Manager Gao inexplicably thought to herself. But this thought was quickly suppressed. Her son was already in high school, naturally not comparable to a girl like Blue Yu. Although Manager Gao was somewhat reluctant, her strong professional ethics made her hesitate before she forced herself to ask, "Sir, are you satisfied with the clothes you just tried on?" Looking at Manager Gao in front of him, who was smiling, Wei Chen frowned and asked, "It's pretty good, what's wrong?" "Well, sir," Manager Gao said calmly, "the one you just tried on is a display piece. If you are satisfied, I will have someone check in the warehouse to see if we have this size available. Would you like us to pack it for you in advance?" Manager Gao's words were smooth. In her view, she had indirectly tested Wei Chen's purchasing power and discouraged him from trying on more clothes. It was perfect. But Wei Chen found it strange and said, "I only tried on one piece and I want to continue looking." In Wei Chen's view, when buying clothes, he naturally wanted to choose what he liked and looked good on him. He had only tried on one piece so far and naturally wanted to see more. Manager Gao's expression froze, never expecting this guest to be so difficult. However, being an experienced person, Manager Gao immediately said, "I apologize for being presumptuous. May I ask what your budget is, sir? We can also recommend some items for you." Wei Chen replied discontentedly, "Didn't I say I can accept anything under $1 million? This time, not only Manager Gao, but even Blue Yu was stunned. Wei Chen had mentioned a 6-figure amount before, but she didn't take it seriously. However, now, looking at Wei Chen's serious expression, Blue Yu's heart raced. Salespeople earn commissions. If Wei Chen really could spend as he said, then wouldn't her sales performance today be impressive? While Manager Gao was still digesting Wei Chen's words, Wei Chen's phone suddenly rang. Unlocking it, he saw that it was Lu Kai. Wei Chen felt happy and immediately answered the call. "Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Wei?" "Yes, it's me." Wei Chen glanced at the 2 salespeople beside him, thought for a moment, and spoke into the phone. "What's up?" "It's nothing major. Your car, we rushed to deliver it to you. Are you free these days?" Wei Chen was first surprised, then delighted. "My BMW arrived so quickly?" On the side, Blue Yu and Manager Gao entered a state of shock upon hearing this. "Yes, if you're free, you can take care of everything in the next 2 days. Lu Kai continued cheerfully on the phone. "Okay, I'm currently shopping at the Global Shopping Center. It might take me a while before I have time." No rush, no rush. How about I pick you up? I'll treat you to lunch. Would that be convenient for you?" "No need to be polite. I'll treat you." Wei Chen declined the offer and said directly, "You can choose the place, I'll go buy clothes first." After hanging up, Wei Chen turned to the 2 salespeople who were still in a daze. "I'll need to handle the registration for my car later. Can you recommend more efficiently for me? I'm in a hurry." The next thing became simple. Manager Gao directly brought out the most high-end and expensive clothes in the store with Wei Chen. Fortunately, Wei Chen was busy and only picked 5 or 6 pieces to try on. "I think they are all pretty good." Wei Chen looked satisfied at the clothes he had just tried on and waved his hand. "Pack them all." At this point, Manager Gao no longer doubted Wei Chen's purchasing power. However, compared to the smiling Manager Gao, Lan Yu's face looked a bit strange. Wei Chen was the customer she brought into the store and she should have been the one to serve him. It would be easier to calculate the performance that way. But now Manager Gao intercepted halfway. And judging by the situation, Lan Yu had a faintly bad premonition. Sure enough, just as Lan Yu had this thought, Manager Gao approached to ask for Wei Chen's number in WeChat. Lan Yu's brain thundered, knowing that today's situation was likely to go wrong. But as a small salesperson, how could she dare to expose Manager Gao in person? Meanwhile, Wei Chen, who was in a good mood and ready to pay, noticed the girl Lan Yu who had served him earlier. "No need, I'll add her on WeChat." Wei Chen bypassed Manager Gao and came to Lan Yu's side. In that moment, under the spotlight, Lan Yu felt that Wei Chen was so handsome and tall, and his smile was so charming. "Shall I scan you?" Wei Chen took out his phone and gently shook it in front of Lan Yu. Lan Yu immediately excitedly opened WeChat. You can scan me." After scanning WeChat, Wei Chen thought of some sales situations he had encountered in his past life. Pausing, Wei Chen added, The clothes I bought today, will they be counted towards her performance?" Wei Chen asked Manager Gao while pointing to Lan Yu beside him. "This." Manager Gao hesitated.
Normally, she wouldn't do this. After all, in principle, she shouldn't take credit for the staff's performance. But with such a big customer, being a woman with a son to support, Manager Gao naturally didn't want to let go. Wei Chen also sensed the issue and immediately said, if it's not counted for her, then there's no need to pack them. With that, Wei Chen made as if to leave. Sir! Manager Gao panicked upon hearing this. Naturally, it will be counted towards Lanyu, as you were brought into the store by her. Manager Gao forced a smile and said with a stiff face. If Wei Chen left the store now and the store manager found out later, she might as well hand in her resignation letter. Compared to snatching customers, driving away big clients was the real taboo. Alright, pack them. Seeing the situation resolved, Wei Chen didn't say much more. However, Lanyu, who was standing aside, had a misty look in her eyes when she looked at Wei Chen. Handsome, charming, sunny, wealthy. And he was protecting her. How could Lanyu not be moved? But she also knew that she was just a salesperson while he was a customer. So, Lanyu suppressed her excitement, joy, and that strange feeling in her heart. After packing everything, Lanyu appeared in front of Wei Chen again. Sir, a total of 6 sets, totaling 2,700,000. Lanyu smiled and said, I've already calculated the discount for you, and rounded off the remainder with a promotional offer. Wei Chen also smiled, thank you. Taking the bags, Wei Chen turned to leave. Sir! Lanyu looked at Wei Chen's back and suddenly realized she didn't even know his name yet. But before, Lanyu had been focused on Wei Chen's appearance, only now did she remember this. For a professional salesperson, this is simply a huge mistake. Sir, I still don't know your name, Lanyu blushed and asked. Oh, I'm Wei Chen. Wei Chen chuckled. Your name is Lanyu, your manager just mentioned it. As he spoke, Wei Chen also opened his messaging app and waved it in front of the other person. I've already made a note of it. Lanyu inexplicably felt a sense of happiness and nodded happily. Alright, come back to buy clothes later. Watching Wei Chen leave the store, Lanyu was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Hey, you're quite something. Another salesperson who had just finished his own work came over immediately. Boss, he bought nearly 3 million in one go. Your performance this month is out of this world. Let me calculate. Oh my, your commission for this month will be. Lanyu interrupted her colleague's excited words helplessly. He's already gone. If he's gone, he's gone. After buying clothes, he won't wait for you to treat him to a meal. Her colleague's words hit Lanyu like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned in place. Yes, he bought such expensive clothes, it wouldn't be excessive for me to treat him to a meal, right? With this thought, the sadness brought by Wei Chen leaving this incident instantly became insignificant. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lanyu start to smile foolishly again, her colleague couldn't help but ask curiously. Manager Gao doesn't look too good, don't say I didn't warn you. Lanyu then put away her smile. Looking at Manager Gao's constipated expression in front of the counter, Lanyu's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly again. In fact, Wei Chen was quite annoyed. Carrying 6 bags with both hands was quite cumbersome, to be honest. After some thought, Wei Chen directly threw the old clothes he changed out of into the mall's trash can. Well, even so, his hands were still full. Originally, he was planning to buy 2 more watches today, but considering that Lu Kai was about to arrive, Wei Chen dismissed this idea. Let's talk about it later. With the newly bought clothes, Wei Chen didn't wait long before seeing Lu Kai's car on the road outside the mall. Lu Kai's own car cost only around 100,000, not a good car by any means, let alone a luxury car. But Wei Chen didn't mind. Mr. Wei, my car is a bit old, I hope you don't mind. Lu Kai was actually a bit nervous. In his view, Wei Chen must be the rich second generation of some big boss's family. Otherwise, he must have an extraordinary background. So Lu Kai was a bit worried that the other party wouldn't get in his car. But his worries were ultimately unnecessary. Not only did Wei Chen get in the car, he was also very happy. Throwing the big and small bags in his hands onto the back seat, Wei Chen quickly said, "What do you want to eat, have you decided?" In Wei Chen's view, since he was going to trouble someone next, he naturally had to be polite. It wasn't a big deal to invite someone to dinner, but Lu Kai didn't think the same way. Wei Chen bought a car, and he earned tens of thousands in commission. How could he still let Wei Chen treat him to a meal? However, before Lu Kai could speak, the next sentence from Wei Chen shut him up completely. I don't usually eat out. Wei Chen showed a troubled expression and said subconsciously, do you know where the most expensive restaurant in the Magic City is? Begging for everyone's 5-star reviews, the author thanks you all here. In the end, Wei Chen still didn't go to the most expensive restaurant in the Magic City. At Lu Kai's strong insistence, the two went to a Japanese restaurant that Lu Kai had heard of. As one of the most famous things in the island country,
the Japanese restaurant still had a good reputation.
But anyway, Wei Chen hadn't eaten much of it before.
Most of the time, he watches videos and TV shows in order to see those so-called Japanese dishes. Looking at the fusion of classical and modern decoration styles in front of him, Wei Chen couldn't help but comment,
"It looks very expensive." However, Wei Chen doesn't really care about the price now.
As the saying goes, expensive things only have the drawback of being expensive, while cheap things only have the advantage of being cheap. He is not short of money now, so what's wrong with spending a little money to eat something good? You can take a look at the menu. Lu Kai quickly handed the menu to Wei Chen after scanning it briefly. In Lu Kai's actual situation, he had almost never been to such a high-end restaurant before in his life. The reason Lu Kai knew about this place was because he heard the manager mention it during a meal. Originally, he didn't want to come to such an expensive place.
But when Wei Chen asked which was the most expensive restaurant in the city, Lu Kai could only mention this one, which he considered the top Japanese restaurant in the city. Wei Chen glanced at the menu and without hesitation called over the waiter waiting nearby. "It's just the two of us, so you can recommend us based on the most expensive prices," Wei Chen said, handing the menu to the waiter. Even the waiter was surprised by this action. He had never encountered such a customer before. However, Wei Chen, who had changed into newly bought clothes, looked rich and imposing. So the waiter didn't think much and asked with a smile, "Our restaurant is best known for sashimi and sea urchin, sir, you can consider that. In addition, we also have caviar flown in from Gaul and foie gras.
In terms of drinks, we also have red wine from the Lafite winery that's over 10 years old, would that be to your liking?" Facing the waiter's recommendations, Wei Chen nodded in agreement.
"Well, let's go with what you said." The waiter smiled and nodded, then turned and left,
leaving Lu Kai looking troubled, sitting in his seat.
He was planning to treat Wei Chen to a meal,
but after Wei Chen placed such an extravagant order,
he was afraid he couldn't afford it.
Wei Chen noticed Lu Kai's discomfort and immediately said with a smile, "I said, today I'll treat you." Lu Kai was both grateful and guilty. Such a generous and friendly customer, Lu Kai had never encountered in all his years in the industry.
The rich second generations he usually dealt with were not as easygoing and agreeable as Wei Chen.
Even some elderly bosses were rarely as likable as Wei Chen, who left a good impression on people.
"Mr. Wei, I'm really sorry," Lu Kai said, touched. "Technically, today should have been me treating you to dinner." Wei Chen waved his hand. Next time you pick a place in advance, just let me know a day or two ahead." Lu Kai nodded heavily. "Okay." Wei Chen took a sip of the complimentary drink provided by the restaurant and suddenly remembered the issue with the car. "By the way, do you have to go to many places today?" Lu Kai nodded. "Yes, we have to go get the license plates later. And we have to handle some procedures, it will probably take some time." Wei Chen suddenly realized and asked, "Can you drink?"
Lu Kai hesitated for 2 seconds, but in the end, he didn't refuse.
"We can just get a designated driver," Wei Chen said happily. "That's fine, it's no fun drinking alone." Wei Chen had a very enjoyable meal.
It has to be said that the dishes at this Japanese restaurant are indeed high-end and the taste is excellent.
Wei Chen praised the food. When it came time to pay the bill, Wei Chen didn't hesitate at all.
Only Lu Kai, looking at the bill with 5 figures, felt some regret.
2 people spent over 20,000 on just one meal.
Just that bottle of wine alone cost over 10,000.
Lu Kai felt very guilty. "Let's go." After paying the bill, Wei Chen turned to Lu Kai.
"The designated driver has been arranged and is waiting outside the store."
Back in the car, Wei Chen, who had nothing to do, finally had time to glance at his phone. "Mean.
Xiao Huang husband, I just woke up.
You sleep so early, I usually stay up very late.
By the way, Xiao Huang husband, where are you from?
Are you from the Magic City?"
"I am from the Magic City, we can go out for a meal together when we have the chance."
"Lan Yu." "Mr.
Wei, how are you doing with your matters?"
"Well, thank you so much for today. The manager has calculated the performance for me, and when are you free? Can I treat you to a meal? Just consider it as a thank you."
Looking at the Feixing messages from 2 women who both wanted to invite him to dinner, as well as Lu Kai who also intended to treat him to a meal, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why do these people like to invite others to dinner so much?
Opening Feixing, Wei Chen started replying one by one.
Reply to Mean, I am in the Magic City, but I might have to postpone the meal, I have some things to do these days. Reply to Lan Yu, you're welcome, your work is not easy, let's talk about it when we have the chance. After replying to these 2 women who he wasn't very familiar with, Wei Chen was about to take a break, but then his phone rang again. This time, it was a call. It was from Xiao Wei, but Wei Chen's instinct told him, this must be from Jang Hanying. With a hint of seriousness and caution, Wei Chen gently pressed the answer button. Hello.
Hello? Is this Mr. Wei Chen? Yes, what's up? Oh, nothing, I just wanted to ask you. Ask what? Well, have you seen the news? Jang Hanying paused and added. It's about the headlines that went viral on Weibo today. I haven't seen it. Wei Chen frowned slightly. He had just woken up and left the house. Where would he find time to check Weibo? What's wrong? Is something happening? No. It's just Jingdian over there, they messaged me. They said they want to invite me to shoot a promotional video. It's called
A Strong Youth Makes a Strong Nation.
Upon hearing this, Wei Chen also couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? The national radio station wants to shoot a promotional video? And using the conversation he had with Jang Hanying as the theme?
After a moment of silence, Wei Chen slowly spoke.
Then go ahead and shoot it. I think this is something you told me. I feel it's necessary to inform you. Jang Hanying sounded a bit nervous. Will it cause you trouble?
After thinking for a while, Wei Chen suddenly said seriously.
It might be a bit troublesome.
In order to avoid getting deeper into trouble with Jang Hanying, Wei Chen made a decisive decision. I don't want this matter to involve me.
Jang Hanying was stunned for 2 seconds before asking. What do you mean? Wei Chen sighed. I mean you should go ahead and shoot it. But don't tell anyone, that was what I said.
Sitting on the sofa, the uneasy Jang Hanying immediately sat up straight and said seriously.
You can rest assured, Mr. Wei. I will definitely not cause you any trouble. After ending the call, Wei Chen fell into contemplation. He was very skeptical of what Jang Hanying had said. This woman is simply a troublemaking machine.
From Wei Chen's initial intention to cut off contact with her, to now, he still couldn't sever the connection between them. It all started when they met for the first time because he was discharged from the hospital. Later, because of the compensation money, it got involved again. And then, because the compensation money was used on children in mountainous areas, the matter became a hot topic again and caught Wei Chen's attention.
Well, now the hot topic has ended. People are now directly connected with CCTV,
and using his words as the theme of the promotional video. At this rate, Wei Chen felt that Jang Hanying should be able to make contact with aliens from outer space soon.
And looking at the trend, he might also get dragged into it.
This made Wei Chen somewhat unacceptable and incomprehensible.
You are a top Asian star. You don't sing, you don't dance, you don't make movies or TV shows. Why do you have to be associated with yourself when something happens?
Taking a deep breath, Wei Chen forcibly erased the image of Jang Hanying from his mind, and his mood finally improved a bit.
I've made it so clear. You won't cause any more trouble, will you?
Praying silently in his heart, after resting for a while, Wei Chen finally arrived at his destination. With the help and guidance of Lu Kai in the afternoon, Wei Chen not only successfully sought his car but also completed a series of procedures for his car. However, both he and Lu Kai had been drinking, so it was impossible for him to drive back. After bidding farewell to Lu Kai, Wei Chen found a designated driver. When the designated driver drove the car into the rundown residential area where Wei Chen currently lived, the young driver was a bit confused. Looking at the retro buildings from the last century in front of him, the young driver looked down at the car he was driving. Sir, are you sure you live here? The designated driver was still not reassured and asked again. Right here. Wei Chen got out of the car and casually replied. I've been renting this house for some years. Listening to Wei Chen's explanation, the young driver became even more puzzled. Driving a 2 million car and still needing to rent a house to live in? Nowadays, rich people really know how to play. After paying the fare, Wei Chen carried the clothes he bought and went upstairs alone. The corridor was a bit desolate, cold and clear, that kind of desolation. The end of June in the Magic City, the weather was extremely harsh. Maybe it was sunny the day before, but the temperature suddenly dropped the next day. So as soon as he got home, Wei Chen took a hot shower first. Then he collapsed on the bed. Busy all day, he only did 2 things. Bought clothes and solved the problem with the car. Summoning the system, Wei Chen looked at the mission target. Still 28 million short to complete the current task. 90 million, enough to buy a good house in the Magic City, right? Wei Chen was a bit uncertain. In his previous life, he had seen a news report. It was about a well-known actress who, after being disgraced and banned, auctioned off her mansion. The price of her house was around 150 million, and when it was resold, it was priced at 130 million. So Wei Chen was also not sure if the money he had was enough to buy a mansion. As for those houses worth a few million, Wei Chen was really not interested now. If he could buy a house worth 90 million, why would he buy one worth 9 million? Buy 10 of them and switch between them? As Wei Chen thought about it, he couldn't help but think of Jang Hanying. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that this woman was really troublesome, he could indeed ask her. Given Jiang Hanying's situation, she must be clear about the prices of luxury homes in the Magic City. But Wei Chen just thought about it and had no intention of contacting Jiang Hanying at all. He just wanted to stay away from that woman. Lying on the bed and scrolling through Weibo for a while, Wei Chen once again saw the figure of Jiang Hanying. This omnipresent woman had indeed been invited by CCTV. The news is out. Wei Chen roughly scanned the news and immediately understood. The meaning of the news was simple. They were preparing to shoot a promotional short film, and they intended to invite Jiang Hanying to star in it. Although it is not official news in the source's self-media, the information is quite detailed. Thinking back to the phone call from Jiang Hanying in the afternoon, Wei Chen knew that this matter was most likely true. Seeing the dark comments in the comments section, Wei Chen quietly withdrew. He was not one to engage in empty talk. In his past life, Wei Chen couldn't stand keyboard warriors. Before Wei Chen could relax, he opened Feixin. Message after message kept coming in. They were all from Min and Lanyue. Min had sent quite a few messages in the afternoon, but Wei Chen was busy at that time and didn't read them. Now, Min was preparing for a live broadcast, so the messages stopped. Lanyue, on the other hand, hadn't sent many messages in the afternoon, probably because she was busy. But now, she was probably off work. Several messages were sent in a row, mostly asking if Wei Chen was satisfied with his clothes, when he was free, and suggesting to treat him to a meal. The words were quite warm. Wei Chen also faintly felt the difference between himself and the past. In both his lifetimes, he had never been approached by girls like this. But now, the change was so obvious. It must be because of my money. No, it's because they think I have money. Thinking of this, Wei Chen couldn't help but frown. Min might value his money, but Lanyue didn't seem to be like that. When Wei Chen first met Lanyue, he was wearing cheap clothes, so she couldn't have known he was wealthy. It seems like charisma is also playing a role. Thinking of this, Wei Chen felt a bit troubled. I always said, what use is this hidden attribute? He didn't plan on becoming a star. If he had to be good-looking, he'd rather be a bit luckier. Sighing quietly, Wei Chen opened the chat box with Lanyue. Clicking to reply, Wei Chen typed, let's meet in a few days. Are you off work now? Lanyue, who had just arrived home, was lazily lying on the sofa in her rented apartment. After standing all day, Lanyue felt like her waist was about to break. But at that moment, her phone rang. Lanyue, lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up and hugged her phone. Opening Feixin, it was indeed the man who replied to her message. Let's meet in a few days. Are you off work now? Looking at these two messages, Lanyue's breath almost stopped. Pondering back and forth, Lanyue typed in deleted words, and finally, pretending to be calm, she clicked send. Off work, just got home. Waiting for a while, looking at the other party is typing prompt in the chat box, Wei Chen thought Lanyue might be writing a paper. But unexpectedly, what came was such a short sentence. Off work, just got home. Wei Chen thought for a moment and felt that it must be because the other party was tired. It's hard to type when you're exhausted. Well, take care. Rest early, we'll chat later when you're free. After typing, Wei Chen exited Feixin. He hadn't even ordered takeout for dinner yet. Wei Chen spent 1,000 yuan on a luxurious dinner and started watching a TV series from this world. Eating and watching the drama was undoubtedly a great pleasure in life. It was an old comedy drama that made Wei Chen burst into laughter. Just then, his phone rang. Checking his phone, Wei Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was his younger cousin calling. Hello. Hey, brother. Oh, why did you suddenly think of calling me? I plan to stay in the Magic City for a few days and visit you. Hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but smile. Come on, tell me, why are you really coming to the Magic City? It's nothing, just a little something. I might have to stay at your place for a few days. Not saying? Then find a place to stay on your own. No, bro. Alright. Xiaoqing said she misses me, and I thought there's nothing much to do back home. Wei Chen's expression slightly froze. This scene, he seemed to have seen it before. Wasn't that how he and Chen Shui used to be? The difference was, back then Wei Chen was even more frugal and had nowhere to stay. After some thought, Wei Chen said, alright, when are you coming over? Tomorrow. I booked a high-speed train. I can arrive by noon after leaving early in the morning. Okay, give me a call when you arrive. I'll come pick you up. Okay, thanks bro. By the way, have you talked to my aunt about this? Yes, bro, don't worry, I didn't sneak out. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. After hanging up the phone, Wei Chen fell into contemplation. He was not an orphan in his life. Compared to those protagonists with boundless powers who worshipped their parents, Wei Chen's parents were both alive. It's just that after their divorce a few years ago, they didn't pay much attention to him. This led Wei Chen to immediately dive into work right after graduation.
The problem is, I'm different now from before. It's easy to deceive others, but it's impossible to deceive family members. Sooner or later, there has to be an explanation. Well, let's wait for Xiaochen to arrive. Xiaochen is Wei Chen's cousin, full name Yi Chen. He's a pretty good kid, sensible and clever, and has been close to Wei Chen since childhood. However, in recent years, as both of them went to university one after the other, their contact naturally decreased. Interestingly, both brothers attended universities in the Magic City, but Wei Chen was 2 years older than Yi Chen. By the time the autumn semester started, Yi Chen was a junior. His girlfriend Wen Qing, whom Wei Chen had met once, was a well-behaved type and a local in the Magic City. To be honest, the previous Wei Chen would not have approved of their relationship. But what can he do? Yi Chen's family is poor. How can they compare to his family? Not to mention buying a house in a place like the Magic City, even buying a house in their hometown is a stretch. In the future, even if the two of them are together, it will be very difficult. But now, things are different. Wei Chen gazed deeply out the window, planning to meet his younger siblings when the opportunity arises. If the person is really good, then everything will be fine. But if it's someone like Chen Shui, Wei Chen will have to help Yi Chen keep an eye on her. In Wei Chen's plan, when the company is established in the future, it will probably be handed over to his younger brother to manage. Therefore, the character of Yi Chen's girlfriend becomes very important. After pondering Yi Chen's issue for a while, Wei Chen habitually went on Zhanyu for a stroll. However, this time, he quietly set his status to invisible. Also, this time, Wei Chen didn't go directly to Watchmean's live broadcast. Instead, he found a big streamer in the gaming section, Ashu. Ashu was a big streamer in the console section, considered quite top-notch. His personal style was also good, and Wei Chen enjoyed watching him. The reason Wei Chen came to watch Ashu play games was carefully considered. Wei Chen's plan to start a company next naturally needed a direction. Currently, his plan was to start a gaming company. It makes money fast and spends it fast. It aligns well with Wei Chen's goal of spending money quickly. And even if the game business loses money, it won't attract too much attention. How many game developers haven't lost money before? Ashu was live streaming a survival RPG game. It tells the story of the protagonist, one of the few remaining humans after the apocalypse, struggling to survive in a world filled with hordes of zombies. It has been a popular game IP in recent years. However, under Ashu's hell-level difficulty setting, the male protagonist in the game once again fell under the siege of corpses on the 10th day. His death was quite tragic. Brother Shu changed the difficulty. Preparing for Season 6. Damn, I went to pee and it's over. Wei Chen mingled in the crowd, also very joyful. Watching people play games, there are only two effects. One is when the player is skilled and the game is exciting. The other is when the player is funny, even if they keep dying, people still enjoy watching. In fact, many people don't want the player to be skilled, but rather love to see the player's game fail. At this moment, Ashu is about to start a new game, and the barrage is as lively as during the new year. Damn it! Ashu looked at the big "you died" on the screen and couldn't help but be angry. This is already his 6th crash tonight. However, as a veteran anchor, Ashu immediately started a new game. Wei Chen, mingling in the crowd, fought for a moment and sent 2 super rockets to support him a little. Wow, there's an emperor in the live stream. It's Xiao Huang. Why didn't Xiao Huang go to Min's place and came to Brother Shu's? Many people in the barrage recognized Wei Chen, while some had no idea what was going on. But as an anchor, Ashu knew about the recent popularity of the Xiao Huang legend on the Battlefish platform. But isn't this boss always watching female anchors? Ashu's eyes rolled for a moment, and he immediately thanked loudly. Thanks to Boss Xiao Huang for the 2 super rockets. Thank you, boss is generous, boss is spending money. Game anchors are different from dance anchors, as their gifts are usually few. The weekly gift income may sometimes not even be as much as a dance anchor's 1 PK. It's just the environment. The game is quite interesting. Wei Chen typed. As long as the boss likes it. Ashu said somewhat embarrassed. It's just that this hell difficulty really messes with people's minds a bit. Ashu said helplessly, while the barrage was full of laughter. Change the difficulty. I can't stand this anymore. It's okay, it's just a new season. I estimate we can start a new game 50 times tonight. Wei Chen looked at the cheerful atmosphere but quietly clicked on Ashu's profile picture. Click, send a private message on Battlefish. Wei Chen didn't come to the livestream just to watch tonight, he came to do business. As Wei Chen appeared in Ashu's livestream and sent out super rockets, Min's livestream instantly became lively. Oh no, Xiao Huang went to watch the console games area. It seems Min can't attract Xiao Huang anymore. No way, Xiao Huang actually chose a man. Min was a bit slow to react at first. But soon she realized that Wei Chen had actually gone to watch the console games area. This was something that made Min feel uneasy. Although she had added Wei Chen as a friend last night, but from the results, it didn't seem as beautiful as Min had expected. Wei Chen didn't even say a few words to her. Moreover, Min also found that there was nothing in Wei Chen's circle of friends. This completely puzzled Min about Wei Chen's situation. Now, Wei Chen simply didn't look at her and went to watch people play games. Could it be that men ultimately preferred technical things more? Min was a bit unsure. It's normal for Xiao Huang to occasionally watch console games. You guys are making a big deal out of nothing. Mian felt uneasy in her heart, but she remained calm and composed on the surface. However, the discussion in the live broadcast room did not die down. Helpless, Mian had to go with the flow and went to check Ashu's room. Upon entering, she saw Ashu once again lying among the zombie horde. The scene had been edited to be less graphic, with many parts pixelated. However, Mian, being a young girl, still felt uncomfortable. Does Xiao Wang enjoy watching this kind of game? Mian was puzzled. Wei Chen sent a private message to Ashu and then logged off shortly after. He had come to see Ashu mainly to deliver a gift and send a private message. So when Mian came to check the room, he had already left. Mian was left alone in Ashu's live broadcast room for half a day without seeing him. As for Wei Chen, who did not watch the live broadcast, he went to watch a TV series. Well, not for entertainment, but also for work. Besides the gaming industry, Wei Chen was quite knowledgeable about the TV industry. According to him, it was easy to spend money on making a TV series. Whether it made money or not was not important, the main thing was spending it fast. Just hiring one or two popular celebrities for the cast would cost millions in fees alone. Add in other miscellaneous expenses, and the money would flow like water. It was truly another way to spend money besides gaming. Wei Chen spent the whole night watching the series. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he finally put down his phone. Surprisingly, the series was quite good. The next day, Wei Chen slept in until noon. After taking a shower, his phone rang shortly after. His cousin Yi Chen was finally arriving. However, Wei Chen had already planned ahead for today and didn't drive out. Instead, he took a taxi to the high-speed rail station to pick up Yi Chen. The station was crowded with people. The only thing Wei Chen was grateful for was that there was no global flu sweeping the world in this world. This meant he didn't have to wear a mask when going out. After waiting for a while in the waiting area, Yi Chen finally appeared in Wei Chen's sight. "Brother!" From a distance, Yi Chen spotted Wei Chen. Wei Chen smiled and went to greet him. "Wow, brother, you look good in that outfit." As soon as Yi Chen approached Wei Chen, he couldn't help but exclaim. But when Yi Chen took a closer look, he had a new feeling. "Brother, did you get plastic surgery?" "Nonsense!" Wei Chen scolded impatiently, and Yi Chen chuckled. "No, brother, how come it feels like it's only been half a year since we last met, but you seem to have become much more handsome." "No, you're right, I did become more handsome. Look at your eyes, mouth, nose, and eyebrows. How come they look so different from the Chinese New Year?" Wei Chen casually took Yi Chen's suitcase and said, "Second puberty, understand." "Got it." Yi Chen laughed for a while and didn't say much. His mind was on his girlfriend. "By the way, how's Xiaoqing?" Wei Chen suddenly asked. "Call her out, let's have a meal together." "Brother, why are you so generous today?" Yi Chen looked at Wei Chen suspiciously and furrowed his brows slightly. "You used to be unwilling to even pay me 20 yuan for phone bills. Can't things change?" Wei Chen rolled his eyes at his younger brother and hailed a taxi. "Are you going to eat or not?" "Yes." Yi Chen happily said. "Brother, wait a moment, I'll message Xiaoqing." In less than 2 minutes, Yi Chen had sorted it out. "Okay, your sister-in-law will be out in a while. Bro, where should we go eat?" Wei Chen had already picked a place. "Let's find a small restaurant. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks." "Sure, sounds good." Yi Chen, also from a humble background, didn't have much of an opinion on these matters. Mainly, in his eyes, Wei Chen's life wasn't exactly affluent either. After all, Wei Chen had just graduated from college and found a job. Working in a big city like the Magic City, the monthly expenses were not low. Yi Chen could see all of this. Yi Chen was a good person, with a strong sense of values, although sometimes a bit impulsive, but after all, still young. After a few years of polishing, his temperament would naturally stabilize. Half an hour later, just a half street away from Wei Chen's home was a restaurant. Wei Chen finally sought his future younger sibling for the second time. The little girl was a bit quiet and gentle, with a sunny personality. The clothes she wore were obviously branded, and being a junior in college, she had started putting on some makeup. But overall, Wei Chen was quite satisfied. The dishes had already been ordered. Wei Chen didn't go for the most expensive ones, but rather based on his monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000. It was a good deal, with 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. With 3 people dining, it was more than enough. Let's make do with this. Wei Chen took the initiative to say. It's fine, we're all family. Yi Chen was not polite. He opened the wine and poured it for the 2 of them. Xiao Chang just smiled and didn't say much. This was the second time she had met Yi Chen, her cousin, and she still felt a bit reserved. Wei Chen raised his glass. What are your plans for the future? What plans can I have? Finish college first, and then we'll see. Yi Chen said casually. On the other hand, Xiao Qing seemed hesitant to speak. Wei Chen immediately gave Yi Chen a slap. You fool, a young girl is following you, and you're just fooling around like this? Are you planning to go back in the future, or stay in the Magic City? In any case, there must be a goal. Faced with Wei Chen's reprimand, Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless. But it's not up to me to decide. I want to develop in the Magic City. But you know, brother, how expensive the prices in housing are in the Magic City. My family can't afford a house here. Wei Chen didn't continue to blame Yi Chen, but turned to Xiao Chang. And what about Xiao Chang? Are you willing to go back to our hometown with my brother and live there? Faced with Wei Chen's soul-searching question, Xiao Chang was also very hesitant. In their family, the environment was actually very good, with both parents having stable jobs. Xiao Qing was the only daughter in the family and had been pampered since childhood. Moreover, she was sensible, with a good personality, and her appearance and figure were top-notch. To be honest, she had no shortage of suitors in college. Wei Chen couldn't figure out how his cheap cousin managed to win her over. So, Xiao Cheng still hadn't made a decision on this matter. She knew that if her parents found out about this, they would never agree. The household registration in the prestigious Magic City, how many people couldn't get it even if they wanted to? Why not find someone local? Marrying off to another place was truly considered marrying down. Xiao Chang was hesitant and couldn't make a decision for a while. Wei Chen didn't press further. On the other hand, Yi Chen couldn't sit still. Bro, aren't you thinking too far ahead? What do you know? Wei Chen glared at Yi Chen and cut him off. You're young now, but what about in a few years? The girl is in her prime, and she's wasting it following you like this? Xiao Qing finally spoke up after hearing this. Actually, I'm fine myself. It's mainly about my family. My parents know Xiao Chun, but they also don't want me to marry someone from another place. Wei Chen thought for a moment. What do you think? Xiao Cheng pondered for a few seconds before saying, I think the most important thing is for 2 people to be together and live their lives. Even if it's a bit tough with Xiao Chun, it's okay. But if I were to marry someone from another place, I wouldn't be able to explain it to my parents. If possible, I hope Xiao Chun and I can rely on ourselves. Maybe just buy a small apartment in the big city. Slowly pay off the mortgage in the future. It's not impossible. Xiao Qing's words deeply moved Yi Chen. Wei Chen, on the other hand, carefully observed Xiao Chang. In the girl's eyes, there was a hint of determination, a hint of fearlessness, and a hint of guilt. For a young girl to say such things to a man, it either meant she was lying or she had made a significant decision. Considering Wei Chen's own situation and Xiao Chen's future environment, it would be difficult to estimate. So Wei Chen also paid more attention to this younger sister, to avoid a situation like what happened with Chen Shui from occurring again. But now, Wei Chen was truly very satisfied with Xiao Chang. Even for the sake of their challenging love, Wei Chen felt he should do something. Don't worry, everything will be fine in the future. Wei Chen took a sip of wine, feeling much more relaxed. The atmosphere in the second half of the meal became much livelier. With Yi Chen, the Joker, around, the 3 of them had a great time. After leaving the restaurant, Wei Chen found an excuse and left first. You accompany Xiao Qing for a walk, I have something to do. Wei Chen smiled. Yi Chen was busy spending time alone with his girlfriend at the moment, so he readily agreed to Wei Chen's suggestion. Okay, brother, you go ahead. Watching the happy couple, Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh and quietly walked away. He was determined not to interfere with their happiness. Hailing a cab, Wei Chen headed straight to the real estate agency. The location Wei Chen chose was the nearest agency to him and also a well-known one. Unlike when he bought a car before, as soon as Wei Chen entered today, he was immediately approached by 5 salespeople. Even Yi Chen, a poor guy, could tell that Wei Chen was not an ordinary customer. Could these sharp salespeople not see it? Before Wei Chen could react, the 2 closest salespeople took advantage of their geographical position and approached him. Sir, are you here to look at houses? The 2 of them spoke simultaneously and glanced at each other. Wei Chen glanced at the 2 of them, a man and a woman. Yes, to buy a house. As soon as Wei Chen spoke, both of them started talking. The male salesperson, Sir, let me introduce you to the available properties. The female salesperson, Sir, May I ask what price range you are considering? Wei Chen instinctively turned to look at the female salesperson.
It had to be said that Wei Chen preferred this straightforward approach in front of him.
Around 70 million. Wei Chen's words made the surrounding customers and the two salespeople gasp. But Wei Chen wasn't done yet. I want to pay in full up front, it needs to be quick. By tomorrow at the latest, I want this settled. Wei Chen had a time limit, at most 3 days. And today was already the second day. So Wei Chen needed to quickly spend the money.
The male salesperson initially missed the opportunity and was planning to step in, but the female salesperson didn't give him a chance.
Alright, sir. Our agency has the fastest efficiency. We guarantee that you can finalize everything today and get the keys tomorrow. Saying this, the female salesperson approached Wei Chen, smiling.
Sir, please follow me this way. As they spoke, she led Wei Chen to the other side.
The male salesperson could only feel a pang of heartache.
Sometimes, opportunities are just fleeting moments. Sir, my surname is Li, you can call me Xiao Li.
And how should I address you, sir? My surname is Wei.
Alright, sir. Xiao Li took Wei Chen to a resting area and took out a set of albums. Sir, you can take a look. These are all properties starting from 60 million. The upper limit is within 100 million, some are fully furnished, some are bare, you can decorate them yourself.
Looking at the sets of properties in the album, Wei Chen fell into contemplation.
Greenland Amber Bund, close to the Huangpu River, with a broad view and excellent lighting. Price starting at 160,000 renminbi per square meter, total area approximately 420 square meters, total price 67.2 million. Lujiazui Riverside Garden, located on Binjiang Avenue, beautiful environment, rich vegetation. Price starting at 140,000 renminbi per square meter, total area 500 square meters, total price 70 million. Huazhou Courtyard, top luxury villa area, mostly inhabited by top figures from the business, political, and entertainment circles. Price starting at 225,000 renminbi per square meter, total area 400 square meters, total price 90 million. Well, each set could blind him from a week ago, but Wei Chen quickly made a choice. Why is this Huazhou Courtyard so cheap? Before coming, Wei Chen also searched for the top neighborhoods in the city. This Huazhou Courtyard usually starts at several hundred million. Why is this set so cheap? Sir, it's like this. Xiao Li endured his overwhelming joy and explained patiently. Usually, the total area of Huazhou Courtyard is over 1,000 square meters, but the property you are looking at has a much smaller area. So the price is much cheaper. But a villa of over 400 square meters is completely sufficient for living. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but ask, can we go take a look? Xiao Li was almost overwhelmed with happiness. Of course, if you are interested. Over an hour later. Huazhou Courtyard, one of the top villa communities in the city. Wei Chen, accompanied by Xiao Li, slowly stopped on the side while riding a free self-service bicycle. Wei Chen had been drinking, so he didn't drive. Seeing that Wei Chen didn't drive, Xiao Li didn't mention the car either. Unexpectedly, Wei Chen actually rode a bicycle with her. After all, the customer is God. Xiao Li comforted herself silently and followed with a smile. Sir, we're here. Xiao Li pointed to a large garden path in front of them. Where? Wei Chen looked at the garden, somewhat puzzled. The garden in front of you, that's it. Xiao Li took Wei Chen to the front gate and took out the keys. Although the living area of this property is not large, but the garden area is truly one of the largest in the entire Huazhou Courtyard. The entire garden is over 1,800 square meters. Wei Chen was stunned after hearing this. What on earth? What kind of place has a garden of nearly 2,000 square meters? Remember, a standard basketball court is only over 400 square meters. This garden is equivalent to more than 4 basketball courts? Xiao Li led the way in front, completely unaware of Wei Chen's expression, and continued. Apart from the garden, this property is a detached house. There are 2 floors above ground totaling 400 square meters, a cellar underground, and approximately 300 square meters. The villa has a total of 7 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 6 bathrooms. And this villa is fully furnished, sir, once you confirm. You can move in at any time. Xiao Li led the way, chattering away. Wei Chen stood behind, looking solemnly at the luxurious villa in front of him that he had never seen before. Well, this house will soon be mine. After reminding himself several times, Wei Chen finally faced reality. How much is this house? Wei Chen suddenly interrupted Xiao Li's explanation. The selling price of this property is 90 million. If you are paying in full, it can be cheaper. Of course, the specific price still needs to be negotiated with the landlord. Wei Chen nodded. Give the landlord a call for this house. I'll take it. Xiao Li took a deep breath,
finally confirming that he was not dreaming today. How difficult is it to sell a house in Huazhou Courtyard? For example, the house where the two are now. It was listed in 2016. 5 years have passed. But Wei Chen is the only one willing to come and see the house. Other guests didn't even bother to come and see it. Mr. Wei, please wait. I'll call the landlord right away. Xiaoli was excited and then left the villa to make the call. Wei Chen sat on the sofa, silently lost in thought. 9 million, he can afford it. But he doesn't want any of the furniture or belongings left by the owner. So when the time comes, buying furniture and such will be an additional expense. Wei Chen has 91.3 million on hand. If he can negotiate a bit more on the price, it will be just enough to buy furniture. Xiao Li's efficiency was quite high. Just a few minutes later, he brought good news to Wei Chen. Mr. Wei, the landlord is in Shanghai. He said he has time tonight. If you are available, he is willing to invite you for a meal and discuss further at the table. Wei Chen frowned slightly at this. Tell him, 80 million for this house, and I'll pay now. Xiao Li looked hesitant. This, Mr. Wei, you are bargaining too hard. The landlord probably won't agree. Wei Chen remained calm and said directly. 80 million in cash, isn't that more direct than installment payments? And I don't plan to keep any of the things he left behind. Tell him, if possible, I'll go buy things today. I'll move in tomorrow. When Xiaoli heard this, she knew Wei Chen was serious about buying. After some thought, she could only make a call to the landlord. But the result was naturally a deadlock. Mr. Wei. Xiaoli was nervous. The landlord said 80 million is not possible. But since you are so interested, he is willing to lower the price. 85 million, you can sign now and the house will be yours. Wei Chen lowered his head, his eyes wandering. 83 million, and I'll sign now. Otherwise, let's look elsewhere. Anyway, I'm paying in full. Someone will be willing to lower the price for me. Don't you think so? Xiaoli also understood Wei Chen's intention. This person in front of her is really wealthy, and it's not like he must have this particular property. Anyway, he will buy something. If not this one, then another. It still counts as her achievement. Xiao Li's mind suddenly cleared. After leaving the villa, Xiao Li made a call. Mr. Jiang. My client said 83 million is the final offer. Mr. Wei is inside now. If you are willing to sell, you can come over now. I'll prepare the contract immediately. Mr. Wei said, final offer, as long as you agree, he will pay immediately. In full. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Jang was not pleased. I listed this house for 90 million. 85 million is already a big concession. After leaving this door, the price won't be the same. Xiao Li, however, was not buying it. She had already set her sights on Wei Chen and was determined to buy a house. With over 80 million in full payment, there were plenty of people willing to lower the price. Mr. Jang, it's not that I'm not helping you. But, Mr. Wei, it's full payment. You should know, for a house priced at 1 billion, paying in full is around 90 million. Many people are willing to make a move. If you're hesitating over these 2 million, Mr. Wei also said you could go see other houses. But what happens then, I really can't say. Xiao Li was speaking the truth. Many people sell houses because they need money. A house priced at 1 billion, selling for 100 million less, there were plenty of takers. So between the two parties, Wei Chen was the least anxious. After hesitating for a while, Mr. Jiang seemed to have thought of something. Alright, I'll come over now. Are you sure you can pay in full today? Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat, asking seriously. Of course, Mr. Wei has promised, full payment today. Okay, I'll be there in an hour. You go prepare the contract. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Li looked at the vast garden in front of her, feeling that the world was so beautiful. How did it go? All settled. Wei Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Li turned around and saw Wei Chen's handsome face bathed in sunlight. Approaching 30, unmarried Xiao Li was momentarily captivated. Such a person, handsome and wealthy. Xiao Li bit her lip hard, waking herself up from her unrealistic thoughts. Then, her face flushed, and she said enthusiastically, everything is arranged, Mr. Wei. The homeowner will be here soon to sign the contract with you. After confirming everything, Xiao Li quickly returned to the company. Because Wei Chen requested it, all the furniture had to be cleared out within the day. Fortunately, the real estate agency and the moving company were in contact, and Xiao Li quickly arranged everything. With the contract and a grand procession of moving trucks, she rushed back, and the homeowner, Mr. Jang, also arrived. Mr. Jang, in his 50s, did not look particularly wealthy. Wei Chen even vaguely felt that this Mr. Jang did not seem like a rich person. Hello, Mr. Jiang. After a simple handshake, the two entered the villa. Accompanying them was the enthusiastic Xiao Li. 83 million, full payment, right? After sitting down, Mr. Jang, as if not reassured, asked again. Of course, full payment.
Wei Chen took the contract handed over by Xiao Li, confirmed it roughly, and then signed it.
Mr. Jang then breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit by signing.
After all the handover was completed, Wei Chen immediately paid the full amount.
Mr. Jang, I don't need the furniture in the house. Should I have them sent back to you, or what do you suggest?
Wei Chen said as he escorted the guest out.
Unexpectedly, Mr.
Jang said directly, I don't need the furniture either, you can handle it.
Wei Chen nodded immediately.
Alright, I'll take care of it directly.
After receiving the payment, Mr. Jang hurriedly left, seeming not to want to stay long. Wei Chen was a bit puzzled by this.
Fortunately, what followed was very simple.
With the moving team brought by Xiao Li, the household items were quickly taken away. Mr.
Wei,
are you sure you don't want any of the furniture in the house?
Xiao Li hesitated. If you put them on the second-hand market, you could probably make quite a bit of money.
Wei Chen nodded. You handle it, whatever needs to be done, leave it to you.
Xiao Li was a bit stunned. These pieces of furniture, at the very least, were worth $1 million.
Even in the second-hand market, it won't be too cheap. 300,000 to 400,000 is still a lot. But now, Wei Chen surprisingly doesn't care at all. However, Xiao Li is also a sincere person. Just sold Wei Chen such an expensive house, she is also very attentive. Okay, I will help you with that.
Later, our company will charge some agency fees, I need to inform you in advance.
No problem.
Wei Chen waved his hand, indicating that he understood the matter.
After you handle it, contact me again. After adding WeChat and phone number, Xiao Li left quickly. With such a big contract, she also needs to hurry back to report to the company. In addition to these furniture, they also need to be dealt with. In the empty villa, only Wei Chen was left for a while. Checking the system, there was still 3 million left.
Buying furniture and such should be enough.
Wei Chen took out his phone and checked the time, only 4:30 in the afternoon.
After some thought, Wei Chen immediately dialed his younger brother's number.
How's the shopping going? I'm having milk tea with Xiaoqing. What's up, bro?
Wei Chen was silent for 2 seconds before slowly saying, take a taxi, go to the furniture city.
What are you going to the furniture city for? Are you buying furniture, bro?
Yes, I'll be there in a while, you go quickly.
Oh, okay, I'll take a taxi right away. After hanging up the phone, Wei Chen hesitated for a few seconds.
In the end, he picked up his phone and silently walked out of the villa.
Half an hour later, in the Magic City Furniture Plaza,
Yi Chen, who was wandering around, immediately spotted Wei Chen who had just gotten out of a taxi.
Bro, why did you suddenly think of buying furniture?
Wei Chen looked at his younger brother inside.
Bro, I have something to tell you. What's wrong, bro? Yi Chen looked at Wei Chen's somewhat unusual expression, feeling nervous. Nothing's wrong.
Just as Wei Chen's emotions were calming down, they were stirred up again. Before I tell you the real business, I must make one thing clear to you. That is, no matter what I say, don't tell our family.
You must not say it. Got it?
Seeing this, Yi Chen became even more nervous.
Bro, is there something really wrong? Not only Yi Chen, but also Xiaoqing, who was accompanying them, became nervous. Wei Chen sighed deeply and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. You must keep it a secret. Got it?
Got it, bro, just tell me. Wei Chen looked around, seeing no one paying attention, he said seriously.
Actually, I won the lottery.
What? Yi Chen widened his eyes, with a face that looked like he was caring for a mentally challenged child.
Without hesitation, Wei Chen gave his beloved younger brother a brain explosion of love. I really won the lottery. I won a lot. I bought a villa in Magic City with the money.
The remaining money, I plan to buy some more furniture.
Don't tell your parents about this, and especially not my parents, got it?
Yi Chen was stunned for a while and couldn't recover.
How much did you win, bro? 9 million. How much? 9 million.
Bro, tell me again, I might still be drunk.
No problem. Bang. Damn, bro, you really did it. Seeing Yi Chen looking so aggrieved, Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh.
Alright, let's go buy furniture. Yi Chen stared at his cousin in a daze, and walked into the furniture city as if no one else was there, still somewhat unclear.
Xiaoqing, do you think my brother really won the lottery?
Xiaoqing looked at the two brothers, not knowing how to describe them for a moment. From the look of your brother, it seems like he's not lying.
90 million? Your brother seems to be talking about 90 million. Bought a villa? Your brother seems to be talking about buying a villa. Can I hit you on the head?
Yi Chen ultimately couldn't bring himself to harm his little girlfriend.
And Xiaoqing, unusually, didn't get angry, because she hadn't reacted yet. What are you two doing? Come in quickly. Wei Chen left and returned, looking at the bewildered young couple, feeling exasperated. Hurry up, it's getting dark.
As soon as the three of them entered the furniture store, they were greeted by a salesperson.
Since Wei Chen changed his appearance, the effect was immediate.
These salespeople were all very sharp-eyed, although Yi Chen and Xiao Qing were not dressed extravagantly.
But Wei Chen's outfit cost tens of thousands.
Next, Yi Chen and Xiao Qing completely entered the mode of watching.
This bed is nice, how much is it? Starting at 280,000, there's currently a promotion. Bought it. This cabinet is nice, how much is it? This set of cabinets is currently on promotion, only 68,000. Bought it. This bathroom set seems nice too, how much is it?
This bathroom set is the latest German import, only needs.
Bought it.
As the shopping continued, Yi Chen realized for the first time that his cousin was so impatient.
Because by the second half of the shopping trip, Wei Chen simply stopped asking about prices. Wei Chen originally brought Yi Chen and Xiao Qing to help them choose.
But once they entered the store, he realized.
These two didn't know anything at all.
Not only did they not know, they were clueless from start to finish.
They didn't even offer any suggestions.
Helpless, Wei Chen had to take matters into his own hands.
Although Wei Chen didn't really understand either. But he knew how to spend money.
As the money was spent bit by bit, Wei Chen's mood gradually became happier. The mission was almost complete. After the last set of seats was purchased, Wei Chen couldn't think of any more furniture that needed to be bought. Along with that, his 3 million was now less than 10,000. It was just right. And Yi Chen and Xiao Qing, by now, had gone from shock to numbness. They had watched Wei Chen buy over 8 million worth of furniture.
That could have bought a small apartment in the Magic City.
Sir, please leave your address, we will deliver it to you as soon as possible.
The initial receptionist had now been replaced by the regional manager.
After all, customers with such strong purchasing power as Wei Chen were not given face by ordinary receptionists. The manager's attitude was very friendly and kind. Wei Chen felt like he was in a warm breeze.
Okay, add me on WeChat, I'll send it to you.
By the way, I hope to have everything settled tonight. I plan to move into the new house tomorrow. It was already past 6 o'clock, and theoretically, they were all about to get off work.
But with a big customer like Wei Chen speaking up, what reason did the manager have to refuse? The customer is God.
The manager immediately nodded in assurance, promising to deliver it to Wei Chen later. Wei Chen had originally planned to have dinner with his siblings, but he decided to just hand over the keys to them.
You handle it, I'll come back for the keys tomorrow. Wei Chen felt comfortable throwing the responsibility to them, but the manager was completely at a loss.
It was the first time he had seen a customer trust the business so much.
But considering Wei Chen's generosity, the manager had no choice but to take on this task. Sabotage? Lack of workers and materials? That was absolutely impossible.
Rich people like this, how could a small manager like him dare to do such things?
Provoking the other party, not even knowing how he would die. Wei Chen also knew this, so he wasn't worried at all. He left the hometown with his younger siblings.
And that night, the manager worked until the middle of the night before finally settling Wei Chen's new home completely.
Of course, that's a story for another time. What do you want to eat? Wei Chen asked subconsciously as he stepped out. But the response he got was a wave of unease from Yi Chen. Brother, did you really win the lottery? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell aunt and uncle? If they knew what you did, what would happen? Faced with this series of questions, Wei Chen only replied, I spent the money based on my own abilities, what's the problem? Yi Chen took a sharp breath. But this money, is the money you won from the lottery?
Back in our hometown, 90 million, that could buy 50 houses. Wei Chen's hometown was a fifth-tier small city in Anhui province, where a house averaged just over $1 million. Even for luxury homes, 4 to 5 million was considered a lot. 90 million could buy at least a dozen or 20 houses. But now, Wei Chen used it all to buy a villa.
No, he bought a villa.
Yi Chen's face suddenly turned colorful, trembling as he asked, Brother, how much did you spend on that villa?
Just over 80 million. Yi Chen couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Look at you, so weak. Wei Chen patted Yi Chen's back reassuringly. Don't worry, the villa is very big, there's a place for you to stay.
Pausing, Wei Chen turned to Xiao Qing.
Well, there's a place for the younger siblings to stay too. But I made it clear, you two can't share a room.
If something happens, I won't take the blame. Wei Chen's words made Xiao Qing blush instantly.
Yi Chen, however, was dissatisfied. I won't share a room with Xiao Qing, but I have to share a room with you? Dream on, I won't share a room with you. Wei Chen glared fiercely at Yi Chen, then took the two of them to the restaurant.
They went to the same Japanese restaurant Wei Chen had visited with Lu Kai before. When they arrived, Yi Chen was clueless, but Xiaoqing recognized the place.
Are we eating here? Xiaoqing seemed uneasy. I've heard of this place, it's expensive.
Xiaoqing had a college classmate whose family mentioned this place. They said a meal here started at least at 10,000. But Wei Chen waved his hand. The lunch we had was too casual, I'm going to cash in the lottery this afternoon.
Now that I have money, we should eat something good.
At this point, Yi Chen finally accepted the fact that Wei Chen had won the lottery.
But he didn't agree with Wei Chen's corrupt behavior. Brother, even though you won the lottery, that's a one-time thing. You just sold the villa and bought so much furniture. If you don't save money, what will happen in the future?
Wei Chen, however, had already planned for this.
It's okay, I've already invested some money, and I'll make more soon.
Watching his brother behave like this, Yi Chen was at a loss for words. Yi Chen and Xiaoqing exchanged a glance, both reading the same meaning in each other's eyes.
Brother was not sober at the moment. He must be awakened early. After the three entered the restaurant, Wei Chen, as before, ordered a table full of dishes.
Yi Chen and Xiaoqing were stunned. Although Xiaoqing came from a good family, she had never been to such a high-end place.
Not to mention Yi Chen.
Under Wei Chen's invitation, the two of them enjoyed a rare good meal.
The taste is good, we should come again when we have time, Wei Chen said reluctantly as they were leaving. But Yi Chen quickly responded, let's wait for your investment to pay off before deciding. What we eat is not important.
Yi Chen wanted to save money for Wei Chen, and Xiaoqing quickly agreed. However, this action of the two made Wei Chen alert. How come even his own brother lacks foresight? Why not learn something good, like Jang Hanying? One trying to give himself money, the other trying to save money.
Is this good?
No, this is not good.
Bullying an old comrade who only has about 90 days left to live. No sense of martial ethics.
After the meal, Wei Chen looked at the money he had left. During the taxi ride, Wei Chen secretly transferred the extra tens of thousands of yuan to Zhanyu. The mission prompt also sounded timely. However, Wei Chen did not rush to check it, but accompanied Yi Chen and sent Xiaoqing back early. There was no way, the two young lovers were in their adolescence, and Wei Chen dared not let them wander around outside late at night.
They might end up wandering into Ru's home or Qingmu.
With a disheveled Yi Chen, they returned to the shabby rental house, and Wei Chen reminded his younger brother, the girl is really nice.
Don't let her down. Yi Chen.
After Wei Chen finished showering, he sent Yi Chen to take a shower as well.
Clean up, no going to bed until you're clean. Yi Chen grumbled but eventually went obediently. Wei Chen was very dissatisfied that his first bedmate in this world turned out to be his younger brother.
Thinking about this, he felt that it was a wise choice not to let Yi Chen continue wandering with Xiaoqing.
He probably couldn't resist, could Yi Chen? That wouldn't do.
Brothers should share hardships together. Of course, Wei Chen was also genuinely worried that if things went wrong between the two, it would be difficult to handle. If his plans were gradually realized in a year or two, things would be easier. After all, by then, Yi Chen would probably be a chairman or CEO. Even if something went wrong, he could handle it himself. But if something went wrong now, how would the girl's family react? Given Yi Chen's background, it would probably cause a huge uproar, and their future path would be even more difficult. Breaking up directly was not impossible. Endure for a while, eternity is worth it. That's the best deal. Wei Chen silently pondered, summoning the system. Ding. Optional mission completed, if for freedom.
Ding.
Mission reward, extended lifespan of 7 days has been issued, and the mall system has been successfully unlocked.
Ding.
Mission reward, free assets of 1 million have been issued.
Wei Chen quickly checked his personal attributes and once again broke the 100-day mark. Current remaining lifespan, 101 days.
Wow, he was practically dancing on the tightrope of life and death.
Looking at his personal account, Wei Chen noticed something different this time. The previous task funds were all in his Uebao account. But this time, the free assets were not in his Uebao account. Wei Chen searched for a while before finding this money. It was directly deposited into his bank card.
After confirming all this, Wei Chen finally had time to look at the reward he was most curious about.
The unlocked system mall. In addition to his personal attributes and current tasks, there was now an additional section on his personal panel. The mall section. Wei Chen clicked to enter and was amazed. Strength potion, permanently increased the host's strength attribute by 1 point.
Priced at 50 days of life / 10 billion personal assets, agility potion.
Stamina potion. Charm potion, permanently increased the host's charm attribute by 1 point.
Priced at 500 days of life / 100 billion personal assets, luck potion.
Intelligence potion. Marrow cleansing potion, unleashes the host's potential, effects unknown, limited to one time only.
Priced at 500 days of life / 100 billion personal assets, superpower blind box, randomly obtain a super talent, with significant impact, host please purchase carefully.
Priced at 5,000 days of life / 1,000 billion personal assets, diving potion, cold resistance potion. Apart from the attribute potions that Wei Chen can guess, the items in this system mall can be said to have everything. Even the operation of exchanging life for money is available. Free asset exchange, current ratio 1 day of life equals 1 million yuan of free property. However, when Wei Chen turned to look, he was deeply attracted by several things in the mall. Superpower blind box, marrow cleansing potion. Is this for me to cultivate immortality, or to become a superhero? Wei Chen was stunned for a while, and at the same time, he was deeply shocked. Of course, he had already seen the power of his own system. So, although Wei Chen was shocked by these, he could still accept them. The main problem lies in, he can't afford these good things. Either exchange life for them, or buy them with free assets. But for him at the moment, all of these are undoubtedly as difficult as reaching the sky. System, besides these two official channels, are there any other ways to get superpower blind boxes or marrow cleansing potions? Ding! Besides official channels, the host can also customize tasks and set rewards. When Wei Chen heard this, his face turned green. Not to mention that customizing tasks also requires risking his life. Just the rarity of these two items indicates that the task difficulty is also not low. How could Wei Chen dare to do it? But before Wei Chen could feel discouraged, the omnipotent system gave him another choice. Ding! If the host is not satisfied with custom tasks, achievements can also be obtained by completing achievement tasks. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully opened the system mall. Ding! The achievement system has been activated. Ding! The host can check the achievement system at any time and choose whether to accept achievement tasks. Listening to the system's notifications, Wei Chen's face was numb and full of disdain. Wei Chen finally understood that he unlocked this system entirely on his own. Anyway, if he doesn't ask, the system won't actively tell him these things. Indeed, only those who want to survive will continue to ask the system constantly. Only then can they make good use of this system. Wei Chen silently opened the achievement system and saw a series of achievement tasks on it. But just by looking at the names, Wei Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Achievement Task King without crown, by any means, control a world-recognized country. Achievement Task Peace Ambassador, by any means, mediate a war lasting more than 10 years. Achievement Task Lord of the Seven Seas, by any means, conquer the 7 major pirate groups in all the world's oceans. Achievement Task King of Mercenaries, by purchasing mercenaries, subvert. Achievement Task King of War, by. Achievement Task Father of the Forest, by. Achievement Task. A total of more than 20 achievement tasks, detailed and extensive. Wei Chen looked at the rewards, almost half of which included superpowered blind boxes and marrow cleansing elixirs. He thought to himself, the system didn't deceive him this time. But the question is, can he really complete these damn tasks? Lord of the Seven Seas? Messenger of Peace? Are these things that an ordinary person can do? And what about the crownless king? Is this asking him to become the emperor? But our Qing dynasty has long perished. And although these tasks can be completed by any means, what other means does Wei Chen have besides spending money? Looking at these daunting tasks, Wei Chen sighed deeply. Then, he gently shut down the system. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it, Wei Chen muttered to himself. Indeed, as powerful as the system's rewards are, its tasks are equally challenging. Shortly after shutting down the system, Yi Chen also finished showering and came out. Bro, are we really going to share a bed? Yi Chen was still somewhat uncomfortable. Wei Chen was also not used to it. So he gave his dear younger brother the choice. Either sleep on the bed, or sleep on the floor. You choose. After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Chen said, "Can I sleep on the couch?" Wei Chen sighed silently. "Since you said that, then the couch is yours." Yi Chen looked relieved and happy. "Then I'll go sleep on the couch." Watching his brother walk away, Wei Chen fell into deep contemplation. "My dear brother, I'm about to change the world. If you knew, would you support me?" After arranging Yi Chen, Wei Chen, lying on the bed, began his final task of the day, to browse through Warfish. Well, mainly to see if the streamer Ashu had replied to him. Wei Chen's message to Ashu was about gaming, such as the current popular game genres in China and gaming IPs. Unexpectedly, Ashu actually replied. And it was a very enthusiastic response. Currently, the domestic market is still very chaotic, but those big IPs and brands remain as strong as ever. After all, those who understand the market for domestic games know. If you just want to play games, I have a list here of what I think is good. You can take a look. And this is my Feishin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Wei Chen glanced at the list Ashu sent. About half of them he had heard of, but the other half, he had never encountered, not even heard of. After some thought, Wei Chen decided to add Ashu on Feixin. But before that, as usual, Wei Chen went to Mian's live stream room for a stroll. To his surprise, Mian was resting today. The title of the live stream read, "Feeling unwell, taking a day off." Seeing this, Wei Chen thought for a moment and then left. After adding Ashu on Feixin, Wei Chen realized that his Feixin was quite busy. Lee from the real estate company. Mr. Wei, all the items in your house have been sold. A total of 600,000. When would it be convenient for you? Should I transfer it to you or how would you like to handle it? The nameless tool manager from the home city. Mr. Wei, I'm already at your villa. I will definitely get things done for you tonight. When should I send the keys to you? Warfish live streamer Mian. Xiaowan, do you really love watching horror games? Blue Joy from the Blue House. Mr. Wei, I'm off the day after tomorrow. Are you free then? Can I invite you to dinner? Wei Chen lay on the bed, looking at the messages one by one and replying in order. Reply to Xiaoli, just transfer the money directly to me. Reply to the manager, bring the keys to me tomorrow morning. Reply to Mian, do you want to live stream the horror game you're watching? After replying to these three, Wei Chen looked at Lan Yu's message and felt a bit conflicted. He actually had something to do the day after tomorrow. Because the day after tomorrow was the day when Wei Chen's good buddy Wan Lu was getting married. Wei Chen was planning to give a big red envelope as a gift. I have to attend my friend's wedding the day after tomorrow, so I might not have time. Before he could send the message, Wei Chen's phone rang again. Lan Yu spent the whole night holding her phone, feeling confused and not sure what she was thinking. But the moment she received Wei Chen's message, she immediately became alert. You should go, will the wedding be late? After sending the message, Lan Yu felt that her words were inappropriate and added, will it be very tiring? Wei Chen quickly replied to the other party's response. No rush, I'm from the bride's side. Being in sales must be tough, no need to spend so much. If it's not possible, let me treat you to a meal another day. Wei Chen said this because he felt that the girl was indeed working hard. Besides, he wasn't really keen on going out for a meal with her. And it would be a situation where she would be the one treating him. He was already spending money with difficulty, how could he let someone else pay for him? It's the hard-earned money of a young girl. We are decent people, how could we do such a thing? But when Lan Yu, lying on the bed, saw this message, she couldn't help but smile broadly. He cares about me. With this thought filling her mind, she quickly typed on her phone. How can I accept that? Let me treat you instead. Wei Chen's reply also came quickly. Let's discuss it later. Whenever you have time, I'm also available. Lan Yu was very understanding. Okay, we'll get in touch later. Putting down her phone, Lan Yu happily rolled around in bed. On the other side, Wei Chen logged out of Feixin. Let's do some work for a while, it's time to sleep. Wei Chen thought to himself, then turned on Tengfei TV. It was time to watch a TV series. The next morning, early in the morning, Wei Chen was awakened by a phone call. The caller ID showed his mom. Looking at this number, Wei Chen felt a headache coming on. Hello? Mom. What's up? What's up with you? Did that brat Yi Chen come to find you? He's here with me. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a sudden increase in volume. The decibels on the phone suddenly doubled, making Wei Chen's head ache. From the sound of it, it was his aunt. Vaguely, Wei Chen also felt that there was a problem. Okay, aunt, just wait a moment. Getting up and getting out of bed, Wei Chen ran to the living room in 2 steps. Looking at Yi Chen sleeping soundly on the sofa, Wei Chen thought for a moment and directly pulled off the blanket. Damn, bro, what are you doing so early in the morning? Yi Chen, awakened from his sweet dream, looked displeased. But when he saw Wei Chen holding a phone and looking at him with a cold smile, Yi Chen suddenly woke up. Bro, why are you holding a phone? Is there something wrong? Wei Chen coldly said, your mom, my aunt, wants to talk to you. Yi Chen squeezed out a smile and said, bro, my throat is swollen, I can't speak. Wei Chen didn't get angry, he just shrugged and said, alright, I'll tell auntie that you're sick and arrange a ticket for you to go home. No. Yi Chen said with a pained expression. I'll answer the phone. Wei Chen couldn't be bothered, he threw his phone and went to wash up. 10 minutes later, when Wei Chen returned, Yi Chen had finished the call. But he could tell from Yi Chen's bitter face that it didn't go well. Didn't you say you had already talked to your family? Wei Chen asked coldly as he approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen just buried his head. You're an adult now, why are you still so unreliable in your actions? Wei Chen was frustrated. What did you tell me? You said your mom agreed. And what's the result? Auntie has come to my house. Yi Chen suddenly looked up.
I told her, but she wouldn't allow it.
I didn't want to come either, but I had to.
Looking at Yi Chen's slightly red eyes, Wei Chen struggled to say what was on his mind.
After a while, Wei Chen finally said slowly, "Why did you have to come to the city? Just because Xiao Qing said she missed you?"
Yi Chen was silent for 2 seconds before revealing the truth, a truth that shocked Wei Chen.
"Xiao Qing. She's pregnant." Wei Chen felt his vision blur. "I swear I'll beat you to death today, you brat." Yi Chen didn't have a father.
His father had passed away in a car accident when he was very young.
So his family, including Wei Chen, doted on him.
But because he didn't have a father, Yi Chen had to mature early.
However, this kind of maturity was incomplete. Growing up without a father, Yi Chen lacked paternal love.
So the relationship between Wei Chen and Yi Chen was not just that of brothers most of the time.
It also had elements of a fatherly figure. But now, hearing Yi Chen's confession, Wei Chen couldn't hold back his emotions.
In Wei Chen's eyes, although Yi Chen sometimes acted recklessly and carefree, overall, he was not a bad person and wouldn't do anything too outrageous. But now, both Yi Chen and Xiao Qing were still in university. They were only sophomores. Xiao Qing's parents were already not very supportive of their relationship. If this matter were to be exposed, what would be the future for the two of them? Wei Chen raised his hand to strike Yi Chen, but seeing Yi Chen silent and with red eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After a while, Wei Chen silently lowered his hand. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "What are you planning to do?" Yi Chen was in great pain. "I want to, but I know I can't. I can't afford it." Yes, that was Yi Chen's answer. He was very clear and understood it very well. The main issue was not whether both sets of parents agreed or not. Even if they did agree, Yi Chen couldn't afford it. This was an age-old problem. Many people would say, why not avoid such troubles in the first place? But the problem is, there are many things in this world that have no remedy. Mistakes sometimes happen unintentionally. It was my first time. I drank too much. She had 2 drinks that day. I didn't expect her to have such a low alcohol tolerance. Later, we went to a hotel, and I don't remember anything after that. And then, she found out about the issue and asked me to come over. Just this once. Really just this once. Yi Chen's expression was very painful, filled with self-blame. It could even be said to be somewhat grim. Wei Chen silently watched his appearance and suddenly asked, "If you can afford it, what do you plan to do?" Yi Chen was stunned. He had never even thought about being able to afford raising a child. But looking at his cousin in front of him, who seemed so different from before these past 2 days, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea. "If I can afford it, I'm willing to let Xiao Qing give birth. She also said she wants this child. Although I made a mistake with her, the child shouldn't have to bear it." Wei Chen nodded. "That's fine." Exhaling a thick mist, Wei Chen said calmly, "Find a time to meet Xiao Qing's parents." Yi Chen looked blank. "What do you mean?" Wei Chen looked at Yi Chen and said softly, "If the other parents can accept you, then you don't have to worry about the child. If they want to break your legs, you better be prepared in advance. But no matter what." Wei Chen paused slightly, the morning light outside casting a golden arc on his profile. "I will stand behind you." Yi Chen looked at his cousin in front of him, unable to control the oppression in his heart. He suddenly hugged Wei Chen, tears streaming from his eyes like a broken dam. Wei Chen let him cry like that, letting him vent. When Yi Chen finished crying, exhausted from crying, Wei Chen patted his back. "Get ready, we're going out." Yi Chen was stunned. "Why?" "There's something." After sending Yi Chen away, Wei Chen immediately opened the system. According to Wei Chen's original plan, he wasn't going to take on a task so soon, because there were too many uncertainties in the tasks. But now that Yi Chen was in trouble, he had to do something. The idea of expanding the company within 2 years and having Yi Chen take over was now something that needed to be done earlier. Ding! The system has detected the host's strong desire to issue a task, and is arranging it. With Wei Chen's strong desire, the system began to react. Task name, extravagance and luxury. Task description, the host needs to spend the 5 million renminbi provided by the system in any way possible. Task time limit, 3 days. Task reward, extend lifespan by 7 days, 1-star adjustment card. Failure penalty, worsening of illness. Ding! As this task is the first appearance of the Extravagance and Luxury series, completing it will earn an additional hidden talent point of luck. Seeing this task, Wei Chen's heart sank. As he expected, the system did not release the type of task he wanted the most. But fortunately, Wei Chen still had a chance. As long as he completed more tasks, he would eventually get the result he wanted most. "It seems like I won't have a moment of leisure." Wei Chen sighed as he looked at the task. "By the way, what is this star adjustment card?" After sighing, Wei Chen didn't forget to ask the system. Ding! The star adjustment card can adjust the difficulty of the current task, which means adjusting the numerical value of the amount to be spent.
Wei Chen instantly understood. The star adjustment card could be used to adjust the amount when encountering tasks where spending money was inconvenient, to quickly spend it.
Or in tasks where Wei Chen wanted to spend money, he could use this card to increase the upper limit. For example, if he wanted to start a company, have Yi Chen help manage it, and give him a future to strive for, it would require a lot of money. But if the amount provided by the system wasn't enough, he could use this card to add money. But if it's a task similar to the previous amusing ourselves to death,
the amount is so large that it's inconvenient for him to directly give it to Warfish for free. He can reduce the amount of the task, so as not to attract attention by sending money to Warfish.
After all, Wei Chen can spend millions on Warfish in a month.
But he can't spend billions on Warfish in a month just to watch people dance, right? In the long run, that will definitely cause problems.
Wei Chen can have money, but he can't be too discordant.
That's the way to go in the long run.
After confirming the star card, Yi Chen was also ready to go out.
So early in the morning, are you in a hurry, bro?
Yi Chen was still a bit puzzled.
The new house is ready.
Wei Chen looked at Yi Chen, who still had a bit of red eyes, and said softly,
"Do you still want to sleep on the couch every day?"
Yi Chen quickly shook his head.
"Bro, you don't know, it's so uncomfortable to sleep on the couch."
Wei Chen walked up and patted him on the back, jokingly scolding.
"Let's go, I'll take you to see the new house."
Yi Chen was also happy.
"I'd been curious for a long time."
"Bro, how big is the house you bought with so much money?"
Looking at Yi Chen's appearance, Wei Chen laughed. "You'll know when you get there."
Just as Yi Chen was about to hail a cab after coming downstairs, Wei Chen stopped him.
"Wait, we have our own car."
"What car?"
"Bro, you're not talking about a yellow bike, are you?"
"Of course not, it has 4 wheels. Apart from the toy car with 4 wheels that Grandpa bought you when you were a kid, do you have any other 4-wheeled cars?"
Wei Chen ignored Yi Chen and pressed the key to his BMW.
Seeing that Yi Chen hadn't reacted yet, Wei Chen got into the car himself and drove it in front of Yi Chen.
"Are you not getting in? Should I invite you?" Wei Chen stuck his head out of the window, annoyed. Yi Chen finally came to his senses. "When did you buy a car, bro?"
"A couple of days ago."
"But didn't you just go to redeem the lottery ticket? Can't I take out a loan first?" After fooling Yi Chen, Wei Chen stepped on the gas pedal. Instantly, that feeling of speeding came. Half an hour later, Wei Chen brought Yi Chen to the new house. But before they even entered the door, Yi Chen was dumbfounded again. Looking at the vast garden and lawn in front of him, Yi Chen felt that everything that had happened in the past 2 days was so unreal. "Bro, is this the house you bought? Is there a problem?" Wei Chen walked up and patted Yi Chen on the back. "Let's go in."
Leading Yi Chen into the yard, Wei Chen immediately saw the manager of the furniture city.
After taking the keys and thanking each other, Wei Chen was planning to treat the person to breakfast.
But the other party actually directly refused him.
"Sorry, Mr. Wei."
The manager, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, forced a smile.
"I might need to go back and catch up on some sleep." Wei Chen immediately understood that this was due to the other party being too busy late last night.
"Okay, I'm sorry for calling you so early."
Wei Chen quickly apologized. No, it's my duty."
The manager waved his hand.
"If you want to buy anything in the future, you can contact me anytime."
"No problem, I'll definitely contact you if I want to buy anything in the future." After exchanging contact information, the manager quickly left. And Yi Chen, at this moment, was immersed in the grand mansion in front of him. A house that can be listed for 90 million is undoubtedly the top of the line.
After adding the top-notch furniture purchased by Wei Chen,
within this already luxurious villa, it can be said to be top-notch. Yi Chen even felt that what he was stepping on was not tiles and floorboards.
It was RMB. This is a house worth 90 million renminbi.
"Bro, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a house." Yi Chen lightly touched the marble wall in front of him, looking dazed.
"It's okay, take a look later, choose whichever room you like. Stay as long as you want." Wei Chen smiled. But Yi Chen hesitated. "But bro, with so much money, why don't you do something else?" Wei Chen quickly corrected Yi Chen's misunderstanding. As the ancients said, one must cultivate oneself and manage the family. How can one do without a home? Starting a business can be done at any time.
Yi Chen couldn't agree, but also didn't say much. Since the purchase has been made, it's too late to talk about these things now.
"Alright, let's go upstairs and choose a room."
Wei Chen didn't intend to discuss these matters with Yi Chen. He directly led the way upstairs. There are rooms on the first floor, but Wei Chen prefers the second floor.
He likes being upstairs, not downstairs.
Also in Huazhou Courtyard, next to Wei Chen's newly purchased villa, his neighbor's house next door. At this moment, a young girl had just finished showering, wrapped in a bath towel and came downstairs.
This family's surname is not Wang. Her surname is Jang.
If Wei Chen were here now, he would definitely recognize her at a glance.
Xiao Wei. Zhang Haning looked around the villa but didn't see Xiao Wei's figure.
Looking at the note pinned to the table, Zhang Haning picked it up and read it. I have to handle 2 contracts today, you arrange it yourself. Remember to attend a fan meeting with me in the afternoon. Remember not to wear that blue windbreaker, it's really ugly. Faced with Xiao Wei's reminder, Zhang Haning directly threw the note on the table.
No taste.
Because Xiao Wei wasn't at home, Zhang Haning had to heat up 2 slices of bread for breakfast.
Holding the bread, Zhang Haning quickly put on some makeup, changed into casual clothes, and left.
And the direction she was heading towards. It was surprisingly the villa that Wei Chen had just bought.
Seeing the villa's front door wide open, Zhang Haning couldn't help but pause.
In her impression, at this time the other party should still be sleeping.
Why did they get up so early today? But Zhang Haning didn't think too much. She walked towards the villa as if she knew the way.
Zhang Haning obviously knew the password to the villa's door. She fiddled with it a bit and the door opened.
This type of password lock can be unlocked with a password or a key. Wei Chen couldn't remember the original password, and he hadn't changed it yet, so he just used the key. But Zhang Haning didn't need it. When she usually came here, she used the password, why bother with a key?
Once inside, Zhang Haning was stunned once again. The interior of the villa had completely changed from when she last visited a month ago.
Why did they change the furniture too?
Zhang Haning was very puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. She poured a glass of water from the table, placed the watch she bought for her father on the table. As she walked towards the master bedroom on the first floor, she casually called out,
Dad, Dad, on the second floor.
Wei Chen, who was showing Yi Chen around the house, suddenly paused.
Did you hear something just now?
Hear what?
Yi Chen looked puzzled.
Wei Chen quickly said seriously,
Didn't you hear someone calling Dad? Bro, can you be normal?
Yi Chen looked speechless, but in the gap when the two of them locked eyes,
a woman's voice sounded again, and it was clearer than the last time. Dad, Dad, why aren't you talking? This time, Wei Chen heard it more clearly,
and Yi Chen finally understood what Wei Chen had just said.
Is someone calling Dad?
Wei Chen looked serious. Yi Chen had a strange expression on his face.
Bro, when did you get such a big daughter? Are you looking for trouble?
No, just kidding. Yi Chen couldn't help but say, but this voice sounds kind of close. Wei Chen looked at him as if he were mentally challenged.
Of course, the person is downstairs, can't you tell?
Yi Chen looked puzzled.
But isn't this house no longer yours? Why is someone still looking for Dad?
Wei Chen gave Yi Chen a disdainful look.
How the hell would I know? Let's go downstairs and check.
Seeing Wei Chen looking ready to assert his dominance, Yi Chen hurriedly followed him.
But as soon as they went downstairs and took a few steps, Yi Chen ran into Wei Chen's back.
Damn, bro, why did you suddenly stop walking?
Yi Chen muttered.
In front of him, Wei Chen stood on the stairs, completely stunned. Not only him, but the girl about 10 meters away from him was also stunned.
Who are you looking for? Wei Chen instinctively asked when he saw Zhang Hanying in front of him. But then he remembered Zhang Hanying looking for her father just now. So he quickly added, Are you mistaking someone? Your dad shouldn't be here.
Zhang Hanying was stunned for 2 seconds before suddenly realizing, her face turning red.
No, Mr. Wei, what are you doing here? This is my father's house.
Your father's house?
Yes, my father's house. Looking at Zhang Hanying's serious expression, Wei Chen suddenly remembered something. The original owner of this villa also had the surname Jang, right?
What the fuck? At that moment, Wei Chen felt that the world was so small. Small enough that he had tried everything to escape from this woman in front of him. But in the end, he ended up buying her father's house.
Wei Chen tried to find an excuse.
Suddenly, he felt his cousin Yi Chen's breath behind him.
My cousin has already bought this place, Wei Chen said as he pulled Yi Chen along. And finally, Yi Chen, who had not reacted all this time, finally reacted.
You are Zhang Hanying.
Yi Chen finally recognized Zhang Hanying in casual clothes and exclaimed in excitement.
This sudden move not only startled Zhang Hanying but also Wei Chen.
Why are you shouting so loud?
Wei Chen scolded. Yi Chen trembled in fear and immediately held back his breath.
Wei Chen awkwardly turned his head and looked at Zhang Hanying. After a while, he sighed. I think we might need to sit down and talk. 10 minutes later.
Mr.
Wei, are you saying that my father sold this house to your cousin?
Zhang Hanying looked incredulous and somewhat angry. Although Zhang Hanying had always known that her father didn't like living next to her, she never expected that he would actually sell the house. A few years ago, Jang Hanying's father had told her that the house was listed with an agency. But Jang Hanying never took it seriously because she knew how difficult it was to sell such a house. It was normal for it to be on the market for years without any interest. But who would have thought that after a nap, her father actually sold it? Suppressing her anger, Jang Hanying looked up to see Yi Chen's innocent and bewildered face. She realized that her tone just now was a bit out of line. "I'm sorry, I was just a little angry. Angry at my father's actions. I didn't mean anything else. I hope you and Mr. Wei won't be angry." Jang Hanying is still very cultured, although she can be crazy sometimes. But when she does something wrong, her attitude is always very proper. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep wanting to give money to Wei Chen. Upon hearing Jang Hanying's words, Yi Chen was about to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted by Wei Chen. "It's okay, I understand. Perhaps Mr. Jang also has his own reasons for not informing you, but that's not a problem. You can try to communicate with him." Jang Hanying nodded silently, but then, she thought of a question. Looking at Yi Chen next to Wei Chen, Jang Hanying felt something was off. "Mr. Wei." After hesitating for a while, Jang Hanying couldn't help but ask, "Is your cousin from such a good family?" After the incident where Jang Hanying accidentally hit Wei Chen with her car, Xiao Wei inevitably did some investigation. So Jang Hanying also knew that Wei Chen's family background was actually quite ordinary. The sudden appearance of this cousin who could afford to buy this villa, it surprised her greatly. "To be honest with you, my cousin won the lottery a while ago," Wei Chen said with a smile. "I believe that a man must have a home first before considering other things. So under my suggestion, he bought this villa. But now, since everything is out in the open, the problem is simple. I think your main issue now is to communicate with your father first." Wei Chen's words were cryptic. The implication was, "You better leave now. Go do what you need to do." And this time, Jang Hanying, in a rare move, responded according to Wei Chen's wishes. "Well, then I'll leave first. This matter indeed requires a discussion with my father." Jang Hanying stood up seriously. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Wei." Jang Hanying's arrival was sudden, and her departure was also quite sudden. She left without hesitation, which made Wei Chen somewhat uncomfortable. Phew! Wei Chen let out a long breath. As he turned his head, he saw his cousin looking at him with suspicion. "Brother, why do you seem to know Jang Hanying? She's the goddess of Asia. How did you meet her? And why did you lie and say it was me who won the lottery and bought the house? Also, she..." Stop. Wei Chen pulled Yi Chen down to sit. "I allow you to ask one question, but only one. Think carefully before you ask." Yi Chen thought seriously for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, "How did you meet her? Why did you lie to her?" Wei Chen counted and immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "That's 2 questions. Yi Chen lamented, "Then why did you lie to her?" Wei Chen, helpless, could only rub his forehead. "Brother, if I tell you that Jang Hanying is actually interested in me, do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I'm crazy?" Yi Chen remained silent, just looking at Wei Chen. Seeing this, Wei Chen had to come up with a different explanation. "What if I tell you that Jang Hanying is actually interested in me? Do you think I'm crazy?" "Alright, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it, brother." Yi Chen rolled his eyes and went upstairs in a huff. "I want the second room." Wei Chen sat on the sofa, and after a long while, he lit a cigarette for himself. "This is a disaster." Halfway through his words, Wei Chen noticed the watch that Jang Hanying had forgotten on the table. On the other side, after leaving, Jang Hanying immediately called her father. But the line was busy on the other end. Even after returning home, it was still the same. Jang Hanying suddenly realized, opened Feixin to check. Sure enough, all her friends were gone. John Lao too. "You actually blocked me." Jang Hanying was furious in the garden of her own villa. Her mother passed away when she was in junior high school. After that, she had always been with her father. Later, her father became successful, bought the villa, and she also entered the art academy. After that, Jang Hanying was discovered by someone and gradually became a top star in Asia. The connection between her and her father diminished a lot. It wasn't until she bought the villa here 2 years ago and became neighbors with Jiang Fu that she suddenly realized her father had remarried. Although they didn't have children, her father had gotten a marriage certificate with that woman. Jang Hanying didn't like that woman. After all, no woman likes to be called mom by someone 5 years older than herself. But now, her father, for that woman's sake, actually blocked her phone, deleted Feixin. He even sold the house. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved Jang Hanying felt. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back anymore. Tears flowed uncontrollably, crying like a tearful person. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "You're already an adult, yet still crying.
To all those who are reading, please give a thumbs up. Click for more updates. Thank you very much.
Jang Hanying turned around foolishly, her tear-stained face full of astonishment.
Wei Chen waved the box in his hand. Your watch. You forgot to take it. Thank you.
Jang Hanying quickly wiped her face, shamefully snatched the watch box.
Then, she hurriedly ran into the house. Wei Chen watched Jang Hanying's fleeing figure, shaking his head helplessly.
However, from the fact that the other party's father sold the house without informing Jang Hanying, Wei Chen could vaguely guess something.
It's not easy, Wei Chen muttered to himself as he walked back. But I have to change the door code. This password is clearer to everyone than me.
Fortunately, he had just received 5 million for a new task, which was enough. Back at the villa, Wei Chen saw Yi Chen running towards him anxiously.
Brother, why is the room cleaner than my face? Did you forget to buy household items?
Of course, I just settled it yesterday. Where's the time?
Wei Chen gave him a look and then turned to leave. Come on, I'll take you shopping.
In the morning, Wei Chen took Yi Chen to buy a car full of household items. From daily toiletries to tissues and tableware, everything was there. During this time, Wei Chen also had Yi Chen call Xiaoqing. But the two brothers had reconciled and temporarily did not disclose Xiaoqing's pregnancy to others, to avoid embarrassment for the girl.
However, Wei Chen had more to consider.
First, Auntie already knew that Yi Chen had come to seek refuge with him. Although Yi Chen had temporarily settled his mother, dragging it on like this was not a good thing. Secondly, Yi Chen didn't want to abort Xiaoqing's child.
So there was only one solution to this problem. He had to take his younger brother to meet the other party's parents. Wei Chen calculated that he had to work harder this week. There would surely be a task suitable for spending money on starting a company.
By then, even if it was just setting up a storefront, Yi Chen would somewhat be considered to have followed Wei Chen in the early stages of entrepreneurship. It was better than Wei Chen being just a laborer himself, bringing a college student to ask for marriage. Honestly, Wei Chen didn't know why he, a transmigrator from another world, cared so much about his cheap cousin. Perhaps it was because he inherited the memories of the original owner. Or maybe, deep down, he just wanted more family members. After all, Wei Chen is actually lonely at heart.
After spending the morning with the two, Wei Chen took them out for a big meal at noon.
Then Wei Chen took 100,000 yuan from his personal funds and transferred it to Yi Chen. This was the free funds he rewarded Yi Chen with after completing the previous task. It could be used freely, of course. It could also be transferred directly. Take this money, take Xiaoqing out for a good time, buy some gifts or something. By the way, buy 2 decent sets of clothes and prepare for the future.
Yi Chen naturally understood what Wei Chen meant by the future.
But young people still have some worries after all.
Bro, do we really have to do that?
Yi Chen whispered while Xiaoqing was queuing to buy milk tea.
But my mom doesn't know about this. She will really break my legs.
Stop talking nonsense, just say whether you plan to go and propose.
Fine.
That's settled then. When you've sorted it out, you'll be a father next year.
Show some manly qualities.
Yi Chen was inspired and actually calmed down a lot.
I understand.
Soon, Xiaoqing came back with the milk tea.
The money for the milk tea was Xiaoqing's own pocket money. Wei Chen could tell that this little girl really liked Yi Chen. Alright, you two go have fun. I still have some things to do these days.
Okay, bro, you go ahead. After sending the two away, Wei Chen took some time to go and apply for a passport. This thing takes some time to process, and Wei Chen considered that he might need it later, so he prepared in advance.
Later, Wei Chen went alone to the most famous antique market in the Magic City.
His current task was called extravagance and luxury. In simple terms, it was a task of squandering.
Wei Chen confirmed today when he went out that buying antiques was also allowed. Earlier, Wei Chen had wanted to quickly spend some money by buying some antiques.
Now that he had the opportunity, and the leg problem had recently fully recovered, he naturally wanted to seize the time.
However, Wei Chen still planned to save some for tomorrow.
Tomorrow was the day when his good buddy, Wang Lu, was getting married.
Wei Chen was prepared to give Wang Lu a big gift to commemorate their sincere friendship. Antique Market on New Street in the Magic City.
As the most famous antique market in the Magic City, there are hundreds of antique shops and a large number of vendors here. However, these vendors are all legitimate and need to pay land and business taxes, so the urban management generally does not interfere much. Unlike Kyoto, the antique market here in the Magic City, although active, is still far from the flow of people compared to Panjiayuan.
But for Wei Chen, a half-hearted person, it was enough.
Today, Wei Chen planned to buy a piece of jade for himself. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, which is a tradition of the Chinese nation. And compared to a big gold chain, Wei Chen thought that wearing a piece of jade was obviously more tasteful.
However, there are many considerations when buying jade. The concept of jade is very broad, including jadeite, Hanying jade, jadeite, and waterfoam jade, etc. And the jade commonly referred to by people is mostly jadeite. Jadeite is known as the king of jade, ranging from 10 yuan to 10 billion yuan. In the cultural history of China for thousands of years, the weight of jade is also crucial. In ancient times, many collections of high-ranking officials and nobles were mainly jade. Many ordinary families' heirlooms are also made of jade and other similar stones. In most TV dramas, there are often wealthy young masters wearing a piece of jade around their waist. This is a symbol of status. The Book of Rites, Jade Ornaments, once mentioned the saying ancient gentlemen must wear jade. Wear it on the left and set it on the right. There is also an ancient saying that a gentleman does not part with jade without reason. Those who understand can often distinguish the quality of jade at a glance. However, Wei Chen does not understand, so he naturally cannot buy finished products. Although Wei Chen is wealthy, he does not like being taken advantage of by those old guys. Clearly worth only a few thousand, others sell it for tens of thousands, but with his knowledge, he can't tell the difference. So Wei Chen plans to try his luck. That is, something people often hear about but rarely come into contact with. Stone gambling. After some inquiries, Wei Chen quickly found his target. Wei Chen chose a very luxurious storefront. In the antique market, many stalls and storefronts sell raw stones. However, Wei Chen glanced around and found them all not expensive. The cheap ones were 1 or 2,000, and the expensive ones were only around 10 or 20,000. It did not meet Wei Chen's expectations. Today, he planned to eliminate the bulk of the task in one go. Excluding tomorrow's expenses, Wei Chen's price range was around 4 million. Buying an uncut raw stone for 4 million, even those who understand would say something. Truly wealthy. However, Wei Chen doesn't care. If he wins, great. If not, there's always next time. Wei Chen is not afraid of losing. Compared to being taken advantage of, losing to his own luck is more acceptable to Wei Chen. The store Wei Chen chose is called Yajitang. The name is artistic enough, and the storefront is elegant enough to match the name. But when Wei Chen entered the store, he found a different world inside. In one direction, there were antiques and collectibles. On the other side were jade, stones, and raw materials. Raw materials are the jargon term for jade raw stones. Wei Chen went straight to the right side. Before he could take a few steps, a store employee approached him. "Sir, are you here to see the jade?" The employee, dressed in Zhongshan suit, gave off a vibe reminiscent of the Republic of China era. Just looking at the jade, Wei Chen didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "How are the raw materials here? Can I take a look?" The employee immediately perked up at the question. "Of course. Have you played stone gambling before, sir?" "No." Wei Chen's answer surprised the employee slightly. Judging by Wei Chen's appearance and behavior since entering, the employee already had an idea. But he still asked, essentially intending to flatter the customer. Flatter the customer, make the customer happy, and then the store has a better chance to make a deal. As the saying goes, in the antique industry, skill is important, but so is intelligence. However, Wei Chen was not like those ignorant customers who pretended to know. Instead, he directly told the employee, "I'm a novice." The employee squeezed out a smile and continued, "That's okay, there has to be a process. How much are you planning to play with today, sir?" The employee's eyes rolled, leading Wei Chen to the raw material area and pointing to a section in front of them. "These are all good materials, priced around 10 to 20,000. The ones over there are even better, mostly around 50,000. If you want to play bigger, we also have some excellent materials in our store, but it depends on what you want." Wei Chen glanced around and bypassed the area in front of him. Instead, his attention was focused on a small area at the back. There were fewer raw materials there, but each piece was placed separately and isolated. At that moment, several customers were also gathered there. "Are the materials there very good?" Wei Chen was puzzled. "What? That's the highest grade material in our store," the shop assistant said with a smile, "but the prices might be a bit high." Wei Chen raised an eyebrow. "How high?" "Starting from 1 million, and the best material can go up to 8 million. Wei Chen thought to himself, indeed not cheap. How could an ordinary person afford it? With just one cut, it would cost 8 million. If nothing good comes out of it, wouldn't that be a huge loss? "Let's go take a look," Wei Chen said without hesitation, walking towards that area. The shop assistant's smile faded a bit. Materials worth millions are not easy to sell. Are customers all fools? Who can afford to buy materials worth millions every day? And the shop assistant didn't mention one thing: the materials in their store are indeed from top gemstone origins around the world. But you should know that those origins usually keep the best materials for themselves and only sell the leftovers. So the materials that end up in their store and remain unsold are likely not of good quality.
Of course, this is not absolute, as you can't determine what's inside just by looking at a rough stone.
Even the most professional experts can't guarantee what's inside with 100% certainty.
But overall, in their store, it seems that the slightly better and medium quality materials have already been cut.
What's left is what no one is willing to cut. Wei Chen didn't understand all this, and he didn't care, because he was here to gamble on luck. Mr.
Huang, I don't think these are worth it, a middle-aged man with a center parting and glasses sighed.
From my understanding of this industry, it's probably hard to find good materials here.
Huang, a nearly 200-pound strong man, dressed in expensive suits that almost couldn't contain him, said, Zhao, it's just for fun.
Stones worth a few million aren't considered expensive.
Zhao, with the center parting, had no choice but to start picking out materials upon hearing this. He had invited Huang out today to discuss business. To enhance the possibility of cooperation, Zhao had specifically investigated Huang's interests. So, as the conversation was about to end, he suggested gambling on stones to accompany Huang for some fun. However, after arriving at Yaji Tang, Huang was not interested in the ordinary materials and went straight to the most expensive area.
Although Zhao was somewhat reluctant, he had no choice but to go along with it. As long as this deal could be closed, losing a few million wouldn't be unacceptable.
Sir, you can take a look first. Just as Zhao hesitated, the shop assistant's voice suddenly came from the side. Zhao looked over and saw a young man who didn't look like he belonged here.
But upon closer inspection, Zhao's initial annoyance disappeared. What a handsome young man!
Zhao silently exclaimed, and Huang also followed his gaze to the newcomer. Upon seeing him, Huang couldn't help but have the same thought.
Good looks come in many forms. For example, many young girls adore those young male celebrities, but the older generation may not have positive opinions, because aesthetic standards differ. However, Wei Chen's handsomeness erased this surprise. His good looks were like a celestial being in the eyes of young girls and exuded a carefree and sunny charm in the eyes of the older generation or successful people. It easily evoked a sense of closeness in people's hearts. Young man, are you also here to gamble on stones?
Huang asked, seeing that Wei Chen was also here to look at materials, adding a few more favorable impressions instantly.
Yes, Wei Chen smiled. Are you also here to have some fun? Yes, I'm here to take a look and maybe make a move. But I haven't picked one yet, mister.
Huang pointed to the most expensive piece. This one costs 8 million, I think it's good.
What do you think, young man? Mister. Zhao was surprised to see this. You should know that Mr. Huang is not easy to get along with. He worked hard to get close to Mr. Huang and make this deal. But looking at the situation now, it seems like Mr. Huang really likes this young man? That one?
Wei Chen looked at the 8 million rough stone and his face darkened.
I don't think it's quite right. Mr. Huang was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. This is the best looking piece in this Yaji hall. You also think it's not good? Wei Chen pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but it just doesn't feel right. Of course, judging by your reaction, you must know better than me.
I just said it casually, don't mind me. What Wei Chen didn't say was that he was very dissatisfied with that stone from the first glance. This feeling was very mysterious. It's like the question of whether sweet or salty tofu pudding is better. Everyone has a different opinion.
Wei Chen just didn't like that piece. On the contrary, what Wei Chen was interested in was an extremely ugly piece of wool. It's not really extremely ugly, but it was priced at 3.2 million.
Compared to other rough stones, it did look quite inferior.
At least Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang didn't fancy it. Which piece are you interested in, brother? Mr.
Zhao, seeing that the stone Mr.
Huang liked was rejected by Wei Chen, couldn't help but ask curiously. Wei Chen pointed to it. I'm interested in this one. Everyone looked over and were instantly stunned. Even the store clerk who brought Wei Chen in looked embarrassed.
Sir, I must remind you that this piece of wool has been sitting here for 2 years and hasn't been sold.
Why? Wei Chen was very puzzled.
Because the shape of this material is not good. Even if it produces good items, it can't be made into large pieces.
At most, it can be made into jade pendants or bracelets. Mr. Huang explained. Wei Chen quickly looked at the clerk as if seeking confirmation, and the clerk nodded repeatedly. Yes, what Mr. Huang said is correct.
Wei Chen learned that the fat man's surname was Huang and said, Mr.
Huang, which piece are you planning to buy? I'm going to pick that 8 million piece. Okay. Wei Chen didn't try to persuade further. His feeling was his feeling, and Mr. Huang had his own feeling, which was understandable. Young man, are you also going to gamble? Mr. Huang, seeing Wei Chen staring at the 3.2 million piece, couldn't help but kindly remind him, this price really isn't worth it. If it's around 2 million, it might be worth a try. Over 3 million is overpriced.
Wei Chen also expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, Mr.
Huang. But I still think this piece might yield something.
Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Mr.
Huang didn't say more. Mr. Zhao, have you made your choice?
I'll take that 2 million piece of wool.
Mr. Zhao, feeling helpless, randomly chose a piece with a mid-range price.
But both Mr.
Huang and Wei Chen shook their heads in unison. Mr.
Huang shook his head because he knew his stuff and could tell that the piece was quite ordinary.
Wei Chen shook his head because he also didn't like the piece Mr. Zhao chose. Alright, let's get ready to start. Mr.
Huang said to the clerk who had been standing by. The clerk immediately took out the rough stone happily and prepared to go to the professional gambling area to start.
Mr.
Huang, seeing Wei Chen still looking at that stone, thought for a moment and said, if you're not ready yet, you can take another look.
There's plenty of time. Wei Chen was stunned for 2 seconds before saying, no need.
Well, you also get ready. I'll take this one. Wei Chen said to the shop assistant who let him in. The shop assistant was surprised for a moment, not expecting Wei Chen to be serious.
Alright, I'll prepare it right away. Huang, on the other hand, was truly taken aback.
Wei Chen was only 2 years older than his son, yet he was throwing around millions, playing with gambling stones.
This was completely different from spending a few million on a car. I didn't expect it. Young man, you come from a good family. Huang couldn't help but smile.
In his opinion, Wei Chen must have come from a wealthy family, as it was unlikely that he had earned the money himself.
Not bad, Wei Chen smiled. My name is Wei Chen, Mr. Huang, you can call me Xiao Wei. Alright, Xiao Wei, have you made your choice? Shall we do it together?
Sure. Wei Chen didn't refuse and followed Huang and Zhao to the gambling stone area. A huge instrument hovered in mid-air, with 3 pieces of wool placed in order on the side. When it comes to gambling stones, luck plays the biggest role.
1 cut, 1 thought of heaven, 1 thought of hell. With good luck, a few million worth of material can yield tens of millions of goods. With bad luck, a few million worth of material can result in a total loss with just 1 cut. Huang continued to share his insights on gambling stones with Wei Chen.
On the other side, the professionals were also ready.
Huang stepped forward, thought for a moment, and marked a spot on the wool with a pen. Let's cut from here. The staff nodded, took the wool, and began working on the instrument. Everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath at that moment.
What was being cut was not just a stone, but money.
8 million, just 1 cut. As the spiral blade sliced through the original stone, a large amount of debris scattered in the air. However, when the instrument was halfway through the cut, Huang's face had already turned completely dark. From his perspective, it was clear that the color inside the wool was very light and the area was very small. This almost indicated that this piece of wool was already a waste. Huang.
As the first cut was completed and the inside was a mess, Zhao couldn't help but speak up.
Should we make another cut? Huang said with a dark face. Continue.
The worker dared not speak and immediately made another cut based on experience.
However, with the second cut, the result was final.
But the area the size of a baby's palm, in terms of color and quality, looked like a defective product. The staff didn't say much, they just presented the result to everyone.
Huang remained silent and waved his hand. Let's try mine.
At this point, Zhao didn't have much to say and could only let the staff continue with his piece. But at this moment, Zhao only hoped that nothing valuable would come out of his piece. After all, Huang had just lost 8 million. If he made a profit, where would Huang's face go? Fortunately, Zhao's wish came true. His piece was even more flawed than Huang's. Feeling relieved, Zhao was about to say a few polite words when Huang spoke up. Xiao Wei, your piece is probably not good either. Listen to your brother, it's still not too late to stop now. Huang was indeed unhappy, but when he looked at Wei Chen's calm demeanor, he suddenly thought of his own son.
Thinking of that little rascal at home, was he also often reckless and irresponsible like this outside?
With this thought, Huang finally suppressed his temper and advised once again. You've seen it too, my good material, Huang, has nothing. When you make this cut, the chances will be even lower. Who knew? Wei Chen gave him a brilliant smile. It's really nothing, Huang Gu. If nothing comes out of this cut, it just means I have bad luck, no big deal. Wei Chen said as he instructed the staff to prepare for the cut.
And, what if something really does come out?
Faced with Wei Chen's confidence, Mr.
Huang could only smile wryly. It's not that easy to get something good.
Wei Chen, however, was not pleased.
Huang Gu, can you say something nice?
This cut of mine is worth over 3 million.
Mr. Huang could only smile bitterly at the sight.
Then I wish you good luck in finding an imperial green. Wei Chen brushed off the displeasure and laughed. I'll take your good wishes. As they spoke, the staff on the other end had already prepared the equipment.
Wei Chen immediately focused his attention on it.
Wei Chen didn't care if he found something, but he cared about his luck. After reaching a charm level of 4 points, the outside world's perception of him continued to change.
Wei Chen deeply realized the power of these hidden attributes. However, he had yet to experience his luck attribute in practice.
Today, he came here to gamble on stones, not just to spend money. He wanted to test his luck. With only 4 points in charm attribute, Wei Chen had already seen a noticeable change.
His luck attribute had 5 points. If even with 5 points in luck attribute, he couldn't win anything, Wei Chen would have nothing to say.
As the machine made the cut, the stone split open with a crack. Debris flew everywhere, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the piece of wool material. Just as the machine had barely cut less than 2 inches deep, Mr.
Huang's face suddenly changed. It's really something good. Mr.
Huang had been playing with jade for some years, and with just one glance, he saw the jade color revealed in the wool material.
It's purple glass seed. As Mr. Huang's words fell, everyone also saw the almost transparent jade stone appearing in their sight. The water and color are both top-notch. As the machine continued to cut, Mr. Huang's face showed not just shock but disbelief.
This seemingly ordinary piece of wool material was never expected to yield such high-quality purple glass seed in terms of water and color.
Its value was beyond imagination. Mr. Huang, did you get something really good? Although Mr.
Zhao also saw that the jade stone inside the wool material was extraordinary, he couldn't help but ask.
It's simply rare. Mr.
Huang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement.
This kind of purple glass seed, most likely Violet Jade, to have such quality, even I have never come across it.
No, not only have I never come across it, once this jade is polished, its value will at least increase by tens of times.
Wei Chen was stunned to hear this. The wool material he bought for 3 million, if it increased by tens of times, wouldn't it be over 100 million? Damn, my luck is really something. Mr.
Huang stared fixedly at the machine and the original stone, muttering, "This is just the first cut. As long as there are no issues later, the price of this stone
could be astronomical." Wei Chen wasn't interested in astronomical prices,
but for such a result, he was still very happy. Whether he made a profit or not was not important. What mattered was that Wei Chen confirmed his luck attribute was indeed effective and powerful. When he first arrived in the wool area, he immediately set his eyes on this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat average piece of wool material. But in Wei Chen's heart, he always felt that this piece of wool material looked very pleasing to the eye. So he followed his heart without hesitation.
As a result, this is what we have now. Xiao Wei.
The wool material was about to be completely cut, and Mr.
Huang finally couldn't sit still.
To be honest, Huang, I have my eye on this piece of wool material of yours.
You see, if you need some extra cash, can you sell this piece to me? Price is negotiable.
Before Wei Chen could speak, the shop assistant who had brought Wei Chen into the store spoke up.
Mr. Huang, if you want to buy it after just the first cut, it's best to see how it goes later on, right?
The shop assistant was being considerate, trying to avoid any potential issues if a deal was made.
But, Mr.
Huang was no stranger to the world of stone gambling, and he knew the rules very well. It's okay, I'll take my chances with how it goes later.
Mr.
Huang naturally had his own plans and said immediately, Xiao Wei, you stop here with this stone, and I can offer you 60 million. If you sell this stone directly to me, you'll make 20 times the profit in one go. Absolutely no loss, and if there are any issues later on, you don't have to worry either.
Wei Chen didn't understand all this and quickly looked at the shop assistant.
The shop assistant also leaned in and explained quietly to him.
Mr.
Wei, the first cut on this stone is indeed good, but we still need to see how it goes later on. Sometimes, even if the first cut is good, there might be issues later, like if the area is too narrow. Selling it now for 60 million, while it may not maximize the profit, is still not a loss overall. But if you don't sell now and issues arise later, it may not be worth that price anymore.
Wei Chen couldn't help but ask, what if everything goes well later on, without any issues?
The shop assistant hesitated for a few seconds but then honestly said, if everything goes well, with my experience, this could be extraordinary.
At least a 9-figure sum, or even higher. Of course, that's under the assumption that everything goes smoothly.
If you want to take the risk and believe in yourself, you can continue cutting it yourself.
Wei Chen instantly understood.
If everything goes well later on, his stone would definitely be worth a fortune. But with only one cut made so far, the situation inside was not very clear. After all, jade is not just about one side, volume and depth also need to be considered.
If the subsequent cuts reveal only one good side and the rest is disappointing, then the stone might not be valuable. However, even though Mr. Huang's offer was tempting and the shop assistant's advice was sound, Wei Chen simply couldn't sell it. The things he bought couldn't be transferred within 3 months. Even if Mr. Huang offered him 10 billion, Wei Chen wouldn't dare go against the system. Wei Chen had a sudden idea. Mr. Huang, it's not that I don't want to sell. In 3 months, it will be my grandfather's birthday. I think this stone is good and I want to keep it to make something special for him. I hope you can understand. Wei Chen's words were also carefully considered. When Mr. Huang had interacted with him before, he had mentioned Wei Chen's good family background. So Wei Chen deduced that the other party saw him as a second-generation rich kid. But this was understandable, as a young man in his 20s, coming to gamble with a few million. If he wasn't a second-generation rich kid, he wouldn't be able to do it. Indeed, after hearing Wei Chen's words, Mr. Huang fell into deep thought instantly. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't recall any acquaintances with the surname Wei. Since they weren't familiar, it wouldn't be right to push him, especially since Wei Chen had mentioned the usefulness of the original stone. Mr. Huang suppressed the impulse in his heart and said helplessly, "Alright then, a gentleman does not take away what others enjoy. Since Brother Wei is useful, let's just forget about it." Seeing this, Wei Chen smiled and said, "No rush, we haven't finished yet. After it's done, Huang, we can continue our conversation." Wei Chen was right, his piece of rough material had indeed not been fully opened yet, because the most important second cut was about to begin. Wei Chen was not knowledgeable in this field, so he let the staff evaluate a position themselves. Mr. Huang glanced roughly and found no issues, so the staff began operating the equipment. Xiao Wei, although the first cut was good, but in this gambling on stones, until the last moment, you might. Mr. Huang was about to advise Wei Chen again in advance to calm his mind, to prevent any problems when the second cut was made, which could throw off Wei Chen's mindset. But unexpectedly this time, Mr. Huang hadn't even finished speaking yet when good news came from the rough material side. The instrument had just cut less than half an inch, and there was already a yield. This situation was extremely rare even in the world of stone gambling. It meant that apart from a layer of surface rough material, everything underneath was all valuable material. This also meant that the final product of this rough material, the volume would be significantly increased. This time, not to mention making bracelets, even larger ornaments could be made. Wei Chen also noticed this issue at this moment. The rough material he chose was of a slender type. It was about 40 centimeters long and 25 centimeters wide. Removing the outer layer, looking at the jade inside, it was not much smaller than a watermelon. Fortunately, the first cut he made was particularly close to the edge, so the loss was not significant. At this moment, he had preserved almost more than 90% of the useful area. This was what Wei Chen had specifically requested before making the cut, fearing that his luck was too good and would be wasted. The staff even advised him a couple of times, saying he had cut too little. But now, even the staff were filled with shock. His job was to cut rough materials for customers, at least a few hundred to thousands of rough materials a year. Ranging from tens of thousands to millions, he was used to it. But a situation like today, even in his professional career, was extremely rare. Not only was the yield good, but the quantity was also sufficient. It was like a diamond, a 10-carat diamond. The price was not just 10 times that of a 1-carat diamond, it was dozens, even hundreds of times the increase. Wei Chen's rough material, if processed properly, could rise to the national, or even world-class level, because it was so large and of such high quality. At this moment, even Wei Chen himself was impressed by his own luck. This lucky attribute was truly amazing, just relying on a feeling to gamble on a stone, and the result was such a top-quality item. Brother Wei, you've hit the jackpot this time. Mr. Huang suddenly said softly, with such a large piece, the finished product is definitely worth over $1 billion. It's hard to say exactly how far it can go. The store clerk also nodded along to these words. But suddenly, the store clerk looked at the jade stone that was about to undergo the second cut and widened his eyes. This piece. Seeing this, Wei Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Mr. Wei, this piece of violet glass seed. The store clerk stuttered, unable to speak fluently. But Mr. Huang, who was beside them, seemed to suddenly remember something. The star of Zhaoyi. The store clerk vigorously nodded, leaving Wei Chen and Zhao, who was beside him, in confusion. Mr. Huang once again turned into an explainer, explaining on the spot. The star of Zhaoyi is one of the top jade stones in the world today. Its value is globally recognized to be around 6 billion. Its water, color, and even size are almost identical to yours.
If you carefully polish this piece of jade, I'm afraid it still won't compare to the star of Jiaoyi.
But it won't be too far off. Wei Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. However, his reaction was very quick, and he immediately said, I think Grandpa will like such a gift after all.
Wei Chen's words seemed casual, but Mr.
Huang also understood completely.
He had no chance with this piece of jade. The remaining matters were quite simple. The staff carefully brought the jade in front of everyone. Almost everyone could clearly see the flawless nature and nearly perfect color of this jade.
Mr.
Huang waved his hand, and the knowledgeable staff immediately turned off the nearby incandescent lamp. In an instant, the surrounding light dimmed. Previously, due to the lighting, everyone could only feel the perfect water and color of the jade, as well as the purple charm it exuded. But now, when the light went out,
a dazzling purple light instantly attracted the attention of everyone around.
On the jade, there was a charming purple light shining brightly.
Even without any processing, just placing it there could attract everyone's attention and focus. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Mr.
Huang muttered to himself. Wei Chen had already found the staff member from earlier.
Can you handle the subsequent processing here?
The staff member was about to respond, but after some thought, he shook his head.
Your piece of jade is too top-notch. My skills might be a bit lacking. Ruining my reputation is one thing, but if I ruin such a good piece of jade, I'm afraid I won't be able to forgive myself.
Wei Chen looked deeply at the other person and said seriously, You are a master worthy of respect.
Oh, no.
The staff member, a middle-aged man, smiled and said, But my master is an expert in this field. If you trust me, I can contact him for you.
Alright, then let's exchange contact information. Wei Chen didn't waste any time and immediately left his number in WeChat.
At this moment, Mr. Huang was also quite emotional and couldn't help but say, Wei brother, I really didn't recognize the value.
Your skills today have truly opened my eyes, Huang Gu.
Oh, no, it's just a stroke of luck.
Wei Chen quickly replied.
I really appreciate your guidance today, and you reminded me several times. I'm really thankful.
Mr.
Huang blushed and said ashamedly, Thanks to you for not listening to me, otherwise, I would have suffered a loss.
You can't say that. You meant well.
Seeing that sitting around wasn't productive, Wei Chen proposed, It's fate that we met today.
If you have time, let me treat you to a meal later. It's a good opportunity to learn from you. Wei Chen said this to thank the other person. Secondly, he could tell that the other person had an extraordinary identity. Who could casually buy 8 million worth of raw materials without blinking an eye?
Wei Chen was planning to start a company later, so it wouldn't hurt to have more contact with such influential figures. Zhao, who was on the side, immediately chimed in, Mr.
Huang, if you have time, we can all gather and chat about jade.
It's rare for Wei brother to come across such a high-quality piece today, it's also fate.
Mr.
Huang glanced at Zhao and immediately understood his intentions. Zhao had been trying to get close to him multiple times before, and today he found an opportunity to build a connection.
However, Mr. Huang was genuinely happy today, even though he didn't reveal anything.
Possibly witnessing the emergence of such a fine piece of jade, and almost being involved in it.
It's definitely worth celebrating. Alright, I'll have my private jet come over in a while. Let's have a couple of drinks. To be honest, Wei Chen had guessed that Mr. Huang was wealthy, but he couldn't have guessed that Mr. Huang was this wealthy. An hour later, Wei Chen followed Mr. Huang to a golf course at the latter's home. When he boarded Mr. Huang's private jet, he finally understood how wealthy some people could be. This golf course is not open for long each year.
Most of the time, I am not in the country myself. Plus, I have some quirks, I don't like outsiders coming to my place. This golf course has also been abandoned for the most part.
Mr. Huang said casually, leaving Mr. Zhao speechless on the side. As for Wei Chen, he just felt that Mr. Huang was really too wealthy. Wei Chen used to think that buying a $90 million villa in the Magic City was already wealthy enough. But looking at the person in front of him now, what was he? Mr. Huang's private jet went straight to the Treasure Island.
The journey was not far, and the plane arrived quickly.
After arriving, Mr. Huang's extended Lincoln arrived.
It was one wave after another, seamlessly connected in time.
In the gap on the way to the destination, Wei Chen also sent a message to Yi Chen,
asking that kid to send Xiaoqing home early, as he might be back late tonight.
Bro, did you make an appointment with someone?
I was planning to go see a movie with Xiaoqing. What movie? Go home early to guard the house. By the way, find a place to change the password for the house.
Both Zhang Han and Ing know the password to our house, aren't you worried?
What's there to worry about? Anyway, he's so rich, and he doesn't care about us.
If you want to go, just go. If others know the password to our house, Are you happy or what? Okay, I'll go in a while. Okay, that's it. After ending the conversation with Yi Chen, Wei Chen glanced at his WeChat. He was quite busy. On the side of Warfish, the anchorman was daily coquettish with him, and Ashu also recommended him a few good niche games. Then, Lanyue also sent him a few emojis. Wei Chen replied with one, and attached a photo, indicating that he was busy. As for where the photo was taken, it was naturally in the extended Lincoln, facing the outside. Lanyue quickly replied with a cute gesture of understanding, and then there were no more messages. In addition to these, there was also a message from the real estate agent, Shaoli. Shaoli said that all the furniture from the previous owner had been sold. It was sold for a total of about 900,000 renminbi. The items have all been sold. After deducting our commission, there is still 928,600 renminbi left. Do you want us to transfer it directly to you, or do you come to us? Just transfer it. Okay, about the invoice. For things like invoices, please take care of it, and send it to me later. My cousin is at home, you can give it to him when you arrive. Okay, got it. For Wei Chen's small request, Shaoli naturally complied. After all, the sale of the house and furniture this time was worth 2 years of her income. It's important to hold on to this big opportunity. On the other hand, after receiving the transfer, Wei Chen found a problem. This money was not accounted for in the system funds. However, after discovering this issue, Wei Chen still cautiously asked the system, why were these furniture items able to be sold? Ding! Because these furniture were not included when you purchased the villa. In theory, these furnishings were all discarded by the previous owner. It's like you picked up these things and then sold them as trash. So, technically, you didn't violate any rules. Listening to this explanation, Wei Chen instantly understood. But he still felt something was off in his heart. Over 900,000 worth of trash, truly a batch of valuable trash. After finishing this series of tasks, Wei Chen finally arrived at the destination. The location was a resort hotel owned by Mr. Huang on the island. Well, after the golf course and helicopter, now it's a resort hotel. Wei Chen silently sighed in his heart, but then he noticed Mr. Huang leading a few people to a seafood restaurant next to the hotel. This restaurant is owned by a friend of mine. When I opened this hotel, he said he would open a restaurant next to it. As a result, my hotel boosted his restaurant business. His restaurant business, in turn, brought me more customers. Mr. Huang said this with a look of worldly wisdom. Wei Chen couldn't help but smile. Wasn't that your intention from the beginning? Mr. Huang was taken aback, then shrugged. I just thought, we could be closer, convenient to hang out together. I didn't really think much beyond that. Wei Chen nodded in understanding. Sometimes, the rich getting richer isn't without reason. For example, Mr. Huang and his friends setting up businesses here wasn't just about making money. It was out of personal preference, which led to these businesses. But the result was, they made a profit. Were they visionary? Indeed, to some extent, especially with their good choice of location. But more importantly, they were wealthy. Because they were wealthy, they could be whimsical. So they could indulge themselves, setting up a resort hotel and a restaurant here. If they weren't wealthy, even if they had foreseen that opening a hotel and restaurant here could make them rich, what would be the point? Wei Chen pondered for a moment and followed Mr. Huang to the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was a rooftop area, but the restaurant layout was very well planned. This position offered a panoramic view of the island's beauty, and the decor was quite nice, especially nearing summer, with a cool evening breeze and soothing music playing, paired with 2 bottles of red wine and a table of seafood delicacies. It was pure enjoyment. Here's to our acquaintance. Mr. Huang was a cheerful and warm person, raising his glass to Wei Chen. This made Wei Chen a bit embarrassed. I should be toasting to you, Mr. Huang. Oh, no need to be so polite. If you ever have any questions about Jade or don't know how to gamble on stones abroad, just ask me. Wei Chen smiled. All right, Mr. Huang. The clinking of glasses filled the air with laughter. Zhao, who was nearby, also joined in with a smile. Just then, oh, isn't that Mr. Zhao? A somewhat unfamiliar voice sounded, and Wei Chen immediately turned to look. But as soon as he looked, he was genuinely startled. Oh, Mr. Zhao, you have friends with you. Mr. Jang, with a smile on his face, walked over and then turned his head to see Wei Chen sitting beside Mr. Zhao. For a moment, Mr. Zhang's expression also froze. Wei Chen was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn, isn't this Jang Hanying's cheap dad? Mr. Jang Hanying's biological father clearly didn't expect to encounter Wei Chen here, and he also immediately recognized Wei Chen. After all,
the two had just completed the house transaction, having met only yesterday.
However, Mr. Jang walked over, not for Wei Chen, but for Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, it's been almost half a year since we last met. It's fate to meet here today. Who is this? Although Mr. Zhang recognized Wei Chen, he did not know Mr. Huang. This is Mr. Huang, who is in the real estate business. With a signal from Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhang immediately understood and approached with a glass of wine. Hello, Mr. Huang, nice to meet you, let me offer you a toast. Mr. Huang just glanced at Mr. Zhang and did not show much enthusiasm. Hello, Mr. Zhang continued, I work in finance and have invested in some projects, mostly domestic. Perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Such flattering words are common in business circles, but Mr. Huang was not interested. Having achieved true financial freedom, he no longer cared much for social niceties. Perhaps we can discuss it in the future. With Mr. Huang's indifferent response, Mr. Jang felt a bit awkward. Well, Mr. Wei is also here. Seeing the situation becoming tense, Mr. Zhang had to turn to Wei Chen. From the looks of it, Wei Chen, a young man at the table, seemed to be the best communicator. How's the house? Pretty good, right? Not bad. Mr. Huang, who was listening on the side, became more interested when he realized Wei Chen knew Mr. Jiang. Wei, do you know Mr. Jiang? Wei Chen thought for a moment and honestly replied, I just bought a villa from Mr. Jiang yesterday, in Huazhou Courtyard. The environment is quite good. This piqued Mr. Huang's curiosity even more. He knew about Huazhou Courtyard, a top villa area in the city. But in his eyes, Wei Chen, so young and from a wealthy background, why would he think of buying a house himself? Why did you decide to buy a house? I'm currently alone in the city, I need a place to live, right? Wei Chen chuckled. This villa isn't cheap. Mr. Huang couldn't help but laugh. A house in Huazhou Courtyard probably costs around 100 million, right? Well, I spent over 80 million, luckily Mr. Jiang was kind and didn't ask for more. That's not bad, spending over 80 million on a villa in Huazhou Courtyard is a good deal. Mr. Jiang watched as Wei Chen and Mr. Huang chatted, feeling a bit dumbfounded. This young man doesn't seem that big, how come he's so familiar with Mr. Huang? Turning his head, Mr. Jiang saw Mr. Zhao looking envious, firming up his idea to build a good relationship with Wei Chen. I didn't expect Mr. Wei and Mr. Huang to be friends, quite surprising. Since everyone knows each other, why not join me at my table? Mr. Zhang pointed to his location, which was near the seaside viewing area, a prime spot. Wei Chen hesitated, but then saw Mr. Zhang's female companion also stepping forward. Yes, our table is also quite empty, why not join us? Hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but look at the woman. Mr. Zhang's female companion looked very young. With light makeup on her face, she appeared shy and innocent. Wei Chen even thought that if she wore a school uniform, she could pass for a high school graduate. He could believe it. Anyway, she definitely wasn't Mr. Zhang's wife. After all, Jang Hanying was about the same age as himself. Considering Jang Hanying's reaction before leaving today, and later crying alone, Wei Chen couldn't believe she was Jang Hanying's biological mother. Since she wasn't her biological mother, she must be a mistress or a stepmother. With this in mind, Wei Chen instinctively kept a slight distance from the other party. Whether it was the fact that a man in his 20s was acting like a 50-year-old husband, or the fact that the other party was a mistress, both things displeased Wei Chen. When he thought of the girl Jiang Hanying in the morning, a hint of impatience appeared on Wei Chen's face, and he immediately spoke up. No need, I think it's fine here. With that said, Wei Chen looked towards Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang didn't want to say much to Mr. Zhang in the first place, and seeing that Wei Chen shared the same sentiment, he immediately said, no need to trouble, it's fine here. If you want to go and accompany your friends, go ahead, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, who was originally sitting on the side watching the excitement, immediately said, I also think it's fine here. Mr. Jiang, let's get in touch next time when you're free. Mr. Jiang, who was originally very enthusiastic, instantly froze on his face. After a while, he couldn't help but look at Wei Chen, who still had a smile on his face. In that case, next time then. Mr. Jiang forced a smile and then sullenly returned to his side. What's wrong? Are you having a disagreement with Mr. Jiang? Mr. Huang was very astute. Wei Chen's recent actions were so obvious that he could tell Wei Chen didn't want to talk to the other party. Not really. Wei Chen took a sip of his drink, with no intention of hiding anything. I know Mr. Jang's daughter.
That girl is also quite pitiful, working hard on her own. Today, after knowing that her father sold the house to me without informing her, she cried quite sadly.
Mr. Huang's gaze immediately darkened. He looked at Mr. Jang and the woman leaving, and sneered. Another man who starts chaos and abandons it. It may not be that way, I didn't ask him.
Regardless, a man who doesn't care about his own daughter is not a good man. Men can socialize and have certain situations outside, but when it comes to family, it must be sincere.
Selling the house without informing his daughter, what does that indicate?
It shows that he doesn't care about his daughter.
Such a man. Humph. As Mr. Huang became angrier as he spoke, Wei Chen quickly poured him a drink. You're right, Huang Ji. Mr. Huang looked satisfied at Wei Chen and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Xiao Wei, do you have a girlfriend? Wei Chen was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
How could I have a girlfriend? I was just dumped by my girlfriend.
That woman has no taste. Mr. Huang looked at Wei Chen, becoming more and more satisfied. Although he didn't know why, he found this young man so pleasing to the eye. You're not young anymore, it's time to start dating. Having a daughter and children is the driving force for a man to progress. When you have a wife and children, your approach to business will be different. Wei Chen nodded vigorously, and then Mr. Huang suddenly said, Actually, I have a daughter, she's very nice. When you have time, would you like to meet her?
Upon hearing this, Wei Chen was frightened and quickly said, Please don't, Huang Ji.
I really don't plan to get married so soon.
I still want to strive for a few more years.
Mr. Huang was dissatisfied upon hearing this. Strive all you want, but getting married is getting married. Can they be the same? Wei Chen was genuinely afraid.
He knew he had a high charm attribute, but he didn't care much about those women.
How could Mr.
Huang, a grown man, have such a high opinion of him? With a sense of worry, Wei Chen quickly glanced at his charm attribute introduction again.
Charm, 4 points.
In a prosperous era, 90% of the opposite sex characters will involuntarily develop a liking for you, while the effect on the same sex is halved.
Is that so? The effect is halved too? How come I didn't notice?
What Wei Chen didn't know was that half of Huang's fondness for him came from his charm. The other half was because Wei Chen did hit the mark in some aspects that appealed to Huang. For example, Huang likes jade, especially gambling on stones.
Wei Chen happened to win a top-grade jade stone. For example, Huang doesn't like people who neglect their children. Wei Chen stood up to someone's father for a friend's sake. For example, Huang likes young people who are practical and have ideas. Wei Chen happens to be a practical person, very straightforward in speech and action, and full of ideas. When they were gambling on stones, Huang could see it. Such a young man, with a good family background and a good personality. How could Huang not have some thoughts? Wei Chen saw that the situation was gradually becoming strange. He immediately found an excuse to go to the restroom. Phew, it's really scary. After Wei Chen dealt with his physiological needs, he couldn't help but shudder by the sink. He just wanted to do more tasks, live longer, and preferably live to be 100 years old. As for a wife, it would be best to find someone less wealthy in the future, so spending money would be more convenient. Wei Chen didn't want to marry into a wealthy family. Otherwise, if he married the world's richest man's daughter, would he even get a say in spending money? Wouldn't that make it harder for him to spend money? After washing his hands, Wei Chen was thinking about how to change the subject when he got back. A figure came towards him. Mr. Wei, what a coincidence. Mr. Jang said with a fake smile. Wei Chen frowned at the sight of him. It seemed like he didn't just happen to come to the restroom. Seeing Wei Chen remain silent, Mr. Jang took it upon himself to explain. It's my wife's first time here, she doesn't know where the restroom is. This statement confirmed the identity of the woman accompanying Mr. Jiang. It seemed that Zhang Han's tears were not without reason. Well, then I'll go back first. Wei Chen had no intention of wasting words with him and turned to leave. He currently had no intention of falling out with him, although Wei Chen was extremely displeased with him. But Mr. Jiang suddenly stopped him. I don't know where I offended Mr. Wei. Is it because my villa isn't good enough? Or is the price not to your satisfaction? Mr. Jiang was not stupid. When he invited a few people just now, Wei Chen's displeasure was the most obvious on his face. Wei Chen didn't even try to hide it. In Mr. Jiang's view, it was Wei Chen's attitude that made even Huang not particularly fond of him. So at this moment, Mr. Jiang also had a hint of oppression in his demeanor. Wei Chen paused slightly and looked directly at Mr. Jiang for the first time. He gave the other party a way out, but the other party did not cherish it. The air fell silent for 2 seconds.
and Wei Chen's gaze became unusually cold. The house is very good, and the price is very fair, but I just don't like you. Are you satisfied with this reason? After speaking, Wei Chen ignored the other party's stunned gaze and turned to leave. It wasn't until Wei Chen had walked several meters away that Mr.
Jang suddenly reacted, his face full of anger. What do you mean by that?
Wei Chen's steps suddenly stopped. He turned around and said lightly,
Isn't what I said clear enough? I don't like you. Do you have a problem with that? You don't even care about your own daughter. Are you proud of that? Mr. Jang's face alternated between red and white.
Fortunately, this was a high-end venue with not many people around. At the moment, no one noticed what was happening in the restroom here.
Otherwise, Mr. Jang's reputation would be completely ruined. You, Mr.
Jang never expected that such a young man in front of him would speak so maliciously. Most importantly, the other party knew about his daughter.
Mr.
Jang thought he had concealed it well, even though his daughter's reputation had spread across half of Asia. But he still hadn't let the outside world know that he was Jang Hanying's father.
How did Wei Chen in front of him know? Could it be that his daughter told him? Mr. Jang was furious, about to retort.
At this moment, his wife came out.
What's wrong, dear? Wei Chen's face turned even colder when he saw this woman. And Mr.
Jang immediately said, Zhu Ling, you go back first, I have something to discuss with him.
Zhu Ling, sensing the situation was not right, nervously asked, Is everything okay? It's fine.
Zhu Ling hesitated, but seeing her husband's expression, she had no choice but to prepare to leave. But if she wanted to leave, she had to pass by Wei Chen.
After some thought, this woman couldn't help but advise, Mr.
Wei, are you okay?
Your husband has asked you to go back. You better go back soon.
Zhu Ling looked at Wei Chen's indifferent face, feeling a bit uneasy.
Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How did it change so quickly?
Please don't let there be a fight.
Zhu Ling, with many thoughts in her mind, once again acted on her instincts. Mr.
Wei, actually our old Jang is a very good person.
If there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly.
Or Mr.
Wei, why don't you come over to our place for a while?
Zhu Ling became more enthusiastic as she spoke. Suddenly, she remembered the mention of Mr.
Huang by Mr.
Zhao just now, and her heart burned with excitement. Or, why don't you invite Mr.
Huang to come with you? We have 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. Have you finished speaking?
Wei Chen said coldly.
Well.
Zhu Ling was at a loss for words, and Mr.
Jang immediately stepped forward.
Just say it.
What are you doing to my wife?
Looking at the affectionate appearance of this couple, Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh suddenly.
You two really are a perfect match.
As Wei Chen spoke, he suddenly seemed to think of something.
Mr. Zhang, tell me, is your wife with you because of true love? Or is it for your money? I'm really curious. Wei Chen was not sure about the true situation of this woman before, but from those 2 sentences just now, Wei Chen felt he already knew.
If she was a woman who could manage a household, if she was a woman who truly loved Mr.
Jiang, Zhu Ling's choice just now should have been to obediently go back. That would have been the right thing to do.
Instead of staying here, seemingly apologizing, but actually using her identity as Mr.
Zhang's wife to gain sympathy.
Or rather, to gain Mr.
Zhang's sympathy. Wei Chen had seen many such tactics.
In simpler terms, it's what people commonly refer to as a green tea biao. At this moment, Mr.
Zhang's face also turned ugly.
The previous situation might have been resolved properly, but Wei Chen's cutting remarks had completely angered him. The mountain may not move, but the water will flow, Mr.
Wei.
I hope we have the chance to meet again in the future.
Mr.
Zhang left with his wife Zhu Ling, leaving behind harsh words,
and Wei Chen watched their backs.
Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips.
Let's wait and see. Actually, at first, Wei Chen didn't have any strong feelings towards Mr. Jiang.
After all, in Wei Chen's view, there was no direct enmity between them. But when the other party came asking for trouble, Wei Chen truly began to dislike him.
There are always some people who arrogantly provoke others. If there is no intersection between the 2 people afterwards, then so be it. Otherwise, Wei Chen will definitely let the other party know.
Why are the flowers so red? Just like the line in Shin Mating's movie.
Can I still let you bully me in my dreams? It's the same principle.
Back at the dining table, President Huang still had a happy look on his face. Wei Chen also instantly brushed away his previous emotions and put on a smile.
Xiao Wei, President Huang suddenly exclaimed happily. At first, President Huang used to call Wei Chen Xiao Wei.
Later, seeing that he was good, he changed it to call him Brother Wei.
But since President Huang mentioned his daughter,
he started calling Wei Chen Xiao Wei again.
President Huang was planning to introduce his daughter to Wei Chen, so calling him Brother Wei would definitely not be appropriate. Are you free tomorrow? My daughter is settled in Maple Leaf Country for the long term, if you are free. How about going shopping with me tomorrow? The environment there is really nice. Listening to President Huang's words, Wei Chen smiled bitterly. Well, Huang Ji, I'm really not in a hurry to get married. Hey, what marriage or not, I just want to relax. I'm almost 60 years old, I'm getting old. When going out alone, I always want someone to accompany me. Look at you, is it convenient to accompany me for a walk? Wei Chen could only helplessly bring out his trump card, his good friend Wang Lu. Well, I have a good friend who happens to be getting married tomorrow. I really don't have time to accompany you, Huang Ji. Ha, a friend is getting married. That's a big event. You have to go. Where is the wedding held? Province? Hawaii? Or Bali? Wei Chen shook his head. Right in the Magic City. It's very close, just found a hotel at random. President Huang didn't show any disdain after hearing this, and said directly. That's good, so you don't have to run around, troublesome. Which hotel did you book? I also have 2 5-star hotels in the Magic City. Maybe, I can help you with something. Wei Chen casually said. I booked the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the inner hall on the 2nd floor. President Huang suddenly looked happy. I know that hotel, it's owned by a friend of mine. A few years ago, I went there for a meal. President Huang was reminiscing, then suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. I remember the location of the hall on the 2nd floor isn't good. When having a wedding at the Grand Hyatt, shouldn't it be on the 3rd floor or above? President Huang was right, and that was indeed the case. Generally speaking, those with better family backgrounds would reserve positions on the 3rd floor or above at the Grand Hyatt. And usually, it's exclusive use of the entire floor, regardless of whether it's full or not. However, although Wang Lu's family environment was good, her husband also did some small business in the family. But the Grand Hyatt Hotel was a top-notch hotel in the Magic City. It would be quite challenging to reserve an entire floor in such a luxurious hotel. So after considering various factors, Wang Lu and her husband chose the relatively cheaper 2nd floor. And they only booked a portion of the inner side, which was only half the size of an entire floor. But in terms of price, it was only 1/3 of the original price, which was quite good. And even so, it was only through connections from Wang Lu's husband's family that they managed to secure it. Otherwise, that price really wasn't affordable for ordinary people. Wei Chen knew all this, but facing President Huang, he didn't hide it, and said directly, my friend's family background is just at the upper middle level of an ordinary family. Her husband does some small family business, and doesn't earn particularly much. Living a life, it's more important to think about what's suitable, that's why I made this choice. Mr. Huang immediately understood Wei Chen's meaning. After all, not everyone is as wealthy as he is. But, Mr. Huang didn't see any problem with that. You see, when he was young, he also came from the countryside and didn't even finish junior high school. So, Mr. Huang doesn't reject ordinary people. It's just that due to his status, he hasn't had much contact with ordinary people in recent years. Now, hearing Wei Chen say this, Mr. Huang's thoughts were brought back to the past. You know, these hands of mine used to catch fish and crabs in the pond. But now, I can only sit in a place like this, holding a wine glass, talking about those money-driven deals. Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Mr. Huang sighed and continued, what's your friend's name? Wang Lu. What's the matter, Huang Go? Tell my friends to have their wedding on the 3rd floor. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, not easy. Consider it my blessing to your friend. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen immediately stood up. How can that be? How can I let you pull strings for me? No, no. Mr. Huang also chuckled. It's just a phone call, that old guy tricked me last time. He asked me to invest with him, and I ended up losing a lot of money. It's just a small matter, he won't mind. Hearing this, Wei Chen was touched. He didn't think Mr. Huang treated every newlywed couple like this. Wasn't it all because of his face? With this in mind, Wei Chen also had a plan. Thank you, Huang Gu. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, if you want to do this yourself, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Why not help your friend? Mr. Huang always thought Wei Chen was a second-generation rich kid. Whether it was about money or connections, there should be something. Helping a friend change venues and spending some money shouldn't be a problem. But where did Wei Chen come from? A rich family? Just a week ago, he only had 126 yuan and 38 cents in his pocket. Huang Go, actually, my family background is quite ordinary, Wei Chen said with a wry smile. Mr. Huang thought he was joking and didn't pay much attention. Alright, If you have difficulties and don't want to talk about it, it's okay. Moving out from home and buying a villa. It must be a big deal, right? Wei Chen was slightly stunned, and he heard Mr. Huang starting to speculate. That house isn't cheap. If you bought it, I guess you don't have much left in your pocket. Going to gamble on stones, probably to test your luck, right? Wei Chen was at a loss for words. From a certain perspective, Mr. Huang was right. Buying a house did indeed drain his money, and going to gamble on stones was indeed to test his luck. But Wei Chen felt that the direction Mr. Huang guessed was a bit off from his actual direction. Having a fight with your family isn't a big deal. If you make a mistake, admit it. I see you're a sensible kid. Don't make things too tense with your family, it's not suitable. Mr. Huang said with a heavy heart, thinking once again of his own unlucky son. And Wei Chen finally understood completely. This Mr. Huang, he's completely misunderstood. He thinks I'm a problematic youth. Wei Chen really wanted to explain. But in the end, he chose to remain silent. If things are misunderstood, it's not a big deal. The main thing is, even if Wei Chen wanted to explain, there was no way to explain it. He couldn't just say that after winning the lottery and buying a villa, he went to gamble on stones, right? If he said that, others would think he's a bit off. To be honest, that's even less likely. Fortunately, that's how it is. However, Wei Chen still explains something. Huang Gu. Actually, my family background is quite average. Wei Chen made his final defense. At least in terms of family background, he felt it needed to be clarified. After all, everyone wants to introduce their daughter to him. You can't deceive people, right? But Huang didn't believe him at this moment. Alright, family background or not, it doesn't matter. What is money? Just paper. Having too much is meaningless. Huang was a bit tipsy at this point, his face flushed. But, go home early. Being so stiff like this is not appropriate. Got it? I got it. Huang Gu. Wei Chen nodded honestly. Huang nodded, then got up. I've had a lot to drink today, so I'll go back and rest early. Getting old, no mercy. Wei Chen laughed. You are still young, and your health is so good, I feel like living to 100 is not enough. Nonsense. Huang blushed, looked at his round body, and sighed. Back in the day, I was also a handsome young man. Yes, a famous handsome young man for miles around. You brat. Huang laughed and scolded, then said, alright, I'll have someone take you back in a while. There's a wedding to attend tomorrow, so go back and rest early. Don't be late. It's not appropriate. I know, Huang Gu. Well, go on, I'll head back first. Take care, Huang Gu. Wei Chen watched Huang walk away, then realized something. He hadn't exchanged contact information with the other party yet. Unexpectedly, as soon as Huang left, a secretary came to receive him. The secretary was a middle-aged man, very polite and friendly. Mr. Wei, hello. I'm Huang's personal secretary, Lu Bin. Huang asked me to take you back. This way, please. Wei Chen nodded and followed him. On the way, Secretary Lu Bin took out a piece of paper with a few lines written on it. This is Huang's private phone number and his messaging account. He specifically instructed me to give it to you. After you use it, remember to destroy it. Wei Chen quickly said, Thank you, Secretary Lu. You're welcome, it's my job. Lu Bin pushed his glasses and smiled. It's clear that Huang really likes you. Also, regarding the hotel banquet venue change, I've just confirmed it on my way here. Your friend should have received the call by now. So fast? Wei Chen was touched, thinking that the efficiency was indeed extraordinary. Please thank Huang for me. Mr. Wei, actually, considering your age, it would be more appropriate to call Huang Uncle Huang instead of Huang Gu. Secretary Lu smiled helplessly. He had been Huang's personal secretary for 20 years, starting as a young man and growing into a middle-aged man. But he had never seen many people of Wei Chen's age directly call Huang Gu. Huang valued tradition, including polite titles. However, for some reason, he was very fond of Wei Chen. Secretary Lu was very puzzled. Facing Secretary Lu's question, Wei Chen also smiled. Isn't calling him Uncle Huang implying he's old? I think Huang Gu sounds young, especially in terms of mentality. Secretary Lu paused for a moment, then revealed a deep smile. No wonder Huang cares so much about you. I think I understand now. Understand what? Secretary Lu smiled and shook her head, looking at Wei Chen's handsome appearance, thinking to herself. So young, sunny and handsome, high emotional intelligence and pleasing to others. Besides being good at gambling, having insights and decisiveness, and coming from a good family. No wonder General Huang thinks so highly of Wei Chen. If he had a daughter of the right age, he couldn't help but want to introduce her to Wei Chen. Wei Chen looked at Secretary Lu without speaking, not asking much either, just smiled and remained silent.
Later, Secretary Lu accompanied him all the way to the airport, then watched as Wei Chen boarded the private plane.
I still have work, so I can't accompany you back.
Thank you, I really appreciate your trouble. It's nothing. After you get back, don't forget to let General Huang know you're safe. As Secretary Lu spoke, she waved at Wei Chen through the messaging app on her phone.
The meaning was very clear. Don't forget to exchange contact information. Wei Chen immediately understood and nodded.
Don't worry, I won't forget. When Wei Chen arrived home, it was already around 9 o'clock in the evening, almost 10 o'clock.
Yi Chen was honestly guarding the house, supervising the workers changing the door at the moment. How was it? Is there anything wrong?
Wei Chen approached and couldn't help but ask.
Brother, you're back so early.
Yi Chen looked surprised.
I thought you would be back late. What? You're not happy I'm back? No, the main gate is almost done.
Yi Chen quickly changed the subject.
Wei Chen took a look and left it to Yi Chen.
You watch over it, I'll go take a shower.
Okay, go ahead.
By the way, a female real estate agent came by earlier in the evening and brought some invoices.
I put them in the cabinet.
Okay, got it. Wei Chen went upstairs, took a shower, and then lay on the bed looking at his phone. First, he checked the messages on the messaging app. He had already added General Huang on the way back, and the other party had agreed.
After briefly reporting his arrival home, General Huang went to rest first.
Now Wei Chen finally had time to reply to other messages. First was from Xiao Li.
Wei Chen told him he had arrived home and seen the invoices.
Then Lan Yu asked him if he was done with his work.
Wei Chen thought for a moment and decided not to reply. It was better not to engage in idle chat and waste time.
Finally, Wei Chen saw the messages he was most concerned about.
Mr.
Wei, I have already informed my master about your jade, and he is currently in the Magic City. He will come to help you look at it soon. The message came 2 hours later.
Mr. Wei, my master has already inspected it.
The size of the jade is completely confirmed, and it is slightly larger than the mentioned Joey star before.
This is simply a miracle. Do you want it to be crafted according to the Joey star template, or how would you like it?
Faced with this message, Wei Chen pondered for a long time before slowly responding.
It's fine. However, I have a small request. Could you, during the crafting process, use the extra, or some irrelevant corners, to craft 2 more jade pendants? The jade worker at Yaji Tang, surnamed Ren. The last message from Master Run was sent around 7 o'clock.
So when Wei Chen sent the message around 10 o'clock, he didn't expect an immediate response. But unexpectedly, as soon as he sent the message, his phone rang. Master Ren called through the messaging app.
Hello, Master Ren. Hello, Mr. Wei. Are you planning to craft 2 more jade pendants?
That's right, I have this idea,
so I wanted to ask you.
This may not be appropriate, Mr.
Wei.
The position where this jade was found is just right. You also know that the shape of this piece of wool material was not very good to begin with. Who knew? Only after we completely removed the jade inside did we realize that, although the shape of the wool material was not good, but the situation inside is almost perfect. Wei Chen was slightly surprised.
Is it that good?
It's just that good, Mr.
Wei.
My master said last night, if you entrust it to him, he is completely confident in creating one for you. A perfect masterpiece that is no less than the star of Zhaoyi. Because the purple glass seed in your violet piece is already perfect in terms of color. But if you insist on adding 2 more jade pendants, the overall size will increase by a small circle as well.
Wei Chen immediately understood what was meant.
This kind of integrated jade art piece is naturally rarer and more precious the larger it is. It is easy to divide, but it is not so easy to find such a complete top-quality jade stone again.
Then, let it be, Master.
Wei Chen contemplated for a while before saying slowly,
you do your best. But if possible, even if it's just a very small piece of jade pendant, I also hope that you can create 1 or 2.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Master Rin sighed. Actually, it's best to keep it as a whole, that way, both in terms of value and artistic level, it will definitely be higher. To put it bluntly, when you sell it later, you can sell it for more.
I understand. Wei Chen also understood.
That's why I said you should handle it. Or rather, let your master handle it. If it's not suitable, then it will naturally be kept as a whole. But if there is some surplus, then it can be made into jade pendants. There shouldn't be any problem with this, right?
Okay, I understand. Master Rin agreed.
I'll inform my master right away to start preparing tomorrow. But it will probably be very time-consuming and labor-intensive to create your jade piece. In terms of time, it may take 1 or 2 months, or even longer. And in terms of processing costs, it may not be cheap, so I have to discuss it with you in advance.
Wei Chen immediately said, no problem, the price is negotiable. Time-wise, it's not a problem at all. Alright, let's settle it this way for now. Okay, goodbye. After ending the call, Wei Chen received a text message a few seconds later. It was sent by Master Run, containing a price list. Wei Chen glanced at the total cost directly. The total cost of crafting amounted to 600,000. For the average person, this was already a huge sum of money. But Wei Chen knew that for an artwork that could potentially be sold for hundreds of millions in the future, this price was worth it. And Wei Chen's jade stone, after the gambling at the Yaji Hall, was also insured. If something went wrong, both the Yaji Hall and Master Run would not be able to escape. That's why he entrusted everything to them without worrying about any issues. After dealing with these matters, Wei Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened a temporary group chat on Feixin. Wang Lu's wedding group. The name was simple and direct, making it clear at a glance. Upon entering, it was already buzzing with activity. By now, things had cooled down. Wei Chen patiently scrolled to the top, taking more than 10 minutes to read through the chat history. The conversation was very simple, revolving around two questions. 1. The wedding banquet venue for tomorrow was changed from the second floor to the third floor. 2. Wang Lu was asking who used connections and money to make this happen. There were about 20 to 30 people in the group, all of whom were Wang Lu's old friends and classmates for many years. They were all people who would attend the wedding. However, in response to Wang Lu's question, not a single person stepped forward. As a result, the group was lively for nearly an hour before slowly calming down. However, Wei Chen was on a plane and didn't see the excitement in the group. After confirming the situation in the group, Wei Chen silently clicked on Wang Lu's profile picture and sent a message. Are you asleep? Why sleep so early? I'm so excited. Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but smile. Wang Lu's wedding group seemed crowded, but the closest relationships were only 2 or 3. Wei Chen was the only male in the group. The two had known each other for 10 years, and Wei Chen was genuinely happy for Wang Lu's wedding. Did the hotel change floors? Yeah, no one knows who did it. Asked around at home and in the group. No one admitted to it in the end. Isn't this situation ridiculous? Wang Lu really didn't understand what was going on. Actually, I arranged it. Wang Lu, lost in thought, coldly chuckled upon seeing this message. Just you? Hey, can you cover the betrothal gift for me tomorrow? Can you give me $500? If it weren't for our relationship over the years, I wouldn't want you to come. You have no idea how expensive it is to host a banquet here. $500 per person, I can't even break even. As Wang Lu vented her emotions, her phone suddenly rang again. It really was me who arranged it. But don't be too surprised, because you'll be even more surprised tomorrow. Seeing this cryptic message, Wang Lu suddenly had an idea. Did you win the lottery? Damn, how did you guess so quickly? Can't you let me pretend for a while? F***K, you really won the lottery? Yes, why would I lie to you? F***K, you won the lottery, why didn't I win? How would I know? By the way, will Chen Shui also be there tomorrow? Yeah, didn't you already know? Don't worry, I have 3 tables in total. You'll be at the table closest to mine, she'll be at the second table. You two won't be at the same table, so it should be fine, not too awkward. Relax. Wei Chen fell silent for a moment. He knew that despite what Wang Lu said, she was still worried about her emotional issues. Don't worry, this time for your wedding. I will make sure your wedding is beautiful and perfect. Alright, I'll be very grateful if you can change the venue for me. But, did you really win the lottery and change it for me? It's not because of something else, right? Wei Chen rolled his eyes when he saw this. Actually, I'm not my parents' biological child, my biological father is a... Stop, I'm going to sleep, let's end it here today. Weren't you just saying you were too excited to sleep? That was just now, I'm tired now. Fine, sigh, after getting a husband, you call yourself this lady. You used to call yourself mom. Shut up. Wei Chen couldn't help but smile at this familiar way of conversing. It really felt good. That night, Wei Chen went to bed early. With so much happening recently, Wei Chen felt like he was running on a tight schedule. He had to deal with a lot of things every day. Before 11 o'clock, Wei Chen entered dreamland. The next day, Wei Chen was woken up by a phone call. As Wang Lu's best buddy, he might not be able to be a bridesmaid, but he could still do a lot of things, like helping out with guarding the door. However, Wei Chen didn't plan to go alone. At 5:30, just as he was woken up by the phone call, Wei Chen ran to Yi Chen's room. Wake up! With the sound of the door opening, Wei Chen's voice arrived first. However, Yi Chen just turned over and didn't react. Seeing this, Wei Chen immediately stepped forward and started to move his hands. Rustle. Hiss. Can you stop lifting the blanket every time you move? Get up, your sister Lu is getting married today, come with me. Ha? Can't I just go to the banquet at night? No, how can I handle everything alone? Hurry up.
After waking up Yi-chen, Wei-chen quickly took a shower. Fortunately, there were enough bathrooms in the villa, so the two brothers each had their own without delaying things. Before 6 o'clock, Wei-chen took Yi-chen out on time.
Yi-chen also officially changed jobs and became Wei-chen's designated driver.
Here. As the car was about to start, Wei-chen took out a box of gum and threw it to Yi-chen.
Brother, you still eat this?
If I don't eat this, I'm afraid I can't resist smoking. Brother, you didn't have such a strong addiction to smoking before.
Yi-chen was puzzled. In his impression, Wei-chen never smoked. But after coming this time, Wei-chen became inseparable from cigarettes. Wei-chen naturally couldn't explain to Yi-chen that this was an old problem from his past life. You just didn't see it.
Wei-chen rolled his eyes at him and chewed on 2 pieces by himself.
When you get hungry later, there should be some fruits and melon seeds over there. Help yourself, eat whatever you want.
Okay, thanks. Yi-chen drove the BMW, and most of his drowsiness disappeared. He wouldn't have dared to dream of driving such a luxury car before.
Now he could drive it however he wanted.
Of course, traffic rules still had to be followed. With the morning sun and breeze, the car drove for nearly half an hour and finally arrived at the destination. However, the groom's side had not arrived yet.
It would probably take a little while longer. Wei-chen looked at the time and immediately took Yi-chen to the nearest bank.
When giving gifts, money naturally had to be given.
It would be inappropriate to transfer money.
However, for ordinary people, a few hundred or a few thousand in the red envelope would suffice. But Wei-chen's gift was a bit large, so he took a backpack from the car.
An adult backpack.
Last night, Wei-chen had already transferred the processing fee for the jade.
Deducting the
2 million for the jade, the 600,000 processing fee, plus the 20,000 for changing the door last night.
Wei-chen now only needed 18 million to complete the task. Wasn't this number very auspicious?
With this in mind, Wei-chen was very decisive when he arrived at the bank.
He went straight to the ATM to prepare to withdraw money.
It was only 6:40 at this time, and the bank had not yet opened, so he could only withdraw from the ATM. However, Wei-chen soon realized how foolish his idea was,
because the ATM told him that the daily limit was 20,000 renminbi.
This made Wei-chen speechless as he was suddenly stopped before he could even start. He usually only withdrew 1 or 2,000, and this was the first time he had tried to withdraw so much.
The bank's ATM rule immediately left Wei-chen at a loss. Bro, isn't 20,000 enough?
Yi-chen advised from the side.
In our circle, usually a few thousand is enough.
I heard from a classmate that when his cousin got married, friends' gifts were only 5 to 10,000.
What you have is already quite a lot. Wei-chen glanced at Yi-chen, rare for him not to educate the other party. Indeed, Yi-chen's thinking was the inertia of a normal person. But Wei-chen was different.
With such a good opportunity, he could spend money quickly and improve his best friend's life.
This was simply a gift. Wei-chen naturally didn't want to give up.
Most importantly, Wang Lu's wedding only happened once.
Next time, even if you receive an extravagant task, you can't give it to the other party.
Not to mention tasks like amusing ourselves to death, which can only be spent on entertainment.
So, Wei-chen is unwilling to give up like this.
But looking at the limited ATM machine in front of him,
Wei-chen could only leave with Yi-chen first. Let's come back later. I'll give you the money. Remember not to give it first.
Why, bro?
Yi-chen looked puzzled, pointing to the backpack he was carrying.
Bro,
you're not planning to fill this bag up, are you? You figured it out and still ask? Damn. Bro, you're not serious, are you? How many shares are you planning to give out? Yi-chen originally thought.
His cousin spent tens of millions on a house and millions on a car. Although it was a bit outrageous, it wasn't particularly outrageous. But now, hearing Wei-chen's plan to give out shares, with a backpack full of them,
Yi-chen really felt it was outrageous. Who gives out shares of money, and so many of them?
But Wei-chen had made up his mind and naturally didn't want to listen to Yi-chen's nonsense.
I have my reasons for doing this. You'll understand in the future. Yi-chen naturally couldn't understand. Wei-chen also had no intention of letting the other party understand.
Anyway, as long as he could deceive them for now, there will naturally be other ways in the future. Wang Lu's home is in Block C of the community, on the 16th floor.
When Wei-chen arrived with Yi-chen, the whole building was already crowded downstairs.
Electronic fireworks and cannons were all set up, just waiting for the lively event later.
Wei-chen then realized that he seemed to be late.
But fortunately, the groom's side wouldn't arrive for a while, so Wei-chen wasn't in a hurry.
When we go up later, remember to be polite. Remember to greet the elders when you see them. Wei Chen reminded in the midst of the lively scene.
Although Wei Chen was no longer the same person he used to be, he hadn't forgotten the virtues of the Huaxia culture. The proper etiquette still had to be observed.
Yi Chen was also sensible and immediately nodded obediently.
Just as the Wei Chen brothers were about to enter the building to take the elevator, Lan Yu, who had just left the house, also noticed the lively scene in the community. Lan Yu was not a local in the Magic City. The house here belonged to her uncle's family. However, her uncle's family had immigrated abroad several years ago, and the house had been vacant, so Lan Yu was temporarily living there alone.
Originally, Lan Yu was supposed to have a day off today,
but after not making plans with Wei Chen, Lan Yu thought about it and decided to work overtime. As soon as she went downstairs, Lan Yu saw people everywhere in the community, and the electronic fireworks and cannons indicated the situation.
What a coincidence! Is someone getting married in the community today? Lan Yu was surprised.
She remembered that Wei Chen had told her he was going to attend a wedding today. With this in mind, Lan Yu immediately felt a strange emotion.
She couldn't help but glance at the neighboring building, but once she looked, Lan Yu's eyes couldn't move away.
She watched as the person she had been dreaming about was about to enter the building. Lan Yu didn't know where she got the courage, but she suddenly shouted loudly,
"Mr. Wei!" This shout not only had a loud voice,
all the people downstairs were also stunned. Seeing this, Lan Yu's face turned red in an instant. Wei Chen, who was about to enter the building, was also stopped by this shout. He turned around blankly and looked around. He found that everyone had a bewildered look on their faces. Following their gaze, Wei Chen vaguely saw a familiar figure.
It took several seconds before Wei Chen finally reacted. Lan Yu.
Although Lan Yu was in a state of social death at the moment, she could see Wei Chen looking at her.
She immediately ran up.
It was then that the people around realized that this pretty little girl was calling another handsome young man.
Even the onlookers' eyes carried a different meaning. Youth is so good. A middle-aged woman in her 40s looked envious.
Her husband nodded in agreement. This girl is pretty, and the young man is even more sunny. Lan Yu blushed when she heard this passing by.
What are you doing here?
Wei Chen looked at Lan Yu in front of him, unable to turn the corner for a while.
Well, my uncle's house is here. I am temporarily staying there.
Lan Yu blushed, lowered her head, and whispered.
Before Wei Chen could speak, Yi Chen couldn't help but interrupt. Brother, is she your friend?
Wei Chen raised his eyebrows, and Yi Chen immediately swallowed the rest of his words.
What a coincidence, my friend lives here. She is getting married today, as I mentioned to you before. Lan Yu nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I know, you told me. I never thought you would come so early. Wei Chen sighed deeply.
I also didn't expect her to call me so early.
I thought she would come directly to the banquet.
Lan Yu chuckled.
She must be too busy, short of manpower. But you must be working hard today, right? Not hard, I am on the bride's side. If there is anything to move, it should be done by the groom's side. I won't lift a finger. Lan Yu thought it made sense. Will you be late today? Lan Yu asked eagerly. Not sure, should be fine. Wei Chen thought for a moment and said casually. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's eyes lit up. If you won't be too late today, do you want to have supper together? I am on duty today and won't finish until 9:30. If you have time then, would you like to join me?
Lan Yu's eyes sparkled, and she asked nervously. Seeing this, Wei Chen was about to refuse when Yi Chen once again interrupted. My brother doesn't have much to do lately, so he should be available. Yi Chen said cheerfully, completely unaware that Wei Chen had fixed his gaze on him.
Really? That's great. Thank you so much. Oh, it's nothing.
My brother just broke up, so it's good for him to go out with friends and have a drink.
Yi Chen knew about the situation between Wei Chen and Chen Shui.
He thought that Wei Chen might have some issues when he meets his ex-girlfriend later, so he immediately accepted the invitation on Wei Chen's behalf, hoping to help Wei Chen move on to a new relationship quickly. In a way, Yi Chen's emotional intelligence was quite high. Otherwise, how could he have pursued such a good girl as Xiao Qing?
But Yi Chen was still young.
He didn't know how unique his cousin really was. Wei Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to strangle Yi Chen, and turned to Lan Yu with a smile.
If nothing comes up then, let's contact each other again.
Lan Yu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly cheered up. Okay, I'll tell you when I finish work.
Well, I have to go to work now.
As soon as Lan Yu finished speaking, she ran off like a cheerful lark. People around were still staring in this direction. After watching Lan Yu's figure disappear into the distance, Wei Chen suddenly turned around, and the smile on his face instantly faded. You are smart now. You all know to help me accept a girl's invitation. Yi Chen was still unaware of the impending disaster, smiling and saying, Bro, don't be too upset.
The best way to move on from a relationship is to start a new one, right? Wei Chen looked at Yi Chen and suddenly smiled. You're right. Just as Yi Chen was feeling happy, he heard Wei Chen say, tonight, you don't need to sleep in your room. Go sleep on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Okay. Wait, what? Bro, what did you say? I said, your right to stay has officially been revoked by me. Starting tonight, you'll be sleeping on the living room sofa for a week. Got it? Why, bro? No reason. Stop talking so much. I won't speak out of turn again. Doesn't matter, we'll talk after this week. After giving Yi Chen a small punishment, Wei Chen took him to the elevator. He was really dissatisfied with Yi Chen's behavior. Essentially, Yi Chen was doing the right thing. After all, he had just gone through a breakup, and Yi Chen was also thinking about his emotional well-being. But sometimes, what Yi Chen thought was right, Wei Chen didn't agree with. Just like Jang Hanying. After someone bumped into him, they insisted on compensating him. Is Jang Hanying a bad person? No, she was just being kind. But this kindness was deadly for Wei Chen. In order to prevent Yi Chen from going down a dangerous path, Wei Chen had to start guiding him early. The right path may have its challenges, but Wei Chen absolutely would not allow Yi Chen to go astray. A few minutes later, in front of door 16-08, the door was still wide open, but Wei Chen knew that in just over an hour, this place would become the main battlefield. Upon entering, Wei Chen saw Wang Lu in a red outfit, busy greeting a few close friends. They were the bridesmaids for today. Wang Lu had found a total of 8 bridesmaids for today. This was because Wang Lu was getting married at the young age of 22, quite early compared to her friends who were still single. Wang Lu, in her red traditional attire, stood out among the 8 bridesmaids in white wedding dresses. Inside the house, Wei Chen first greeted Wang Lu's parents before teasing, looking good, Lu bro. However, Yi Chen, who was beside him, had become much more obedient at this moment, just greeting people continuously. Wei Chen's education had an immediate effect. This made Wei Chen feel relieved. On Wang Lu's side, seeing her friend whom she hadn't seen in months, she was also happy. But before she could approach him, Wang Lu's expression froze. Why didn't I notice before? You're so handsome. 3 of the 8 bridesmaids were familiar with Wei Chen. They were longtime friends. At this moment, they quickly chimed in, yeah, how come you become so handsome after not seeing you for a while? These bridesmaids who knew Wei Chen were quite friendly. After all, they were his old friends. But the other 5 bridesmaids who didn't know Wei Chen started to stir up a commotion in their hearts. This young man was too good-looking. While the bridesmaids who didn't know Wei Chen were having intense internal reactions, Wang Lu had already made her move. She directly pinched Wei Chen's face. Nice touch, a bit softer than before. Tell me, did you get plastic surgery? Wei Chen pushed away the hand reaching out to him with a look of disdain and said, you just can't stand how good-looking I am. Humph, this fairy is not that petty. Wang Lu almost lost control of herself again, but managed to hold it together at the last moment. Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle. There was a reason why Wei Chen used to call Wang Lu brother. This woman, aside from her female characteristics, was actually no different from a man. In fact, she was even more fierce than many men. Those who could fight would not hesitate to do so. Fortunately, Wang Lu had only studied Taekwondo for 2 years and Sanda for 3 years, and she had started learning martial arts relatively late. Otherwise, who knows if this woman could still find someone to marry her. Oh, wait, she already found someone to marry herself. This was another puzzle for Wei Chen. Wei Chen had met Wang Lu's husband before. He was a honest and shy man. Wei Chen really couldn't understand how he ended up falling for Wang Lu. But now that things had come to this point, the wedding was happening today. Wei Chen could only silently pray for the groom in his heart. In case the couple had any conflicts in the future, Wang Lu better not break anyone's legs. Well, just don't break the legs between 24. Alright, you're married now. You should be more careful in the future. Wei Chen watched his friend about to get married and suddenly felt warm in his heart. He sincerely felt happy for Wang Lu. If you ever get bullied in the future, remember to tell me. I'll take care of that guy for you. Come on, with your small build. If I can't even beat Yi Shosi, 10 of you won't be of any use. Wei Chen laughed and didn't respond. Alright, you guys are busy, I'll just watch from the side. Let me know if you need anything. Fine, have some fruit or something, I'm busy. After saying this, Wang Lu went to attend to the bridesmaids. A few people who were familiar with Wei Chen glanced at him and found him somewhat mysterious. As for those who didn't know him, they could only think about how to exchange contact information later. Let's go, let's eat something first. Wei Chen led Yi Chen to the fruit platter. There were quite a few options, but apples were not very convenient. Fortunately, there were plenty of oranges and bananas. There were also cookies, bread, and the like.
Wei Chen and Yi Chen quickly filled their stomachs and then began to observe the surroundings. Weddings were busy when things were happening, and when they were not, they wished they could find someone to play mahjong with. On the bride's side, it was even more obvious. Wei Chen sat on a chair and started playing with his phone. Well, not exactly playing. Wei Chen mainly opened websites to look for the games recommended by Ashu. He searched online for videos and news about these games. He found that there were many positive reviews, but they weren't very popular. After all, without proper promotion, it was difficult for good products to gain popularity. For example, there were too many new games and novels released every year. Without promotion and traffic, many people didn't even know about them. This led to many good quality products being buried. Wei Chen watched videos about games for nearly an hour. Then, he saved the 3 most interesting videos for later. If he had the chance, Wei Chen planned to delve deeper into these 3 games and their development teams. Of course, this was all for later. Wei Chen was just brainstorming and categorizing at the moment. After watching the videos for a while, the bridesmaids finished their tasks. They mainly discussed the upcoming game programs with the photographer and prepared for tasks like hiding the bride's shoes and serving juice. These bridesmaids were really efficient. Wei Chen watched as a girl he knew suddenly lifted her long skirt. Following that, the bride's wedding shoe was taped to her thigh. Wei Chen was stunned by this move and exclaimed in amazement. Soon after, the groom and his party arrived, and it was a challenge to find the shoe. There were a total of 8 bridesmaids. If it weren't for Wei Chen recognizing the girl who taped the shoe to her thigh, he wouldn't have been able to recognize her at all. Upstairs, the final preparations were proceeding rapidly. Downstairs, news quickly spread, "They're here. The groom's party has arrived." An elderly aunt suddenly spoke up, clearly having received intelligence. Shortly after, Wang Lu also received a message, "Quick, lock the door." Wei Chen couldn't sit still at this point and quickly stood up. Everyone was getting excited, even though there wasn't really anything to be excited about. But the atmosphere was infectious. The tension in the room suddenly froze when someone exclaimed, "Oh no, the groomsmen are coming with hammers and shovels. What's going on?" Wang Lu's father was the first to react. "Why are they bringing those things?" Before Wang's father could finish speaking, the elevator outside opened, accompanied by a loud clamor. open the door, or we'll do it ourselves." This action left not only Wei Chen but everyone in the room stunned. "Wow, are they here to break down the door with hammers and shovels?" someone muttered. The people in the room suddenly realized what was happening. But before Wang's father could say anything, a loud bang echoed through the room. Open the door, open the door. If you don't, the door won't hold up." "Yeah, you better open it." There was a commotion and laughter outside the door. The people inside the room looked at each other in confusion. This was definitely not your usual door-knocking situation. Truly, there's always someone better. Wei Chen, who had been surprised by the bridesmaids' actions, was now witnessing a true master at work. Red envelopes? What's that all about? If they're breaking down the door, who needs red envelopes? Just as the banging on the door intensified and the situation started to spiral out of control, the host of the wedding, Wang Lu, stepped forward. "If your last name is Yi and you dare to break down my door, I won't get married today." Wang's parents frowned and looked displeased, but they knew their daughter's temperament very well. They quickly went up to persuade her. Meanwhile, outside the room, the groom, Yi Xiaoxi, also known as Yi Ping, who was already nervous about this door-opening method, was now completely panicked. Stop banging on the door. If you keep going, Xiao Lu will be really angry." Beside him, his older brothers and friends looked at the panicked Yi Ping in silence. "Isn't our little sister usually easy to talk to? It shouldn't be this serious, right?" Big brother Yi was puzzled. But Yi Ping, with a serious expression, said, "That's what Xiao Lu looks like when she's not angry. If she gets angry, it's a big deal." The groomsmen on the groom's side were speechless, but Yi Ping's expression was extremely serious. In the end, Yi Ping called out to everyone and put down the door-breaking tools in their hands. They began the normal process of proposing in a straightforward manner, stuffing red envelopes through the door crack. "Come on, let's put some red envelopes in first. Why are you being so stingy? Who gives red envelopes in pieces these days?" No, I haven't grabbed any yet, give me more." Outside, seeing the situation, the groomsmen could only helplessly take out stacks of red envelopes. Indoors, on the woman's side, there was a burst of laughter and chatter. Wang Lu saw that Yi Ping had not opened their own front door, so she got back into bed. Listening to the lively atmosphere outside the room, Wang Lu waved the small fan in her hand and couldn't help but smile. Wei Chen was not outside the living room door grabbing red envelopes at the moment. Instead, he was staying inside with Wang Lu. Seeing that the rest of the bridesmaids had all gone to grab them, Wei Chen stayed here.
Why aren't you going to grab them? Not going, too crowded. Wei Chen casually replied.
What he didn't say was that grabbing those red envelopes was too exhausting, and now, he didn't even have time to spend money. Where would he still want to take advantage of this? When the last red envelope of the groomsman outside the door was emptied, the door was finally opened. And the most lively part had finally arrived. The games before the wedding lasted for over an hour. If it weren't for the repeated reminders from the photographer, Wei Chen estimated that they could have continued until lunch. The dignified groomsmen who arrived were no longer so dignified. Each face was either painted with a turtle or dressed in exotic long skirts prepared by the women's side. It was truly a variety of styles, all competing. The most difficult part was probably finding the wedding shoes. There was no way, the bridesmaids tied the shoes to their thighs. Several groomsmen turned the room upside down but couldn't find them. It was only at the suggestion of one of the bridesmaids that this part was finally completed. Well, the price was that the groom had to hastily create another WeChat red envelope group. Sent a big red envelope of 1,000. Wei Chen also got to see what it means to make money. Indeed, there is nothing that money can't solve. After Yi Ping put the wedding shoes on Wan Lu, he read out a marriage certificate. The first half of the morning's welcoming ceremony finally came to an end. When going downstairs, people took the elevator in batches. Wei Chen was in the first batch with the bride and groom. The other people in the elevator were bridesmaids. Since the groomsmen couldn't fit, they naturally had to wait for the next batch. And there were still many things to move. Wang Lu naturally wouldn't let her side help, so these tiring tasks were all taken care of by the groom's side. Wei Chen was quite relaxed. You'll ride in the wedding car later, following behind, okay? Yi Ping, seemingly tall and thin, looked very relaxed carrying Wang Lu on his back. Our car should be enough. Yi Ping estimated that it should be fine. The bridesmaids had no objections either. But Wei Chen had driven there, so he took the initiative to say, I'll drive myself separately. I'll follow behind the car fleet. The wedding car fleet was just a BMW fleet, not even top luxury cars. Wei Chen didn't embarrass Wan Lu's side, but Wang Lu didn't know. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you just sit in the car obediently? And when did you buy a car? Wang Lu had known Wei Chen for so long and knew he hadn't bought a car before. She was very curious and puzzled now. Just a few days ago, Wei Chen didn't plan to explain much with so many people around. Wang Lu immediately understood, recalling the lottery incident. But in a situation with many people, this kind of thing was definitely not good to talk about. Okay, drive slowly by yourself. Don't get lost. Don't worry. Wei Chen smiled. In no time, everyone got off. Wei Chen found an excuse to take Yi Chen to pick up the car outside the community. However, Yi Chen was the one who picked up the car. Wei Chen went straight to the bank. He refused to ride and insisted on driving, naturally to withdraw the betrothal gifts that hadn't been given yet. Wei Chen, with a backpack on his shoulders, couldn't help but frown as he entered the bank. He didn't expect that there were still quite a few people early in the morning. After some thought, Wei Chen did not honestly wait in line, but instead headed towards the VIP counter on the side. A middle-aged man nearby immediately spoke up upon seeing him. Young man, that is the VIP counter. If you have business to attend to, please wait in line. The man thought Wei Chen was unaware of the situation. However, Wei Chen just smiled at him. I am going to the VIP counter. Ha! The man was puzzled, then saw Wei Chen approach the counter and say, I want to withdraw money. The front desk staff at the bank didn't even look up and said, for cash withdrawals, please go to the regular counter and take a number. They were too busy dealing with numerous bank customers every day to bother with someone like Wei Chen who seemed clueless. Faced with this situation, Wei Chen lowered his head, stepped forward, and repeated, I want to withdraw money. The front desk, a middle-aged woman, finally looked up at Wei Chen. How much do you want to withdraw? For a normal withdrawal, I can use the ATM or regular counter. This is for VIP services, sir. Wei Chen directly said, I want to withdraw 1 million. Can I do that at the regular counter? The front desk was stunned, as was the man who had tried to warn Wei Chen. But Wei Chen wasn't done yet. He took off his backpack, placed it on the counter, and said, I want to withdraw 16 million. Put it in my bag. Please do it quickly, I have other things to do. Wei Chen handed over his bank card. He had already deposited the money in the card system for easy withdrawal. The front desk was shocked. She had seen many customers withdrawing money, but not many who wanted to withdraw 1 million in cash. Although such situations were not unheard of, they were rare. The front desk lady quickly realized that a big client had arrived. Alright, sir. Please wait, I will call the manager to help you with the cash withdrawal. The manager needs to come personally? Sir, your amount is quite large, so it might be a bit of trouble. What the front desk didn't say was that besides facilitating work, Manager Zhao's visit was also to try and sell their bank's credit cards to Wei Chen. Such big clients often had astonishing deposits, and if they could get them to store their money in their bank, it would boost their performance.
Did you know? Banks also have performance evaluations.
And it's not just that, there are various indicators for different types of cards processed each month, customers opening the bank's mobile app, and so on. It's quite complex and tedious, with many different types. It can be said that banks these days have to keep up with the trend and start evaluating performance in all aspects.
Wei Chen didn't understand all this, so he could only wait patiently. In fact, not only him, many ordinary people were unaware of these things.
But before 2 minutes had passed, the manager hurried over.
"Hello, Mr. Wei. What a coincidence, my surname is Wei too. You can call me Manager Wei."
Wei Chen was slightly surprised to meet someone from the same family. This made him instinctively take a closer look at the other person.
"Hello, Manager Wei. I'm in a hurry, can you please speed things up?" "No problem, it will only take a few minutes."
Manager Wei was also very efficient, arranging for his staff to help with the cash withdrawal.
He then engaged Wei Chen in conversation. "Mr.
Wei,
it seems like your card is an older version. Our bank recently launched the Platinum Dragon card, which includes many benefits.
Not only that, the Platinum Dragon card also offers various services such as advance appointments and no need to wait in line.
Would you like to upgrade your card?"
Wei Chen was also unsure about the differences. But looking at Manager Wei's expectant eyes, he thought for a moment and nodded.
"Alright, it won't take too long, right?" No, just a few minutes."
Manager Wei promoted the top card types within the bank and was very happy. He quickly chatted with Wei Chen to pass the time.
The efficiency of the construction bank was very fast, and a few minutes later, the money was already withdrawn.
Along with that, the new card was also processed. The new card was very high-end, all in platinum color, with a golden flying dragon embroidered on it. It was not only good-looking and luxurious but also very stylish.
Wei Chen was quite satisfied as well.
At this moment, people who came to do business in the bank looked at Wei Chen differently. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he seemed very approachable. Several middle-aged women looked at Wei Chen with eyes that started to glow red.
Wei Chen was starting to feel a bit scared.
Indeed, wealth should not be flaunted. After picking up the backpack, Wei Chen realized that this 100,000 was really heavy. At least 20 caddies to start with.
Wei Chen carried the bag and suddenly thought of a sentence. Money can really kill people. Just a few steps out of the bank, Wei Chen saw Yi Chen waiting on the side of the road. "Bro, are you really going to carry so much?" Yi Chen was still a bit distressed. This could buy a house in their hometown. "I'm not carrying so much, what do I need it for?" Saying that, Wei Chen took the 20,000 he withdrew from the ATM from Yi Chen. Together with what he had now, it was exactly 18 million. Perfect. But Yi Chen really couldn't sit still. "Bro, you said you won 9 million before.
But your house cost over 80 million, plus furniture and everything over 800,000. You said you invested in some projects, and bought this car.
Now the gifts start at 1 million. This is not enough." Yi Chen had this doubt for a long time.
According to what Wei Chen said, he won over 9 million in the lottery.
So, with the house, furnishings, and car, it should all add up to over 9 million, right?
But Wei Chen also said he invested, and today he gave a big gift. No matter how you look at it, the numbers don't add up. Listening to Yi Chen's question, Wei Chen had already prepared himself mentally. "Actually, Xiao Chen, your brother did win over 9 million.
But, actually, I won 2 tickets.
1 ticket was 9 million, 2 tickets doubled that.
So, relax, there's enough to spend."
When Yi Chen heard this, he was dumbfounded.
What's going on? 2 tickets for 9 million each in the lottery?
In that instant, Yi Chen finally understood why Wei Chen was so carefree and confident. After all, Wei Chen still had half of the money on hand.
"But bro, spending like this is not a good thing." Yi Chen looked worried. Faced with his brother's concern, Wei Chen took out his plan B. No, his plan B. "Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Didn't I say before that I invested in some industries?
Those were sunset industries, and I spent over 70 million.
But who knew, after I invested, these industries started turning a profit."
In other words, just from the investments in these stocks, your brother is already making a profit. The money now is just increasing as I spend, you don't need to worry. This was Wei Chen's strategy that he had planned in advance. It was to shut up Yi Chen, his closest relative. Otherwise, if he kept spending money like this without any income, he would eventually raise suspicions among his family members. But now that he said his stock investments were skyrocketing, Wei Chen could spend money however he wanted in the future, and he would have a reason.
After all, if he could earn money so well, what's wrong with spending a little?
Although Yi Chen believed half of it in his heart, he still had doubts for the most part. But looking at Wei Chen's serious expression and his ability to always come up with money, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel nervous.
Bro, you really won the lottery, right? It's not because of something else, is it? Of course not. Can't I still deceive you?
This money is from the lottery, and the money afterwards will also be earned from stocks. This money is rightfully obtained, there is absolutely no problem.
Wei Chen patted his chest, looking serious. Yi Chen finally believed Wei Chen's nonsense and didn't say much anymore.
Although his cousin's situation had changed a lot recently, after knowing each other for over 20 years, Yi Chen still understood Wei Chen very well. He was not the kind of person who would earn money through dishonest means. As the car slowly started, Yi Chen was still immersed in Wei Chen's legendary life. Wei Chen, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan early on. But thinking about the situation he would face when he returned to his hometown and faced his parents, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel troubled once again.
It's really not easy to deceive people these days. The rest of the morning, Wei Chen first took Yi Chen to Yi Ping's house.
After paying respects to the Wang Lu couple and having tea, they stayed there until past 10 o'clock before setting off with the group again to the hotel for lunch.
The wedding lasted the whole day. The morning events were roughly like this. After lunch, the afternoon was free for activities. However, most of it involved taking photos. Wang Lu chose the Gaota Park. Gaota Park stood on the 5th floor, predominantly in shades of pink. Although Wang Lu was usually carefree, she loved pink. As a result, young men and women from both sides followed along to join in the fun.
It was said to be joining in the fun, but in reality, it was the bride's side causing mischief on the groom's side. A man may experience some of the most embarrassing moments in his life, usually on his wedding day.
For example, Yi Ping.
This honest young man, under the betrayal of his friends, had probably lost all his dignity for a lifetime today. Wei Chen looked at the groom wearing stockings on the outside and with lipstick smeared on his face, feeling that he never wanted to get married in his life.
Wei Chen had a fulfilling day.
Thanks to being on the bride's side, the groomsman didn't make things too difficult for him. The main focus was still on teasing the groom, Yi Ping. In the lively atmosphere, time passed quickly. Unconsciously, the sky had turned a bit yellowish.
Wang Lu checked the time and found it was almost 4 o'clock. Alright, it's about time. Let's head back to the hotel.
With Wang Lu's call, Yi Ping finally ended this tormenting time. Since there were quite a few people, everyone left in small groups, heading off on their own.
Those with cars drove, while others took taxis, and soon everyone dispersed. Wei Chen then set off with Yi Chen and 2 bridesmaids he knew. A few minutes later, the 2 girls looked at the BMW in front of them, their eyes shining, unable to help but ask, "Wei Chen, when did you buy a car?" "Yeah, didn't you just start working a few months ago?"
"I made some money from investing in stocks recently, so I bought a car." Wei Chen casually made up a reason to brush them off. Yi Chen, on the side, rolled his eyes but didn't dare to say much. The 2 girls glanced at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. However, Wei Chen's relationship with the 2 was just that of ordinary friends, far from what he had with Wang Lu. So although the 2 girls didn't believe him, they didn't continue to question him. Just looking at Wei Chen, whom they hadn't seen in a few months, the gaze between the 2 also began to change. The current Wei Chen not only looked much more handsome than before, but he also became rich. This made the infatuated girl suddenly have many thoughts in her mind. But Wei Chen had no such thoughts. He still needed to quickly settle Yi Chen's major life event. These were already enough to give him a headache. He had no time or interest in flirting with these young girls. Driver Yi Chen drove the car, making several turns and twists, and arrived at the hotel half an hour later. The Grand Hyatt Hotel truly lived up to its reputation as a top hotel in the city. Luxury cars passed by the entrance from time to time, and many successful-looking people went in and out, giving off a very high-end atmosphere. After Wei Chen got out of the car, he led a few people upstairs. But just as he took a few steps, his phone rang. "You guys go up first, I'll take this call." Wei Chen looked at the caller ID with a headache and said to the others. After sending the others away, Wei Chen found a quiet corner. After some thought, he pressed the answer button. The only person who could make Wei Chen so anxious and nervous with a phone call, besides his own mother, was one person.
Jang Hanying. But why would this woman, who seemed fine, call him for no reason? Wei Chen felt inexplicably tense, and an ominous premonition almost instantly surged into his mind. Hello, is this Mr. Wei? Kyoto, a suburb. A large number of staff were busy back and forth with professional photography equipment and various cables in their hands. Several set workers were quickly setting up the final few scenes.
And next to the temporary photography studio, Jang Hanying, wearing a white jacket and holding Xiaowei's phone, looked uneasy and constrained. The events of yesterday were vivid in her mind. Her tearful and out-of-control appearance seemed to be right in front of her. This made Jang Hanying, who was only in her 20s, blush at the sound of the ringing phone. But once the call was answered, she quickly composed herself.
Hello? Is this Mr. Wei? Yes, what's up? I have something I want to tell you.
Recalling the scene with the chief editor of Jingshi TV station just now, Jang Hanying spoke cautiously.
I'm currently in Kyoto, shooting the promotional video for When the Youth is Strong, the Nation is Strong.
On the other end of the phone, Wei Chen was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this.
Isn't that great?
It is great, but
what? Jang Hanying took a deep breath and said seriously.
The chief editor asked me how I came up with the slogan When the Youth is Strong, the Nation is Strong.
I remember you told me that you didn't want people to know about your situation.
Jang Hanying's eyes shifted as she remembered her conversation with Wei Chen. She immediately showed a proud smile. So I told them that this slogan was thought of by a friend of mine, but I didn't tell them that the person was you.
I did the right thing, didn't I?
In the lobby of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Wei Chen, who was standing in a corner taking a call, was instantly dumbfounded. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you say it was your own idea?"
How could I? This was your idea.
You have no idea how much those news editors and leaders at Jingshi TV station admire your slogan.
How could I steal your words? Wei Chen felt a rush of dizziness and almost couldn't catch his breath.
After a long time, he finally calmed down silently.
Are you sure you haven't told anyone about my situation?
No, absolutely not.
You said you didn't want me to disclose your situation to the public. I've always remembered that.
Wei Chen felt a little relieved after hearing this.
That's fine, remember. Keep it confidential.
Jang Hanying thought Wei Chen didn't want to be exposed under the spotlight in media. She immediately gave her reply.
I will absolutely not disclose your affairs to the public.
After receiving Jang Hanying's repeated assurances, Wei Chen finally said with a black face, "That's good.
Wishing you success in filming. I have something else to do, so let's end it here."
After speaking, Wei Chen hung up the phone without waiting for Jang Hanying's response. Hearing the busy tone from the other end of the phone, Jang Hanying felt a sense of loss. She was planning to take credit. After all, she had done this according to Wei Chen's request. The chief editor had asked Jang Hanying several times, but she never mentioned Wei Chen's name.
Well, Mr. Wei must be busy,
Jang Hanying speculated, and her mood improved significantly. She then immersed herself in the filming work. Standing in the lobby of the hotel on the first floor, Wei Chen remained unresponsive for a long time. Although Wei Chen had long felt that Jang Hanying was a troublesome person, he underestimated her combat power. He originally thought that it was no big deal for her to receive an invitation from Jingshi TV and shoot a promotional video. However, with just one question from the chief editor, he was almost implicated. Fortunately, he had taken precautions in advance, otherwise he would have been exposed by now.
Wei Chen didn't want to get involved with these official matters because he had too many secrets. I just want to spend my money in peace, but why do I always feel that this world is so dangerous?
Sir, are you okay? A middle-aged woman who happened to be waiting in the lobby approached Wei Chen, who had been standing still for a long time without any response. Unable to bear it any longer, she kindly asked.
I'm fine, thank you,
Wei Chen politely replied to her. Seeing this, the woman was about to leave. But under the light, she finally saw Wei Chen's appearance clearly for the first time. This glance made a different light suddenly burst in the woman's eyes.
Sir, are you interested in being a model or a trainee?
Wei Chen hesitated, and suddenly the image of Jang Hanying popped into his mind.
Not necessary.
Suddenly, a senior manager at a talent scouting company. She appeared at the Kaiyue Hotel today to receive a client. However, by a twist of fate, she met Wei Chen. With just one glance, Sunli had already imprinted the figure of this young man in her heart forever.
Having worked in the industry for many years, Sunli was quite confident in her judgment.
So she believed that as long as this young man was willing to sign with her company, she would definitely be able to make him famous. That's why she asked that question. But what she never expected was that as soon as she asked, she was rejected by the other party. And it wasn't a polite rejection. Seeing Wei Chen's deeply resentful expression, Sunli briefly thought she had said something wrong.
That shouldn't be the case. In this day and age, are there still young people who don't want to be stars?
Sunli was a bit puzzled, but looking at Wei Chen's appearance, he didn't seem like he was lying.
Because Wei Chen looked very angry. In fact, Wei Chen was really angry.
Please don't rush to refuse. Sun Li was still trying to salvage the situation and handed him a business card.
But Wei Chen had no intention of taking it. Not necessary, Wei Chen repeated, then turned and walked towards the third floor.
Watching the young man's sunny figure gradually move away, Sun Li was also stunned.
After a while, she sighed deeply. What a good seedling! Wei Chen naturally refused to become a star.
He was too busy spending money, and he looked down on professions that could make money.
It was something he would never consider. It's impossible for me to work in this lifetime. Wei Chen adjusted his mindset and came to the third floor lobby.
The guests had already started to arrive.
Wei Chen quickly found Yi Chen.
Yi Chen was sitting honestly in a chair with a huge backpack on his back.
It looked quite funny. What are you doing? Guarding the bag. Yi Chen nervously looked around and said,
This is worth over $1 million.
Wei Chen laughed. There are surveillance cameras here, what are you afraid of? No, I have to guard it.
Wei Chen shook his head helplessly and said with a smile,
Why don't you just take it out with you? Are you planning to take it back tonight? Yi Chen complained. If you didn't say so, how would I dare?
Yi Chen, who had just been punished with a week of no sofa, was now doing things.
He would rather not do it than make a mistake.
Wei Chen rolled his eyes at him and led Yi Chen towards the table next to the lobby.
That was where the money for today's gifts was being collected.
Wang Lu's cousin, Wang He, was in charge of collecting the money. He was a few years younger than Yi Chen and quite nervous at the moment.
Wang He? Wei Chen looked at him and took a while to remember his name. Brother Wei.
They had met a couple of times before, and Wang He immediately became happy.
I'm here to give the gift money. Okay, give me the red envelope, and I'll make a note for you. Because there were too many people tonight, and some people didn't write their names on the red envelopes. To avoid confusion about how much each person gave, Wang He's job was to keep a record of it.
However, in the face of Wang He's words, Wei Chen pulled Yi Chen aside.
This is my gift money,
Wei Chen said, and Yi Chen finally took off the heavy backpack weighing over 20 pounds.
Bang! The backpack hit the table with a muffled sound, causing the table to shake.
Wang He was also startled by this action.
Brother Wei, what is this?
Wang He said with a bitter face.
Don't tease me, is this a local specialty?
Yes, that's right, a local specialty.
Wei Chen laughed.
This is my gift, just tell your sister later. Wang He's expression stiffened, but considering the relationship between the other party and his sister, Wang He could only accept the bag honestly.
Okay, I'll make a note for you.
As soon as Wang He took the backpack, he felt the weight of it. Brother Wei, this local specialty is quite heavy.
Wang He was surprised and couldn't help but say, What is this exactly? You'll see in a moment, Wei Chen said, leaning in and whispering. Remember, don't be too conspicuous. There are too many people tonight, it's not good if someone finds out. I'll be discreet.
Wang He was puzzled by what was happening, thinking that this local specialty backpack was being kept so mysterious. If he didn't know the other party's identity, Wang He would really think the other party was causing trouble. After Wei Chen finished instructing, he turned and left with Yi Chen.
Watching the two of them walk away, Wang He finally reacted. Curiosity surged in his heart, and he quickly opened the backpack to take a look. Just one look. Wang He's eyes were trapped in the backpack and couldn't be pulled out. You lazy boy, what are you daydreaming about when you're not working? Wang Lu, who had just finished changing clothes, appeared in the lobby. She saw her brother daydreaming and was very dissatisfied. What are you looking at? Let me see. Sister, what's wrong with you?
After Wang Lu approached, she saw Wang He still in a daze and couldn't help but frown.
Let me see. Wang Lu didn't see the scene where Wei Chen had just come over.
At this moment, seeing Wang He's absent-minded look, I thought he had been stimulated by something.
I immediately walked over and took a look at the backpack in front of him. 2 seconds later, the siblings both entered a petrified state.
This. Wang Lu looked at the stack of banknotes in the backpack, feeling numb.
Sis, this is the betrothal gift Wei Gu asked me to give you. What is this? This is Wei Chen's betrothal gift?
Yes, Wei Gu also said for me to keep it low-key, not to be ostentatious.
Wang Lu took a sharp breath.
Thinking about the lottery the other party won, and the incident of changing the wedding venue for herself, a warm feeling flowed through her heart.
Alright, put it away and keep it safe. You are not allowed to mention this to anyone today, or in the future. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Got it, got it, got it. I won't say anything. Wang He was still unclear about what was going on.
But from the murderous look in his sister's eyes, he understood. Growing up with Wang Lu, Wang He naturally knew that his sister was not joking. This woman really had the ability to break his legs. And it was the kind of break where she could still put them back together afterwards. At the same time as the siblings were talking, another voice timely sounded.
Xiao Lu, congratulations.
Hearing this voice, The warm flow in Wang Lu's heart instantly froze. She turned slowly, looking at the woman in front of her, feeling everything was so unfamiliar.
"You're here." Wang Lu's tone was very complex. She didn't know whether to feel pity or sorrow for the other party, but Chen Shui obviously didn't think she had done anything wrong.
Chen Shui, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, ran up with a smile as bright as flowers, and gave Wang Lu a big hug. Before breaking up with Wei Chen, Chen Shui and Wang Lu were also very close friends. So even though Wang Lu learned about their breakup, she still chose to invite Chen Shui. After all, the engagement banquet had been arranged 2 months ago. At that time, Wei Chen was still attending with Chen Shui. Naturally, Wang Lu had no reason not to inform Chen Shui. On one side was a close brother, on the other side was a good girlfriend.
Wang Lu's mood was very complicated, but this complexity did not last long.
Just a few seconds later, when she saw a stranger in a suit walking towards her with a smile on his face, Wang Lu's face completely darkened.
"Xiao Lu, let me introduce you.
This is my boyfriend, Zhang Feng."
Chen Shui held Wang Lu's hand and happily introduced. "This is my good girlfriend Xiao Lu that I often talk to you about."
Listening to the introduction, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Hello, Zhang Feng."
Looking at the hand extended by the other party, Wang Lu took a deep breath.
But she couldn't bring herself to shake hands. Seeing this, Chen Shui felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Oh, Xiao Lu is just shy."
"Alright, go sit down, I'll talk to her for a while."
Chen Shui led Zhang Feng away, looking displeased.
Why didn't you ask me to be your bridesmaid for the wedding? And, that's her boyfriend, can you give me some face?"
Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Chen Shui in front of her, Wang Lu finally spoke after a long pause.
"You just broke up with Wei Chen, and you've already found a new boyfriend so quickly?" Chen Shui's face immediately darkened. "Today is your wedding day, do we have to talk about those unpleasant things? Do you know what Wei Chen is like now? Last time I went to get something from him, he even got angry at me. It's been so long, and he's still living in that rundown rental house.
He has no ambition at all, and he has never considered me at all."
Chen Shui kept talking, feeling more and more wronged.
But Wang Lu just looked at her quietly. It wasn't until Chen Shui finished speaking that Wang Lu calmly said, "I'm getting married today, very busy.
You are a guest, just enjoy the feast.
As for other matters, let's talk about them later." The 4 years of college relationship made Wang Lu still retain a hint of dignity. Seeing this, Chen Shui knew it was not appropriate to say more. After all, today is the other party's wedding, it's not right to talk about her own affairs.
"Alright, you go ahead and be busy. We'll have another drink when it's time to toast later."
With that, Chen Shui went to find her new boyfriend. Wang Lu watched her beautiful figure in gorgeous attire. His thoughts could no longer return to the time of college.
"Sis, Chen Shui is really over the line."
Although Wang He didn't know the specifics, he knew about Wei Chen and Chen Shui being together for many years. Seeing the two break up like this, with Chen Shui bringing her new boyfriend to the wedding, Wang He also had some thoughts.
"Don't say things you shouldn't say," Wang Lu reminded her brother. "Remember, don't say a word more than necessary about Wei Chen tonight."
"I got it."
Wei Chen was quite busy at the moment.
Most of the 3 tables on the bride's side were girls, over 90%.
And the table he was at, closest to the stage, only had him and Yi Chen, 2 men. 7 or 8 bridesmaids, whether they knew each other or not, gathered together lively. The current topic of conversation was mostly about him. "Ah, you guys don't know, Wei Chen's car today really surprised me."
"What car?"
"BMW X7 series. Ah, I know this, I saw it online before. It costs over 2 million when it lands. So expensive. My dad's car is only around 1 million.
The girls chattered, their gazes towards Wei Chen becoming increasingly heated. If not for the consideration of public occasions, Wei Chen would have been ready to escape by now. Most of these girls were from the city, but they were still young. Their concept of money was quite vague. Coupled with Wei Chen's current good looks and his expensive clothes, his charm was irresistible to these young girls. From a certain perspective, it wouldn't be difficult for Wei Chen to become a star. After all, just downstairs, there were talent scouts looking to discover him. Facing this group of eager girls, Wei Chen once again felt the shamelessness of the system. He was already not ugly, but the system had to boost his charm even more.
This damn charm. Wei Chen's careful thoughts were unknown to others.
But when Yi Chen saw Chen Shui walking to the next table from afar, this kid couldn't sit still.
"Bro, have some drinks."
"Huh?
Why so suddenly enthusiastic?"
"Nothing, just afraid you might be thirsty."
"You little brat, rare to see this."
Wei Chen took the mango juice, but before he could take a sip, a bridesmaid he knew spoke up.
"Ah, isn't that Chen Shui?"
"It's really Chen Shui."
"Huh, why isn't she at your table, Wei Chen?"
Upon hearing the name Chen Shui, Wei Chen immediately looked at Yi Chen beside him.
Bro, I just wanted to lighten the mood. Alright. Wei Chen glanced at Yi Chen, and the other bridesmaids had started chattering again. Who is Chen Shui? Yeah, never heard of her. The bridesmaids who didn't know the situation looked at each other in confusion. The bridesmaids who knew Wei Chen quickly explained, Chen Shui is Wei Chen's girlfriend. The two of them have been talking for many years. Their relationship is really good.
Oh, so she's Wei Chen's girlfriend.
Several jealous bridesmaids felt a sense of loss, not knowing who suddenly spoke up. Why isn't that girl coming over? Why is there a guy next to her?
Seeing this, everyone immediately looked puzzled and turned to Wei Chen.
We broke up.
She's no longer my girlfriend.
Wei Chen didn't even look up, casually saying while holding his phone.
The girls at the table immediately started to speculate.
Broke up? Does that mean Wei Chen in front of them is single again? Sigh, breaking up is too common these days.
Yeah, I think that guy Chen Shui brought is just like that. Very greasy.
Wei Chen, don't take it too seriously, the past is the past.
Almost all the girls, whether they knew him or not, began to comfort Wei Chen. But faced with this scene, Wei Chen was extremely indifferent.
I also think breaking up is for the best.
The banquet will start in a while, I'll go to the restroom first.
You guys chat. After speaking, Wei Chen got up and left. Wei Chen just wanted to go to the bathroom.
But his friend Yi Chen thought Wei Chen was in a bad mood.
Bro, wait for me, let's go together.
Wei Chen turned to look at his younger brother, frowning.
You're so grown up. Why do you still like to go to the bathroom in groups?
Chen Shui had actually spotted Wei Chen early on. The two tables were only a few meters apart, with just a few people. And with Wei Chen surrounded by a group of bridesmaids, he was quite conspicuous. However, even though she saw him, Chen Shui still pretended to be calm and acted as if she hadn't seen him. Busy introducing her new boyfriend to the people at her table, the atmosphere seemed harmonious. But not long after, Chen Shui saw Wei Chen getting up, and he was walking in her direction. This instinctively made Chen Shui think that Wei Chen was coming to pester her. So without thinking, this woman took the initiative to confront him. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Wei Chen had to pass by Chen Shui's table to go to the restroom. Because the restroom was to the south, while his table was to the north. This meant that in order to go to the restroom, he had to almost cross half of the seating area. But he never expected that his trip to the restroom would attract Chen Shui's attention. Looking around, Wei Chen pointed at himself.
Are you talking to me?
Chen Shui's face turned red with anger.
What do you think? Oh, sorry. What do you want? Faced with Wei Chen's indifferent response, Chen Shui became even more angry. You came over here yourself and you're asking me what I want?
I told you before not to come to the wedding.
Why did you still come?
Chen Shui's emotional outburst was immediately noticed by Zhang Feng beside her.
What's wrong, Xiao Shui?
Zhang Feng looked puzzled at the situation in front of him, not understanding. But the bridesmaids at Wei Chen's table, as well as the guests at Chen Shui's table, all perked up their ears. To put it simply, anyone who knew Chen Shui would inevitably know Wei Chen present there.
Because most of Chen Shui's friends were introduced to her through Wei Chen.
So at this moment, seeing the situation becoming tense, a few discerning people also sensed some issues. Xu Ming, Wei Chen's old classmate, had witnessed the long-distance relationship between Wei Chen and Chen Shui. Seeing the awkward situation now, he immediately stood up and said, Alright, today is Wang Lu's wedding.
Let's stop talking about this, I'll buy drinks later.
Wei Chen and Xu Ming may not be the best of friends, but they were roommates in college. Their relationship was good, but everyone got busy after graduation, so they lost touch.
Alright, Xu Ming, Wei Chen said with a smile. I'm just going to the restroom.
Carry on. Wei Chen greeted everyone and was about to leave. But Chen Shui was starting to get upset.
You haven't answered me yet. Why did you come?
Xu Ming, as a bystander, couldn't sit still after hearing this. After all, he was Wei Chen's friend.
Without Wei Chen, he wouldn't even know who Chen Shui was.
Seeing Chen Shui persisting, Xu Ming immediately spoke up.
Chen Shui, that's enough.
Wei Chen and Wan Lu have known each other since they were kids. They were childhood friends in Anshan City.
Without Wei Chen, you wouldn't have had the chance to meet Wan Lu. Why shouldn't she be allowed to attend the wedding?
Xu Ming's righteous words immediately turned towards Chen Shui.
Many people's gazes towards Chen Shui changed as well.
But Chen Shui was angry.
This is between Wei Chen and me. What does it have to do with you, Xu Ming? Xu Ming, feeling uneasy, was about to speak up. But Wei Chen, who was beside him, stopped him. Xu Ming, please sit down.
Wei Chen said calmly, but when Xu Ming looked into Wei Chen's eyes, he immediately held back his words. Because from Wei Chen's gaze, he saw no room for doubt.
I say, Chen Shui. Comforting Xu Ming, Wei Chen suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Chen Shui. Who are you? Why do you demand that I do things?
Chen Shui's tone faltered, about to speak up.
Wei Chen interrupted again. If you don't want things to get ugly, you don't have to come. The problem is, who do you think you are? You say I shouldn't come, so I won't come? Don't think too highly of yourself. Wei Chen's tone turned serious. Today is Wang Lu's wedding. I don't want to argue with you. Don't ruin the newlyweds' mood.
Chen Shui's eyes were red with anger. Seeing Wei Chen speaking to her in a tone and attitude she had never experienced before, Chen Shui trembled with anger. Zhang Feng, who was on the side, couldn't sit still either.
You're little Shui's ex-boyfriend, right? Zhang Feng sneered.
A man who bullies his ex-girlfriend like this.
You really are something. Wei Chen looked at Chen Shui's new boyfriend and suddenly laughed.
Today, I finally get to meet Shakespeare's nephew.
Yi Chen looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Before Wei Chen could explain, Zhu Ming burst into laughter. Shakespeare's nephew, Gent Marcia Bai. For a moment, the people at the two tables who were watching the commotion couldn't sit still. Laughter filled the air, while Zhang Feng's face turned pale with anger. Zhang Feng was about to rush forward, but at that moment, something he never expected happened. The people at the table where Chen Shui was sitting were not unfamiliar with Wei Chen. Apart from Zhu Ming, there were three other men who were Wei Chen's former college classmates. Seeing Zhang Feng about to act, Zhu Ming was the first to stand up. The others, including Yi Chen, were also ready to rush forward in anger. Seeing the momentum on the other side, Zhang Feng's anger dissipated. Zhang Feng never expected that the people he had just been chatting and laughing with would suddenly stand on Wei Chen's side. No wonder he felt something was off during their conversation just now. It turned out that these people were all old acquaintances of Wei Chen. What are you all doing? Wei Chen watched as Zhu Ming and the others were eager to act, and immediately persuaded these old classmates. Okay, in a society ruled by law, why are there still gangsters causing trouble? Wei Chen stepped forward and handed out cigarettes to these old classmates. Then, he returned to Chen Shui's side. You didn't tell your new boyfriend about me. Almost everyone you know in the Magic City was introduced by me, right? Chen Shui lost all face and looked at Wei Chen with eyes full of anger. Zhang Feng was also on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for Wei Chen having more people on his side, he probably would have confronted Wei Chen already. Wei Chen, it's only today that I truly understand you. Chen Shui spoke with bitterness, glanced at Wei Chen, and pulled her new boyfriend to sit down. But Zhang Feng was not happy. Wei Chen, right? I remember you. Zhang Feng's tone was extremely gloomy. I'm keeping track of this today. Faced with the threat, Wei Chen also gave the other a deep look. At the same time, another person was added to the blacklist in his mind. Blacklist, Zhang Feng. Then, Wei Chen slowly looked at the two, his face expressionless. In the banquet hall, at the two tables to the north, Wei Chen looked at the man and woman in front of him and spoke slowly. By the way, the company you work for, it's called Hanying International, right? An American company, with a branch in the Magic City. Am I right? Wei Chen recalled the unit where Chen Shui worked and lit a cigarette. Turning back, Wei Chen looked at Zhang Feng, who was full of anger. Zhang Feng, right? I remember you too. The smoke ring, under the bright light, traced a winding path and rose into the air. Today is Wang Lu's wedding. I won't argue with you too. But after today, don't let me see you again, or I will make sure you can't stay in this city anymore. Listening to Wei Chen's words, Zhang Feng sneered. Just you? A clerk working in a food processing company? You really have a big mouth. Wei Chen ignored the other's sarcasm and took a deep drag on his cigarette. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Appreciate the job you have now. Perhaps, you won't last long either. After Wei Chen finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. Zhang Feng, however, persisted in calling out. I'll be waiting for you, worker. Wei Chen no longer paid attention to the mad dog's barking. He took Yi Chen and headed towards the direction of the restroom. Zhang Feng smugly sat back in his seat, but he found that the gazes of the people at the table had become very cold. At that moment, several bridesmaids at Wei Chen's table finally couldn't sit still. Having no eyes for people, choosing such a man, and still so proud. Yeah, Wei Chen is successful in investments now. Some people probably don't even know. Chen Shui, who had just stabilized her emotions, suddenly heard this. She couldn't hold back. What are you saying? Who has no eyes for people? What do you know? Chen Shui was angry and unwilling. A bridesmaid who knew Wei Chen stood up at this moment. You don't know yet? Wei Chen has succeeded in investments and even bought a BMW 7 Series. He drove us here today. After being with him for so many years, you still didn't know. Zhang Feng completely ignored the other party. Chen Shui couldn't sit still. She had no idea about Wei Chen's investments. She had no idea that Wei Chen had bought a car worth over 2 million. He bought a car? When did this happen? Chen Shui was shocked. Just recently, the car is still new. Those leather seats, that design. And you're still Wei Chen's ex-girlfriend. Chen Shui's head buzzed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng sneered, 7 Series? Do you know how much that car costs? 2 million out the door. How can a college graduate invest in something that can earn so much? Could it be a rented car? Chen Shui, who had just been shocked by Wei Chen buying a car, felt relieved after hearing Zhang Feng's words. Exactly, do you know about Wei Chen's situation? What's being said here is just like the truth. He can barely afford the rent. The bridesmaids, who had long been displeased with Zhang Feng and Chen Shui, immediately retorted. Just because you can't afford it, does it mean others can't either? Wei Chen doesn't want to argue with you, and you're pushing it? Justice is in people's hearts. What goes around comes around. Saying that he rented the car, I think you're just sour grapes. As the argument on both sides escalated, many people around also cast their eyes over. The scene became quite ugly for a moment. Wang Lu, who was in another direction, had to rush over at this point. What's going on? What? Can't stand to see my big day going so smoothly. As soon as Wang Lu, the person in charge, arrived, the bridesmaids and Chen Shui quickly fell silent. The bridesmaids naturally wanted to save face for Wang Lu, and Chen Shui didn't want to offend this rare good friend in front of her. Alright, both of you, stop talking. If you want to argue, wait until after my wedding banquet today. Once we're out the door, argue all you want. Wang Lu's angry words completely extinguished the anger on both sides. Seeing the situation stabilize, Wang Lu immersed herself back into her own affairs. But she hadn't gone far when Chen Shui caught up. Xiao Lu. What's up? I want to ask you something. Chen Shui hesitated to speak, but the thought in her mind kept growing. Having been in a relationship with Wei Chen for several years, she understood him better than anyone else. She didn't want to believe the words of those bridesmaids, but she couldn't deny them either. Because Wei Chen was someone who would never pretend to be something he's not. Wei Chen, did he really succeed in his investment? And bought a car? Wang Lu looked at her best friend with a complex expression and only spoke after a while. Why are you asking this? Aren't you two broken up? Gritting her teeth, Chen Shui firmly said, I just want to know. I hope you can tell me. I won't ask anything else. But on this matter, I hope you can tell me the truth. Wang Lu pondered for 2 seconds and then calmly said, he did buy a car. Also, he paid for the venue for my wedding today and arranged everything. We just moved from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Chen Shui was thunderstruck for a moment, staring blankly. Are you saying, the person who helped you change the wedding venue, was actually Wei Chen? Yes, it was him. Wang Lu patted Chen Shui's shoulder and said lightly, don't think too much. I'm getting married today, and there's still a lot to do. I can't stay with you. With that, Wang Lu withdrew her hand, not looking back, and went back to her tasks. In an instant, Chen Shui understood. The words of those bridesmaids were indeed true. But why, when she was with Wei Chen in the beginning, it wasn't like this? During Chen Shui's days, Zhang Feng finally walked over. What's wrong? What did you say? Seeing Chen Shui lost in thought, Zhang Feng thought she was angry because of Wei Chen. Remembering what Chen Shui had told him before about the negative things regarding Wei Chen, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel angry again. What do you still want from a man like that? Clearly he's dirt poor, yet insists on renting a car to show off. He still said that to you today. Being able to stay away from him is your best choice. Don't be sad, you still have me. Zhang Feng spoke comforting words, but Chen Shui still didn't react. I want to go to the restroom. Chen Shui pushed away Zhang Feng's hand and walked away with a complicated expression. Zhang Feng sighed and didn't say anything more. In his opinion, Chen Shui just needed time to digest everything. A few minutes later, in front of the restroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Wei Chen had just walked out and saw Chen Shui who had been waiting there. He hesitated for a moment, then without looking back, walked towards the lobby. But behind him, Chen Shui's voice rang out again. Wei Chen didn't expect to run into Chen Shui right after coming out of the restroom. Well, there's only one restroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel. It's normal to bump into each other when coming out, male on the left and female on the right. But Wei Chen just glanced and walked away. He felt there was nothing to say to this woman. However, Chen Shui called out to him. Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing this, Wei Chen didn't stop in his tracks. He turned around and walked towards the lively lobby. Outside the restroom for a moment, only Chen Shui was left standing foolishly in front of the mirror. Chen Shui looked at her exquisite makeup and gorgeous clothes in the mirror. She couldn't help but have a question in her mind. How did things develop to this point? Why was it so ordinary when he was with me initially? Why did he change so much after breaking up with me? The man who seemed like he would never leave. How did he leave me?
The more Qin Shui thought about it, the more she couldn't understand, and suddenly a figure popped into her mind.
A figure wearing a duckbill cap, large sunglasses, and a mask. It must be that woman, it must be because Wei Chen is with that woman.
Qin Shui thought hysterically, becoming more and more certain.
Otherwise, why would Wei Chen become so heartless?
It must have been that day when she went to Wei Chen's house to pack her things and saw that woman.
Wei Chen must have something going on with her. There must be something going on. There must be.
Qin Shui, trying to make sense of it, seemed to have found a direction again. Although she didn't know why she needed a direction.
Wei Chen was unaware of Qin Shui's mental state. He wasn't interested either.
However, when he came back and passed by Qin Shui's table, Wei Chen once again saw Zhang Feng's gloomy gaze. After giving the other person a cold glance, Wei Chen returned to his seat.
By now, the guests had all arrived. The wedding was about to begin. A few minutes later,
under the humorous and elegant speech of the host Lu Feng, the whole wedding prelude made the guests feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. What Wei Chen didn't know was that this host was actually quite famous. Lu Feng was the gold medal host of the Kaiwa Hotel, and the weddings he hosted were all grand occasions.
This naturally involved connections with Mr. Huang. Although Mr. Huang just made a phone call, but for the Kaiwa Hotel, it was a big deal.
Not only did they change floors, but even the host and the main chef of the menu were specially instructed. Under the host's control, Wang Lu, dressed in a white wedding dress, stepped into the aisle leading to the hall of marriage amidst the symphony. By her side was her father. Wang's father held his daughter's hand and walked through this not-so-long stretch, but it seems like a lifetime of poverty. The music played slowly, and Wang Lu's eyes were filled with mist at some point. The magnetic voice of the MC Lu Feng slowly sounded. In front of us, this father and daughter have spent 23 years together. And today, as a father, he will witness his beloved daughter with his own eyes. Starting a new life for himself, creating a new family. The father's eyes are full of reluctance, yet full of love. Just like the day he first saw Wang Lu, the day she came into this world. In the blink of an eye, time flies. The baby who could only cry has grown into an adult. But in the father's heart, she will always be just a child. With the words of the MC Lu Feng, the father and daughter came to the groom. Now, the father will entrust his daughter's hand to another man. This is a trust, a responsibility. And for the groom, this is even more of a responsibility. Wang's father held his daughter's hand and took the microphone from the MC Lu Feng. Just as he was about to speak, he was already choked up. When he tried to speak again, tears had already blocked all the words of this father. And Wang Lu, no longer the strong image of the past, hugged her father and cried like a tearful person. Wei Chen, watching this touching scene from the audience, felt a surge of emotions. After a full half-minute, the father and daughter finally adjusted their emotions. But in the audience, many people had already teared up. Lu Feng handed the microphone to Wang's father, indicating that he should say something. This time, Wang's father finally suppressed his emotions and slowly said, "Just now, as I walked the red carpet with my daughter, it reminded me of the first time I held her hand. It was in the hospital. That year, it was the winter of 1998. I held her hand and walked into this world. Came to our family, watched her learn and grow. Marriage is not 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but 0. 5 + 0. 5 is equal to 1. After marriage, you two need to each give up half of your personalities to form a happy family. Marriage is not possession, but union. Finally, what I want to say is, I really like this child, Yiping. I entrust my daughter to you, hoping you will take good care of Xiaolu. Don't let her be wronged, this child, she can't bear to be wronged since she was young." With that, Wang's father broke down again. It's hard to imagine a father crying like this at his daughter's wedding, but everyone present was deeply touched. Yiping also promised with red eyes that he would give Wang Lu happiness. This deeply moving scene finally unfolded slowly. Swearing to each other, exchanging rings, kissing each other. Perhaps the most beautiful scene in the world. The main event lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then everyone began their own busy processes. In short, it's time to eat. Boston lobster, king crab, Marseille fish soup, abalone. The dishes at the Hyatt Hotel can't be said to be gorgeous. It can only be said to be too gorgeous. Of course, this was all specially arranged. Otherwise, with Wang Lu and Yiping's budget, this wedding banquet could bankrupt the two of them. Naturally, this is also thanks to General Huang. Wei Chen looked at the luxurious food on the table and vaguely guessed the reason. Because Wang Lu would never order such luxurious dishes. Feeling silently grateful to General Huang, Wei Chen also began to taste the food. As for the bridesmaids who usually don't get to eat these kinds of dishes, it was a bit dazzling for them. Which girl doesn't love to eat? But looking at Wei Chen's leisurely appearance,
The bridesmaids could only hold back their temper and act like ladies, but it really annoyed the group of girls. Please eat, don't be polite. Wei Chen looked around the whole table and felt that his table was the most restrained. He immediately said, "We don't eat much." Yes, we can't eat too much at night. Seeing this, Wei Chen didn't say much. However, nowadays girls are really particular. If it were Wang Lu on the scene, she would definitely roll up her sleeves and take charge. While Wei Chen was enjoying himself at his table, the game on the stage was slowly unfolding. But the host Lu Feng kept scanning the crowd below from time to time. It seemed like he was looking for something. Lu Feng came with a mission today. Or rather, the entire Kaiwa was under the command of the boss. It fell into a kind of inexplicable tension, because just yesterday, their boss received a call from Mr. Huang. Subsequently, there were arrangements made specifically for Wang Lu, including changing the venue, host, and head chef. And boss Zhong Hai received some news. Why would Mr. Huang specially instruct this couple? Recalling the words boss Zhong said to him yesterday, Lu Feng couldn't help but get lost in his thoughts. Xiao Lu, you will host the wedding tomorrow night. Remember, there is a very important person in that wedding. You must find a way to locate that person. Lu Feng looked puzzled. But boss Zhong, who exactly is the person you mentioned? Wasn't it a call from Mr. Huang? Zhong Hai shook his head. I asked, and Mr. Huang doesn't know the couple. It was a young man he values highly who mentioned this. So Mr. Huang specifically called me on behalf of that person. Lu Feng had met Mr. Huang before and knew how dignified he was. This made him even more curious. Who has such a big influence? Zhong Hai sighed. I don't know either, but I know he is a young man. Besides, he is a close friend of the bride. Remember, you must find out who this young man is. Understood. Recalling the expression boss Zhong had at that time, Lu Feng knew that if he didn't find that young man today, he would not be able to fulfill his duty. Fortunately, before the wedding started, he had already inquired. The bride Wang Lu seemed to have only one very close male childhood friend. It seemed his surname was Wei. Lu Feng had already made up his mind early on. Now that the atmosphere was right, he immediately used his plan tactics. Next, I would like to invite a friend from the bride's side to come up and sing a song with me. Considering the difficulty and requirements of this song, this friend must be male. Pretending not to know, Lu Feng asked towards the direction of the bride Wang Lu. Or would the bride recommend someone for me? It has to be someone with a very special relationship. Wang Lu also did not anticipate this scene and instinctively looked towards Wei Chen's direction. At this moment, Wei Chen was eating. Wei Chen, come up and join in. Wei Chen. When Lu Feng heard this name, he became energized. It's Wei Chen. Wei Chen, who was enjoying his meal, was suddenly singled out by Wang Lu and was a bit confused. Ha? What's going on? Wei Chen turned around and realized he had become the center of attention. Bro, they want you to go up and sing a song together. Yi Chen had been watching the scene and immediately reminded him. What's this? Why sing a song out of the blue? Wei Chen looked puzzled, but couldn't resist Wang Lu's shout again. If you're asked to go up, just go up. Why are you hesitating so much? Wei Chen sighed deeply and silently walked towards the stage. Since Wang Lu was getting married, he had to give him some face. At that moment, the lighting technician on the third floor of Kaiwa Hotel immediately focused the lights on Wei Chen. What a handsome young man. Lu Feng, who was about to turn 30, couldn't help but praise the charming and imposing Wei Chen in front of him. At the same time, he became more certain about who he was looking for. Most likely, it was the person in front of him. Come on, sir. Lu Feng pulled Wei Chen by the arm, and he came to the center of the stage looking bewildered. Today, the two newlyweds. I'm not talented, but I can sing a decent song. So I want to dedicate a song to the two newlyweds. This young man, your name is Wei Chen, right? Wei Chen could only nod. Yes. At the same time Wei Chen was pulled onto the stage, in a secluded corner on the third floor of Kaiwa Hotel, a lobby manager who had been watching over the area saw that Lu Feng had indeed found the person. He immediately ran towards the direction of the 17th floor. Both he and Lu Feng had already received instructions. Once the target was found. No, once the person was found, they had to inform Zhong Hai immediately. Kaiwai Hotel had a total of 17 floors, and the 17th floor was where their general manager's office and rest area were located. A few minutes later, the lobby manager finally met his boss in the office on the 17th floor. Mr. Zhong, we found the person. Zhong Hai, who was looking at financial reports, was initially annoyed by the sudden interruption, but when he heard the news, he immediately put down the documents and stood up abruptly. Take me there, Zhong Hai said eagerly and excitedly. On the stage on the third floor of Kaiwei Hotel,
Lu Feng had already chosen a song, "Today You Are Going to Marry Me." It was a love song duet for a man and a woman, but Lu Feng specifically requested that the other person had to be a man. After all, it would make for a more entertaining performance. Two men singing a love song would surely be a spectacle. Besides the entertainment value, his main goal was to find Wei Chen. However, when Lu Feng suggested that Wei Chen sing the female part, Wei Chen, who had been reluctant to go on stage, became even more unwilling. "I object. Why should I sing the female part? I want to sing the male part." Lu Feng didn't expect Wei Chen to be so uncooperative, but considering the other party's identity, well, thinking of the backing Huang behind Wei Chen, Lu Feng immediately lost his confidence. Since the other party was unwilling, it seemed like he had to do it himself. However, based on his years of experience, Lu Feng habitually asked, "Everyone here, do you want me to sing the female part, or should this young man sing it?" With Lu Feng's experience, usually when he asked this question, guests would humorously choose for the host to sing the female part more, because it would be more fun that way. Who wouldn't want to see the host make a fool of himself? Then, he could say that he would sing the female part himself. In the end, he could naturally do Wei Chen a favor. It wouldn't be a bad outcome. But tonight, Lu Feng miscalculated. At the moment Lu Feng asked the question, the guests all turned to look at Wei Chen. Under the spotlight, Wei Chen in a suit looked captivating and radiant. From 70-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old girls, they subconsciously stood on Wei Chen's side. Let the host sing the female part. The closest table to Wei Chen, where a group of bridesmaids sat, stood up one by one, shouting at the top of their lungs. How could such a handsome young man sing the female part? That was definitely not acceptable. Not just the bridesmaids. More than 90% of the women present shouted the same thing. Look at the MC singing for the girls. Men looked at their companions, girlfriends, wives, and one by one chose to surrender. In an instant, the entire hall was overwhelmingly in favor of the verbal vote. Lu Feng was a bit dumbfounded because the situation in front of him was different from what he had expected. But now with the guests overwhelmingly on one side, wouldn't the deal be off? However, Lu Feng didn't express surprise for too long and accepted the result. If the deal doesn't go through, there is still righteousness. Well, since everyone is looking forward to it, then I'll play the role of a lady for once, Lu Feng said with a wry smile. Laughter immediately erupted, and Lu Feng also found a microphone for Wei Chen. But as the music started, Wei Chen froze. Because this song, "Today You Are Going to Marry Me," was different from the one he knew. The tune was different. This world song, apart from the name, was completely different from the one in his memory. Sun Li did not expect that today's meeting would go so smoothly. The customer didn't even have dinner and signed the contract with her. And after signing the contract, the other party left early due to personal reasons. This made Sun Li's plans for the second half of the night fall through. Ding dong! Upon hearing the elevator door chime, Sun Li immediately walked forward. But before she could take 2 steps, the scene in front of her made Sun Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Mr. Zhong." Zhong Hai heard someone calling him and looked up, only to find an old friend from the entertainment industry. "Manager's son? What are you doing here?" Zhong Hai looked surprised. "I came to your hotel, naturally to meet clients for dinner," Sun Li said with a smile. "But due to some circumstances, the matter has already been settled." "How have you been recently, Mr. Zhong?" "Not bad, just a so-so. Well, I have nothing to do tonight. How about having dinner together and chatting?" Sun Li said expectantly. Sun Li's Huamei Entertainment and Zhong Hai had some dealings. When their company went public, Zhong Hai even invested a few million. He was considered a shareholder. However, Zhong Hai's main business was still in hotels and resorts. So even after investing in their company, Zhong Hai rarely paid attention to it. Now that they happened to meet, Sun Li naturally wanted to improve the relationship between the two sides. But what Sun Li didn't expect was that Zhong Hai flatly refused. "Sorry, manager's son. I have something to attend to later, need to meet someone. Tonight might not be convenient, maybe next time." After hearing this, Sun Li was not angry and immediately said, "Okay, I'll call you next time. Make an appointment with you in advance." Zhong Hai smiled in response. Ding dong! The elevator door slowly closed. The current displayed floor was the 13th floor, the target floor, the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor lobby, Lu Feng was singing passionately. But Wei Chen was not very familiar with the song in front of him. In the memories of his crossing, he did not have the habit of listening to songs, so he had never heard this song before. How could he sing it? Before long, Lu Feng's part ended. All eyes turned to Wei Chen in an instant. Looking at the many guests below the stage, Wei Chen felt a huge pressure. The music slowly passed 2 lines.
Wang Lu, seeing Wei Chen not uttering a word, immediately became furious. Sing, Wei Chen. What are you staring at?
In a moment of urgency, Wei Chen had no choice but to recall the song from his memory. He slowly started singing. Well, Wei Chen's voice wasn't bad, but compared to the professionals, it's definitely not as good. However, the moment Wei Chen started singing, the hall fell silent, because the song Wei Chen sang was completely unheard of to them. The warm spring flowers take away the winter's sadness. The gentle breeze brings a romantic atmosphere. Wei Chen's singing was soothing and cheerful. The audience below was enchanted by it, although none of them had heard this song before. But everyone felt surprisingly unified in one thing. It was very pleasant to listen to. In the audience, Wang Lu, who was busy toasting, was completely dumbfounded. He had asked Wei Chen to sing, but she didn't expect that the song Wei Chen sang was not the one the host Lu Feng had mentioned. Where did this brat hear this song from? But it sounds quite good. Wang Lu couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the same time, Lu Feng, standing next to Wei Chen, was also stunned. As a qualified host, he didn't dare claim to know all the suitable songs for weddings, but mostly, he would know them. However, he had never heard the song Wei Chen was singing. Is it a new song? Or an obscure song? Lu Feng was calculating in his mind, planning to go back and search for it. Meanwhile, at the table where Chen Shui was sitting in the audience, Chen Shui looked at the shining Wei Chen on stage. His handsome appearance, graceful posture, and melodious voice. Chen Shui was once again lost in confusion. They had been together for many years, and she never knew Wei Chen could sing so beautifully. In Chen Shui's impression, the usual Wei Chen didn't like listening to music. How come she never realized before that he was so talented and handsome? Chen Shui gazed at the figure on stage with infatuation, but her heart began to ache faintly. In front of the elevator on the 3rd floor, the hotel manager followed by Zhong Hai walked out first. Take care, let's meet again when you have time, Zhong Hai politely said to Sun Li inside the elevator. Sun Li heard this, and also politely smiled. She naturally knew that it was just a formality, so Sun Li didn't intend to linger. She stepped forward to press the elevator button. But at that moment, a song drifted from afar. Just with one ear, Sun Li's finger reaching for the button froze. Ha! Zhong Hai, who had stepped out of the elevator, heard it more clearly. Who is singing? Zhong Hai frowned and asked. He remembered that he had arranged for Lu Feng to host this wedding. The hotel manager beside him immediately explained. It's Mr. Wei Chen, a friend of Mr. Huan. How could someone be allowed to sing? What is Lu Feng doing? Mr. Zheng. Lu Feng found this gentleman through this method. Because Sun Li was still on the elevator, the manager didn't have time to explain these to Zhong Hai. But Zhong Hai was an old hand, and he quickly understood the reason. Well done. Zhong Hai, who was slightly dissatisfied a moment ago, was now all smiles. The hotel manager wiped his cold sweat. Sun Li, who knows when, had also walked out of the elevator and stood in front of the two. Manager's son? Zhong Hai looked at Sun Li in confusion. What's the matter? It's like this. Sun Li was still reminiscing about the distant song, and said with a brave face, Do you know the person singing? I know him somewhat. Zhong Hai preempted. Can you introduce him to me? Sun Li's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked. But Zhong Hai was somewhat unhappy. Manager's son, this might not be appropriate, right? Sun Li quickly explained. No, Mr. Zhong, you misunderstood. I just think the song is good and wanted to ask if it's released. If not, I hope you can introduce me to that singer. I hope to buy this song. As the manager of an entertainment company, Sun Li Nin's keen perception kicked in. This song doesn't seem to be well known. Although it sounds good, she has never heard of it. So, she wanted to give it a try. Maybe she could find a hidden gem. Sun Li Min has done this kind of thing many times before and has succeeded many times. Among the many famous songs circulating in China today, there are two that Sun Li Min discovered through this method. Discovered by chance. Sun Li Min is very confident in her own judgment, which comes from years of accumulated success. The confidence she has built up. But who knew that Sun Li Min's words would leave Zhong Hai even more confused? Wasn't Wei Chen a friend of General Huang's? How could he be a singer? And not just any singer, but one that caught the eye of Sun Li Min, a top agent and an entertainment company manager? Faced with Sun Li Min's sincere gaze, Zhong Hai thought for a moment and did not refuse. I can take you there, but I hope, manager's son, that you can control yourself. Zhong Hai's words were not pleasant, but they were also reasonable. After all, the two of them were not in the same class. If Zhong Hai is the first party, then Sun Li Min might not even be considered the second party. At best, she is a third party. So when Sun Liming heard that Zhong Hai did not refuse her, she was not angry at all, but instead showed a big smile.
Of course, I always have a sense of propriety. Zhong Hai nodded and led Sun Liming towards the hall.
By this time, the singing had gradually subsided.
Listen to me, hold my hand and walk with me. Living a stable life yesterday is already too late, tomorrow will be a pity today, you will marry me. Wei Chen sang the last sentence with a stiff smile.
Then he let out a long sigh.
It was supposed to be a romantic duet, but towards the end, Lu Feng simply put down the microphone.
It was as if Lu Feng had never heard Wei Chen sing, nor could he sing. Wei Chen sang a song that Lu Feng had never heard before and couldn't sing.
So Lu Feng could only watch as Wei Chen started his own solo show. However, what Wei Chen didn't expect was that as soon as he finished the last sentence, just 2 seconds later, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Especially at the table where Wei Chen was sitting. The bridesmaids at the table all stood up, clapping vigorously. Yi Chen was so happy that his face turned red. Even at Chen Shui's table, many people also stood up. Like Xu Ming, like several other old classmates of his. In addition to those who were close by, almost all the women on the third-floor banquet hall stood up. And the male guests followed suit with applause. Faced with the guests' warm reception, Wei Chen smiled broadly. You're not bad, kid. Wang Lu shouted loudly towards the stage. How come I never noticed before that you, kid, have the talent to be a star? Wang Lu's words immediately received unanimous agreement from the guests present.
Yeah, if this handsome guy becomes a star, he'll definitely have a lot of fans. A 50-year-old lady shouted loudly. If this young man becomes a singer, I'll be the first to support him.
A 20-year-old girl shouted loudly. This uncle is so handsome. A 5-year-old girl exclaimed.
Faced with such a scene, Wei Chen couldn't sit still.
He immediately explained, it's just a fluke. It's not my thing, I'll go down. Wei Chen's last sentence was directed at Wang Lu. Go ahead, go ahead. You did well today, it's a facelift for me.
Wang Lu was also very happy. After all, Wei Chen and she were good buddies.
But when Wei Chen wanted to leave, someone was not happy about it.
Just as Wei Chen was receiving applause from the audience, Lu Feng, from a distance, saw his boss appearing at the edge of the hall. The boss had really arrived. Not only that, seeing Wei Chen about to step down, Zhong Hai immediately gestured to Lu Feng from afar, shaking his head. This sudden action made Lu Feng's mind race, pondering the boss's intentions.
The boss wants to control Wei Chen and prevent him from stepping down. How shrewd is Lu Feng?
His thoughts spun, and he immediately grasped the situation. Since Zhong Hai had come, he must want to meet Wei Chen.
And Lu Feng knew who Mr. Huan was.
At the same time, he also knew that for the past few years, Zhong Hai had always wanted to have a closer relationship and cooperation with Mr.
Huan. But ever since the failed investment a few years ago, Mr. Huang's attitude towards Zhong Hai had cooled.
And now, Wei Chen and Mr. Huang had an extremely good relationship, to the point where Mr. Huang even called Zhong Hai, who he hadn't been in contact with for a long time, to greet him. It can be seen how special the relationship between Wei Chen and Mr.
Huang is. Zhong Hai must hope to use Wei Chen to once again get closer to Mr. Huang. Coincidentally, tonight, Zhong Hai was also quite attentive for Wang Lu's wedding. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to build some goodwill?
In just a few seconds, Lu Feng had already sorted out his thoughts. He must find a reason to keep Wei Chen on stage,
and then call his boss up.
This way, Zhong Hai would have the opportunity to solidify this favor. With determination in his heart, Lu Feng immediately smiled and said, "Hey, this young man is too eager."
Wei Chen was slightly puzzled, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, Lu Feng raised his voice. Suddenly, he addressed the many guests below the stage. Are you all satisfied with today's food?
The guests at the wedding were puzzled, but immediately responded honestly, satisfied. Joking aside, with the drinks and food at each table starting at tens of thousands, how could they not be satisfied? Lu Feng took the opportunity to continue. Actually, there are two people who have quietly put in a lot of effort behind today's wedding.
One is the owner of our Kaiyue Hotel.
He was genuinely happy when he learned that Miss Wang Lu and Mr. Yiping's wedding would be held at our hotel. For this reason, my boss, Mr.
Zhong Hai,
specially moved the wedding from the second floor to the third floor, and entrusted all the food to our hotel's head chef to oversee, all in the hope of sending the most sincere blessings to the two newlyweds. I wonder, Miss Wang Lu and Mr.
Yiping, are you satisfied?
Lu Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at the newlyweds who were now looking confused.
Wang Lu and Yiping were a bit bewildered.
On one hand, they didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly said these things. On the other hand, they only knew that Wei Chen had arranged for a change in floors, catering, and the MC.
They had no idea that Wei Chen had actually found the owner of the Kaiwa Hotel. This was a real tycoon, a wealthy person. When did Wei Chen's connections become so high level?
Wang Lu was puzzled, but still grateful, saying, "Thank you very much, Mr.
Zhong, for all you've done for us." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Actually, the owner of our Kaiwa Hotel is here today, right in the hall." For a moment, although the guests were surprised, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look.
As a result, they immediately spotted Zhong Hai and a few others standing at the edge.
Wang Lu and Yi Ping immediately went to greet them.
They then invited Zhong Hai onto the stage, hoping to publicly thank him.
"Thank you very much, Mr. Zhong Hai." Wang Lu and his wife held the microphone, sincere yet extremely nervous. "The grandeur of today's wedding banquet is all thanks to Mr. Zhong Hai. This is not someone they would normally come into contact with."
"You're too kind, Zhong Hai, over 50 years old, said with a friendly smile under the brilliant lights.
"I am very happy to see you two get married."
As the scene unfolded, the forgotten Sun Li. At this moment, her eyes only saw one figure.
Watching Wei Chen standing on the stage looking bewildered, Sun Li couldn't help but blurt out, "Is he the singer from earlier?"
As Sun Li looked shocked and the guests gradually regained their senses, Wei Chen remained puzzled.
However, he faintly felt that something was amiss.
Just then, Lu Feng continued to control the situation.
"I wonder, Mr. Zhong, do you have anything to say? Do you want to say something to the newlyweds in front of you?" Wang Lu and Yi Ping instantly became nervous.
The guests below were surprised and proud to see such a big boss take such an interest in Wang Lu and Yi Ping's wedding.
This is not an experience everyone can have. Zhong Hai took the microphone.
"In fact, I learned about this through a friend of mine. I knew that you two would have your wedding at our hotel. I thought, it must be done beautifully and nicely." Zhong Hai, being an experienced speaker, immediately asked the audience below,
"Are you all satisfied with tonight's wedding?" The crowd's enthusiasm was once again ignited. "Satisfied." Zhong Hai smiled slightly and looked subtly towards the stage.
The young man who had not spoken a word from the beginning to the end.
Wei Chen now had a somewhat bad premonition.
Especially when Zhong Hai looked at him, this sense of crisis reached its peak instantly. Zhong Hai looked at Wei Chen with a smile and then spoke.
He asked a question that Wei Chen could not refuse to answer. "How is Mr. Huang doing recently?" Wei Chen took a deep breath and immediately understood everything that happened tonight and Zhong Hai's intention. "Mr. Huang is doing well." Wei Chen squeezed out a smile and politely replied.
With Wei Chen's affirmative response, Zhong Hai completely confirmed Wei Chen's identity. At this moment, Lu Feng, who was responsible for controlling the situation, began the second wave of emotional attacks. Lu Feng looked mysterious.
"I just said, tonight's wedding banquet. There are two people who have quietly contributed a lot. Fortunately, these two are both here tonight, and right beside me."
As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where Wei Chen was.
"Mr.
Wei, are you satisfied with tonight's wedding banquet?" Seeing that things had come to this, Wei Chen could only respond.
"Very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Zhong." "Oh, you're welcome. If you want to come to our hotel next time, just let me know.
I'll reserve a spot for you in advance."
Even the most obtuse guests present now understood.
Wang Lu's wedding invitations had been distributed a week ago, but last night, there was a last-minute change from the second floor to the third floor.
Many people were puzzled before,
but tonight, after Lu Feng laid everything out, everyone understood that it was their boss, Zhong Hai, who quietly changed the floor for Wang Lu and his wife. And the reason for the scene was all because Wei Chen had quietly asked Zhong Hai behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could such a big boss suddenly take an interest in Wang Lu and his wife? At one point, everyone's gaze towards Wei Chen changed. Among these people, individuals like Yi Chen and Zhu Ming were visibly excited and secretly pleased. However, Chen Shue's mood, on the other hand, was indescribably terrible. Since the breakup, Chen Shue had been unable to calm her emotions. After all, she still had feelings for Wei Chen, and their years of love were not insincere. But ever since the last time she went to Wei Chen's house to pick up something, she found herself increasingly unable to understand him. Successful investments, luxury cars. Let's not talk about those. Now, looking at the stage, seeing Zhong Hai's friendly face, Chen Shui couldn't help but have 1,000 questions in her mind. How did Wei Chen get to know such a big shot? Sitting next to Chen Shui, Zheng Feng's expression was equally grim. Although tonight's scene with Wei Chen was very unpleasant, Zheng Feng had never held Wei Chen in high regard before. However, now, seeing even the boss of the Kaiwa Hotel being so polite to Wei Chen, he couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Xiao Shui, Wei Chen actually knows Mr. Zhong? Even our company's vice president Qian wants to meet Mr. Zhong.
That requires an appointment in advance. How did he get to know him?
Zheng Feng instinctively thought that Chen Shui was hiding something from him.
How would I know?
He was never like this before.
Chen Shui's emotions were a bit agitated.
Seeing this, Zheng Feng felt somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't say much on the surface. Just looking at Chen Shui, his gaze became colder.
On the stage, Mr. Zhong said a few words of celebration and then left. Wei Chen also accompanied him down.
Meanwhile, Lu Feng once again controlled the atmosphere of the whole venue through playing games. After Wei Chen and Zhong Hai came down, the two of them tacitly walked to the backstage area where no one was present. At this moment, Wei Chen's mind was clear. He understood why Mr. Zhong had appeared deliberately and caused such a scene. Originally, Wei Chen had intended to keep a low profile. He was not a flashy person himself.
However, since the situation could no longer be concealed, Wei Chen didn't pay much attention to it.
After all, in any case, the person had helped him. Behind the stage, Wei Chen looked at the other party's smiling face. Thinking that this wedding banquet was indeed well organized, Wei Chen made a decision in his heart.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhong. If you have time in the next few days, let's have a meal together? I'll make an appointment with you then.
From the perspective of the success of this wedding banquet and the status of the other party, Wei Chen had no reason to refuse to become friends with him. Moreover, the other party had gone to great lengths even for their first meeting.
Wei Chen was willing to give him this face. Upon hearing this, Mr.
Zhong also showed a deep smile.
That's great, I don't have much to do these days. I'll wait for your call then. No problem. After exchanging phone numbers, Mr. Zhong left first.
After all, status was at play here, and it wasn't the right time for further conversation.
There would be plenty of time in the future. Watching Mr.
Zhong leave, Wei Chen was about to return to his seat when he saw a familiar figure approaching him.
Mr. Wei, you are the one from the lobby earlier.
Wei Chen was initially unsure, but after careful recognition, he immediately became alert.
How did this person manage to follow him here? What do you want? I just wanted to exchange contact information with you. By the way, can I invite you to dinner?
Sun Li felt a bit embarrassed but still forced herself to ask.
With such a good seedling, plus that song just now, Sun Li really didn't want to let it go.
But Wei Chen was on high alert. So far, the women who wanted to invite him to dinner, one was more troublesome than the other. There was Zhang Hanying in front and Lan Yu behind. And now, a 40-year-old woman had come out,
wanting to invite him to dinner too. Could that be a good thing? Wei Chen's face darkened, and he spoke without hesitation. No, I'm busy. Also, I have always been updating 2 books simultaneously. The other one just finished today, so it's not that I wrote less. Please understand.
Lastly, for those who haven't given a good review, please remember to give a 5-star review at the end of the book, and it would be even better if you could leave a comment.
Thank you very much.
Sun Li, who failed in her attempt to invite Wei Chen, could only watch him return to his seat with a sense of loss in her eyes.
She even felt a bit innocent. Why was this young man resisting her goodwill like this? Do you know how many young men and women in China dream of developing in our company? While feeling troubled, Sun Li's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Li Jie.
The shooting with Xiaoying has ended, and we'll be flying back soon. The people at Jingshi said that this shoot was very successful. Sun Li listened to Xiaowei's rapid-fire talk on the phone.
Her restless mood finally eased a bit. Okay, then come back early.
Also, I've already negotiated Xiaoying's movie contract today. When you're back, bring her out, and we'll have dinner together.
We can also discuss the movie.
On the other end of the phone, Xiaowei immediately said, no problem. Just the 3 of us, no one else, right? You know, Xiaoying doesn't like socializing.
I know, just the 3 of us.
Sun Li rolled her eyes.
Alright, I'm not at the point of making Xiaoying accompany drinking. Besides, not just in China,
but in the whole of Asia. No one is worthy of having our Xiaoying accompany them for drinks.
I knew Li Jie is the best. Call me when you're ready to eat. Okay, in the next few days. After finishing the conversation, Sun Li slowly put down her phone.
Finally, she glanced at Wei Chen's profile, turned around resentfully, and left.
Life is extremely bitter. Seeking but not obtaining. Back at the table, Wei Chen realized how difficult it could be to have a meal. Bro, how did you meet Mr. Zhong? Yeah, Wei Chen, you're amazing now. I told you, Wei Chen is impressive now.
Sigh, we all know, but some people don't. At the table, everyone's words came like a storm.
Wei Chen remained calm. Let's eat something first. I haven't eaten enough yet. Wei Chen was telling the truth.
While everyone was eating, he was singing. While everyone was eating, he was busy chatting with Zhong Hai. Both on and off the stage, it had been half an hour, The bridesmaids laughed and urged Wei Chen to eat more. Even as Wei Chen ate, the atmosphere at the table remained lively. He could still hear Zhu Ming and others at the next table giving a speech. It was all about how Wei Chen was doing, and a few sarcastic remarks about Zhang Feng. But the banquet was still ongoing. Xu Ming and the others were very tactful, subtly making their points. However, Zhang Feng's face never returned to normal. Several people did take into account Wei Chen's face in gender issues. They did not make things difficult for Chen Shui. Wei Chen just shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention. Soon, newcomers came to offer toasts. Wang Lu, accompanied by Yi Ping, approached Wei Chen with a wine glass in hand. "Thank you so much today. Let's not talk about the past, it's all in the wine," Wang Lu said with great pride, but his eyes were full of gratitude. Wei Chen looked at the scene in front of him, and his thoughts surged instantly. Over a dozen years of life passed in a flash, but the unchanging thing was their friendship. "I'm driving, so I won't drink. I'll accompany you with juice." "You shouldn't drink either, there are still many people later." Wei Chen smiled, took the other person's wine glass, and exchanged it for a small measuring cup. Wang Lu also rarely did not argue with Wei Chen. "Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone at the table stood up, raising their drinks of various kinds. A warm emotion instantly filled the air. "Enjoy your meal and drinks, I'll continue to offer toasts." Wang Lu greeted a table of people and said helplessly to Wei Chen, "Go ahead, it's just this one day in a lifetime." Wei Chen smiled and watched Wang Lu go to the next table. However, Wang Lu, who went to the next table, did not act as casually as he did with Wei Chen. Wang Lu, accompanied by Yi Ping, politely offered a toast. Then, he glanced at Chen Shui. Chen Shui, who had been ridiculed and mocked all night, had lost her previous arrogance. She quietly finished her drink and sat back without a word. Wang Lu didn't say much either and continued on to the next table. Time passed slowly, after a few twists and turns that were neither painful nor itchy. The wedding banquet finally approached 8 o'clock. The guests began to leave one after another. Wei Chen continued to deal with a table of beautiful women. Each young girl, as beautiful as a flower, eagerly engaged him in conversation. Wei Chen couldn't bear to be cold or show a bad attitude. After Wei Chen finished dealing with everyone, Yi Chen approached. "Bro, those two have left." Wei Chen naturally knew who Yi Chen meant by those two, but his reply was very simple. "Okay, I got it." After that, Wei Chen found an opportunity to escape another wave of attacks from the beautiful women. He quickly took Yi Chen to find Wang Lu, mainly to see if there was any need for help. If not, Wei Chen was also ready to leave. After a while, Wei Chen was near the exit of the hall. He saw Wang Lu. At that moment, Wang Lu was busy seeing off guests. Most of them were distant relatives or friends' elders. "Do you have anything else to do?" "No, I can go back now," Wei Chen approached and said. He was a bit tired at this moment. He had gotten up early in the morning and had been running around all day. If he said he wasn't tired, that would definitely be a lie. Fortunately, it wasn't his own wedding, otherwise, it would have been even more exhausting. "Wait, come with me to check on my husband." After sending off another group of guests, Wang Lu handed the work over to his cousin, Wang He. "I'm afraid that fool has been given too much to drink." "Really? You have no idea how tricky his friends can be. With his honest appearance, if I don't go over, he'll be bullied to death. If you're so worried about him, why don't you just stay by his side?" "That won't do, he's a man, and he still needs to save face." Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "I didn't expect you to be such a good wife. Why are you in a hurry now?" Wang Lu glared coldly. "If he's drunk, what should I do tonight?" Wei Chen fell silent on the spot upon hearing this. A few minutes later, when Wei Chen saw Yi Ping again, he finally understood that Wang Lu's concern was not unfounded. Wei Chen glanced at the situation. A group of people surrounded Yi Ping, each holding a wineglass, taking turns to toast. It was like they wanted Yi Ping's life. Poor Wang Lu's husband, he was a straightforward person. On this joyous day, he was extremely happy, unable to resist the friends and two older brothers. At this point, he was already unsteady on his feet, unable to speak clearly. Wang Lu saw this scene and immediately became angry. "What's going on? Are you not planning to let my husband come home with me?" Wang Lu's appearance was immediate. Everyone could ignore Yi Ping, but for this bride, they gave her face. Yi Ping's older and second brother quickly said, "Alright, that's enough." "Yeah, don't you want my brother to enter the bridal chamber?" "Yi big brother, you are being unreasonable." "Exactly, it was clearly your idea." Yi Ping's older brother, Yian, said sternly, "It was all because of your demands." "Alright, everyone's wives are here, let's disperse." Encouraged by Yian, Yi Ping's friends soon dispersed with laughter and joy, leaving behind a groom who was still shouting and wanting to continue the celebration. Wei Chen, seeing this situation, helplessly waved his hand.
Yi Chen quickly walked up with Wei Chen, each taking one of Yi Ping's arms.
Where should we take him? Directly to the backstage, there's a resting area there.
After we finish up here, I'll find someone to take him home. Wang Lu also smiled bitterly.
Wei Chen and Yi Chen immediately led Yi Ping towards the backstage. But before they had taken a few steps, they saw Zhu Ming, who was about to leave.
What's going on here?
He drank too much. I'm taking him to the back.
Slow down. Never mind, I'll help too.
Before long, Wei Chen had settled Yi Ping.
Looking at Zhu Ming in front of him, Wei Chen couldn't help but think of their university days. Although those memories were not Wei Chen's, they were engraved in his memory.
Remembering the scene where Zhu Ming stood up for him just now, Wei Chen smiled.
How have you been lately?
Just the same, just graduated and still idle at home.
You, kid, you've really made it now. Not only did you buy a luxury car, you even know big bosses like Mr. Zhong.
Among our dorm mates back then, you probably did the best, right?
Zhu Ming sighed. They were once dormitory brothers, but now?
He was still idle at home, while Wei Chen had quietly made connections with big bosses. This made Zhu Ming feel a bit desolate.
Oh, it's just luck.
Wei Chen sensed the other's low mood and immediately said, we have QQ and phone, let's meet up later.
After I finish up my work during this period.
Sure, just one word.
Okay, that's settled then. I'll call you later. After bidding farewell to Zhu Ming, Wei Chen finally said goodbye to Wan Lu. But as he walked out of the hotel door, Wei Chen found himself in a dilemma. Because his business for today was not yet finished. Looking at his phone screen, Wei Chen hesitated whether to contact Lan Yu. On the other end, a QQ message from Lan Yu arrived. How was it? Is the wedding banquet over? I'll be off work in 20 minutes. What do you want to eat? Faced with the 3 questions from the other party.
After pondering for a while, Wei Chen slowly replied, you choose the place, any place is fine.
Okay, I'll check and let you know later.
Seeing the almost instant reply from the other party, Wei Chen couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen beside him. The cheap cousin immediately shrank his neck and smiled.
Bro, you're busy. I'll drive the car back first, okay? Don't worry, I'll definitely sleep on the sofa. Wei Chen sighed deeply. Go ahead, drive safely on the road.
After bidding farewell to Yi Chen, Wei Chen flagged down a car.
He really didn't want to have dinner with Lan Yu,
but he couldn't resist Yi Chen promising on his behalf.
Master, to the Magic City Global Shopping Center.
Got it, let's go. The taxi driver was a young man, quite spirited.
Wei Chen took out a cigarette and handed one to the driver.
Then, he lit one for himself. However, his thoughts were already immersed in the system. A day of busy work, completing extravagant tasks. It was completed in an instant when the target was reached.
Ding! Task completed, extravagant.
Ding! Task reward, extended lifespan by 3 days, 1 star card issued. Ding! Task reward, lucky attribute value increased by 1 point. Wei Chen briefly glanced at the star card and then placed it in the system.
However, his attention was fully focused on his personal attributes.
Previously, Wei Chen's luck was at 5 points.
The evaluation was, are you the legendary chosen one?
And now, his luck had reached 6 points. His attribute panel also underwent a qualitative change.
Luck, 6 points.
Your life has been enveloped by auspicious stars, all disasters will automatically stay away from you, luck is just a piece of cake for you, please note. Host's luck attribute has exceeded 5 points.
Extra trigger effect fate should not be severed.
Fate should not be severed. When the host encounters a life-threatening situation, survival ability will greatly increase, and luck value will always remain at its peak.
Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Just the description brought by the luck value reaching 6 points had already shocked Wei Chen.
The ability to dispel disasters was simply unbelievable.
And when he saw the additional effect fate should not be severed, Wei Chen could only sincerely say one thing.
Awesome!
Normally, with only a luck value of 6 and the ability to dispel disasters, Wei Chen would basically not encounter any major catastrophes. The appearance of fate should not be severed further reduced the slightest possibility of danger he might encounter to the lowest. As long as Wei Chen didn't act recklessly, with his luck, he could easily gamble on a stone and get a world-class gem.
He was almost impossible to encounter any accidents.
Wei Chen spent several minutes calming down before finally silently accepting the miraculous change in his luck. Then, he quickly adjusted his mindset and said to the system, "System, I want a task.
Release it." Wei Chen had now figured out the system's ways.
Very familiar with the process, he immediately requested a task.
The system didn't dawdle and started operating right away. Task name, Visionary. Task description, the host needs to spend the 20 million renminbi provided by the system in any investment or entrepreneurial way. Task deadline, 15 days. Task reward, extend lifespan by 7 days. Failure penalty, worsening of illness. Ding. Since this task visionary is appearing for the first time, upon completion, you will receive an additional hidden talent point of insight. Seeing the appearance of this task, Wei Chen, who was in the taxi, smiled silently. After waiting for so long, you have finally arrived. However, Wei Chen just glanced at the task's funding and instinctively frowned. 20 million startup capital was actually not a small amount. But compared to what Wei Chen had expected, it was slightly lacking. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chen immediately took out the star card he had just put away. Star card in use. Task star level is rising. Ding. Task has been upgraded. The task star rating is rising. Ding. The task has been upgraded. With the use of the star card, the system has reissued new tasks. Task name, Visionary. Task introduction. The host needs to spend the 100 million renminbi funds given by the system in any investment or entrepreneurial way. Task deadline, 20 days. Task reward, extend lifespan by 15 days. Failure penalty, aggravation of illness. Ding. Since this task is the first appearance of a visionary task, an additional hidden talent insight value of 1 point will be obtained upon completion. Seeing this, Wei Chen was satisfied. The task funds skyrocketed directly from 20 million to 1 billion. It can be said to be a qualitative leap. In this way, Wei Chen's choices also increased. In addition, with some slight changes in time, Wei Chen was not as concerned as before, because Wei Chen also discovered, as long as he is constantly in the process of doing tasks, in theory, he can achieve a balance of income and expenditure. 1 billion. Wei Chen silently calculated in his heart, but suddenly couldn't help but smile. Set a small goal first. Spend his 1 billion. Taking out his phone, Wei Chen quickly sent a few messages to Yi Chen. After going home, check out these games carefully. Also, see if there is any way to contact these studios. After sending these, Wei Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's major life event finally made some progress. 10 minutes later, under the building of the Magic City Global Shopping Center, Wei Chen stood there, like a bright light in the dark night, attracting attention. Different from the last time he was here, the current Wei Chen added a bit of nobility and composure. Coupled with his handsome appearance now, many young ladies who came shopping couldn't help but glance at him. Before long, Wei Chen received a call from Lan Yu. The little girl knew he had arrived early. She also timed her departure from work precisely and rushed over like flying. Looking at the slightly red and delicate face of the other party due to rushing all the way, Wei Chen couldn't help but say, "You don't have to be in such a hurry. Are you tired?" Lan Yu felt warm in her heart and smiled. "Not tired, it's just like exercising. I found a Hai Di Lao. I've already reserved a table, shall we go directly?" Wei Chen smiled. "Okay." 20 minutes later, in a Hai Di Lao hot pot restaurant not too far away, Lan Yu, who had just received her salary, ordered a table full of dishes with a wave of her hand. "So many dishes, can't finish them all, right?" Wei Chen smiled bitterly. "I came after attending a wedding banquet." "Ah, right." Lan Yu realized that Wei Chen had come directly after dinner. The girl, whose brain had long been clouded by happiness, was also impulsive in doing things. But Lan Yu still smiled. "It's okay, I eat a lot. I don't have any other advantages, just can't get fat." Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh. If Wan Lu heard this, she would definitely be furious. How many girls are troubled by the problem of eating and getting fat? By the way, did your manager give you a hard time later? Shuffling the dishes, Wei Chen suddenly asked. "No, not at all," Lan Yu said mischievously. "I told her, you might come to our place to buy clothes in a while. Where would she dare to bully me?" "Smart." Wei Chen praised her and took a few bites casually. But he didn't eat too much, after all, he had just eaten. However, Lan Yu was still very happy, even though she couldn't finish all the dishes on the table by herself. Upon seeing this, Wei Chen fell silent for a moment. He could naturally sense Lan Yu's thoughts. After some consideration, Wei Chen gradually formulated a plan in his mind. He had to intervene before the situation deteriorated completely. As for how to intervene, Wei Chen looked at the happily eating Lan Yu and spoke slowly. "Actually, you don't need to do this." What? Lan Yu looked puzzled. "What did you just say?" "I said, you don't need to do this," Wei Chen sighed. "Actually, I am sick. And it's quite serious." Lan Yu looked disbelieving, even a bit upset. "You can't joke about something like this. No one jokes about their own health." Wei Chen forced a smile. "I am really sick. It's cancer, liver cancer. The hospital tests have come back, and it's in the late stage." Lan Yu was completely shocked by Wei Chen's sudden revelation. "How is that possible? Looking at Wei Chen's healthy complexion, Lan Yu was utterly astonished. You, how could this happen? Wei Chen took a deep breath. So, you really don't need to do this. I may not live for much longer. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu was stunned. She never expected that the sunny and kind man in front of her had such a serious illness. Learning the truth, Lan Yu immediately became anxious. What did the doctor say? I heard that the medical level in the United States is very high. Have you been there for treatment? Knowing that Wei Chen was wealthy, Lan Yu asked promptly. With your resources, there should be a chance for treatment, right? I've been there, the doctor said it's up to fate. As for how long I can hold on, that remains unknown, Wei Chen said seriously. This statement was half true and half false, as Wei Chen's lifespan indeed depended entirely on the system. The more tasks he completed, the longer he could live. But if he completed fewer tasks, or if he failed a task, then he would face sudden death. Lan Yu fell into complete silence. She did like Wei Chen very much, but she had no idea. It turned out that Wei Chen was already plagued by illness. It was not her fault, after all. Wei Chen appeared healthy on the surface. His complexion was rosy and he seemed radiant. Anyone would not think he was a terminally ill cancer patient. It's okay, you will definitely get through this. Lan Yu searched for words in her mind to comfort him. You are so good, and so outstanding. You will definitely be fine. How did you figure out that I am outstanding? I just can tell. Lan Yu blushed, feeling uncomfortable inside. Looking at Wei Chen's smiling face, Lan Yu's heart inexplicably ached. He was like this, yet he was still smiling at me. In that moment, Lan Yu's determination grew stronger. You will definitely get better. I will be with you. Wei Chen was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I didn't tell you all this so you could be with me. But seeing Wei Chen's reaction, Lan Yu thought she had moved him. I mean it. Others may fear cancer, but I don't. It's just a virus, right? With the advanced technology humans have now. One day, it will be conquered. You must hold on. Wei Chen thought to himself. Of course, I will hold on. But why are you getting so worked up? Eat. Wei Chen mechanically picked up some food for himself. In Lan Yu's eyes, this was just his attempt to pretend that everything was fine. Taking a deep breath, Lan Yu's gaze was unusually firm. You are not fighting alone. Wei Chen pondered whether he was fighting alone. I'm actually not interested. But looking at the fearless appearance of the girl, he really didn't understand. Aren't you afraid? I have cancer. I'm not afraid. Lan Yu thought Wei Chen was worried about her, so she immediately said, I graduated from medical school, I know what cancer is. Liver cancer usually does not spread. Even if it's liver cancer caused by hepatitis B virus, as long as there is no sexual activity, there won't be a problem. Lan Yu blushed as she spoke. Wei Chen also never expected that the girl in front of him, who was clearly selling clothes, turned out to be a graduate of a medical school. But that didn't matter. Seeing the other party looking like they were willing to share hardships with him, Wei Chen had to quickly change the subject. Alright, let's not talk about this. Come on, let's eat. Lan Yu was no longer in the mood to eat at this point. She just stared firmly at Wei Chen. Don't worry, everything will be fine. In the end, the table full of dishes was not finished. Although Lan Yu shouted loudly, her combat power was only at a normal level. Wei Chen used the excuse of going to the bathroom to pay the bill. He couldn't bring himself to let a girl pay for the meal. But this touched Lan Yu once again. He cares about me. After leaving the restaurant, Lan Yu couldn't help but think this. At the same time, she finally understood a question. Lan Yu was a very independent and opinionated girl. Although when facing Wei Chen, her mind often wasn't in control, and sometimes not enough. But that didn't mean Lan Yu didn't have her own thoughts. Faced with the illness and her love, Lan Yu quickly made her own judgment. Don't worry, I'll go find my classmate. She is a top medical student, different from me. She can definitely provide some help. Although Lan Yu knew that Wei Chen came from a good background and might not need her help, she still said so. Because Lan Yu wanted to do something, not just watch Wei Chen eventually succumb to cancer. Thank you. Wei Chen sighed. Faced with this sigh, Lan Yu subconsciously thought that Wei Chen was lamenting his own life. The usually introverted Lan Yu didn't know where she got the courage, and she went straight up and hugged Wei Chen. At the same time, she gently patted Wei Chen's back. Hang in there, we will definitely find a solution. Wei Chen. Lan Yu, who had planned to invite Wei Chen to watch a movie, was no longer in the mood. After saying some encouraging words to Wei Chen, she was sent back home by him. Wei Chen also didn't expect Lan Yu to care so much about him. But seeing that his plan A failed, Wei Chen could only choose to remain silent for the time being. On the way back, Wei Chen fell into contemplation. Obviously, although his cancer problem was serious, for some girls, it seemed acceptable.
In the past, when watching those romantic dramas, Wei Chen used to think that kind of love that faced life and death together was very beautiful.
However, now Wei Chen just felt a headache. As long as there is no sexual activity, there won't be much of a problem? No, it seems that the way to deter cancer in the future can't be used anymore.
Thinking back to Jang Hanying's reaction when she found out he had cancer before, and now Lan Yu's reaction, Wei Chen felt that he would have to change his approach when deterring girls in the future.
This cancer really doesn't scare people at all.
After the emotions in his heart completely subsided, Wei Chen had to start facing a question seriously.
Should he accept the approach of a girl? Wei Chen almost instantly had an answer to this question.
From the current situation, with his current charm value, even if he has cancer, it can't stop those girls. If they all come at him like Lan Yu did, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's all because of that damn charm value.
And Wei Chen also repeatedly confirmed one thing.
That is, he doesn't actually have much romantic feelings towards Lan Yu, just like he does towards Jang Hanying.
At most, they can only be considered friends. In this situation, how could he accept a girl's feelings? It's not appropriate.
After sorting out his thoughts, Wei Chen quickly returned home. But, it seems like my liver cancer isn't caused by the hepatitis B virus.
So that means.
With this thought, Wei Chen's mood once again became more open-minded.
When Wei Chen arrived home, it was already 11 o'clock.
Although he and Lan Yu didn't waste much time, with a meal and dropping someone off, it had been over 2 hours. What comforted Wei Chen was that when he got home, Yi Chen was covered with a blanket, lying on the sofa, studying the games he had mentioned. This made Wei Chen feel gratified.
It wasn't in vain that he cared for Yi Chen. However, Wei Chen's naive idea was completely shattered a few minutes later. "How's it going?" Wei Chen asked as soon as he entered the room. "Ha, brother, you're back. I'm still watching. Any thoughts?" "It's okay, I think the games you recommended are pretty good."
Wei Chen felt pleased, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Yi Chen say, "Brother, are you planning to team up with me to play games together?" Wei Chen froze for a moment, then cursed, "Did I ask you to watch games just to play with you?
Then why?
By the way, are you really planning to enter the gaming industry?
I remember you told me to try to contact those game developers. I thought you were joking with me. What joke am I playing with you? Am I that free?"
"No, but didn't you say you've always been investing in stocks? How did you suddenly think about getting into the gaming industry again?" Wei Chen calmed his emotions and said slowly, "Investing in stocks is investing, and investing in games is also investing."
"Oh, I see. Well, good luck,"
Yi Chen said, giving Wei Chen a thumbs up.
Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't hold back anymore. He went up and gave Yi Chen a loving head bump. "Damn, what are you doing, brother?
I really want to slap you to death, you useless thing."
"What did I do?" Yi Chen said innocently. "I study finance, not game software or programming. You asked for my help, but I can't help."
"Even if you can't help, you should still help,"
Wei Chen said angrily.
He knew that if he didn't make things clear today, this confused younger brother would never come to his senses. Wei Chen sat across from Yi Chen, rare with a stern face.
"Do you really want to marry Xiao Cheng or not?"
"I do. Have you thought about what identity to use to meet your future in-laws?"
"I have, but I haven't figured it out yet. Why do you think I'm investing in the gaming industry? Isn't it just to give you something to do, you brat?"
"Let me tell you, if you really want to marry Xiao Cheng,
I want to have the child.
Quickly figure out the situation with these games.
Find those studios and get in touch with them."
With that, Wei Chen paused, his expression complex. "All of this is for your future." It wasn't until Wei Chen made everything clear that moment.
Yi Chen finally understood Wei Chen's good intentions.
Previously, in Yi Chen's eyes, although his cousin made money, it had little to do with him. But he never expected that Wei Chen had always cared so much about his issues.
"I'm sorry, bro. Forget it, watch carefully and study hard. How well you can do in the future depends on you. All I can do is this."
After Wei Chen finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yi Chen.
He turned and went back to the second floor.
Watching his cousin's silent departure, Yi Chen finally realized for the first time that he was really naive. Back in the room, he took a shower. Wei Chen lay on the bed, feeling completely drained. Whether mentally or physically, Wei Chen felt the long-lost exhaustion. In just a week, it felt like he had lived through a century. With Yi Chen's major life event approaching and his own time running out, Wei Chen leaned on the pillow, ready to rest early.
Just then, a message came on his phone. More precisely, it was a photo. In the photo, Mr. Huang was in casual clothes, standing on the beach with a beautiful girl and a boy. The girl had long flowing hair, youthful vitality, and a sweet smile. The boy looked bored, lazy, and indifferent. How do you like my daughter? Isn't she pretty? Just after seeing the photo, Mr. Huang's message followed. Huang, it's late and you're still not asleep? Sigh, I'm about to sleep. Just thinking about you, you should be home by now. Just chatting with you for a bit. Wei Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mr. Huang really went to great lengths. She's beautiful, clearly your own flesh and blood. Just like you. Ha ha ha, did the wedding go smoothly tonight? Smoothly, thanks to your arrangements, Huang. That's good. Let me know when you're free to visit Maple Leaf Country. Come and relax with me then. Wei Chen thought for a moment and replied, okay, I'll finish up my work in the next few days and come see you. Although Wei Chen hadn't known Mr. Huang for long, he could feel that Mr. Huang was sincere towards him. And with Mr. Huang's status and position, to care so much about him was truly rare. Wei Chen didn't mind visiting him. It's just that Mr. Huang's daughter. Wei Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. It wouldn't hurt to meet her, after all, the world is so big. He couldn't keep going to Maple Leaf Country all the time. Just then, Mr. Huang sent another message. By the way, my useless son is also in the Magic City now. Let me know before you come, and I'll have him come back with you. Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but say, Huang, why don't you just send him back directly? But, Mr. Huang replied, this kid of mine is playing wild. When I went to the Magic City this time, he wouldn't even come out to have a meal with me. He just hid away. Consider it a favor to me, Huang. When you come, whether you tie him up or knock him out, as long as you bring him back. Wei Chen was stunned, then said, isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? If my people weren't afraid to act against him, I would have sent someone to bring him back long ago. Wei Chen was speechless for a while before saying, alright, I got it. I'll see if I can help bring him back for you, but I can't guarantee it. Just tell them later that I asked you to bring him back. As for how to do it, you figure it out. Oh, by the way, that kid can really fight. Remember not to get into a fight with him. 10 or 8 people wouldn't be enough for him. Damn, he's actually a martial artist. Wei Chen was surprised to find out that Huang was actually the son of the boss, and a martial arts expert at that. This made Wei Chen regret his hasty decision. But since the words were already spoken, Wei Chen could only brace himself. After Huang finished talking about this matter, he went to sleep. Wei Chen was no longer in the mood to watch live streams or dramas, so he fell asleep directly. Meanwhile, at home, Lan Yu was leaning on the computer desk, looking serious as she talked to the girl in the video. So, what do you think about this cancer? Is there really no solution? I mean, little you studied medicine too. Although you graduated from a health school, it's still cancer. You know that medical organizations worldwide are actively working on this issue. But it's been over a decade, and we still only have suppressive measures. What can I do if you ask me for a solution? Lan Yu couldn't help but say. But you were the top student in our class back then. You went to a medical university, didn't you? Even though I graduated from a medical university, I'm just an on-duty doctor now. I haven't even been on the operating table a few times, just helping out as an assistant. Do you think I'm a miracle worker? Lan Yu felt deflated hearing her friend's words. Little did she know, more disappointment was yet to come. Let me tell you, late-stage liver cancer is incurable. The suppressive measures don't work. And liver cancer is a particularly painful type of cancer. When patients reach the late stage, the pain is unbearable. Usually, people in the late stages of cancer not only suffer physically but also. Forget it, I won't say anymore. I'm not refusing to help you, but I'm telling you the truth. You should give up on false hopes sooner rather than later. Faced with her friend's words, Lan Yu retorted angrily, he's so young and so strong and optimistic. It's not as scary as you make it sound. Lan Yu couldn't help but picture Wei Chen's blushing face in her mind. She couldn't imagine the scene her friend described. But her friend seemed to understand that Lan Yu was also in a dire situation. Well, you've been through a lot. Back in school, so many handsome guys were after you, but you didn't like any of them. Now that you finally like someone, he has cancer and is a rich second generation. It's just not a good match. Lan Yu looked despondent. I don't care if he has money. When I first saw him, he didn't have money. He came to our store wearing cheap clothes. He almost got kicked out by our manager. If I hadn't let him into the store, who knows what would have happened. Her friend seemed to know all this too inside. Alright, I'm just advising you. Try to be more open-minded. After ending the video call, Lan Yu slumped on the table. Her eyes unknowingly turned red. She didn't know why she was feeling so sad, but it felt like the whole world was about to collapse, making it hard for her to breathe.
Memories of their past together flowed through her mind, of the person who stood in front of her, protecting her. That person who always has a sunny smile on their face, no matter when. That person who seems to never bring trouble to others. Now, facing the most terrifying disease in the world. Thoughts gradually gathered, forming a long river. And Lanyu slowly sat up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, muttering to herself, "I won't give up. Then, let's set a simple goal for ourselves." Currently, the book has a rating of 8.3, and for every 0.1 increase thereafter, 10 more chapters will be added. Once the target is reached, even if I have to work overnight, I will fulfill the promise to everyone. Suppose everyone can push it to 9.3 in one day. Then even if I drop dead, I will make it up to everyone. Thank you for your support. The sun is shining brightly, the weather is perfect. Wei Chen slept until noon and felt refreshed. He took out his phone and checked the contacts on his Feixin. Wei Chen automatically filtered out messages from Min, Lanyu, and others. Then, he found Zhu Ming. "What are you doing?" "Just got up, getting some takeout." "What's up?" "Come out, let's have a drink." "Sure, where should we meet?" Wei Chen made a simple appointment with Zhu Ming. He lay down for a while, organizing recent events in his mind. First, the issue with the game studio must be addressed quickly. Yes, once the acquisition of the studio is settled, he will have to go back to his previous company and poach his mentor, Zhao Kong. Secondly, he needs to find time to invite Zhong Hai for a meal. In addition, he also needs to visit Maple Leaf Country. As for the Violet Jadeite stone, it is still being processed. Wei Chen suddenly realized that he had been too busy spending money. After taking a shower, Wei Chen changed into clean clothes. Then he suddenly felt that he might need to hire a housekeeper. Such a big villa, only himself and Yi Chen living in it. No one is cleaning the house. I'll let that kid Yi Chen take a look later. Wei Chen thought to himself and headed downstairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, he saw Yi Chen leaning over an iPad. There were notebooks scattered around him. Seeing this scene, Wei Chen instinctively smiled. Yi Chen, finally coming around. "Bro, are you awake?" Yi Chen rubbed his eyes, looking like he had grown up overnight. "I've already organized this morning, the game studios and their previous games. I found the 3 you recommended to me are pretty good. In the current domestic market, they can be considered conscientious. Just that they lack exposure and aren't very well known." Wei Chen approached, picked up the materials and notes that Yi Chen had organized. Yi Chen's records were clear and easy to understand. It must be said that Yi Chen, as a top student in high school, scored 640 points in the college entrance examination, which was quite impressive. If it weren't for the regional score not meeting the standard, Yi Chen could have entered the University of Kyoto. As a finance major, Yi Chen's notes were also very practical. It recorded some simple data he had investigated about these 3 game studios. After all, it was just information found online, so Yi Chen's records were quite conservative. Many aspects were subject to fluctuations. However, Wei Chen still noticed. Yi Chen's records succinctly pointed out a key issue. That is, these 3 studios are not profitable. Not that they don't make any money, but they don't make much. It's either breaking even or making a small profit. Compared to those game studios and mobile games that exploit players, these are like a mudslide in modern game studios. "Bro, I actually don't recommend the 3 you are interested in." Yi Chen saw that Wei Chen had seen enough and immediately said, "These 3 are too practical and can't make money. These days, investing in things that don't make money will only lead to losses." Wei Chen did not argue on this point. After all, he studied history while Yi Chen studied finance. The other party must know more than himself. "What I admire about them is their perseverance," Wei Chen said calmly. "As you said, these days, things that don't make money, they are still willing to put in effort and work hard. This is a valuable quality. But in this case, what about your investments, bro?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly. "Actually, we can find some studios that can make money and adjust their models. This way, we can cater to the public and appear more approachable. And we can make money, isn't that better? Yi Chen, we can actually look at it from a different perspective." Wei Chen stepped forward and pointed to the cover of a studio on the iPad. "Why do you think they are not making money?" Yi Chen thought carefully before saying, "Operational model and initial promotion. In addition, the selling price is too low, and the subsequent expansion is relatively cheap. Although these factors have earned them a good reputation, the cost is that they are not making much profit." Wei Chen applauded Yi Chen. "Well said, then let's go with them." "Bro, you're not serious, are you?" "Do I look like I'm not serious?" Yi Chen looked helpless. "But they are not profitable." Faced with Yi Chen's concerns, Wei Chen was serious. "Little Chen, you have to understand. For a studio, having a good reputation,
That is an endless wealth. Think of a way, contact these 3 studios. It's best to get it done within the next few days. After Wei Chen finished speaking, he handed the matter over to Yi Chen and left. Wei Chen actually didn't care whether these studios could make money in the future. It's best to maintain this balanced financial state. This way, it would be beneficial for his continuous investments in the future. Although Yi Chen was reluctant, he silently accepted the task. By the way, solve your living problems these days on your own. Also, go to a professional platform online and find a nanny. For expenses and such, report back to me later. Before leaving, Wei Chen instructed Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately replied, I got it, bro, you go ahead. Although Yi Chen didn't know what Wei Chen was busy with, after this period of time, he understood a truth. Although his cousin didn't show off in public, he was not a simple person. Otherwise, how could he know a big boss like Zheng Hai? And after winning the lottery, he quickly invested and found a second pot of gold. Thinking of how busy and visionary Wei Chen was, yet still cared about his major life events, Yi Chen once again gathered his strength and immersed himself in the study of those studios. 1 hour later, in a small restaurant. I said, Zhu Ming, you can choose whatever you want. Why are you still trying to save money for me? Wei Chen looked at this ordinary little restaurant and sighed softly. Oh, the 2 of us, just order casually, Zhu Ming smiled. Just like before, it's fine. What Zhu Ming didn't say was that he was actually a bit nervous. His former good friend had now become someone he might not be able to keep up with. Zhu Ming felt a bit flustered and didn't know how to face it. If they had gone to those high-end places, Zhu Ming might have been even more uncomfortable. In this kind of setting, he could accept it and get used to it. Wei Chen looked at Zhu Ming and guessed something in his heart. So, he walked up to Zhu Ming. He gently patted his shoulder. Time changes, people change. What remains unchanged is the time we spent together. As long as we are together, it's all good. We are brothers after all. Wei Chen's words deeply moved Zhu Ming. This young man who had just entered society felt excited inside but restrained on the outside. Yeah, brother. After exchanging a few words, they entered a private room. Considering Zhu Ming's mood, Wei Chen didn't order extravagantly. He just ordered 2 stir-fried dishes and a hot pot. The drinks were also affordable, just like the ones they used to have in school. Drinking it again now, it still tasted the same. Wei Chen felt comfortable, and Zhu Ming gradually got used to it. Hey, why did you break up with Chen Shui? Zhu Ming had been curious about this for a while, and the atmosphere lightened up. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. But Wei Chen just smiled and didn't explain. Seeing this, Zhu Ming laughed it off. If it's over, not a big deal. So, what are you busy with now? It's only been a few months since we graduated, and you've changed a lot. Not much has changed, just the way it is. Wei Chen chuckled. And you, what are you up to now? Stop it, we studied that laborious history department. Forget about work, even getting a job is a problem. Zhu Ming said with a bitter face. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have studied this stuff. Be more open-minded, your major is just a direction. You don't necessarily have to work in that field. Wei Chen comforted him. By the way, I'm planning to acquire a few game studios recently. We're short of people here, are you interested in joining? Zhu Ming widened his eyes. Is that true? How come you're involved in the gaming industry now? I see potential in it and want to invest. Don't worry, as long as I don't go bankrupt, you won't be laid off. Interested? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming quickly responded. What are you talking about, bankruptcy and all that? It's not auspicious. Anyway, that's what I mean, will you come or not? Sure, brother needs help, I'll definitely come to assist. Alright, I'll be waiting for that. Wei Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Zhu Ming. Fueled by the alcohol, Zhu Ming asked, by the way, those girls yesterday were talking in detail. Did you really invest? And made money? Yes, I invested and made some profit. Now, I'm planning to use the money earned to acquire studios. Looks like you're really making it big. Zhu Ming confirmed this and became even more emotional. Wei Chen found an excuse to change the subject. In no time, the conversation turned back to their university days. They drank happily. Before parting ways, Wei Chen said to Zhu Ming, after you go back, research the gaming market. Then, you and my younger brother, along with my master, will handle these matters. Knowing that Wei Chen had other helpers, Zhu Ming was not angry but rather happy. That's great, it would have been too much for me alone. Alright, I trust you. Go back, do some research, and once things are settled, come lead the team directly. Wei Chen's words ignited a sense of passion in Zhu Ming. Which young person doesn't want to make a mark in their career? But most people, constrained by their environment, hardly get any opportunities. Like Zhu Ming, with his family background, following the normal trajectory. At most, it's just finding a better job for the rest of his life. And now, Wei Chen has given him an opportunity to start a business. How could Zhu Ming not be excited about this? By the way, how much money do you plan to invest? If it's not enough, I'll see if I can gather some from home.
Zhu Ming's words were sincere.
He was worried that Wei Chen's funds might not be sufficient.
At the same time, Zhu Ming also hoped to contribute more himself. After all, their relationship was one thing, but emotions also needed to be maintained. If he relied solely on Wei Chen, Zhu Ming himself would not be willing.
No need, I can handle the money matters. As long as you're willing to come.
Zhu Ming silently picked up his glass.
It's all in the wine. After seeing Zhu Ming, Wei Chen considered a matter resolved.
Turning around, he hailed a cab and headed straight to his previous workplace.
Once again returning to Ruin Yu Food Processing Company, Ltd. Wei Chen's mindset was different from the last time he was here.
Last time, he was struggling for a few thousand yuan, tossing and turning at night. But this time, he was quite relaxed. Riding the elevator, he arrived at his former office area. As soon as Wei Chen entered, he heard the commotion inside.
Zhao Kong, what do you mean by this? Are you saying it's my mistake on the report? Wang Min's sharp voice once again reached Wei Chen's ears.
But this time, the target had shifted from Wei Chen to his mentor, Zhao Kong.
Wang Min, this report was handed over to me by you. If not you, then who should I look for?
Zhao Kong said calmly.
Why didn't you say so at that time? Wang Min sneered. Now, after a few days, it's my problem. When I gave it to you, I had already checked it. Even if it's brought to the director, I still won't admit it. Wang Min naturally couldn't admit it, because the report she had given to Zhao Kong earlier had caused a huge mistake at work. If not handled properly, it could lead to a loss of tens of thousands. How could she dare to take the blame?
The other old employees were silent at this moment.
It's none of their business, so they stayed out of it. When Wei Chen entered, this was the scene he saw.
However, he was not angry at this outcome, but rather a bit happy. Well, although he had hoped for his mentor to be fired, it didn't seem like a good thing after all.
But Wei Chen was still happy. What's going on here?
Wei Chen walked up to Zhao Kong, looking puzzled.
The other employees furrowed their brows when they saw Wei Chen, the former employee, appear. Oh, isn't this our entrepreneur? Successful in business now, coming to pick up your mentor? Wang Min sarcastically remarked. Wei Chen smiled and glanced at her. I'm here to take my mentor to my place. But what's it to do with you? Why bother about things that don't concern you?
Wei Chen's words instantly quieted down the previously noisy office area. Not only did Wei Chen mock Wang Min, but more importantly, he admitted it.
Huh, you? You can also be a boss? Wang Min, being mocked, naturally felt resentful and immediately retorted.
But looking at Wei Chen's confident appearance, Wang Min's heart skipped a beat.
Could this kid really become a boss? As soon as this thought arose, Wang Min dismissed it. How could that be, just based on him?
Wei Chen didn't continue to engage with Wang Min, but instead looked at his mentor.
Mentor, I'm already prepared on my end. I estimate that in a few days, we'll be ready to start. If things aren't going well here, would you consider coming to my place?
I'll give you a team, and you can lead it however you want,
Wei Chen said sincerely to Zhao Kong.
But Zhao Kong, who had just argued with Wang Min, was now dumbfounded looking at his young apprentice. Wei Chen, who holds grudges but also remembers kindness, was particularly grateful to those who had been good to him, like Zhao Kong. When he first joined the company, Zhao Kong had always looked out for him and helped him grow. That's why Wei Chen cared so much and even came directly to the company to suggest this idea to Zhao Kong.
However, Zhao Kong didn't see it that way. Compared to Yi Chen, Zhu Ming, and others, Zhao Kong knew very little about Wei Chen's achievements.
Seeing his once low-key apprentice now talking about companies and teams, Zhao Kong couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with Wei Chen.
How about this, Wei Chen? Let's talk more after work, okay? Zhao Kong looked around and realized it wasn't the right place for a conversation. He planned to persuade Wei Chen to leave first and then talk privately later. But Wei Chen was determined to take someone with him today. His time was running out, and the company had to start operating within half a month. Money had to be spent. Wei Chen had his eye on 3 studios.
In his plan, Yi Chen would lead one, Master Zhao Kong would lead another, and the remaining one would be filled by someone else. This was Wei Chen's long-standing plan, and Zhu Ming's appearance was an unexpected but perfect addition. So, without waiting for Zhao Kong to continue persuading him, Wei Chen spoke directly.
No need, let's talk here. I've invested in some sunset stocks. They've all hit the limit up, and I've made some money. I came today to talk to you about this, Master. As long as you're willing to come, the treatment will be top-notch. If possible, I hope you can resign now and come with me. Get ready early for the upcoming work.
Wei Chen saw that Zhao Kong was stunned and took out his trump card that he had prepared in advance. He took out his phone, opened the investment app, and placed it in front of Zhao Kong.
Master, this is my startup capital.
If you don't believe me, take a closer look. In the time Zhao Kong was in a daze, he saw Wei Chen place the phone in front of him. Zhao Kong, who was already shocked and confused, looked at the screen of the phone with a series of zeros. He counted several times before finally realizing how much money it was.
Wei Chen. Zhao Kong muttered. Wei Chen had already taken back his phone. Master, I really hope you can help me. Think about it. I'll be waiting downstairs for you. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. I'm really busy lately. With that, Wei Chen left without looking back.
In fact, Wei Chen had already told Zhao Kong about this matter. When Wei Chen first resigned, he had informed Zhao Kong that he would start his own company. But Zhao Kong didn't believe him at the time, so Wei Chen didn't plan to explain it repeatedly. After all, he was truly busy, and some things were too complicated to explain. Wei Chen had come this time with a clear purpose, to take Zhao Kong with him.
Showing his balance to Zhao Kong was also part of Wei Chen's prepared plan.
If this display of sincerity was still not enough to convince Zhao Kong, Wei Chen would wait until after the company was established to invite Zhao Kong again. This was his response to the kindness Zhao Kong had shown him in the past.
After Wei Chen left, the entire work area fell into a deathly silence.
Wang Min didn't know what Wei Chen showed Zhao Kong, but she could see the lasting confusion and shock on Zhao Kang's face. After a while, an employee who had a good relationship with Zhao Kong spoke up first. Lao Zhao, what did Wei Chen show you?
Everyone in the work area was really curious at this point.
There was no way around it. Wei Chen's recent actions were really something else.
Even Wang Min, who was least willing to believe, couldn't help but have a big doubt after seeing Wei Chen's speech and Zhao Kang's reaction. That kid, where did he get the money from to really start a company? However, Zhao Kong, as one of the parties involved, did not respond. Instead, he sat in his office chair and took a sip of tea. Calm down.
Thinking back to the last time Wei Chen left, along with this time's reaction, and that string of zeros,
Zhao Kong was really moved.
This job was just a job, a means to make a living.
Zhao Kong couldn't say he loved it,
nor did he have much aversion to it. Or rather, he used to have some aversion, but now he had already gotten used to it.
However, Wei Chen's attitude just now really touched him. He could feel Wei Chen's sincerity from his attitude.
Zhao Kong also didn't expect that the apprentice who used to ask himself everything before daring to do it, now actually had such wealth.
Thinking again about his current job, for a moment, Zhao Kang's heart was in intense conflict.
He was not young anymore, in his 30s approaching 40. His family was relatively harmonious, his wife was a full-time mother. The whole family relied on him alone. His child was about to enter junior high school. As the child grew older, Zhao Kang's salary became more and more stretched.
And now, Wei Chen gave him a choice.
A choice that Zhao Kong seemed unable to refuse no matter how he chose.
Several minutes later, Zhao Kong took a deep breath.
Then, he slowly got up and walked towards the supervisor's office. The whole work area, upon seeing Zhao Kang's actions, was dumbfounded for a moment. Today's events were really beyond their comprehension. A former laborer had suddenly become a boss? Did he really come and poach his former master? Wang Min looked dazed, full of confusion in her eyes. A week ago, the words she angrily said to Wei Chen seemed like a scene from the past.
Now, looking back, it was actually karma? Who does he think he is?
Wang Min kept repeating in her mind, her jealousy becoming more and more intense in her eyes. Several minutes later, Zhao Kong left the supervisor's office and quietly packed up his things.
The world is so wonderful.
Just a while ago, colleagues were arguing with him about work issues.
The next second, he was poached by someone else. Many people felt a sense of unreality.
Wang Min looked at Zhao Kong packing up his things and suddenly said coldly, following that kid, I'm afraid you won't even have a stable job in the future. Zhao Kong, who was packing up, suddenly froze.
Although he made this decision seemingly quickly, it was also after much consideration.
If he didn't know Wei Chen's character well and see that string of zeros, he would never have made such a decision.
And, Zhao Kang's family
needed a better environment, not for himself, but for the child. But now, before he even went to work, he heard such malicious words from Wang Min. It was like hitting Zhao Kang's sore spot. This man, who had been honest for half his life and never had a heated argument with anyone, suddenly put down his work and looked up at Wang Min. In his eyes, there was endless anger.
Who do you think you are?
Sleeping with so many people in the company, wearing so many green hats behind your husband. Do you think you are so glorious?
In an instant, the air pressure in the work area almost solidified. Perhaps because he was about to leave soon.
Or perhaps because Wang Min had truly angered him. Zhao Kong said words he had never spoken in his life. And as his words spread through the air, Zhao Kong also understood that he could never come back here no matter what. And Wang Min, who had been exposed of his scandal face to face, had completely lost his mind by now. However, all of this was no longer important to Zhao Kong, because he was leaving. Wei Chen, waiting at the company gate, was unaware of his master's words, and Zhao Kong did not disappoint Wei Chen too much. However, just over 10 minutes later, Wei Chen saw him again. Ah! Zhao Kong, holding a large cardboard box, sighed as soon as he saw Wei Chen. You scared me today when you came. Wei Chen smiled slightly. Let me accompany you home first and take the things back. Zhao Kong resigned and took away quite a few things. After all, he had been working for so many years. The scattered items filled a cardboard box. Fortunately, Zhao Kong had a car. Wei Chen accompanied him and they first went back home. Afterwards, the two found a Western restaurant and booked a private room. Inside the private room, Zhao Kong said seriously, by the way, you haven't told me yet. What do you want to do? I plan to enter the gaming industry. I am already trying to contact several studios. I estimate that I will have results within a few days. Zhao Kong was stunned when he heard this. He had thought of various industries Wei Chen might enter, but he never expected that Wei Chen would actually want to start a gaming company. But, I don't understand games. Zhao Kong was a little anxious. Even if I go, I won't understand the situation. How about you see if the logistics department needs people? I can handle reports and finances. Zhao Kong had already resigned at this point and was very concerned about his next job. After all, his whole family was counting on him. Wei Chen quickly comforted him, Master, don't worry, I have thought this through carefully. I plan to acquire 3 studios, and as it stands now, I have already assigned roles. You will manage one of them. Your job is to lead the team and manage them. As for the expertise, you can let them handle it themselves. If you don't understand something, you can listen to their opinions more. The most important thing is for you to be confident and bold in your work. If we make a profit, you will definitely get a share. If we incur losses, I will bear all of it. Listening to Wei Chen's words, Zhao Kong found it even harder to accept. But how can this work? You are planning to start a company. A gaming company, that's still a company. If things go wrong, what will you do then? I'm just a clerk, I don't understand these things. Wei Chen continued to persuade him, trust me, Master, I will set the overall direction. Even if there are problems, they will be my problems. You just need to manage the people. Of course, if you have nothing to do in the next few days, take some time to study the current domestic gaming market. For everything else, just relax and don't worry. Under Wei Chen's persuasion, Zhao Kong finally accepted the job and did not insist on going to the logistics department. In fact, Wei Chen had already decided on the personnel for the logistics department long ago. The two gradually moved on to the main topic after some casual chatting. It's all about the future development of the company and the direction of the game. Although Zhao Kong doesn't understand games, after all, he is older. Having worked in logistics for a long time, he naturally handles things more rigorously. He put forward many suggestions about the company's development. Wei Chen accepted them all and said that in the future, the company will be managed by them. He won't interfere too much. Zhao Kong gradually accepted the arrangements during this conversation. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Wei Chen bid farewell to Zhao Kong. Next, I will contact the studios, you just relax at home. Take some time to look online at the operation methods of those popular games, and the types of games. For the rest, I will handle it when the time comes. I will contact you again. Zhao Kong hesitated a bit but nodded. Wei Chen immediately smiled when he saw this. Don't worry, within a week, you will definitely start working. Alright, with your words, I feel relieved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong finally stopped frowning. After parting ways with Zhao Kong, Wei Chen immediately took out his phone. He found Xiaoli, who had sold him a house before. Wei Chen planned to start a company next, so naturally, he needed a place. The call went through, and within 2 seconds, Xiaoli answered. Hello? Mr. Wei? Hello, it's me. Are you busy now? Not really, do you need something? I plan to rent an office building in the Magic City. Help me find a location, not too far from the city center. Around 1,000 square meters, preferably 2 floors. Price is negotiable. Excited on the other end of the phone, Xiaoli immediately said, no problem, Mr. Wei, I will show you some options. If you're not in a hurry, you can come to our place. After I pick one, I can take you to see the site immediately. Even better, I'll be right there. Wei Chen thought for a moment and said, if possible, get it done today. I'm very busy recently and don't have much time. No problem, as long as you like it. I'm working overtime tonight, I will definitely get it done for you. Okay, go check it out. I'll be there in a while. Alright, I'll show you right away.
After hanging up, Wei Chen contacted Yi Chen. Are you done with your work? Bro, you are amazing. I just got in touch with a studio, just hung up the phone. I was about to tell you, and you called. Wei Chen was slightly surprised, not expecting Yi Chen to be so efficient. Okay, then take a taxi and come find me. I'll take you to see the storefront after the company. He gave Yi Chen the address. Wei Chen went directly to the real estate agency in a car. In a few minutes, Yi Chen arrived too. Bro, is it so urgent? Yes, aren't you in a hurry? Very urgent. Where are we going to see? Wait, let's first meet with an agent. Check out the places she recommended. Wei Chen took Yi Chen straight to the lobby of the real estate agency. As soon as they entered, Xiaoli, who had been waiting there, greeted them. Mr. Wei, I have found 3 places for you. You can take a look. Wei Chen took the brochure from the other party and quickly found a relatively pleasing office building. What do you think? Wei Chen handed the brochure to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who had matured a lot by now, looked at it carefully for several minutes before saying, I think it's good. Wei Chen smiled slightly. Then let's go, and check out the place. Half an hour later. Magic City, Jinshe Road, Industrial Park. Xiaoli led the 2 of them, shuttling between the 15th and 16th floors of the office building. Both floors were around 700 square meters. According to the price of 4 yuan per square meter per day. In 1 month, 1 square meter is 120 renminbi, 700 square meters is 84,000. 2 floors, that's 168,000 a month. Wei Chen and Yi Chen shuttle between the empty 2 floors. The more they look, the more satisfied. What do you think? Yi Chen also felt good and smiled. I think it's pretty good. It's just the price, not very fair. Indeed, there are cheaper office buildings in the Magic City. In this location, at this price, it's actually considered high. Wei Chen didn't intend to bargain. But since Yi Chen said so, he couldn't keep acting out of character. Contact the leasing party and say this price is too high. If it can be 150,000 a month, I'll take it. Wei Chen didn't not want to buy, but the office buildings in the Magic City are too expensive. If he were to buy these 2 floors with the 1 billion he has on hand, it would probably immediately shrink by half. So Wei Chen could only rent it first. Later, he would figure out a way to buy it or move elsewhere. Xiaoli also knows Wei Chen's habits well and immediately contacted the leasing party. In a few minutes, the matter was settled. Mr. Wei, they said it's no problem. The person will be here soon, and I have the contract with me. I can finalize this matter for you today, Xiaoli said happily. Thank you. No trouble at all, it's my duty. Wei Chen smiled slightly and led Yi Chen to the lobby to wait. A 700+ square meter office building is actually very large. Wei Chen even felt that such a large space was a waste. But considering his future development, it should be rapid. Wei Chen didn't pay too much attention to it. At 6 o'clock, the landlord arrived. After a brief introduction with Wei Chen, he signed the contract on the spot. 1-year lease, 6 months deposit. Actually, this is not very standard, but Wei Chen didn't mind too much. He signed directly. 7 million, paid on the spot. Then, Xiaoli happily escorted the landlord away. Wei Chen pointed to the empty area in front of him. Find someone to buy desks, chairs, plants, office computers, and so on. Have you hired a maid at home? Hired, 12,000 a month. The price is okay, after all, our home is big. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Everything that has happened recently has been constantly refreshing his outlook on life. After the studio is set up, you will lead a team. I've already found people for the other 2 teams. Work hard, and there will be a bright future ahead. Wei Chen walked to the windowsill and suddenly said, after this matter is settled, I will take you to Xiao Qing's house to propose. Try to get married within 2 months. The girl can't wait too long for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up with determination. Don't worry, bro. I will definitely do well. Wei Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, what did the studio you contacted say? They said they don't want to be acquired. But after my persuasion, they agreed to meet. However, they are from Zhejiang province, all in Suzhou and Hangzhou. We may have to make a trip. Wei Chen was pleased. Well done. Book the flight now, I'll go right away. I have other things to take care of recently. Get them settled soon so I can move on to other matters. You stay in the Magic City, plan the office area, and buy what needs to be bought. When I come back, just report to me for reimbursement. Also, hurry up with the other 2 studios. I understand, bro, take care of yourself too. Yi Chen expressed some concern. Don't tire yourself out too much, bro. Watching his cousin so busy, Yi Chen also felt a bit sorry for him. Once all this busyness is over, you can take a break. Wei Chen sighed deeply. He didn't want to be so busy, but he had no choice. Before long, Xiaoli rushed back. After a brief chat with Xiaoli, Wei Chen asked Yi Chen to go shopping while he took a taxi to the airport. Yi Chen had given him the location and contact information. However, since it was just a meeting for a meal, Wei Chen didn't bring any other luggage and went straight there. Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. Wei Chen sat in the waiting area, waiting for the time to board. There were 15 minutes left before boarding, so Wei Chen idly scrolled through Weibo. To his surprise, it had been several days since he last checked Weibo. The news about Jang Hanying sponsoring impoverished children in mountainous areas was still dominating the headlines. The positive social impact of this incident was unprecedented, with half of the entertainment industry actively or passively joining in. Numerous charity foundations sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. But compared to all this, Jang Hanying, as the initiator, received so much praise that her reputation in China reached new heights. Besides these, Wei Chen also saw a piece of news. There were rumors that Jang Hanying had already discussed a script issue with the famous director Jang and was about to star in China's first sci-fi interstellar movie, Wandering Universe. Seeing this, Wei Chen's mouth twitched. Why didn't you go shoot the Magic Capital cannon? The Weibo swept up by the Jang Hanying incident also made Wei Chen lose interest for a while. He simply put down his phone, closed his eyes, and rested. However, Wei Chen hadn't closed his eyes for long when the row of seats suddenly shook violently. A huge force beside him almost pushed him out. Wei Chen quickly stabilized himself and turned to look. Only then did he realize that a young man in his 20s had come to sit beside him. But Wei Chen soon noticed that the young man sitting next to him was staring at him with a serious expression. Seeing the other's unruly and wild look, Wei Chen was slightly stunned. After a while, Wei Chen cautiously spoke up. Do you believe in Huang? Yes, my surname is Huang. Do you have something to do with me? It's not that I'm looking for you, it's that you're looking for me. I heard that my dad asked you to bring me back to see him? Wei Chen looked at the young man in front of him and finally confirmed. Wasn't this the unlucky son in the photo that Mr. Huang had sent him? But then, Wei Chen remembered. Mr. Huang had mentioned him before. This guy was a martial arts master. With this in mind, Wei Chen immediately put on a serious face. That's not right. How can it be bringing you back by force? It's just that your dad wants to see you. Let me persuade you. Of course, if you're not willing. I can't really tie you up. Huang Yin sneered. Just you? You can't even beat me with both hands and feet. My dad, finding a guy like you, also wants to take me back? Wei Chen was curious. How do you know about this? Wei Chen and Mr. Huang chatted on WeChat. In theory, this kid in front of him shouldn't know about it. But unexpectedly, Huang Yan smiled and said, my dad told me about it. Huang Yan's frankness was something Wei Chen hadn't expected. But upon further thought, Wei Chen understood. Mr. Huang was worried that his son had really been beaten by him. At least after exchanging greetings, if the kid in front of him really wanted to lay hands on him, he would have to think twice. Wei Chen guessed right, Huang Zong did think so. But Huang Yan didn't think so. You're quite bold. With so many people at home, no one comes to take care of my business. Only my sister has something to say. Are you here to join in the fun? Huang Yan's words gradually turned unfriendly. Wei Chen quickly said, I just promised Huang Ge to advise you. I didn't say I would definitely take you back. You want me to call you dad, Huang Ge? Yes. Then shouldn't I call you uncle? Mr. Huang, Mr. Huang. Seeing Wei Chen being so cautious, Huang Yan also felt bored for a moment. Subconsciously, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. I thought my old man found someone really powerful for me. Turns out, it's nothing special. After speaking, Huang Yan slowly stood up. Alright, I'm not going back. You don't need to persuade me. For the sake of my old man's face, I won't argue with you this time. Don't take on this kind of job in the future. I'm not going back. Faced with Huang Yan's words, Wei Chen couldn't help but smile. Then why don't you want to go back? Also, all your current expenses are covered by your dad. Why are you sulking with him? Huang Yan glared. You don't understand. He wants me to take over his company. Is that something a person should do? If I really go back, I'll be worked to death. My sister fell for it and now she's staying in Maple Leaf Country for a long time. She's practically living in the company. If my sister is like that, how can it be good for me to go back? Wei Chen suddenly felt that it made sense. Why must one go back to being a boss at the company when they could live a carefree life as a second-generation rich kid? You're right. Listening to you, I also think you shouldn't go back. Huang Yan was slightly surprised, then suddenly became serious. Do you really think what I said makes sense? Really? You could easily live as a playboy. Why take over the company? If I had a dad and sister like that, I wouldn't want to work either. Wei Chen was speaking the truth. If not for survival, why would he spend money so laboriously? He had to spend it reasonably, deceive outsiders and convince his family.
If not for survival, Wei Chen would travel the world slowly with the money the system gave him, experiencing the beauty of the world.
Isn't that great?
Who knew that his words would deeply touch Huang Yan? He had been instilled with a certain mindset since childhood. A mindset that he would take over his father's work in the future.
But has anyone ever asked for Huang Yan's thoughts?
What you said is right.
I could easily live as a playboy, why take over the company?
The more Huang Yan thought about it, the more it made sense, and the rebellious spirit of the young people suddenly arose.
No wonder my dad likes you and even plans to introduce my sister to you. You're indeed a good person. After hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but ask, how do you know this?
I have a good relationship with Lu uncle by my dad's side. As soon as I received the message from my dad, I went to ask.
Huang Yan smiled. I'm Huang Yan. If you're free in the future, let's have a drink together. Wei Chen couldn't help but smile along. I'm Wei Chen. Let's have a drink together when we're free. Huang Yan smiled, got up, and left. Huang Yan came quickly and left quickly. Until he left, Wei Chen couldn't figure out how he found him. But Wei Chen thought that with Huang Zong's status and connections, Huang Yan was not an ordinary person, so it was probably not difficult for him to find Wei Chen. Watching the figure of the other person walking away, Wei Chen sighed deeply. The importance of reincarnation.
No, it should be more appropriate to call it my old boss father. After the little episode with Huang Yan, Wei Chen's plane also arrived. Interestingly, in Wei Chen's previous life, there were no planes to take for such a short distance. But in this world, he had one.
Just 25 minutes. Wei Chen boarded the plane, the seat was not even warm yet. And they had arrived. Well, that was quite fast. Wei Chen got off the plane, realizing he hadn't contacted Mr. Huang.
Instead, he first contacted the studio.
Blue Moon Dog Studio? Wei Chen looked at the name and subconsciously thought of a phrase. If you're a brother, come at me?
Shaking his head slightly, Wei Chen made the call.
Hello? Hello, how are you? I'm Wei Chen, my cousin Yi Chen has contacted you before. Oh, I know you. Your cousin has told me about you. Well, that's good. I've already arrived in Suzhou and Hangzhou, would you like to meet for a meal? Sure, just wait a moment. I'm busy right now, I'll contact you after I've arranged a restaurant. Is that okay with you? Okay, I'll wait for your call. Okay, let's leave it at that for now.
After the other person finished speaking, the call was hung up. Wei Chen put away his phone, found a car directly, and headed to the city. He was the one who came to meet, so he naturally couldn't let the other person pay for the meal.
He chose the location.
As long as the other person could come.
1 hour later.
Jinhua Restaurant, VIP room on the 8th floor.
Wei Chen finally met the actual boss of the Blue Moon Dog Studio.
Although he was called the boss, he was actually only in his 30s, not very old. However, when he saw Wei Chen, his reaction was even more intense. In his opinion, the boss who wanted to acquire his studio should be in his 40s or 50s. He didn't expect him to be so young.
Hello, Wei Chen. Hello, Xin Jun.
The two briefly shook hands, and Wei Chen began to order food.
Xin Jun looked at Wei Chen's calm demeanor.
The worries in his heart had unconsciously dissipated a lot. For some reason, he just felt a sense of affinity with the person in front of him.
In addition, the location chosen by Wei Chen and the dishes ordered were all very exquisite. Jinhua Restaurant was one of the top restaurants here. Ordinary people couldn't afford to eat here.
All of this made Xin Jun couldn't help but look at Wei Chen a few more times. Soon, the dishes started to arrive. I ordered some simple dishes. I don't come to Suzhou and Hangzhou often, and I don't know the taste here. I hope you can understand. No need to be polite. Xin Jun looked at the magnificent dishes on the table, feeling surprised in his heart, but he still maintained a calm demeanor.
I wonder, Wei, how did you come up with the idea of acquiring us?
Actually, our studio hasn't been profitable for years.
Have you really thought it through?
Xin Jun cut to the chase, not intending to hide his intentions.
Because he didn't want to sell at all.
Saying this was just a way for Xin Jun to scare off Wei Chen. It took a lot of effort for Yi Chen to convince him to come for this dinner tonight.
But faced with Xin Jun's sincerity, Wei Chen smiled.
Initially, I wasn't very sure about the status of your studio. But now, from what you said, I've already made up my mind.
Tell me, what's your price?
Xin Jun was stunned when he heard this.
What did I say? Wei Chen started the company not just to make money. If he could make money, that's great. If not, even better.
In this way, he also had a reason to keep investing money in it.
So his requirements naturally wouldn't be profit-oriented.
What Wei Chen values is quality. It is the quality of the studio's reputation and the quality of its team.
With Qin Jun's practical character, the studio he leads, its quality is also evident.
This made Wei Chen quite satisfied, but Qin Jun didn't know this, so he was stunned for a while before repeating, "Mr.
Wei, did you mishear me? I said, our studio doesn't make much profit. To be more precise, in these years, apart from expenses, I haven't made much money," Qin Jun said seriously. Wei Chen immediately smiled. "It's okay, not making a profit is just a deviation in some aspects.
I will find ways to solve these problems later."
For Wei Chen, no matter what, today the studio must be acquired. Of course, if Wei Chen really acquires the other party's studio, in terms of treatment, he will naturally not mistreat the other party. May I ask a bold question?
After hesitating for a while, Qin Jun slowly said, "Mr.
Wei, have you worked in the gaming industry before?" "No." Wei Chen didn't evade.
After hearing this, Qin Jun was dumbfounded.
"You haven't even touched the gaming industry, and you want to come and acquire my studio?" But before Qin Jun could react further, Wei Chen spoke. "But, I already have some preliminary ideas."
Recalling the direction of domestic games from his past life, Wei Chen's thoughts surged, and he said without hesitation, "I believe the Chinese people still love martial arts. My plan is that after acquiring your studio, I will start full-scale development of domestic martial arts games."
"I believe this will be a milestone beginning."
Wei Chen talked confidently, but Qin Jun looked worried.
"Mr. Wei, have you really studied the current market carefully?" "No, why?" Qin Jun sighed deeply, thinking as expected. Then he began the most basic industry explanation. Currently, the gaming market in China is still dominated by shooting games. Of course, these are all online multiplayer games. Single-player games almost entirely rely on imitating foreign AAA titles. Both in terms of plot and gameplay, imitation is the main approach. Except for a few ancient martial arts IPs, other genres, it's just a disaster. Our studio independently develops games, and although we have built some reputation over the years, we still can't escape this trend. We can only develop cautiously and slowly." "Mr.
Wei, what you said sounds feasible at first listen, but in reality, there are still dozens of domestic martial arts games released every year.
And the result? Not even a ripple is stirred up."
Qin Jun's words briefly described the gaming market in China.
It can be said to be quite accurate and to the point.
At the same time, this also let Wei Chen understand some basic situations.
But Wei Chen doesn't care,
because the type of game he proposes has never appeared in this world.
"I understand your concerns, but my idea is unprecedented."
Chinese people are not uninterested in martial arts games.
They are just not interested in the martial arts games on the market. As long as we find the right direction, I believe these won't be problems.
Wei Chen began describing a vast world view,
the scroll of Taiwu.
In Wei Chen's description,
a world full of martial arts sects slowly unfolded before Qin Jun.
In this world, there are 9 major demon caves. Legend has it that a long time ago, the 9 demon lords in the demon cave swept across the continent, bringing endless disasters. Many sects were slaughtered, and the martial arts of the Central Plains joined forces. However, they still could not resist the invasion of the 9 demon lords and could only retreat all the way. The entire land of Shenzhou also suffered calamity as a result. At this critical moment, a legendary master named Taiwu appeared. Later, Taiwu defeated the 9 demon lords and sealed them behind the demon cave. Then he disappeared without a trace. The male protagonist, on the other hand, was adopted by the legendary figure Taiwu as an abandoned infant. He gradually grew up and became the leader of the Taiwu clan. Just then, the seals of the 9 demon lords in the demon cave began to loosen. Not only that, the 9 demon lords inside the demon cave even sent out their former servants. They began to spread the seeds of cults in the land of Shenzhou, corrupting many martial artists. The male protagonist will start his own game in such an environment. Well, that's roughly the plot. However, Wei Chen made quite a few changes to the plot. Mainly because Wei Chen was worried that if he copied everything exactly, he might make too much profit, which would not be conducive to his future investment plans. It's best to achieve a balance between income and expenditure so that he can continue to invest. At the same time, to prevent his ideas from being stolen, Wei Chen would always stop abruptly when telling this story at key points. This made Qin Jun, who was single-mindedly focused on making games, extremely eager to hear more.
"Wei, what about the inheritance issue of this Taiwu clan you mentioned? And the martial arts cultivation system, how exactly does the reading you mentioned work?
And those 4 books and 5 classics,
how can they enhance the damage of martial arts moves?
The function of the Taiwu shrine, can it strengthen the effect of inheritance?
How can resources be collected? What is the collection method? Even villagers have bad people and will kill each other. The protagonist.
Shin Jun's questions increased as Wei Chen described, and he never imagined that a martial arts game could be so complex.
But such a game really piqued his interest, because it was so novel. Alright, Mr. Shin, that's the rough outline of my idea. I think we can discuss the rest after I acquire your studio. Let's sit down and talk more then. After expressing his sincerity and ideas, Wei Chen was no longer in a hurry, because he could tell that Shin Jun was already interested in what he had brought up. Mr. Wei, I have to say, your story sounds really promising, but in the gaming industry, it relies on a few things, either technology or ideas. But no matter which one, it requires money. Just listening to what you said, I feel like it will take a lot of effort. To actually make it, the investment would probably be astronomical.
Shin Jun's words were quite subtle. In simple terms, he was worried that Wei Chen might not have the money to invest. After all, just the worldview described by Wei Chen was already quite extravagant. Wei Chen was prepared for this. Mr. Shin, have you heard of sandbox maps? Wei Chen said just a simple sentence. Shin Jun immediately understood. It's brilliant. This not only solves the cost of the map world, but also saves a lot of work. Shin Jun was full of admiration, and when he looked at Wei Chen again, a huge change had unknowingly taken place. Initially, he thought Wei Chen was just a rich second generation from a wealthy family. Coming over to acquire his studio was just a passing fancy. But after chatting for a while, Shin Jun realized that Wei Chen actually had some great ideas. Seeing that the timing was right, Wei Chen also began to drop some big news. I did a simple check on your studio, Shin Zone. According to the information from my cousin, the price to acquire you guys is roughly in the range of 2 to 5 million. Because he is not in this industry, he can't be too certain. But I'm putting it out there today. As long as you nod, 8 million, you can take it now. After that, just follow me. I'll take care of the investment, you and your brothers. Just focus on making games. Also, I have already arranged the office building in the Magic City. Once things are settled here, you can take your people to the Magic City. As long as they are willing to come, I'll take them all. In terms of salary, I'll give you 1.5 times the current average per person. In addition, subsidies for meals, accommodation, fuel, and social security benefits. All will be issued according to the standards of civil servants. You see, can you accept this offer? Shin Jun stared blankly at the offer given by Wei Chen, completely stunned. Shin Jun had already evaluated his studio. At most, it was around 3 million. Now, Wei Chen offered 8 million in one go. Just based on this price, he had no reason not to sell. And most importantly, Wei Chen did not buy his studio. He immediately dismissed him and his brothers. Many investors in the gaming industry would acquire some small studios. However, in terms of personnel, they would not necessarily retain all. But in the offer Wei Chen gave, there was none of that. Everyone could go to the Magic City for development, and the treatment was extremely high. This made Shin Jun completely tempted. At least his brothers would have a place to go. Mr. Wei, the conditions you are offering are too generous, Shin Jun said somewhat nervously. He was an honest person, just making games. Over the years, he had built up a good reputation but didn't make much money. It was because he couldn't make money by deceiving people. Faced with Shin Jun's hesitation, Wei Chen smiled. This is what you deserve, based on the reputation of your studio. 8 million, not bad. If possible, let's prepare the contract in the next 2 days, shall we? After weighing his options, Shin Jun was moved. Since Mr. Wei has invited me so warmly, I don't have a reason to refuse. Faced with the other party's response, Wei Chen raised his glass and smiled. Cheers! Cheers! Wei Chen was very satisfied with this meal. Mainly because he had settled things with Shin Jun, reducing his pressure. If Shin Jun really refused to sell, that would be a real headache. After dinner, Shin Jun went back first. There were still things to deal with at his studio. Wei Chen entrusted a local law firm and went to prepare the contract. When everything was settled, and he returned to the temporary residence in the hotel, it was already past 10 in the evening. Leaning back on the large round bed in the presidential suite, Wei Chen casually opened the Warfish live broadcast. He hadn't been online for several days, so now he had some time to watch. However, this time, Wei Chen didn't go to Min's place first. Instead, he went incognito and entered Ashu's live broadcast room. Ashu was still playing the survival game from before, because he still couldn't pass the level. Damn it! No. Bro, I was wrong, don't chase me anymore. I'll kill you, you like to chase me, huh? I'll make you chase me. Chase me. On the screen, Ashu's game character was covered in blood but kept maneuvering between monsters. Holding a pair of watermelon knives, he looked mighty. Combined with Ashu's passionate words, the scene of fleeing and fighting monsters while looking back was quite thrilling.
The entire live streaming style was instantly filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. Even Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh. After watching for a while, Wei Chen opened Fei Xian and said a few words of thanks.
At the same time, he was preparing to invite the other party out for a meal. After sending the message, he returned to the live broadcast room. At this moment, there was still over 2 million balance left in Wei Chen's Warfish account.
Wei Chen immediately gifted 10 Warfish treasure maps to someone.
Just based on the few games recommended by Ashu this time, he found these studios.
He's worth it.
As the gifts were sent out, the entire live broadcast room was buzzing with excitement.
Watching the lively onlookers react the fastest, the barrage immediately started flooding the screen. Damn, did I come to the wrong live broadcast room? Isn't this Xiao Huang? Ashu, you've got connections.
You see, game anchors generally receive very few gifts.
Sometimes the daily revenue is only a few hundred yuan. It's pitifully low, not even as much as a female anchor's PK once.
So faced with Wei Chen's gifts, Ashu's live broadcast room fans were truly excited. But among them, there were also those who knew the name Xiao Huang.
They immediately began reminiscing.
What's this? Xiao Huang directly gifted a luxury car to Min that night.
Wow, that's nothing.
Xiao Huang is being stingy this time, just 10 treasure maps. Wei Chen smiled when he saw the last barrage. Without thinking, he sent out another 10 treasure maps. At this time, Ashu, who had been busy playing games and with a delayed live broadcast, finally reacted. Thank you, Boss Xiao Huang, for the 10 Warfish treasure maps. Thank you, Boss Xiao Huang, for another 10 Warfish treasure maps.
Boss is generous, boss is splurging.
Thank you so much, Boss Xiao Huang. In his lifetime of live broadcasting, Ashu had never encountered such a situation. His highest daily revenue before was around 10,000. The most was on his birthday last year when he received 30,000 in revenue. But tonight, Wei Chen alone contributed 200,000.
How could he not be excited?
However, after the excitement, Ashu also realized.
Because he saw the Fei Xin messages. I've played the games you recommended, and I've started contacting the studios. I might acquire them later. I might need your help with promotion in the future. Let's have a meal together when you're free.
After reading the messages, Ashu instantly understood.
So the boss was asking about game-related matters, not just for fun, but to start a game company.
The shocked Ashu glanced at the live broadcast room and quickly replied on his phone.
No problem, boss. Let me know when you're available, just give me a day's notice.
There were too many people in the live broadcast room, so Ashu didn't dare to say it in person. He was afraid of leaking Boss Xiao Huang's business secrets. But after sending the message, when he turned back, where was Xiao Huang's figure? After searching for a while, Ashu finally found the reason from the barrage.
Xiao Huang went to see Min again.
This time, Wei Chen didn't stay long in Ashu's live broadcast room.
But the news had already spread. Because the Warfish treasure map was a site-wide notification. Especially with Wei Chen gifting 20 of them in a row.
At this moment, Min had just finished dancing and was resting there. But what caught her eye was Wei Chen running to another game anchor's place
to send gifts.
For a moment, Min's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Has the beloved fallen out of favor?
Xiao Huang really prefers skilled anchors.
He's truly a big boss, starting at 200,000. It's over. Xiao Huang went to someone else's place.
Min looked at the barrage, especially the last one.
She was anxious inside, but on the surface, she had to pretend to be weak.
What can I do? Busy dealing with the barrage, Min was constantly worried.
At this moment, she suddenly saw the news of Wei Chen entering the live broadcast room. Welcome Emperor Xiao Xiao to this live broadcast room.
As soon as the big banner appeared, the worried look on Min's face disappeared as if by magic. Xiao Xiao husband, you finally came to see me.
I haven't seen you for several days, I missed you so much.
Wei Chen could tell.
Min's words were sincere. After all, during the days he was away, Min's PK skills were not as good. But what Wei Chen didn't know was that during his absence, Min had put in a lot of effort. In order to figure out why Wei Chen went to the gaming area, she secretly watched Ashu's live broadcast recordings during the day. As a result, Min quickly discovered that every time Wei Chen went to see Ashu, Ashu was playing horror games. In order to keep Wei Chen, Min made a firm decision.
Xiao Xiao husband, have you been busy recently? I see you haven't been coming to see me much.
And, I saw you watching other streamers play horror games before.
Is it interesting? Faced with Min's questions, Wei Chen casually typed. Indeed, I've been quite busy lately.
And that game is indeed good, a pretty good domestic game. Min covered her chest, revealing a cunning smile.
Actually, I bought that game too, planning to play it during the live broadcast. Just to mix things up, Dancing every day is too tiring. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately became lively. I love watching female streamers play horror games the most. Play it now. Turn off the lights, it's not scary when it's so bright. Amidst the viewers' excitement, Wei Chen also typed with a smile. Then why don't you play it now? Min hesitated intentionally, then said, okay, I'm scared. Don't scare me. The viewers immediately assured her. Definitely not. It's okay, I'm also scared. Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing the timing was right, Min immediately started the game she had prepared in advance. It was a horror game, but not too bad. After all, it was more of a survival game, which was much better compared to games purely for horror. However, in some scenes, the sense of blood and oppression was still present. It was manageable for the boys, but for some timid girls, it was torture. Fortunately, Min had prepared in advance, playing the game for several hours beforehand. This prevented any embarrassing moments in the live broadcast room. Even though she had played it in advance, the expected screams and fear were still there. Don't come near me. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Originally, Wei Chen wasn't afraid of this game, but he couldn't resist Min, who screamed every few minutes. You can scream all you want, but why cover your chest? It brought about a strange sense of excitement. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, inside a VIP private room in a restaurant, Sunli was looking at her phone, occasionally glancing towards the door. Seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Sunli calculated. Zhang Han's work should be almost done. Calculating the time, these two should be here by now, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Li Jie. Xiao Wei rushed in first, happily approaching Sunli. She gave Sunli a big hug. The girl wearing a duckbill cap and a mask followed behind and closed the door. Just from this scene alone, one would think that Xiao Wei is the star and Zhang Hanying is the manager. Li Jie. Zhang Hanying's emotions calmed down a lot. He took off his mask and revealed a sweet smile. All right, have a seat. Sunli greeted the two and quickly asked the waiter to serve the dishes. Busy until now, are you hungry? Sunli knew that the two had been particularly busy recently and felt sorry for them. You need to rest when you need to, don't overwork yourself for the job. Money can be earned. It's okay, Li Jie, not that busy. Zhang Hanying poured the drink, still looking energetic. Xiao Wei on the side, however, was not happy. Yes, I've been running around all day. You just signed autographs for fans and chatted with the director about the script in the evening. You definitely don't think so. Zhang Hanying glanced at Xiao Wei, annoyed. Do you think sitting there all afternoon without moving and just signing autographs is easy? Also, that script is only a first draft, many parts are not perfect. I put in a lot of effort to discuss these issues with the director. Sunli saw the two about to start arguing again. She quickly intervened. Alright, you two are both busy. You've both worked hard. Xiao Wei immediately smiled, but still not as hard as Li Jie. Yeah, Li Jie, what have you been busy with recently? Zhang Hanying couldn't help but ask. Just busy with the things in the company. Sunli was about to speak when the image of a young man suddenly popped into her mind. She sighed inwardly and changed the subject. How did that promotional video go? You've stirred up a huge wave of public opinion in the country. You have no idea what you did this time, how sensational it was. Sunli praised. Tell me honestly, how did you come up with this idea? It's amazing. And that slogan, I heard you got it from a friend? Why are you so straightforward? Faced with Sunli's blame, Zhang Hanying suddenly became serious. Li Jie, it was really my friend's idea. He is a very upright person, and the reason I did this was because of his reminder. His intention was just to hope that I would do something useful. It was not at all about creating public opinion. Sunli became even more curious upon hearing this. When did you make such a friend? Zhang Hanying blushed. Just recently. At this moment, Xiao Wei couldn't help but speak up. I'm just saying, Shanghai is not that small. How come Mr. Wei Chen can buy a villa and become your neighbor? It's really strange, Xiao Wei said in amazement. Meanwhile, Sunli was stunned. Mr. Wei Chen? Mr. Wei Chen? Sunli's expression was one of shock. Both Zhang Hanying and Xiao Wei were a bit confused by the situation. Yes, Mr. Wei Chen. Li Jie, are you okay? Xiao Wei looked at Sunli in confusion. I'm fine. Sunli's mind raced, and after much deliberation, she slowly spoke. Are you saying that Xiaoying's slogan and this donation were both proposed by a Mr. Wei Chen? Yes, Li Jie. Zhang Hanying furrowed his brows, puzzled. Do you also know Mr. Wei? The Mr. Wei you're talking about, is he in his 20s? Her appearance is delicate and sunny, with a slight smile always hanging on her lips. She is also very talented. Can she write songs?
Listening to Sun Li's description in front of her, Jang Hanying nodded. But when it came to the last sentence, Jang Hanying was stunned. Li Jia, everything you said earlier is correct. But whether he can write songs,
I don't know. Sun Li's heart tightened. It should be him, no mistake. How do you know him?
Jang Hanying hesitated slightly.
Well, what's wrong? Can't say. It's not that. Jang Hanying hesitated.
Her acquaintance with Wei Chen originated from that car accident. Xiao Wei had repeatedly instructed her after that. This matter must not be disclosed to the public. Seeing this, Xiao Wei immediately came up with an excuse. We met by chance. It's not a big deal. Later, the two became friends. Xiao Wei's words were full of loopholes. Sun Li, being astute, naturally saw through it. But she didn't ask much. After all, she didn't think these things were important. Besides, who doesn't have some small secrets? Since you know each other, that's good. Sun Li was somewhat excited. He is a very talented person. I want to sign him to our company. But for some reason, he seems very resistant. But now, since you both know each other, then this matter is easy to handle. Sun Li was very happy. She had thought that she had no chance with Wei Chen. But who knew that her top star, Jang Hanying, actually knew him? But Li Jia. Jang Hanying was about to persuade, but saw Sun Li very seriously saying, I think, whether in appearance or temperament, he has great potential. Coupled with his musical talent, with a little polishing, he will definitely become a top male star in the future. Think of a way, see if you can persuade him. Sun Li said, reminding her. Oh, when you persuade him, remember not to mention me first. He seems to dislike me. If it doesn't work, when he comes to the company, I'll have someone else take care of him too. Sun Li's words were very sincere. Jang Hanying was puzzled. Li Jia, is he really that talented? Very talented. His song, in my opinion, is definitely award-winning. Although his singing skills need improvement. But nowadays, singing skills are not a problem, right? Rest assured, as long as you can persuade him to come, I can handle everything else for you, Li Jia. Jang Hanying and Xiao Wei looked at each other for a while. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Jang Hanying slowly said, then I'll ask him. But I can't guarantee if he is interested. Jang Hanying didn't say it, but in her opinion, Wei Chen probably wouldn't care about these things. Moreover, Wei Chen is suffering from cancer. He should be enjoying the remaining good life now, right? Jang Hanying looked out the window, her eyes gradually dimming. So big, so shaky, so thrilling. In the live broadcast room, the barrage flowed like a tide. The constant action of Min covering her chest, her already fair and deep career line, being pressed back and forth by her slender fingers, inevitably stirred up waves. Even Wei Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Finally, he slowly typed, let's stop here for today. I'll come back to see you when I have time. After saying that, Wei Chen quickly slipped away after brushing 20 treasure maps. How could he withstand this? Meanwhile, Min was playing a game. It took a full 5 minutes before he realized Wei Chen was gone. Could it be that I'm too noob? Min looked at the 20 treasure maps that Wei Chen had given him before leaving, lost in deep thought. Half an hour later, Wei Chen took a hot bath and returned to bed. He had returned to his sage status. Nowadays, lacking self-control while watching live streams just won't do. Leaning back on the bed, just about to rest and fall asleep, Wei Chen's phone suddenly rang again. The incoming call was from an unknown number. Wei Chen instinctively prepared to hang up, but in the split second before his finger pressed down, a strange thought suddenly exploded in his mind. I should answer it myself. This inexplicable thought came so suddenly. Wei Chen pondered for 2 seconds and then followed his heart, pressing the answer button. Hello? Hello? Wei Chen frowned because the voice on the other end of the phone was very weak but somewhat familiar. Wei Chen searched his mind and his face suddenly changed. Huang Yan. Yes, it's me. Are you in Modu now? I'm not in Modu, I'm in Suzhou. Do you have something to tell me? Faintly, Wei Chen's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Left good, right bad. It was his right eye that was twitching. I'm in Modu now. Can I stay at your place for a night? Don't worry, no one will know. As Huang Yan's words came out one by one, Wei Chen's right eyelid twitched more and more violently. In that moment, Wei Chen was completely torn. He knew he could trust his intuition. And almost certainly, it was correct. My luck is telling me not to accommodate Huang Yan. In other words, accepting him would be dangerous? Wei Chen struggled immensely. On one side was Huang's only son. On the other side was the dangerous warning given by his intuition. However, Wei Chen hesitated for only a few seconds before making a decision. You can come to my place.
My cousin is at home. Tell my cousin that I asked you to come.
But don't stay at the villa tonight. There is a basement in my villa.
You stay in the basement tonight, and don't come out. Wei Chen's people were not in Modu.
If Huang Yan came to find him, it would definitely be Yi Chen who would receive him. And the continuous hints from his luck also indicated that Huang Yan's visit might bring some danger. Therefore, it was naturally not suitable for anyone to stay on the surface. Fortunately, his villa had underground space, and it was quite large, several hundred square meters, large enough. The entrance was located under a stone pavilion in the backyard.
Wei Chen had paid attention to this when he bought it. The location was extremely inconspicuous, especially at night. Without going forward to look, it would definitely not be discovered.
But after Wei Chen's words fell, Huang Yan on the other end fell silent for a while. Then, his tone suddenly became deep and mysterious.
How did you know that I'm in trouble?
Wei Chen was slightly stunned. Then, his brain quickly turned, and he slowly said, I guess you must have encountered danger, right? From your weak voice, and the fact that you came to me, I can tell.
I guess you were targeted by enemies? Or did Huang's enemies come looking for you? In the dark streets, rats and cockroaches ran rampant, and a strong stench filled the air.
Huang Yan, leaning against the trash can, fell silent in response to Wei Chen's words, recalling the conversation he had with Wei Chen at the airport that night, and just had an encrypted conversation with my father. After a long time, Huang Yan suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I trust my dad's judgment.
I trust you this time.
On the other side, in a 5-star hotel in Suzhou,
Wei Chen comforted Huang Yan again and provided an address. After stabilizing Huang Yan temporarily, Wei Chen hung up the phone.
But the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger.
Gritting his teeth, Wei Chen called Yi Chen.
He briefly explained the upcoming situation with Huang Yan and the issues to pay attention to afterwards.
Yi Chen immediately noticed the problem and nervously asked, Brother, what's going on? Why does it feel so scary? Wei Chen took a deep breath. Don't ask too many questions, just remember, be careful. Also, after sending the person to the basement, you leave. If he can make it through, that's best. If something unexpected happens, you can't get involved. Wei Chen's words were carefully considered. Regardless, Yi Chen was innocent.
If Huang Yan found him, he could escape this disaster.
That would naturally be a happy ending. But even if he couldn't protect Huang Yan, he absolutely couldn't involve Yi Chen. As for what happens next, Wei Chen could only figure it out later.
In Wei Chen's extremely nervous state, half an hour later, Huang Yan called again.
I've arrived, now in the basement. Your cousin is innocent, I've let him go. Once I get through this danger, I will naturally remember your kindness.
In the basement, Huang Yan leaned against the wall covered in blood, with a medical kit beside him. Bread, mineral water, gauze, and other food and supplies were piled around him.
Yi Chen had also been released by Huang Yan. Huang Yan was loyal. After choosing to trust Wei Chen, Huang Yan naturally wouldn't involve Yi Chen. And Wei Chen's immediate acceptance also made Huang Yan very grateful.
However, Wei Chen's reaction was too swift, which initially puzzled Huang Yan.
Whether you're grateful or not doesn't matter.
The priority is to inform Mr.
Huang about this matter. Wei Chen said nervously.
I've already contacted my dad, his people will arrive tomorrow morning.
Then I'll be safe. Huang Yan said weakly. Okay, you take care.
Wei Chen said, then slowly hung up the phone.
In the basement,
blood flowed slowly on the ground. Huang Yan looked at the wound on his waist and abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 long steel needles. After disinfecting with alcohol, he used the needles to thread the medical thread and started stitching up his wound directly. In such a severe wound without anesthesia, the pain from such rough stitching skills was immeasurable. Despite Huang Yan's tough upbringing and exceptional skills, he still turned pale and his eyes twitched crazily in the face of such pain.
Mafia! Smith!
Huang Yan roared in pain, his eyes filled with a bloody red color. The wound on his waist and abdomen, constantly oozing blood, gradually stopped the bleeding under his roar. On the other side, Wei Chen, who had hung up the phone, immediately contacted Yi Chen. Knowing that the kid had indeed left the villa and passed by the hotel, Wei Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he contacted Mr.
Huang. Hey, Huang brother? Yeah, Xiao Wei. My kid, did he come to see you? Yeah, he's already at my villa, but I'm not in the city right now. Huang brother, everything okay with you? No problem, just a small issue.
Thank you so much for your trouble, but don't worry, just for tonight.
My people will pick him up early tomorrow.
You don't have to worry, those guys won't come looking for you.
Wei Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this.
What he was most worried about was sheltering Huang Yan.
Those enemies would hold a grudge against him.
Wei Chen was just an ordinary person who had attracted the attention of these dark forces.
That was too dangerous. Alright, you should rest early. I still have things to do here, so I won't talk to you much. We'll talk about gratitude later. You're welcome, Huang. It's not a big deal. You go ahead and get busy. I won't disturb you. On the other end of the phone, a beep sounded. Wei Chen lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Meanwhile, in the distant Maple Leaf country, Mr. Huang, dressed casually, stood in front of 4 transport planes. Fully armed mercenaries were orderly boarding the planes with their weapons. Secretary Liu stood quietly on the side, watching until everyone was ready. Then she approached Mr. Huang and spoke. Mr. Huang, the first group of people is almost here. Should the second group depart now? Mr. Huang's gaze was uncertain, as if he was pondering something. His lips moved slowly as he said, depart. Alright, what about the third group? We are looking for people from Longmen and some from the Taoist sect. Both sides have sent some capable people. I think it should be enough. But, at this point, Secretary Liu hesitated. What's wrong? Just say it. Mr. Huang's voice boomed with vigor, as if a thunder had suddenly erupted on flat ground. This time we are making such a big move against the mafia. It might break the rules. Break the rules? Those damn foreigners ran to the Magic City to harm my son. Isn't that breaking the rules? If that brat didn't have some skills, the mafia would probably have succeeded. As Mr. Huang spoke, the anger on his face grew stronger. Smith wants my son dead, right? I don't just want him, I want the lives of his 4 sons. I've bought them all. They are all childless, so it's fair for everyone. After Mr. Huang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the exclusive passage. Beside him, 2 men who had not spoken suddenly spoke up. Master, should we go instead? What nonsense! If you 2 go, it will be obvious that I am behind it, right? The mafia knows that I hired people from Longmen and the Taoist sect. Why can't I ask for their help? The 2 disciples looked at each other helplessly and remained silent. Alright, go and bring back that brat Huang Yin. Mr. Huang sighed softly. That kid has been wild. It's not a bad thing for him to taste some bitterness and realize his own limitations, so he doesn't always think he's invincible. He's also at fault this time. If he hadn't said outside that Smith's son wasn't his own, how could that old bastard suddenly come after him? Mr. Huang said with frustration. Little did he know, his second disciple Huang Yu suddenly asked, Master, what the younger brother said. Is it true? Mr. Huang sneered. Smith was rendered infertile by me 20 years ago. Do you think his son could be his own? While the underground world was in turmoil, the world of ordinary people remained peaceful. The next day, Wei Chen got up early. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but his sleep quality was too poor. Although the kind of shock in his heart had completely dissipated after the phone calls last night, the sense of crisis that Wei Chen felt was real. The world of the wealthy is really terrifying. In Wei Chen's view, this must be the enemy of the business world. The dirty tricks played. It seems that the scenes in the movie are not all deceiving. Looking at his phone, Wei Chen only then realized that Huang Yan had sent a message in the early hours of the morning, saying he had been taken away. As for General Huang, there was no message from him. Confirming that Huang Yan was safe, the huge stone in Wei Chen's heart finally fell. He was really worried that something had happened to Huang Yan. If that were the case, Wei Chen didn't know how to face General Huang. After getting up and taking a shower, Wei Chen, feeling a bit tired, went to the law firm early. After obtaining the contract, Wei Chen hurried to Qin Jun's studio. Blue Moon Dog Studio. Mr. Wei, you're here so early. Qin Jun was somewhat surprised, as it was only a little after 8 o'clock. He didn't expect Wei Chen to be in such a hurry. But Wei Chen was really anxious to return to the Magic City. Well, let's finish up quickly so I can go back early. Wei Chen squeezed out a smile. I have a lot of things to take care of. After a brief explanation with Qin Jun, Wei Chen was ushered into the other party's office. After a thorough confirmation of the contract and calling in a professional lawyer for verification, the 2 finally sealed the deal. Alright, Mr. Wei. I'll prepare in the next few days and confirm the number of people. I'll come to the Magic City to find you. Okay, give me a call in advance. I'll pick you up. Wei Chen forced a smile. Later, Qin Jun planned to invite Wei Chen to lunch, but Wei Chen declined. After finalizing the contract in half a morning, Wei Chen didn't stop at all and hurried back to the Magic City. It was truly a non-stop journey day and night. Once back in the Magic City, Wei Chen immediately found Yi Chen. Fortunately, his cousin didn't encounter any danger that night. With the contract and his cousin, Wei Chen thought for a moment and then called in the internal security personnel of Huazhou Courtyard before preparing to go home. With 7 or 8 security personnel escorting him, Wei Chen finally had some confidence. There was no way. Last night's events really made Wei Chen feel uneasy. On the way home, brother, that friend of yours. It's really scary.
When he came last night, he was covered in blood, and his waist was stabbed through. I was almost scared out of my wits at the time.
Yi Chen whispered next to Wei Chen. Did he say anything when you left? Wei Chen asked quietly.
No, he just told me to leave quietly.
And also, pretend you didn't see him. Yi Chen shrunk his head. Wei Chen nodded and fell silent.
In his view, it was inevitable that Huang Yan had encountered danger. That's why his heart had such a big fluctuation when the other party came to him.
But afterwards, Wei Chen's sense of shock quickly faded.
It seemed that after Huang Yan came to him, he had successfully evaded his enemies and remained undiscovered. With a group of security guards, he arrived at his own villa. Looking at the intact appearance of the villa in front of him, Wei Chen finally relaxed.
Sorry to trouble you.
Wei Chen found a reason to bring in the security guards, claiming that there were thieves in the house. Immediately, the security team rushed out in search, but after a thorough search, it was naturally fruitless.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wei.
The head of the security team looked ashamed.
I think we may need to verify the video.
It's okay, just focus on the investigation.
Although the lost items are not valuable, I always feel uneasy. Thank you for your understanding. We will definitely give you a reasonable explanation.
With the assurance of the security captain, the security team left. Wei Chen and Yi Chen were left standing in the garden, facing each other for a while.
Take me to the basement, Wei Chen said with a grim face. Yi Chen quickly led the way.
A few minutes later, looking at the bloodstains on the ground, as well as a large amount of discarded gauze and medical supplies, Wei Chen took a sharp breath.
No one is allowed to talk about this matter. Do you understand? I understand.
But brother, how did you come to know such a friend?
That Huang Yan is the son of a friend of mine.
He approached me this time probably out of helplessness. He is not an ordinary person, and he probably won't trouble me again in the future. Just pretend that this never happened.
Wei Chen sighed deeply and started cleaning up the basement with Yi Chen.
The bloodstains and medical waste naturally had to be cleaned up.
They worked until noon.
The two of them then carried 2 large bags of garbage and left the basement. But as soon as they reached the ground, Wei Chen noticed that there were unexpected guests at home.
Jang Hanying's arrival was somewhat sudden.
Or perhaps she just came with a try-it-out attitude to Wei Chen's place.
She didn't even think about whether Wei Chen was really at home.
But unexpectedly, as soon as Jang Hanying arrived, she saw the Wei brothers coming out of the basement.
Mr. Wei.
Looking at the 2 large bags of garbage in their hands, Jang Hanying was slightly stunned.
Oh, we just went to clean the basement.
Wei Chen casually handed all the garbage bags to Yi Chen. The latter immediately understood and shouted, "I'll go throw the trash." After speaking, Yi Chen ran outside the villa. In the garden, Jang Hanying realized that she was the only one left with the 2 of them.
Not sure what came to her mind, she became a bit awkward. Mr. Wei, how have you been recently? I'm fine. Do you have something on your mind? It's nothing. Just what? I just wanted to ask if you have time. Let's have a meal together. Jang Hanying originally wanted to ask Wei Chen if he was interested in entering the entertainment industry.
But when the words reached her lips, they somehow changed.
And when Wei Chen heard it, it was about eating again.
The string that was already tense in his heart trembled.
Let's skip the meal. I've been a bit busy lately. Wei Chen hesitated, suddenly remembering the matter of Huang Yan. Huang Yan had just left, and the alarm had not been completely lifted.
He had the ability to sense danger, but Jang Hanying did not.
Coming to find him at this time. What if something dangerous happened? With these thoughts, Wei Chen's face darkened. If there's nothing urgent, try to come here less often. Jang Hanying looked a bit lost, not sure why. She felt that Wei Chen today seemed a bit more fierce than usual.
But then, as Jang Hanying looked at Wei Chen's profile, a thought suddenly popped into her mind.
Could it be that his condition has worsened again?